I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 675. Investigating the village. Leon stood on the prow of his ship, letting the rain wash over him, his body filling with power in the light of distant lightning. He needed the energy, even if it wasn't the sort that was most useful right now. The enthusiasm he had for his quest died out fairly quickly once he'd truly gotten started. His ship had moved quickly enough, the current helping to speed them along to the coast of the Great Central Sea. The coast was just as rough and inhospitable as he'd imagined, with few human settlements anywhere to be found. But those that were around were small fishing hamlets and tiny ports for servicing passing ships. It surprised him in the beginning, seeing these fishing hamlets. It was quite the sight, with all the power and influence of the Ilian Empire, to see such small and relatively simple settlements, oftentimes built out of timber and stone rather than metal or concrete. It reminded him of the northwestern kingdoms a little, especially of some of the same kinds of villages he'd passed through in the Bull Kingdom. But the people were just as inhospitable as the land. They didn't want his party poking around their homes and in their business, even with Leon trying his best to mind himself. Their mere presence was enough to have people giving them dirty looks, especially Anshu and Maya, their darker skin tones marking them even more than the others as being foreign. Fortunately, there weren't any violent troubles, and the small local branches of Heaven's Eye proved willing enough to help them in their hunt. The only problem was that the people who'd reported seeing the Tau were either unwilling to speak with Leon or his people, weren't particularly reliable, or simply weren't around. There were a few shrines to Tau set up nearby, and Leon made sure to visit them as they passed through the villages. However, those little sojourns had proved just as fruitful as the rest of the trip up until then, which was to say, not very. In the end, in the 3 previous villages that Leon had stopped at during his journey, he'd left all empty-handed. Making matters worse was the weather. Around the Great Central Sea, the weather was always terrible, at least, in most people's opinions. The sky was nearly always overcast, the sea was choppy, the wind was strong and howling, and rain was frequent. Storms blasted the broken coastline constantly. Leon found it to be perfect weather, but the rest of his retinue disagreed, spending most of their time in the shelter of the ship's quarterdeck, only coming outside when Anshu, who was the only human member of Leon's retinue who stayed outside with him on the regular so that he could see to the steering and maintenance of the ship, needed help sailing the ship, though Anshu was hardly enthusiastic about the weather, himself. Their attitude had worsened with the weather, and though Leon had no cause to doubt their commitment, he could tell that everyone wanted nothing more than to return to Oculera. They needed some stability, and he made a vow within as he stood on the prow that, upon their return, he wouldn't leave the city again until they all had homes to call their own. The only one of them who didn't mind the rain was Anzu. The Griffin frequently kept Leon company when he went out into the storms, but he'd mostly stayed either inside the quarterdeck sleeping, or flying about just over the ship. The Griffin seemed thrilled to fly about at his leisure after the long time spent mostly cooped up in a Heaven's Eye yacht or carriage, and Leon was content to let him do so, for he didn't want a bored and stir-crazy Griffin to add to his bored and stir-crazy party. He just hoped that this last village would have something promising for them to find. He didn't want this whole endeavor to have been completely pointless. As he stood on the deck of his rented ship, reveling in the weak storm that played across the cliffs and rocks to his left, the last village came into view. It had been built in a natural harbor along an inlet of the sea, protected from the worst of the weather by a hill and cliff on its eastern side. It wasn't a large village, but it was more than big enough to have plenty of dock space for Leon's ship. Anshu expertly steered the ship into the village, and Leon shook himself from his reverie to get his retinue to tie the thing down. After the harbor master, a second-tier mage more than a little aggrieved to have to come out and do his job in the rain, met Leon as he disembarked. Leon paid the harbor toll and was directed to the local Heaven's Eye branch. Leon and his retinue then marched through the cobbled streets to the only stone building in the entire timber village. This was to be their last stop. If no more information on the Tau turned up, then Leon could only resign himself to failing the director's quest, and thus, likely failing to sign on with Heaven's Eye. At this point, even with the power of the storm filling his limbs with power, he was frustrated enough that he couldn't say if failing this quest was a bad thing or not. Once dry and comfortable and with feet on stable land, the mood among Leon's people improved greatly. Leon met with the local Heaven's Eye manager about the report of a Tau sighting, and the 4th-tier man, nervous as all hells with so many higher-tiered mages in his building, scrambled to fetch all the information he could on the report, leaving Leon and the rest to get comfortable in the small lounge beside the building's atrium. Only Anshu hadn't accompanied them, as Leon had left him and to keep watch over the ship. Anzu had also accompanied them to the bank, but the locals had seen fit to give him a cell in their small stable. The Griffin wasn't too happy about it, but Leon trusted that he'd be well behaved. And there they waited for more than an hour, relaxing in the heat of the Heaven's Eye Bank. It was a fairly sleepy village at least, so it seemed with the storm outside. Not many people coming and going from the bank on business, leaving Leon and his people alone in the lounge. Still, even with that solitude, no one really spoke much. After a month on the ship with each other, Leon could sense that everyone probably wanted to get some time to themselves just as much as they wanted this damn quest to be over. Finally, the Heaven's Eye manager returned with 2 people in tow. One was an older woman barely in the first tier. She was fairly plump, with sun-beaten cheeks and dry, wispy hair. She was clearly accustomed to hard work outdoors. The second person Leon guessed was her daughter given their similar features. The daughter was thin and waif-like, with a nervous, but somewhat dreamy look in her eyes, as if her mind was still preoccupied with something 1,000 miles away. She was completely mortal and couldn't have been more than 14 or 15. The manager waved Leon into a nearby conference room with the 2 he'd brought, and then left, though not before stating sternly that he would be right outside, just in case. Leon was a little aggrieved, but he couldn't blame the man for his caution. The 2 women were clearly put a little more at ease knowing that he was still within earshot despite the privacy given, so Leon paid no more mind to it. Joining him for his questions were just Alex and Elise. In his opinion, those 2 were probably the least intimidating of those who were with him, thanks to Elise's expertise in dealing with people, and Alex's natural exuberance. Hopefully, having them with him would help get the 2 to talk about their report. Leon took a seat across the conference table from the 2 the manager had brought. They seemed ill at ease, though the mother more so than the daughter. "Hello," he said as pleasantly as he could. "My name is Leon. This is my wife, Elise, and one of my friends, Alex." Elise gracefully nodded as Leon introduced her, while Alex responded with a cheery wave and a quick, "Heya." The mother nodded, calmer by a shade or two. "Cora," she replied in a thick, trilling accent. She laid her hand on her daughter's shoulder and said, "Zoe." Leon smiled, nodded, and then dispensed with all greetings and jumped right in. "I, and my people, have come here after hearing a report from Heaven's Eye about a Tao," he explained, and immediately he saw Cora give Zoe a harsh look, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. "We journeyed here to verify that report. I understand that one of you made it." "Mistaken, you are," Cora sternly responded. "Filed report, none did." "I did," Zoe immediately contradicted her mother, her accented voice just as dreamy and distant as her gaze. "Found a Tao, I did. Told many people." "She did not," Cora declared, more as a reprimand to her daughter than to Leon and the others. "Mistaken, she is. No Tao here, never been." Leon arched an eyebrow, but it was Alex who responded. Ignoring Cora, she asked Zoe, "What did it look like? Was it big? Did it do any magic?" "Small, it was," Zoe responded despite her mother's hand tightening on her shoulder. "Flew right by me, it did. Landed on small stone, stared at me. White it was, like cloud. I like pearl, and looked at me, it did. Showed me the sky." "Confused, my girl is," Cora growled. "Saw a gull, she did. Know what gull is, wasn't gull, it wasn't," Zoe responded, practically singing. "'Twas gull, it was," Cora protested. "Wasn't," Zoe replied with the fluidity that told Leon either they had had this very argument multiple times, or there were quite a few arguments in their house. Jumping into their exchange, Elise asked, "What makes you think it was a gull? Was it not Zoe who saw it?" "Saw it, I didn't," Cora conceded, but her expression was still defiant and combative. "Tao don't exist, they don't. White gulls around, there are. Been gull, it must've. No Tao around here, there aren't. 'Twas Tao, it was," Zoe insisted, though her tone remained as sing-song and calm as ever. "What makes you think it was a Tao, then?" Elise asked, turning her attention away from the upset mother. "'Twas Tao, it was," Zoe repeated. "No gull, wasn't gull, it wasn't. Was Tao, showed me sky." "What do you mean, showed you sky?" Elise patiently asked, smiling at Zoe to encourage her to share as much as possible. For a moment, Zoe seemed unsure of how to explain what she'd seen, but with a few muttered words in a language that Leon didn't understand, he figured it was mostly just because she couldn't speak the common language well enough to explain properly. Flew by me, it did, she said again, this time a little slower and less sure of herself. Looked in eye, I did. Saw sky, I did. 'Twas pearly. Do you remember where you saw it? Alex interjected, asking after more practical information. 'Twas in woods, it was. Zoe eagerly responded. Can show you, I can. She can't. Cora immediately responded, shooting Zoe another reprimanding look. Wait for father to return with fish, she must. Have work, we do. Can you read a map? Alex inquired. Zoe fervently nodded, a dreamy smile on her face. With that, Leon quickly stepped out of the room and had the manager fetch them a map of the surrounding area. Leon returned to the conference room only a minute or two later, and gave the map to Zoe, who not only gave them the specific spot, she also highlighted the best route to reach it. When Leon examined the map again, he noted that the sighting was about 3 miles north of the village outskirts, in a lightly wooded meadow on the western slope of a hill directly on the coast. The only way to approach this hill was from the west, as the northern, southern, and eastern sides of the hill were 100-foot-tall sheer cliffs that plummeted straight into the sea. Thank you, Leon said to the mother-daughter pair. I think that is all we need for the time being. If need be, would we be able to ask you two to come back and answer a few more questions? Cora frowned and took a moment to answer, but Zoe just said, will do. Will do. Cora's frown deepened, but she took an uneasy look at Leon, and then nodded her assent. Leon thanked them again, and then let them go. Then, after asking the Heaven's Eye manager how accommodating he was willing to be, he called the rest of his family and retinue into the conference room. After Leon quickly went over what they had asked and the answers they'd received, Elise added, Cora seemed kind of cagey. She was very insistent that no Tao lived here, and that Tao didn't exist. Yeah, that was a little strange, Alex hesitantly agreed, but it could have also just been a language issue. I think it's also possible that she was trying to protect her daughter from the strange people who called her into Heaven's Eye to ask her some questions. Always a possibility, Elise conceded, but I couldn't help but think she might have been trying to hide something. Marcus then spoke up. There are a couple of things we might be able to do to verify these claims without trekking all the way out there, you know. Are there any maps of local cave systems or Tao shrines? Tao shrines? I doubt it, Gaius replied. Most Tao shrines are small and not marked on maps. It's only the big and famous ones that get cartographers interested, it seems. Leon nodded in understanding. For the most part, he'd tasked Gaius with collecting information on local Tao shrines when they made landfall in a village. He'd gone out to investigate quite a few in the past month, and none of the Tao shrines they'd visited had contained more than a small bird relief and altar for offerings. See if you can find any additional maps on local caves, Leon ordered Marcus, and tasked Alcander with going with him. To Gaius, he said, ask around for Tao shrines. Have them marked on a map, if you can. He then turned to Helen and Anna. Figure out what kind of herbs grow in the surroundings. If Tao are as magical as they're claimed to be, then I'm sure they need magical food, too. Or at least are attracted to it. If there's any possibility that we can find them by keeping an eye on potential food sources, then we should explore that possibility. His retainers nodded, and rose to fulfill his orders. What about us? Alex asked, nodding to Elise, Valeria, and Maya. Let's head to some local watering holes and see if we can dig up any more information on local Tao, or if that fails, as it always has, Alex said with a cheeky smile. As it always has, Leon repeated with a smile of his own, but that shouldn't dissuade us from trying. At the very least, we might be able to find someone who knows something. I don't have much hope for that happening, but maybe we'll be pleasantly surprised. Leon leaned back in the conference chair, mentally tired from talking to drunk fishermen and unfriendly barkeepers. He and his family had gone around to several bars and small local markets seeking anyone who knew anything about Tao, even running into Gaius at one place, but few people were willing to speak to them about the birds. Not even when Leon flashed some silver did anyone loosen their tongues. One particularly unfriendly barkeep even threatened to throw Leon out of the bar if he didn't stop, disturbing the customers, who numbered a mere half-dozen at best. Leon was momentarily entertained at the idea of the first-tier barkeep trying to follow through on that threat, but he wasn't serious about it, and left in due order. He wasn't trying to step on any toes, and there was no harm in leaving politely when asked. His retainers were a little more successful in their endeavors. No one found anyone else who'd ever seen a Tao, or at least, no one who was sober enough to take seriously, but they had acquired a reasonably accurate chart of some local cave systems. Only, some, though, as the Heaven's Eye manager was quick to point out, as the rocky coastline was absolutely riddled with caves, and no one had explored them all. Or, at least, no one had explored them all and seen fit to map them out. What they got was all there was. Fortunately, Leon noticed several caves in the area around the meadow where the Tao had been seen, and when Gaius came back with a map marked with locations of Tao shrines, he found that there was one shrine near the meadow, as well. Finally, when Helen and Anna came back, they brought word that the grasslands further inland were replete with magical herbs, with that meadow in particular being a good place to find sweetroot, an herb that could relieve the symptoms of fatigue. Leon's heart sank when Helen also revealed that an otherwise harmless mushroom also grew in the vicinity that she knew induced mild euphoria and hallucinations in those who consumed it. He was a little more subdued in his reaction, but Alex gave a loud, "Fuck," when that information was revealed. When he glanced around the table, he found nearly everyone with similar looks of dismay on their faces. Even with their growing list of potential information, it still seemed that the most likely explanation for the Tao sighting was that Zoe had simply been snacking on some mushrooms and thought she saw a Tao. Her statement that she'd seen the sky, and her general floaty attitude now made a little more sense to Leon. Regardless, he ordered his retinue to get ready to head out. This was their last village, and if it was going to be as much of a waste of time as the other three, he was at least going to ensure that it wasn't a waste because they gave up. They were going to finish this right, and they'd go home. Whether or not they had a Tao pearl in hand hardly mattered at this point. With some grumbling, his retinue fell in. He grabbed Anzu from the stables, and they headed out into the wilderness as the sun slowly sank in the sky. They only had a few hours of daylight left, but that, Leon estimated, would be more than enough time. Chapter 676, Tao, a waste of time. That was the prevailing feeling among Leon's family and his retinue. Only Anzu seemed to be having a good time, having spent much of their short excursion running around in the grassy meadows, chasing rabbits and flying about. Everyone else quickly lost all motivation as their journey turned out to be for naught. The closest place that Leon searched was the Tao Shrine, as that was on the south side of the meadow where Zoe had reported seeing the Tao. As with all the other Tao shrines that Leon had visited, the thing was quite small, being little more than an altar and a few artistic depictions of birds carved into the side of a short cliff. The altar was bare, the shrine was deserted, and there was nothing of interest to be found anywhere that Leon or Maya could sense. The meadow was likewise devoid of anything interesting, with even the patches of magic-rich herbs seemingly untouched by roaming animals. Leon found that a little strange and worthy of consideration, but nothing came of it, for there was no sign of any Tao presence in the meadow. They couldn't even find any bird droppings. Finally, they traveled to the nearby caves, but once again, found little of consequence. There was some slight excitement when Anna found some bird waste, but after some examination, she determined it to have been from a seagull. The creatures were all over the coastline, so Leon could easily see why Cora had been so insistent that what Zoe saw had been a seagull. After leaving the cave, Leon found himself feeling more and more convinced that Cora had been right. All of this meant that as Leon's party returned to the fishing village, it was with the knowledge that their entire journey from Oculara had been wasted chasing a myth. They had found no concrete sign that Tao even existed, let alone where one might be found. With that, it essentially meant that the director's quest had been impossible right from the start, and that Leon might not be able to get into Heaven's Eye. The party found their way to one of the few village bars as they returned to the village. Like the rest of the Ilian Empire, while it was familiar enough in function, the bar itself was quite different from what they were used to. The building was made of stone, and while it didn't seem to be that well maintained, the enchantments flowing through its walls ensured a comfortable atmosphere on the inside, an interior well lit by magic lanterns, and an all-around cozy place to waste a few hours with drink. Leon paid the bar owner a handful of silver to allow Anzu inside, and he and his family found a quiet corner in the otherwise sparsely populated bar to hole up in. The rest of Leon's retinue split off into their own cliques to commiserate with each other over all of the lost time. Not in a particularly sociable mood, Leon found himself completely tuning out what everyone was talking about as he turned the problem over in his head. Why would he send us on an impossible quest? It can't be impossible, can it? Or is it something else that he's after? Is he testing my commitment? My honesty? Does he want to see if I show up with a counterfeit pearl? What's the point of it all? Without knowing more about the director, Leon was unable to answer most of these questions, but at the least, he landed upon the idea that, yes, this had been an impossible task right from the start. The director couldn't have imagined that Leon would succeed when he gave him the quest, even though he'd seemed quite genuine when sending him on the quest in the first place. Leon supposed the man was just that good of an actor. With a heavy heart that knew Heaven's Eye was probably now out of his reach, Leon began to make his peace with the idea of spending the next few years essentially on his own, just him, his family, and his retinue. On the one hand, he was kind of relieved, knowing that their independence was a little more secured, but on the other hand, quite upset knowing that the resources of Heaven's Eye that he'd been hoping he could tap were now not at his disposal. Sure, Emily might help them out once in a while, but Leon's intention was to achieve apotheosis and rise to the Nexus with all of his people with him. Without the full support of Heaven's Eye or one of the empires, that would be a significantly more difficult labor to accomplish. As he quietly contemplated his options, a man walked into the bar and paused a moment at the entrance. Leon didn't immediately take much notice of him aside from the simple fact of his presence, but he was vaguely aware that aside from his party, the rest of the bar's dozen or so patrons had grown quiet upon his appearance. It wasn't until the man started walking in the direction of his table that Leon pulled himself out of his thoughts and took better stock of this man. Immediately, he found himself mildly intrigued, for the man was utterly devoid of magic power, not itself a terribly interesting thing, but the man also appeared to be quite elderly. Ascending to the first tier of magic involved breathing in air laced with magic power. Lungs would then eventually adapt to magic, allowing it to be absorbed into the bloodstream, giving people access to magic power before they're able to generate it within their bodies. To ascend without just waiting around meant devoted breathing exercises, but even without them, it was common that even those who didn't devote themselves to magic would eventually reach the first tier just by the simple act of years and years of breathing. That this man was still mortal was something that Leon found remarkable down in Imperial territory, especially since he estimated that the amount of ambient magic in the air was at least triple what it was in the Bull Kingdom, a thing not of much consequence to a mage as strong as him, but he expected that having so much magic in the air meant that elderly aliens were probably at least tier above seniors in the Bull Kingdom on average, even without dedicated magical training. The man was dressed in fairly neutral browns and greens, looking for all the world like any other villager, but he moved with strength and purpose that belied his apparent age. His hair was long and pure white, his features strong enough that the wrinkles on his face did little to hide his good looks, and his body seemed strong and well built from a laborious life. His eyes seemed black in the relatively dim light of the bar, but as he moved, Leon caught a few quick glimmers of a deep red at their edges. "Hello, there," he said in a smooth voice that stood in stark contrast with his older looks, and his words came with only the lightest of accents. He clearly had a much better grasp of the common language than Cora or Zoe. "Is this seat taken?" He gestured to the one empty seat at Leon's table as he approached, looking first to Leon, then to Elise, Valeria, and Maya. Anzu perked his head up on the man's arrival, but he just held out his hand and gave the griffin some light head pats, and Anzu chirped happily and laid back down. Leon had been tempted to instinctively say no, but the man had managed to pique his interest first with his lack of aura, then with his confident approach, and finally with Anzu's lack of concern. Without a word, Leon gestured to the chair. "Please," he said. "Thank you," the man replied with a smile as he sat down. "I'm under the impression that you lot are the people who are hunting the Tau." "Hunting is a bit of a strong word," Valeria whispered. "We're not here to kill it, assuming it's even real," Leon added. "We were just asked to find one of its pearls, if possible." "Is that all?" the man asked in mock surprise. "You know that the stories state that Tau pearls are formed from its tears, right? How were you planning on taking one of those pearls?" "Torture." Leon scowled. "No," he said with distaste evident in his tone. "I wanted to know if it was real before making more concrete plans, but forcing the Tau to weep so we could take a pearl isn't something that I'd be comfortable doing." The man smiled and seemed about to speak again, but Leon cut him off. "What interest is it of yours, anyway, friend?" The man just smiled a little wider. "I suppose you could say that I have a unique interest in these things. I'm this village's spiritual leader. Through me, they not only commune with their gods, but with the spirits of the land, as well. The Tau are some of the most important spirits in this part of the empire, so when a group of strangers come waltzing in looking for one, it tends to raise my eyebrows." Elise replied, None of the religious leaders in the other villages we visited seemed to have a problem with our search. That's quite worrying, the priest replied. They must not take their duties as seriously as I do. By the way, since you're not the first people to show up at my village in the past few years looking for Tao pearls, might you tell me who sent you? It seems that someone's quite desperate to find one. Leon arched an eyebrow, his intrigue suddenly magnifying greatly. Did the director send others on this same quest? He wondered, briefly pondering the implications of that if it were true. It would probably mean that this wasn't an impossible task, at least in the director's mind. To the priest, he said noncommittally, I'd rather not say who our patron is. I hope you can understand. The priest hummed in bemused agreement. I'm not surprised, no one else has told me, either. But I think I can hazard a guess, especially now that all of you are here. After all, to command the allegiance of mages such as yourselves is no small feat. The priest gave Leon and Maya significant looks, and both of their guards were instantly raised. The priest gave off no magical aura, and yet he could tell they were high-level magical beings. That worried Leon. With a conciliatory tone, the priest responded, Please, I was only making an observation, I'm not intending anything hostile. But I would very much like to know who sent you here just in case they send anyone else. So, it's not the Emperor Adam. He could easily have his agents swarming these parts for what he seeks. It's not any of the other great powers, for sending in their people would only antagonize our Emperor. That leaves only the Director of Heaven's Eye. He's looking for a Tao Pearl, isn't he? Leon gave the priest a long, wary look as he sat up in his chair, his magic power rushing through his body, ready for battle. Fortunately, it seemed the priest was serious in his statement that he meant no harm. Leon still didn't respond to the question. Oh, that's all right, the priest said. It's only me thinking out loud. Anyway, I'm sure by now you know that you'll find no Tao here, right? I hope you find the rest of your time here to be enjoyable, and your journey home to be completely uneventful. With that, the priest rose from his seat and walked right out of the bar with so little ceremony that Leon couldn't help but stare, unsure if what had just happened actually took place. That guy was strange, Valeria said after a long, quiet pause, during which the other bar patrons began to speak again. Yeah, Leon agreed as he cast a wary look around the bar. He knows something, he has to, Elise agreed, speaking in a hushed tone. Did you see how everyone else reacted when he walked in? It's like they didn't even want to look at him, Valeria replied. Leon took a deep breath and made eye contact with his three lovers. Maya was being her usual silent self, but he could sense through their connection that she largely agreed with Elise and Valeria. I know we agreed to sail out tomorrow morning, but I think it might be best if we stayed just one more day. I'd like to talk to that man again after we've all had some time to rest, and maybe poke around the village a little more. Just in case. None of them were happy about it, but they all nodded their agreement. Leon's party didn't stay much longer, and soon enough, everyone was hunkered down in their ship for the night. There wasn't much privacy to be had, but they made do by hanging large curtains to give the single-room interior of the quarterdeck the semblance of having some private space. It was at least better than whatever inn they might have found in this village, assuming there even was one. The small ship windows were open, though, allowing in plenty of fresh air. They weren't nearly big enough for anyone to crawl through, and with so many high-level mages inside, no one was too worried about security. Still, Leon had set up some simple alarm enchantments to ensure that if anything did crawl through their windows, they'd be woken in an instant. And so it was that Leon curled up with Elise and Maya, with Valeria and Anzu not too far away, his mind racing as his thoughts ran in circles trying to puzzle out just what in the hell's the director was doing, and why he seemed to need something that didn't exist. Eventually, though, he slipped into the land of dreams. Do it, Nestor urged. It's right there, at your disposal. You can't miss this opportunity, it's too valuable. Leon stared at the Tao before him, the question of just how he'd gotten there far from his mind. His hand was extended, his onyx bracelet upon his wrist. It wouldn't take much to use the bracelet on the Tao, binding it forever to his service, just as Jorman had done to his krakens. But at the thought of Jorman, Leon paused. He stared at the Tao. It shivered in fright, unable to move from the net cast about it. It stared right back at him, its eyes bright with intelligence and awareness. It wasn't just an animal, it knew what is going on. It was sapient. No, Leon said out loud. He lowered his wrist. I'll not bind it. You'll lose your pearl if you don't. Nestor shouted. You'll lose so much more. Bind it now. The Tao blinked at Leon, now relaxing slightly as Leon lowered his arm. Its chirping had turned curious rather than panicked, though still with a touch of energetic anxiety. Leon sighed and replied, "I'd rather lose it than force it like this. I'm not Jorman. I'm not you." The Tao relaxed completely, and stared at Leon as if pleased. But then everything changed around him. Leon's mind went dark, and he found himself elsewhere entirely, and the question of what just happened far from his mind. He sat upon a grand throne, all the universe at his feet. Upon his brow was a majestic crown, made of gold and set with so many jewels that, when it caught the light, it glittered like the night sky. His power was unmatched, his armies invincible, his wealth incalculable. Everything that he'd ever wanted, he'd accomplished. His family was vast, with the children he'd had with Maya, Valeria, and Elise going on to have many children of their own. The Thunderbird clan had been rebuilt. Moreover, his mother was there, her face indistinct and her words unintelligible as she spoke with some of his courtiers. To his right sat his most trusted advisor, his face obscured by light. All of his retinue sat by in places of honor, where they could advise him, as they'd been doing for centuries. All the most important people in the universe were in his throne room and in his grand galleries, each of them gathered here to witness his final triumph, for brought before him in chains was Cameron, his body dark and malevolent, like a living shadow, his presence powerful even with his lack of physicality. "I regret nothing," Cameron croaked, his voice echoing throughout the throne room. "Perhaps some kind of mercy would be best." Gaius called out from his seat. "He fought and lost, and his powers are no more. What more punishment does he deserve?" "He deserves the worst tortures imaginable," Leon's trusted advisor snarled, his voice booming like thunder, indistinct as anything human, but understandable all the same. "String him up and teach him the error of his ways. For daring to lay his hand on divinity, no punishment is too severe." Leon took in what the two advised, and imperiously glared down at Cameron. But he took neither to heart, and with nothing more than a tap of his finger on the armrest of his throne, Cameron's dark, shadowy figure dropped to the ground. There was no ceremony, no reading of last rites, no speeches. Cameron simply fell dead, his threat ended, able to bring no more death or chaos to his realm, and Leon could sit back in his throne, content in the knowledge that his revenge was complete, and that he could now reign in peace. His mother had been found, and his father and the rest of his clan had been avenged. There was no reason to indulge in violence any further, no reason to extend this longer than it had to be. He just wanted it over in the most expedient way, without ceremony or celebration. He had no desire to inflict needless cruelties upon his enemies, not when they'd already been defeated. He just wanted them gone, so that he could be left in peace. With his decision made, the court around him dissolved into darkness, and Leon found himself in the room his advisory council met, discussing matters of grave importance to his empire. And they rose up in rebellion. One of his generals shouted. "We should crush them entirely." Marcus replied, his aura magnificent, his uniform resplendent. "My legion is ready to set out immediately." Alcander roared, his suit of armor almost glowing in the light. "We'll bring them all to justice. Such sedition and rebellion must never be tolerated." Leon smiled at the outburst, knowing that his champion was always ready to crush his enemies. But he held up his hand and quieted them. "They have legitimate grievance," he said. "Let's see if we work this out, first. There's no need to slaughter them if they can't be talked down." His most trusted advisor then spoke, his face still hidden by some light whose source Leon couldn't see, though Leon didn't think it strange. His voice still echoed in Leon's ears like thunder, but Leon didn't bat an eye. "If one rises in rebellion, surely more will. Make an example of this one, and others will think twice." "A bad precedent," Leon replied. "Put down one rebellion with fire, and all must be put down by fire. I am not my ancestors, we will do our best to reintegrate these aggrieved peoples with our empire. Besides, war is expensive, and if a single diplomat can accomplish the same thing an army can, then why shouldn't we try? Even if it fails, what have we lost?" Leon's advisors continued to advocate he wipe the rebels from existence, but Leon had made up his mind. He wasn't going to immediately jump to slaughter and genocide when a few small cities rise in revolt. Such would always be on the table, but those were not the tools of first resort he wished to use. After his war with Cameron, he knew that he now knew the value of conserving his strength for real challenges. Again, the scene shifted, and Leon found himself in the private apartments of his palace. Before him 2 of his sons were training under his supervision, and not too far away, his most trusted advisor stood in attendance, watching. "We are not the animals they say we are," Leon said. Chapter 677. Gambling with pearls. After the momentary shock of the Tao's visit to the ship wore off, Leon sprang out of bed, pulling the pearls in his hand into his soul realm. He then set about waking everyone up as quickly as he could and getting the ship secured. He didn't seriously think that the Tao was a threat, given its power and the fact that it seemed to have done them no harm despite apparently having the opportunity to do so, but he needed to make sure. He'd let their security be quite lax on their sojourn along the coast, trusting in the security of the Ilian Empire, and this whole event freaked him out more than a little bit. Once he was sure that his family and retinue were safe, however, he slowed down and let himself process what had just happened. The dreams he'd had with the priest from the village were only half remembered, but what he did recall was vivid. Himself, practically a god, reigning at the top of the universe. Everyone and everything was at his beck and call, and he'd rebuilt the Thunderbird clan. That much he didn't pay much mind to, for the moment. Instead, he remembered his faceless mother, and the children he'd had with Elise, Maya, and Valeria. He couldn't remember their faces, either assuming his dream had even conjured them in the first place. But he couldn't help but feel some type of loss, as if the Tao had given him a taste of something incredible, only to snatch it away. He and the rest of his party sat in the single-room quarterdeck, quiet and rather restless as Leon and his lovers alternatively stared at each other, or at nothing in particular. Given the Tao's parting words, Leon could assume that he wasn't alone in having their dreams messed with, but for the time being, none of them wanted to say much until they had some true privacy. And that would likely have to wait until they reached Oculara. So, pulling himself back to the present, Leon took out both pearls that the Tao had given him. "So, we have these, now," he said nonchalantly. "A Tao visited us in the night and gave them to me." "Wait, what?" Gaius asked, speaking for everyone else. "We've been looking for one of these things for the past month, and one just showed up and gave you what we were seeking." "That about sums it up." "Yes," Leon replied seriously. "I think it was a lot more sapient than we gave it credit for. A lot more powerful, too. I think that priest we spoke with a few hours ago was the Tao, only in human form. It's an ascended beast." "Oh," Gaius replied, looking just a little bit overwhelmed. For that, Leon couldn't blame him. He had certainly been making his peace with the idea that this quest had been impossible and that they would return to Oculara in defeat, and he knew that the rest of his retinue had been feeling that way for a while, now, even if they weren't actively saying so. "Then, that means that we'll be able to join Heaven's Eye?" Anna asked, her tone a mix of hopeful and apprehensive. Leon frowned, knowing the choice that the Tao had presented him with. It would seem so. A moment of silence passed, broken only when Alex let out a deep breath and declared, "Well, at least this trip wasn't a failure." It was hardly a joke, but most everyone else burst out laughing, letting out their pent-up frustrations as Leon sat holding both Tao pearls for them all to see. When they quieted down, Helen asked Leon, "What are you going to do with the other pearl?" "I mean, I'm assuming you're only going to give one of them to the director." Leon could see the way her eyes seemed drawn to the glowing pearl, and he almost instinctively pulled it back into his soul realm. Both pearls that the Tao had given him were tremendously powerful, but the one that glowed like a star was by far the more special. He guessed that the myths about the things having many mystical properties were true, if the things he could sense from the star pearl weren't some kind of trick. "The Tao recommended that I give this one to the director," Leon said as he indicated the duller pearl. "I have to admit, the idea is tempting. But, you're afraid it's some kind of trick?" Elise asked as she set a hand on his arm. Leon nodded. "After all of this, I think that my initial impression of the director is correct. He didn't send us out here on a hopeless quest. The real question, though, is what the quest actually was. Now, assuming that my senses weren't lying to me and that Tao was real, and it was really an ascended beast, then that would probably mean that the director knows about their existence and wanted one of their legendary pearls. The Tao seemed to think that the director wouldn't know the difference between these two pearls, though, Marcus asked, but how would the Tao know that? Unless it's familiar with the director personally. Leon grimaced. That's my fear. Whether or not the Tao was real doesn't really matter, I suppose. The problem is that it gave me two pearls and told me to only give the weaker one to the director. There seems to be a straightforward answer here. Follow its recommendation and give the director the lesser pearl. But let's say this is all some kind of elaborate test, and the Tao was fake and conjured by someone on the director's payroll. Maybe what the director actually wants to see is whether or not I give him the real pearl. You think that if you show up with the lesser pearl, he'll know you aren't loyal, or something? Alkander asked, and that he'd consider this a failure and use it as an excuse to not bring you into Heaven's Eye? Exactly, Leon answered. Silence once more settled over the group, until Valeria whispered, would that be a bad thing, though? Not joining Heaven's Eye, everyone looked to her, most with surprised expressions. However, Leon was a little more contemplative, and he seriously answered, I suppose not. We have a plan for our own growth and for setting up means of financial support. We're not exactly going to starve, no matter what happens. But the loss of support from Heaven's Eye would seriously slow down my plans. I want that support, but it wouldn't be the end of the world if we don't get it. Then why not take the risk? She asked. Give the director the lesser pearl. Neither's exactly fake, are they? I don't think so, Leon said as he curled his fingers around the star pearl, letting its magic slip past his skin and into his body. It was warm, calming, and powerful. He could do great things with it, if he wanted. He intended to spend the journey back to Oculara thoroughly examining it for any sign that it was fake, but for the moment, all of his senses were telling him that it was real. Then why not just give the director the lesser pearl? If we can live without Heaven's Eye, then why not try for both the pearl and the guild? Is the pearl worth the guild, though? Marcus wondered. If we lose the guild for that pearl, is that a good trade-off? The man stared at Leon almost accusingly, and Leon could read the unspoken question in his eyes. With Heaven's Eye, Leon would much more easily guarantee the futures of his retainers. In fact, they'd signed on with him partly because of his intention to join Heaven's Eye, with some of the guild's resources flowing through him to them. If he were to choose the pearl over those resources, then he could see how, in effect, it might mean he was choosing himself and the gains he could make with the pearl over the rest of his retinue. No matter what happens, Marcus, I'm going to stay true to my responsibilities, Leon seriously stated. Having greater freedom might mean we'll be a little lean for the next few years, but it would also give us greater freedom to move around. Don't forget that there are other means of resource acquisition out here, too. Marcus's accusatory look softened, and he leaned back in his seat. Leon had told his retinue about his Thunderbird lineage and what they might find down in the empires, so it wasn't like they were banking entirely on Heaven's Eye. I feel comfortable leaving the decision up to you, Anshu intoned. From the way that Elise and Maya took Leon's arms, he could tell that they agreed. So do I, Valeria replied. I would prefer that you keep that bright pearl, Helen said, but the decision is yours to make. Getting into Heaven's Eye is more important for me, Anna said. I would hope that you do what you can to ensure that we're brought into their fold. But you're leading us, and I'll stay true to my contract and follow you whatever decision you make. The green-haired woman's eyes narrowed, and Leon could feel a hint of killing intent in her aura. She had some kind of business with Heaven's Eye, that much he could feel, but for the moment, it was just another thing he'd have to bring up later. I agree with Anna, Marcus replied. Your decision, just keep us in mind. Alkander didn't say anything more, but he nodded in agreement. I'm with you, no matter what, Alex declared, and Leon smiled in appreciation. Besides, fuck the director, this whole quest he gave us was horseshit from the beginning. I feel the same, Gaius whispered. Give the director the lesser pearl. It's what he wants, anyway, and we don't need to go above and beyond for someone who treats us like this. Leon sighed, and pulled the pearls into his soul realm. It seemed that it was truly his decision to make, but it appeared that if it were a vote, his people would definitely fall more on one side than the other. Being a leader means making the hard decisions, Leon thought. Time to do so. Leon took a deep breath, mulled the problem over in his head just a little bit longer, and then settled on a course of action. And then, with a grave tone, he announced it to his party. Lowen stood in the director's office, once more staring at the man wreathed in shadow sitting behind the desk. With an almost exaggerated flourish to match the huge grin on his face, he pulled the duller pearl out of his soul realm. The director didn't immediately react, but Leon could feel his attention on the pearl in his hand. After a long moment, the pearl rose out of his hand seemingly on its own accord and flew toward the director. Leon was startled for a moment, but he made no moves to stop it. The director held out his hand and caught the pearl and examined it much closer. Disappointing, he said, and Leon's heart dropped for a second. For just that brief moment, he thought that all of this had just been a test and that the director was waiting to see if he'd return the star pearl or not, but fortunately, the director then murmured, "This one lacks the purest powers of the Tao." Leon controlled his expression, letting his grin slowly drop in favor of something sterner and more severe. "I got you the pearl you asked for," he said, not flinching at all when the director's attention fell back around him. "Are we going to talk business now, or are you going to jerk me around some more?" The director chuckled, and the pearl vanished in a flash of light. "Very well," he said. "You did exactly what I asked of you and procured a Tao pearl for me. It's not entirely what I'd hoped for, but it's what I asked. So, let's talk." Leon let a sliver of relief pass through his mind, and then got his head back into the game. Mostly, he was relieved that the director didn't seem at all interested in the details of his quest, oddly enough. He'd thought that if the director was so interested in the Tao, or at least their pearls, then he would have grilled Leon on about his quest, but it seemed the result was all he cared about. "What do you want, Leon Rame? What do you expect out of this arrangement?" Leon didn't even need a moment to think. "I have some goals, so this arrangement won't be in perpetuity. I'll also need a fair amount of autonomy. Both come with costs," the director pointed out. "Those who are less committed are compensated significantly less." "I'm aware of that," Leon replied. "But I don't want you to doubt my commitment. I'm committed, at least for a few decades. I don't deal in such vague language, give me a number." 50 years, Leon immediately responded. "A fair amount of time. What are you hoping to accomplish in those 50 years? "A few personal things of mine," Leon explained. "I'm an enchanter, and I would like to expand my skills. I also want to learn the art of blacksmithing. If tutors could be provided for both, I would certainly be grateful." The director nodded slightly. "A thing easily accomplished, but I have to wonder just how much free time you think you'll have under my watch. How many problems need an 8th-tier mage to solve them? I think the answer might surprise you, young man," the director replied. Leon shrugged. "Let's say that you hire me as one of your hands. Or eyes. Or whatever. What would you expect of me?" "I would expect you to carry out my instructions to the best of your abilities," the director replied. "You would answer to none but me. Not to any of the emperors, not to any of their representatives. To me." Leon smiled and nodded. "How about more specifics?" The director's face, still obscured by shadow, bent in an almost imperceptible way that made him look like he was smiling. "I would want you to move certain hazardous or otherwise sensitive material from one place to another. I would need you to represent me in places I cannot be. I would need you to protect Heaven's Eye's interests from those who would besmirch our reputation, even if those would come from within. I can certainly do all of that," Leon said. He stood there, in front of the director's desk, waiting for the man to speak again, and he had to wait a fair amount of time. Several seconds after it had grown awkward, the director finally said, "We can discuss the specifics later, but for now, I will tentatively take you on, in a provisional capacity. For the time being, see to your accommodations. I'll summon you back here in a week's time." Understanding that to be a dismissal, Leon nodded and started making his way back to the office door. Just as he came within a few steps of it, though, the director called out from behind, "By the way, Leon Rame, do you remember a man named Talal?" Leon turned back around and replied, "I do." He didn't elaborate, nor did it seem the director even needed it. "I understand that he was quite rude to you." Leon shrugged. "Nothing I can't handle, not like I haven't had people be rude to me before." The director said, "He did not uphold the standards I expect of those in his position. He has been demoted and reassigned." The director then leaned forward, his face falling out of the darkness that wreathed it, revealing his handsome, if aged features. His face was still quite full despite his age, though there were lines around his mouth and in the corners of his eyes. His hair was entirely gray, cut aesthetically short. His eyes glimmered a bright yellow, looking almost as golden Leon's own. With a smile, the director continued, "I've made him your personal assistant." As if on cue, the director's door opened of its own accord, and Leon saw standing several paces outside of it, Talal, though the Samarid looked remarkably different compared to the last time Leon had seen him. Instead of the doughy, oily man with the arrogant attitude, Talal seemed almost like a beaten dog. His dark skin was ashy, like he was severely dehydrated, his eyes were downcast, and all of the excess weight he'd carried back in Akhmim had been shed. He was still recognizable, but he was clearly a completely different man, meeker, more subservient, almost terrified. "Leave most of the logistical problems to him," He'll ensure you stay in contact with my office, and he can help you find a home for your family and friends, the director said. He can help with much more, too. He'll be compensated by Heaven's Eye, so don't worry about that, either. Feel free to run him ragged, he could use the exercise. The director said no more, and with only one backward glance that confirmed the man had leaned back in his chair and let his face be obscured again, Leon took those last few steps and left the director's office. As the door closed behind him, Leon paused for just a moment to collect himself. Internally, he celebrated, the Tao's star pearl sitting comfortably in his soul realm, and his position in Heaven's Eye apparently secured. He'd need to wait a week to find out more, but for the moment, it seemed that his gamble had paid off. But he didn't let his celebration reach his features, which he kept as stoic as he could. After Leon finished collecting himself, he turned his gaze to Talal. "Let's go," then, he ordered the Samaritan, and without a word, Talal escorted him out of the hexagon. Chapter 678. Settling into Oculara. The ride down the magic lift out of the hexagon was rather awkward. Neither Leon nor Talal had said a word to each other since Leon left the director's office, and though the Samaritan was now to be his personal assistant, he'd yet to so much as speak a single word to Leon. To an extent, Leon thought he could understand whatever the director had done to the man must have been harsh, for Talal could barely bring himself to turn in Leon's direction, let alone look at him. Leon wasn't entirely sure how to break that ice, but as they left the hexagon and started walking over to the adjacent tower where Leon, his family, and his retinue were staying, Leon figured out just what he needed to say to at least get them talking. "So, you're to be my personal assistant, huh? What exactly does that mean?" Talal appeared to flinch slightly when Leon began speaking, but he answered readily enough. "It means a lot, but the biggest and most important duties I'll be attending to are keeping track of your correspondence and managing your schedule. If you need anything taken care of, but it's not important enough for you to do yourself, I can arrange for it." "What sort of things would fall into that category?" "The delivery of common goods and the like. For the most part, I'll be your primary point of contact with Heaven's Eye, and if people want to get in contact with you, they'll typically go through me. That might change if you bring more people into your household, as they might require assistance of their own, and if you need me too, I can even arrange to have those assistants hired." "Does that include anyone besides assistants?" Leon asked. "Say, if I need like a gardener or something, you can help with the hiring process." "Yes," Talal answered. "As your personal assistant, I'm to assist you in your personal dealings." Leon nodded in understanding as they entered the tower and immediately made for the magic lifts in the back of the busy atrium. He could think of quite a few things that he'd need Talal's help for, and he was sure that Elise would be more than grateful for the help. Not that she didn't already have some assistance, but an extra pair of hands to keep track of their affairs wouldn't be wasted, he was sure, especially a 6th-tier mage like Talal who had an official position within Heaven's Eye. "Get ready, then," Leon said. "I think my family is going to be quite busy in the next week getting our affairs in order. We'll need all the help we can get." Talal didn't blink, but neither did his generally tentative and fairly terrified demeanor change much. As the doors of the magic lift closed behind them, he merely murmured, "Understood." After some short initial period of getting used to his new role, Talal did eventually settle into Leon's retinue fairly well. Elise was certainly grateful for his assistance, and within just a few days of their return to Oculara, he'd already taken their stated needs for a home and compiled a short list of properties for sale that roughly matched. Leon was a little surprised at how quickly he worked, but he supposed that for a man that ran Heaven's Eye operations in a significant trade city like Akhmim, dealing with the personal business of Leon and his family was child's play. Still, he didn't get complacent, and made sure to keep an eye on Talal as much as he could. Elise was more attentive to such issues, though, and after she had a conversation with Talal, she concluded that he'd make for a fine assistant. And so, Leon, his family, and his retinue spent a few more days going around to the various properties that Talal had picked out, sizing them up for their needs. Leon didn't think that his retinue was going to live with him all the time, but he at least wanted a place with enough guest rooms that they'd have a place to stay while they got their own accommodations in order. Fortunately, while the cost of property in the Ilian Empire was much higher than it was in the Bull Kingdom, the places that Talal found were still well within Leon and Elise's price range. The first place they visited was the smallest location. It was located about 20 miles south of the Scamander River, in a more suburban zone than the rural areas that Leon had been expecting. This limited the size of the property, which Leon wasn't thrilled about. The farms that Elise was planning on setting up didn't exactly need to be directly adjacent to their home, of course, but Leon wanted more room to spread his wings, both metaphorically and literally speaking. He also wanted a little more room for the safe testing of his enchantments, and having a larger property was a must for that alone. The next few places they toured were similarly limited. The homes themselves were beautiful and perfect in nearly every way, but the simple fact that Leon wanted a lot of land made things a little more difficult. But then, just as his hope for finding a place nearly died out, Talal took them to the final property, and Leon found it so perfect he almost ended the property search right then and there. It was a villa about 50 miles to the south of Oculara's administrative limits, close enough for an easy commute, but far enough that the choking city centers were little more than a golden line in the distance. The property was large, came with a long wall around it that was both decorative and functional, and had half a dozen ancillary buildings on the property. It had 15 guest bedrooms in its east wing, 3 bigger bedrooms in the west wing, and a huge master bedroom in the south wing. Every bedroom had its own large bathroom. There was both an indoor and outdoor pool, 3 separate courtyards with large gardens, several big training and meditation rooms, and a luxurious stable. There was room for Leon's enchanting workshop in one of the separate buildings, Helen's alchemy workshop in another, and plenty of storage space for the herbs Elise and Helen were planning on growing. All of this came with an adjacent lot of 200 acres of arable land, a good size for the farms that Elise and Helen wanted. In short, it was perfect, everything that Leon and Elise had asked for. Valeria and Maya similarly fell in love with the place as they were given a tour, and before the day was done, Leon and Elise bought the place. Just 4 days after returning to Oculara with the Tau pearls, they were owners of a beautiful villa and more than 200 acres of walled-off land. It cost them about 70 million silvers, but as far as they were concerned, it was money well spent. When Leon next met the director, he was informed that his claim that there wasn't much for an 8th-tier mage was only partially correct. Jobs that he would be expected to do as an 8th-tier mage wouldn't come around that often, but when they did, he could expect to be away from Oculara for months at a time, similar to the director's request for a Tau pearl, which had cost Leon almost 2 months of time. Fortunately, the director didn't have anything he needed Leon to do right this moment, so after going over a lot of paperwork with Talal, Leon was eventually formally inducted as one of the director's hands. He wasn't required to make any grandiose oaths of allegiance, but he did have to sign a rather lengthy contract, with most of it devoted to enumerating the various political entities he was not allowed to do work for, along with the various political actions he was not allowed to perform. Fortunately, there wasn't any unusual or underhanded things hidden in the contract as far as he could tell, and he was specifically promised monetary compensation of 10 million silvers per year, along with enchanting and blacksmithing instructors and other compensations to be determined by the director as appropriate. Nestor wasn't too happy about the enchanting instructor, but Leon reasoned that having another teacher could only benefit him, giving him a new perspective on the art. As far as he was concerned, Nestor was still his primary enchanting teacher, but there were things that even he couldn't or wouldn't teach him. He received significantly less vitriol from his Soul Realm hitchhikers for his blacksmithing instructor, thankfully. As he already had a solid foundation for enchanting, he decided after leaving the director's office to visit her first. So, when Leon and Talal left the hexagon, they made their way through the huge number of Heaven's Eye buildings until they arrived at a golden tower about 30 stories tall. They made their way up to the 14th floor, which housed the smithery that Leon knew he was going to get very familiar with over the next few years. His smithing instructor was already there in the large central workspace, along with several other apprentices. She saw him come in, and immediately hopped over, an enormous grin on her face. "Hey there, how's it going?" she gushed with great enthusiasm. Leon smiled and took a second to give her a quick once-over. She was a fairly tall woman, without a shred of fat to be seen anywhere on her incredibly well-muscled body, which was practically put on display by her extremely revealing clothing, which had been cut in a way that made Leon think it was a more functional choice than anything. She was 6th tier, and while she looked young, Leon knew that she could be as old as he was, or half a dozen times his age just based on how she looked. Her eyes were, fittingly, an almost burning red, and her hair was a glossy black that had been tied back into a tight ponytail long enough for her to tuck into her belt, which she'd actually done. "You Leon Rame?" she asked as she stopped in front of Leon, getting almost uncomfortably close as she leaned forward, her face contorted with curiosity. "I am," Leon replied. Before Leon could finish, she cut him off and introduced herself, I'm Xenia Cideras. But you can just call me Sid. I'll be sure to remember that, Leon replied. You can also just call me Leon. All right, Leon, she warmly said. You know what you're here for. To learn blacksmithing, Leon replied. Sid put one hand on her hip, leaned back slightly, and then pointed with her other hand at Leon's nose. To learn the art of blacksmithing, she corrected. And you're going to be learning at my side. I hope you're not going to think me too arrogant, but I am one of the best smiths that Heaven's Eye has. That's good to hear, Leon honestly said. I'd hate to think that I was getting cheated by being sent to someone subpar. Not here, Sid declared. Not a single person who learns under me can be considered subpar. At least, not after I hammer them into shape. She then flexed her impressive physique and mimed bending something in the air. By the way, these'll be your fellow apprentices. This is Lucas, Atticus, and Elias. She indicated the other 3 men in the room, all of them brawny and handsome. Lucas was blond and tall, Atticus was short and stocky, and Elias was lithe and well-toned. All 3 were bare-chested and wore only shorts that stopped before the knees, and all were covered in oil, ash, sweat, and other grit and grime from the forge. All 3 nodded to Leon as their names were listed off. Good to meet you, Leon said good-naturedly. Seems like we'll be working together a lot in the coming days. Hopefully it'll be longer than that, but it's not guaranteed, Sid responded as her face turned serious. I can be a pretty harsh teacher, and many of my disciples have quit within a matter of weeks after coming to me begging for me to impart my skills unto them. Well, I don't think I'll be doing that, Leon smilingly replied. I'm here for the long haul, and so long as I'm learning, I'll take the rest in stride. Good, Sid said. Now, I say that it's almost time to get started, no time like the present, right? But first, why don't you tell me what you hope to get out my lessons? Everything, Leon unhesitatingly responded. I want to gain the skills that if I ever need anything forged, I can do it myself if need be. Tools, armor, weapons, bits and pieces so specialized that they don't even have names, you name it, I want to be able to make it with my own hands. Much of my desire to learn blacksmithing stems from my skills as an enchanter. I want to be able to control every step in the manufacturing process of the tools at my disposal. I don't want to try and enchant armor only to find that it was shoddily made. To guarantee the quality of whatever I make, I want to make it myself from raw materials to finished items. Sid nodded in understanding, but a slight frown quickly passed over her face. You're not the first enchanter to come to me looking for instruction. However, I tend to find them the flakiest among hopeful disciples. They tend to favor enchanting work over blacksmithing, preferring to pore over paper and ink rather than spend their time doing tedious hammering and metal shaping, or learning to use earth magic to do so without needing hammers. Often, they find that they can't fit time for both art forms in their schedules, and when it comes to choosing between the two, smithing tends to lose out. I'm not going to flake, Leon promised. Sid stared at him for a long moment, and then her frown vanished, replaced with what seemed to be her more natural bright smile. Fantastic, she gushed. She then turned to her other 3 disciples, ordered them to get back to work, and then practically dragged Leon further into her workshop. She was serious about getting started right away, but the first thing she decided to teach Leon was exactly what tools he was going to be using under her, and how to operate each one safely. She made sure to emphasize that he wouldn't so much as touch any of them until he could complete a written test repeating her safety instructions back to her, and if she ever caught him slacking off in his safety measures, she'd toss him out on his ass. Leon, reading nothing but the utmost seriousness in that threat, vowed to never piss her off too much. She seemed quite happy and upbeat, but she clearly took her work immensely seriously. During all of this, Talal was left sitting in one of the seats by the magic lifts. Fortunately, the little tour that Sid gave Leon was quick, and he found himself back with his new personal assistant in just over an hour. Once there, they fixed their schedules to give Leon 3 smithing classes per week, and then departed. Leon practically skipped into the lift, satisfied that he was going to be learning something brand new. He could barely wait to get started, but there was quite a bit of worry still in his mind. He could sympathize greatly with Sid's former disciples who'd chosen enchanting over smithing, for he knew what it was like to have a packed schedule. He needed to learn enchanting and smithing, he needed to look into the possible presence of the arsenal, and he needed to make sure that his war beasts were properly taken care of. He was told by Emila's beastmasters that his Attican snapper egg was going to hatch soon, and that wasn't something he could just foist off onto others, at least until the thing was a little older. On top of all of that was his continued lessons with the Thunderbird and Zaffin, the recovery of his soul realm, and seeing to the training of his retainers, not to mention his desire to not neglect his family. He was elated that he was finally going to start learning the art of blacksmithing, but it was with a sinking heart that he realized sleep was going to be a rare luxury for a while, something to be indulged in only occasionally rather than a thing he got every day. As an 8th tier mage, he could afford to not sleep, but that fact alone didn't make him happy. Still, it was a sacrifice he was willing to make, for he needed to sharpen his skills, and there was no better time for it than while he couldn't grow his soul realm without fear of exacerbating his injury. So, he and Talal returned to his new home. It was a fairly lengthy journey, with his home lying 50 miles outside of the city, but one made much easier now that Leon was an official member of Heaven's Eye and had the privilege of requisitioning Heaven's Eye transportation. He still felt that he could fly faster, but that wasn't an option, unfortunately. By the time he returned home, he found Elise and Maya out in one of the gardens surrounding the back courtyards. It didn't take him more than a second to find them, given the fact that even though it was heavily enchanted, his new home wasn't quite up to his standards of defense. Just another thing to add to the list, Leon thought, making a mental note to see to expanding his home's defenses. He didn't want anyone to be able to spy on his family while they were on the estate, not just limiting that privacy to when they were inside the villa itself. When Leon joined Elise and Maya, they greeted him warmly. After a few hugs, Leon dismissed Talal to see to whatever else needed seeing to. The estate was large enough that it needed some people to help run it, not to mention Elise and Helen's plans to set up a farm needed staff, as well, most of which Talal was taking care of until Elise could hire more of her own people. "This is a beautiful place," Elise said as Leon took a seat with his wife and river nymph lover. Maya didn't say much, but she pressed herself into Leon's side, and he knew that she felt the same. "A good place to spend quite a bit of time," Leon responded. "Not just a bit of time," Elise replied with a bright smile. "This'll be home for years. Decades, probably. I think I'll enjoy living here. Plenty of city to explore," Leon whispered into her ear as he pulled her closer. "Lots of people to shower you with the attention you deserve. I only need the attention of our family." Elise chided him, but Leon knew that she'd never be all that happy if they lived in what he found most comfortable. She was a city girl through and needed the comforts of civilization. He didn't judge her for it, but he was aware of it. "What say we go further break in the bedroom?" he suggested. They'd done quite a job of that already, even just for the few days since they'd moved in, but even though Elise grabbed his thigh and turned toward him with an aroused fire burning in her emerald eyes, she shook her head. "Valeria came to us earlier," she said as she made quick eye contact with Maya, who slightly backed off from where she'd been ready to pounce on Leon. "She wants you for the night," Maya added as she straightened out her loose-fitting shirt after being mere seconds away from tearing it right off and dragging Leon inside. "She thought it was about time you two finally got together, truly," and Elise and I agreed. Leon turned to stare at her in slight disbelief. He and Valeria had already gone pretty far, pleasing each other with hand and tongue on multiple occasions, exploring each other's bodies with abandon, but they'd yet to finally cross that final line. Leon had been content to wait for her to say she was ready, but if she was ready now, then he was more than willing to take that next step in their relationship. "She said she'd wait for you in her room," Elise said with a knowing smile. "Go on, my lion. Go get her." Leon only took enough time to wordlessly look at Elise and Maya one last time, silently asking them if this was truly all right. He didn't think this was all a trick given their usual attitudes, but he felt it was almost too good to be true and needed that last confirmation. When they each nodded to him, he sprang to his feet and did his best not to sprint through the halls of the villa to Valeria's room. Once he arrived outside her door, freshly painted in a deep blue, he paused for just a moment to collect himself. He wanted her to be comfortable, and he thought that if he seemed too overeager, it might make her reconsider. So, he took a deep breath, his hand outstretched and just about to knock. And then he took another, to quiet his own anxieties that were now starting to bubble up. This was a big step, and one that he didn't want to rush into. Once he finally both worked himself up and worked himself down, he extended his hand again, only for the door to open from the inside before he could even knock. Valeria stood in the doorframe, a welcoming, if anxious, smile on her gorgeous face. "Come on in, Leon," she whispered, and she stood aside. Leon stared at her, a smile spreading across his lips, and he took her invitation. Leon and Valeria had seen each other naked plenty of times by now, but Leon didn't think he'd ever get used to it. He still marveled at Elise and Maya bodies even now, and Valeria was no different. He sat on the edge of her bed, not a shred of clothing on him as he watched Valeria slide her thigh-high leggings down her legs, the two articles of clothing being the last to adorn her body. He was tempted to leap to his feet, grab her, and toss her down on the bed before the leggings were off, but he restrained himself. There was still a bit of hesitancy in her movements, a nervousness that slowed her movements and caused her to look away after staring at him for too long. But then, her leggings were in a crumpled pile at her feet, and she slowly stepped out of them to stand before Leon, as naked as he was. Leon devoured her with his eyes, trying to let her know just how beautiful he thought she was without stating it outright. But beautiful wasn't quite strong enough to describe what he saw. Valeria was beautiful in a way that defied his description. Her piercing sapphire eyes, her platinum blonde hair that fell about her shoulders in long waves, her muscled arms, built by swinging around huge glaives, her full breasts, easily a match for Elise's and Maya's, her taut, toned stomach, her wide hips, flaring beautifully, her tight ass, built from constant physical exercise, her long, shapely legs. From the way her eyes seemed to roam him, it appeared that she was checking him out just as he was her. He hoped she liked what she saw, and with every hesitant step forward she took, he was more and more convinced that she did. By the time she reached him, her anxiety hadn't disappeared, but it was mostly buried beneath a loving smile. She met his gaze, her stunning blue eyes glittering with arousal in the soft light of her bedroom. "This is it," she whispered. "It is," Leon replied as he let his hands rise and take her by the waist. He pulled her down into his lap, but then paused. "I love you, Valeria," he said, returning her gaze with just as much ferocity as she stared at him. "I love you, too, Leon," she responded. And then their lips met, and parted, allowing their tongues to twist and tangle together. Their hands roamed each other without restraint, finding the erogenous zones that they'd discovered over the past few months, ramping each other up more and more with every squeeze and loving caress. Leon tossed Valeria to the side, eliciting a quick gasp of surprise. But then he was right there, bringing his lips down to her breasts and his hand between her legs, lavishing her with attention that had her gasping for more. Soon enough, he made to move his face lower, only to be stopped when Valeria grabbed his head. "No," she whispered, causing his heart to stop for just a moment. But she continued, pulling him back up to her face. "I'm ready enough," she said. "Take me." Leon needed no further encouragement. He positioned himself at the entrance of her soaked womanhood, and slowly pushed forward, his forehead pressed against hers, each staring at each other unblinkingly as they came together as one. It took him a moment of slow thrusting, but when he bottomed out within her, he paused again, and whispered a second time, "I love you." "I love you, too," she whispered back again, and together the two started to move faster and faster. They moved with greater and greater vigor as Valeria became more and more used to the sensations, until they were going at each other like starving animals who'd chanced upon a discarded feast. Again and again they brought each other to the height of pleasure. Again and again they went back for more, until finally, after many hours, they finished and passed out in Valeria's bed, happy beyond belief that they'd finally made love. Both were looking forward to many more nights like this one, and Leon fell asleep with a wide smile on his face. Valeria was wrapped in his arms, her head resting on his chest. Elise and Maya were only a few rooms away. The four of them were finally a family, with a home to call their own in the Ilian Empire, plans for their future, and a viable path forward. He couldn't wait for their future together to begin. Chapter 679, Concerns of the mighty Anastasios sighed as he stared at himself in the mirror. He was dressed incredibly well, with resplendent robes dyed deep crimson and a sash across one shoulder and down to his waist colored in bright royal purple. His clothing was trimmed with gold and embroidered with vines and many-colored flowers. Around his head rested a diadem not the sort that his grandson wore as he sat upon the throne of Ilion, but one that was paradoxically both simpler and far more majestic, for it was little more than a simple band of gold, but enchanted to almost resemble a circlet of solid light. It was etched with fine, flowing, organic patterns, which gave just a little bit of texture to the light it emitted. It was a fantastic ensemble, but he could hardly stand it. The situation called for such finery, however, and the simple sandals he wore beneath his robes rather than the gorgeous boots lined with fox fur that the imperial stylists had laid out for him was the sole rebellion he could conscientiously take. He would have much preferred to be clad in just a tunic he'd gotten his fill of finery when he was still the emperor, but now that he was old and largely retired from public life, he found that he had a taste for simpler things. Still, when meeting with his counterparts to the north, east, and south, there were certain ceremonies that couldn't be ignored, at least, not by him. It was rare that he ever envied the Stark and Spartan sentinels to the east, but in the moments before one of these gatherings began, he always found himself mildly jealous of the keeper. The man had never seemed to be happy with the powers and responsibilities granted to him, but he at least never had to worry about silk or silk grass, robes or togas, and which piece of jewelry out of a gigantic pile of gold to wear. Anastasios straightened out his sash, took one last look at himself in the mirror, sighed one last time, and then walked out of his apartments where several dozen men and women awaited him. Without a word, they followed him through the palace of Ilion, passing out of his relatively private wing of the palace, through several other buildings, and finally arrived at their destination, a large building, and the first couple of floors weren't all that special to behold. Being little more than a large stone box, it was as beautiful as the rest of the palace, but didn't stand out too much. Its top floor, however, was another story. The building's top floor had the appearance of a temple, with a series of columns running along its outer edge and not a single wall in sight. The columns held up a magnificent pyramidical roof, decorated with gold and rubies, and with a golden idol of Sen, messenger of the gods, acting as the pyramid's cap. There was only a single piece of furniture in this open room, a throne of polished, glowing silver that sat in the center of a large circle carved into the marble floor. 3 more circles, without thrones, were spread out in a circle in front of the throne. Anastasios made his way up to this room, his escort stopping just below. He was the only person allowed up to this last floor, and he breathed a sigh of relief as he left his escorts behind. He quickly sat down in the throne, slouched a little bit, and collected his thoughts. This was to be quite possibly the most consequential meeting in 1,000 years, and it was all because of a single boy who no one had thought would arrive for decades more. He wished he could keep Leon's arrival secret, but there was no way the others didn't already know of the boy's arrival a year ago, so there was no use in denying it. He hadn't exactly been quiet, either, being named one of the hands of the director of Heaven's Eye. Anastasios could already feel a headache coming on, but he forced himself to ignore it. A pulse of magic spread throughout the room, and the rest of the palace, easily visible between the room's columns, faded away, as if the room had been completely enveloped by a cloud, fluffy and white, but completely opaque. The enchantments within the room had activated, all but separating this room from the rest of Eterna. The conversation he was to have with his counterparts couldn't in any practical way be made any more secure or private. Knowing that the meeting was about to begin, Anastasios sat up a little straighter and took on an imperious air. The other 3 circles began to glow, and resolving themselves in light, 3 more thrones appeared within, each one of similar size to his own, though not all of the same grandiosity. To the north on his left appeared what looked like a wide, squat tree. It artfully twisted around into a beautiful seat, its leaves glowing with all the colors of the rainbow, casting its occupant in a myriad of different lights. The gray-haired woman who sat upon this throne was adorned in a bright green silk grass dress, cut low in front. It was long, stretching down to her ankles, but slid on both sides all the way to her hips. It lacked sleeves, with the woman's arms instead covered in golden arm bands studded with emeralds, while about her neck was affixed a torque of gold, a single huge emerald that glowed with magical light resting against her neck. Anastasios smiled when the Grand Druid appeared. He'd always found her to be beautiful, and while her age was growing more and more visible with every year that passed, she was still quite radiant to his eyes. She gave him a respectful nod as she appeared, her deep red eyes sparkling like the finest of rubies. He returned a smile to her, but she remained otherwise cold and aloof, quite different to how he knew her to be in the flesh, but as was the case with him in his clothing, there were certain expectations of those in their positions in situations like these, and she had to play the part. To the south Anastasios, right appeared the most unpredictable member of their august group, the sunlit emperor himself. He was young, only a few centuries old, a veritable magical savant to have reached this level when he did. Anastasios supposed that his mother, the previous monarch of the Sunlit Empire, spared no expenses in making sure her son was ready to take over before she died, something he supposed he ought to start thinking about, now that he was getting up there in years. It had only been a century or so since she died, leaving Anastasios as the eldest of their group. The sunlit emperor still possessed all the looks of his youth, with smooth, hairless cheeks, somewhat long golden brown hair that seemed somehow messy, yet without a single hair out of place, as if the messy look was intentional. He wore glistening silver armor, so gilded and overdesigned that there was no possible way it was practical in battle unless it was so heavily enchanted that it was practically solid magic, which, Anastasios had to concede, was quite possibly the case. It featured massive shoulder pauldrons larger than the emperor's entire head, and a comically oversized codpiece, which the emperor seemed trying to emphasize further with how he sat upon his throne. The throne itself was obscene. It was made of solid gold but had been carved into the shape of half a dozen nude women making a seat out of their bodies, rendered in lifelike detail. Absolutely everything was shown, with the golden statues posed provocatively, some of their legs partially spread, and with garnets glowing a bright, eye-catching pink in place of nipples. When the emperor appeared in the projection, he was absent-mindedly palming one of these statues' golden breasts and didn't stop even after it became irrefutably clear that he knew he could be seen. Finally, to the west directly across from Anastasios came perhaps the most fearsome member of their group, though he hardly appeared as such on first glance. He was a bald man, dressed in what Anastasios could only describe as a brown burlap sack. It fitted him poorly, as if made by the most novice of tailors, though given how big and heavily muscled he was, Anastasios supposed it would take the greatest tailor 100 days to make something that fit him just right. This man, the keeper of the sentinels, appeared seated upon a simple stone stool that looked to have been roughly carved out of a single boulder. By all appearances, he seemed to be a man of little means and few material concerns, emphasized by the fact that he sat leaned over, his elbows propped up on his knees, his chin in his hands, and his eyes closed in thought, but Anastasios knew that such a supposition was the furthest thing from the truth. He was terrifically strong, and with his earth magic, could have fashioned himself a much grander throne than the one he sat upon with little more than a thought if he so chose. But he didn't, and he barely even twitched to acknowledge that his projection had activated, beginning their meeting. "It's good to see you all in health," Anastasios intoned, his deep voice carried by magic to each of his counterparts in their own respective empires, in their own respective ceremonial long-range communication chambers. "How about you cut the formal shit and get on with more arousing matters?" The sunlit emperor carelessly drawled, and Anastasios glanced at him just in time to catch the tail end of an eye roll. The sunlit emperor slouched down even further into his obscene throne, threw one of his legs over the shoulder of one of the golden statues, and dismissively said, "The niceties can get fucked. Let's just get our business over and done with. Yeah, I've got other things in need of fucking, and I'd rather not waste my time with the lot of you. Or, some of you, at least." The sunlit emperor punctuated his statement with a lascivious wink sent to the Grand Druid, which she did not return. In fact, while she remained otherwise stoic and indifferent, Anastasios could see the slight tightening of her posture, the subtle flexing in her upper arms that told him exactly how much she wanted to tear the sunlit emperor apart. Anastasios shrugged and responded, "Very well, kid, we can skip the usual updates. I'm sure we're all well aware of just how each other's empires are doing, anyway. As well as I'm sure you are all aware that Leon Rame came south last year." The Grand Druid gave a look of muted surprise, but it wasn't great enough for Anastasios to think she hadn't already known this before the meeting. She was more surprised that he was bringing it up like this, he supposed. "Good," the sunlit emperor declared with a smile. "Such a man shouldn't be locked away in the savage north, not after all the progress he's made in these past 6 years. I mean, 8th tier at the age of 22. Impressive, I say, and deserving of far more than exile with savages." "Worrisome, more like," the Grand Druid shot back as she glared at the sunlit emperor. Her gaze softened slightly as she glanced toward Anastasios, though, and she continued, "What are we to make of this boy, this descendant of our oldest enemy, taking up residence in your empire?" "Nothing," Anastasios replied. "He's not with us, he's with Heaven's Eye in Oculera. He hasn't left that city in months, though, not since the director decided to take him on." The keeper finally spoke, growling in a deep baritone yet not opening his eyes. "If the director is choosing to shelter this child, stained as he is by the sins of his forefathers, then Heaven's Eye is without virtue and lacks memory. All born of that blood must be purged." "You seem quite eager," Anastasios quipped. "Are you in such a hurry to go against the command of the one above us?" The keeper finally opened his eyes, though only a crack. Instead of revealing his pupils, bright white light streamed forth, as if his eye sockets held a pair of stars instead of eyeballs. He said nothing, as Anastasios knew he would. It had only been a few years since the grave warden had formally revealed himself to them, before vanishing back to his island again, but the power he displayed to them had made it abundantly clear that they served at his pleasure, not the other way around. If he wanted them to do something, there was only one choice if they wanted their empires to remain safe. The keeper might be tempted to go against those threats on principle, but so long as Leon Rame stayed out of Sentinel Land, Anastasios doubted his eastern counterpart would take any proactive action. That boy should come south, the Sunlit Emperor said in the short pause that followed Anastasios' remark. He would do well among those who would appreciate the power he wields. Trying to poach a young talented boy? The Grand Druid dryly asked. Trying to nurture a young talented boy, the Sunlit Emperor shot back. Trying to save him from being used as a pawn by the two of you. I'm sure you are, the Grand Druid replied. Her expression hardened for a moment as she turned toward Anastasios. Leon Rame must not be allowed to go south. If he should come into contact with the Sky Devils, the Sky Devils are contained, the Sunlit Emperor shouted indignantly. There is no chance at all that he'd even see one of those creatures, let alone speak with one. Anastasios held up his hand, silently asking for peace between them before they started going at each other's throats. The Sky Devils have been quiet lately, haven't they? He asked. They have, the Sunlit Emperor said. That's both good and worrying to hear, Anastasios responded. They've never been quiet for long. The only times I can recall when they've halted their raids was when they were preparing for something big. An assault on the shield, or a long journey through the wild waters south of their hell to get around our patrols and assault some of the weaker protectorates. We should take all precautions that we can. I agree, the Grand Druid added. I'll speak with my daughter. She can move our fleets to the sword. Even a single dread ship slipping past our lines cannot be tolerated. I'll have my grandson step up patrols in the Straits of Karanos, too, Anastasios said. Both then turned their gazes toward the Sunlit Emperor. Their fleets were small, having little access to the sea. Any proper containment would have to have the cooperation of the Sunlit Empire, as while Argos was at least nominally under joint control of all four of their empires, it was the Sunlit Empire in practice that held it, and their fleets were the larger than the other threes combined. Very well, the Sunlit Emperor said. What timing this is, the keeper then said, drawing the attention of the other three. First, the scion of our oppressors returns, and now worrying signs from the Sky Devil's hell. I sense peace may soon be shattered. No need for all that doom and gloom, old man, the Sunlit Emperor rebuked. The Sky Devils have remained trapped in their hell for, what? 60,000 years, more. They lacked a prince of the blood, the keeper explained patiently. Their structure makes coordination difficult. They fight each other almost as much as they fight us. If they're able to unify behind someone like Leon Rame, then they'll own the Argonaut Sea. Given what I've learned of this boy, it wouldn't be that difficult, either. He seems to channel the power in his blood far better than any of his predecessors. He is a monster and should be treated as such. He is not a monster, Anastasios protested. I actually found him rather subdued and humble. The Sunlit Emperor audibly scoffed. Don't fucking pretend to be concerned about him, you just want his blood to see if it can activate some of those little bits and pieces of salvage that you most certainly don't have will respond well to it. Anastasios, still smiling, glared at the Sunlit Emperor, but the younger man wasn't done. And I'm sure, he continued as he turned his gaze toward the Grand Druid, that you've only got his best interests at heart. You don't want to try and breed his blood into your line, I'm sure. You don't want to exploit his blood for whatever things you've hidden up in your forests, I'm sure. The Grand Druid glared at the Sunlit Emperor again. We're not all selfish cretins, she spat. But leave it to those who are to only see the world through that lens. That is the world, the Sunlit Emperor declared. We're all trying to fuck everyone else, why deny it? And Leon Rame may well just be the thing that can set any of us up to dominate the plane in more than just name. Perhaps even achieve apotheosis with the knowledge he might be able to unlock. So don't fucking try and come to me and say that you've only got his best interests at heart. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. We're getting a little off topic, Anastasios growled. I informed you of Leon Rame's arrival. He's proven he isn't a threat. He's proven the opposite, the keeper disagreed. He's proven that he's a monster, and if we don't take steps to deal with him, then he'll devour us all, and our plane will descend back into tyranny. Let's not get carried away, here, Anastasios protested. He took a deep breath and stared directly at the keeper. What would it take to soothe your nerves over this boy? The keeper was silent for a long moment, eventually stating, in truth, nothing, for no peace can ever be achieved so long as anyone of that bloodline yet breathes. He will forever remain an enemy, no matter how modest and moderate you believe him to be. Above all, he must stay away from the Argonaut Sea at all costs. Keep the Sky Devils confined and keep them away from the one who carries the blood that they can unite behind. Without him, the Sky Devils are nothing more than a nuisance. Spoken like a celibate who hasn't been to the Argonaut Sea in a while, the Sunlit Emperor snarled. Maybe you should make a visit. Let some other fuckers spill blood in those waters other than my sailors, for once. See for yourself how the Sky Devils are doing. I've seen more than enough already, the keeper replied, even-toned, and Anastasios shuddered. 800 years ago, when he and the keeper were both only a few centuries old, their predecessors had organized a huge raid upon the Sky Devils' hell, intending to end their threat once and for all. They assembled their fleets at the Sword, an island west of their hell that the empires had taken over many millennia ago to keep an eye on the Sky Devils and to stage any invasions or defensive actions from. The might of all four empires then broke through their misty veil and crashed down upon the western shores of the Sky Devils' hell, thousands of ships in all. It was quite possibly the greatest act of unity the empires had shown since the actions of the Brilliant 11. It was also the greatest disaster in imperial history. Their invasion force was met with bad weather as they landed, which seemed natural, until the Sky Devils fell from the storm clouds and wreaked havoc within the imperial fleets. They were fought off, and the imperial armies landed on the hell itself, but they only managed to seize a few coastal cities before the Sky Devils fought them to a standstill and threw them back off the island. Anastasios, even all these years later, could still remember the bodies piled high, the stench of death, and the howling war cries of the Sky Devils as they gleefully threw themselves upon imperial lances, and proved themselves greater than even those fearsome weapons. More than 1 million imperial soldiers died in that invasion, and more than 2,000 ships were lost. The remainder of the force, Anastasios and the keeper included, had to limp home with barely Chapter 680, troubles across the Sea Jaguar of the West. That was what they called him back in Stormhollow. As he gazed out at the broken ships, listening to the death rattles of dying sailors, he felt like it was a title he deserved, however it might be taken. It didn't make him particularly happy, but it was what it was. It was hard to deny that he certainly looked the part, and he often dressed to match as a way to be recognized on sight even by people who'd never seen him before. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with golden skin and pale yellow eyes. His skin was far from clear, with moles and spots all over his body, along with large birthmarks. None of this distracted from his relatively good looks, and neither did it concern the Jaguar too much. In fact, he was rather proud of his spots, as they appeared in all members of his tribe when their inherited bloodline was awakened. The more spots, his tribe often said, the stronger the individual was going to become, and the Jaguar of the West was quite well spotted. He still wore his armor even though the battle he'd just fought had concluded almost an hour ago. It was a heavily designed ensemble, with large spotted cats decorating his breastplate, and spots on the rest of his plate armor. Beneath his plate, he wore gambeson made of enchanted jaguar hide, and his helmet had been fashioned to resemble the head of one of the spotted cats, too, complete with small round metal ears on top. To complete the look, his gauntlets had been enchanted and engineered to sprout claws when he balled his fists, which he used as his primary weapon of choice, at least, when his lightning magic was insufficient. He hadn't had to use his magic or his fists in this battle, however. It hadn't been necessary, their foe hadn't been particularly strong. Merely an imperial scout fleet from the Sword, nothing he hadn't seen 100 times before in his centuries guarding the western shores of Katagita, the island the barbarians called the Sky Devil's Hell. What concerned him, however, was that it was the third scout fleet he'd destroyed in the past week alone. They're sniffing around our waters, he thought to himself as his yellow eyes narrowed and he stared out over the misty waters. They know we're up to something, but are they aware of exactly what? The target of his gaze was the great island to the northwest. The island's original name was lost to history, but these days, it was known by both his people and the barbarian empires as the Sword. It was an appropriate name, for it was the sword pointed at his people's neck, a constant threat and reminder that they were no longer the masters of Eterna. The island was covered in various naval bases and resupply points, and thousands of imperial ships patrolled its waters, always on the lookout for raiding parties sent out from Katagita. Fortunately, Even with all the might of the barbarian empires, they couldn't easily penetrate the shroud of magic that had been laid upon Katagita. A ring of thick mist surrounded the island about a mile from shore, almost like the clouds had descended upon the seas to hide Katagita from view. But it wasn't anything so natural. It was due to magic woven by the ancestors of the 10 tribes that prevented magic senses from penetrating within without preventing them from getting out, and contained many illusions and strange wind patterns that could confuse and throw off course all but the best navigators. With extremely few exceptions, only imperial ships were advanced enough to sail through the misty veil, but given the fact that they couldn't hide from the forces of the 10 tribes even within the mist, they rarely sent anything more than fast scouts over the water. Usually, these scouts weren't in much danger, doing little more than sailing past Katagita's misty shroud, seeing what they could see, and then immediately turning around. However, the 10 tribes had recently begun an extreme expansion of their navies and air forces, which allowed the Jaguar to ensure the safety of the western shore better than he ever had before. They'd come a long way since the last time the Imperials had invaded. The barbarians had been driven off back then, but only at great cost, and the subsequent punitive campaign the tribes had launched ended in disaster. Ever since, there hadn't been much will within the tribal council to build large fleets for anything other than defense. But that changed 5 years ago, when the council finally, after more than half a millennium, elected a new Thunderer, and the man elected greatly prioritized military affairs. The Jaguar was grateful for the extra support, but when he heard that the new Thunderer was planning on a new campaign, one designed to hopefully seize control of the sword, he was struck with great apprehension. The sword was heavily fortified, and their buildup of arms couldn't go unnoticed, even with the misty shroud in place. At the very least, the arcs stolen by the barbarians so long ago would see their constructions before they could be run off by the tribe's own air forces, and they'd notice the less frequent raids launched as the 10 tribes built their forces up for something much larger. These scout ships appearing more and more frequently was a sign that their actions had been noticed, and the Jaguar wasn't happy about that. His ship drew close to one of the barbarian ships still afloat, and the close-range cannons on the top deck prepared themselves. They were fairly small weapons with a barrel only about 10 feet long, and a base small enough for 3 average-sized men to encircle with linked arms. The base was built to spin, allowing the weapons to be aimed with ease. As the cannons were lowered to target the ship, the innumerable runes inscribed upon their black steel barrels began glowing with red light, and the steel then started to glow red with heat. The Jaguar gave the signal when they were in range, and white fire erupted from the cannons. The barbarian ships were sturdy, made of either steel or heavily enchanted wood, but even that wasn't sufficient to protect them from his ship's white flames. Metal liquefied so quickly that only the enchantments prevented it from exploding. The water around the ship wasn't so lucky, and the ship was lost in an immense explosion of steam as the white fire swept over it. The Jaguar's ship was protected from the steam with magic, but the sounds of the Imperial crew that had survived until now still passed through, their screams piercing through the Jaguar's eardrums like nails. With a scowl, he turned away for a moment. He didn't like this part of his job, but it was necessary. Prisoners were taken in the days of yore, but they were more trouble than they're worth to keep, and the tribal council had ruled many centuries ago to end that policy. There were to be no prisoners. The barbarians would find nothing but death if they dared stray too close to Katagita, treated in the same way that they had treated the ancestors of the 10 tribes. Someone nearby shouted out his name, and when he turned to look toward them, he saw one of his adjutants pointing into the sky. The Jaguar looked up in the indicated direction, and he saw something that caused his scowl to grow even deeper. Inquisitors, he thought to himself, his mood dropping in tandem with their descent. They were riding Pegasi, winged horses blessed with great command of air magic. Such intelligent beasts weren't typically happy to submit themselves to humans, but the onyx bracelets on the wrists of every Inquisitor ensured their obedience. These ones weren't as large as those typically used for Katagita's air forces, but their smaller size made them much faster than other war breeds. It had been several hours since the Jaguar had sent word back to Stormhollow of this third scout force, so he supposed that orders were sent to Raymondas, the great city on the western coast, to send out a force of Inquisitors to see what was going on. The Jaguar had dealt with Inquisitors before. They were established only 3 years ago when the new Thunderer felt the need to bolster the 10 tribes' information-gathering network, and several intelligence units were merged to form the Inquisitors. Unlike those other intelligence units, though, the Inquisitors didn't serve the 10 tribes, but rather the Thunderer himself, and that infuriated many of the tribal elders. Dozens of the many clans that made up the tribes had already lodged complaints against the hubris and arrogance of the Inquisitors, the Jaguar's own clan among them. Nothing had yet come of those complaints, but the Jaguar knew that if something wasn't done about them soon, it would inflame tensions between the 10 tribes, and disunity wasn't something they could afford on the eve of an invasion of the sword. Fortunately, in this case, he saw a familiar face leading the pack of Inquisitors, an extremely serious woman with severe features named Alina. The Jaguar hated dealing with Inquisitors, but if he had to deal with any of them, he would have picked Alina hands down. She had the same respect for traditional tribal authority as other Inquisitors, which was to say none at all, but she took her job of seeking out information to protect Katagita as a whole incredibly seriously. The Jaguar might not like her lack of respect, but he could at least trust that she wasn't scheming against him or his fleet. The dozen or so Inquisitors landed upon the deck of the Jaguar's flagship, scattering some of his crew with the force of their landing. A few members of his crew shouted at them, but it took little more than a glare from the 8th tier Alina for the complaints to die down. The other Inquisitors began to bark orders and questions at the Jaguar's crew, but as the Jaguar strode toward them, quietly suppressing his urge to start ripping the Inquisitor's limb from bloody limb, he let his killing intent spill forth and, backed by his 9th tier aura, silenced the Inquisitors. Alina, the Jaguar growled as he met the lead Inquisitor. She was the only one of her group that he spared from the weight of his cold wrath. Keep your lackeys in line. If you have any questions, they are to be directed toward me, and me alone. Understood, Lord Jaguar, the Inquisitor replied, her tone chilly and unwelcoming, though the Jaguar had no impression that she was being deceitful. I've come on urgent business, the Inquisitor continued, moving right on into business instead of wasting time with pleasantries. What does the Thunderer require? The Jaguar inquired. Alina smiled and turned her eyes toward the wrecked Imperial scout fleet. Many things, she answered. But first, we have to get all of that cleaned up. The Jaguar stared at what was on the table in front of him, his most trusted adjutants and Alina the only others in the meeting room within his ship who were accompanying him. You were sent here for this? He asked incredulously of Alina. In part, yes, she replied as she inspected the belt, gloves, boots, and helmet on the table. It all appeared to be from a single suit, but they'd pried the pieces off of several different Imperial corpses. These suits have been popping up all over these past few years. They're supposed to help their wearers fly with ease. Supposedly, even a second-tier mage wearing a completed suit can fly a couple of miles without much problem. The Jaguar's heart sank. Typically, it took a mage until they were in the 8th tier to grow powerful enough to be able to fly under their own power, leaving nearly all other mages to rely on expensive magical beasts or other, much less efficient flight artifacts. Something that a second-tier mage could use was startling in its efficiency, and presented a clear danger if the barbarians had acquired such magical technology. As a result, most air forces were composed of flight-capable war beasts, with nearly all other air forces reserved for arcs, and arcs and swarms of war beasts were easily seen and tracked. At least, until now. If the barbarians were making enough of these suits, then control of the sky would swing hard in the direction of the barbarians. How common are these suits? The Jaguar asked, his deep tone deadly serious. Common enough to warrant the attention of an Inquisitor, Alina replied. The Jaguar sighed. It's a grave problem, to be sure, but I find the idea that it requires your attention to be kind of ludicrous. Alina stared back at him, and then a sly smile spread across her face. Good instincts, she said. You're right, these aren't the only reason I'm here, though documenting what I can about these new air tactics is of great importance. Understandable, the Jaguar responded. I'm more interested in taking a tour of the western coast, Alina said as she stepped back from the table. Lord Thunder is making some revisions to our current plans. The invasion of the sword is being expanded greatly. Expanded? By how much? The Jaguar wasn't entirely surprised to hear this, but he couldn't help but wonder just how many resources the Thunderer was planning on pouring into this endeavor and how much time this expansion would cost them. Already, their preparations were making the barbarians increasingly nervous, and if they waited too much longer to consolidate their forces, then the barbarians would strike first. Doubled, Alina said, and the Jaguar almost reeled. The greatest fleet in a generation, enough force to give the 10 tribes confidence in taking on the sword that was being doubled. And what, pray tell, is all of this force for? The Jaguar hesitantly asked as countless scenarios shot through his mind. More importantly, who will command these fleets? Admirals appointed by the Thunderer, Alina easily replied. The jaguar's face settled into an increasingly frequent scowl. More power in his hands, he thought. Alina continued, we're no longer planning on just attacking the sword. Since the barbarians have been stirred up a little by our building of new ships and war arcs, we're going to sweep them all out of this corner of the plain while we can. We'll strike at the sword and the shield at the same time. While the barbarians are distracted, a raiding party will head north and sack Argos. And who will lead that foray across the sea? The jaguar asked, but he felt like he already knew the answer. Alina didn't verbally respond, but she smiled at him in a way that confirmed what he already knew. I'll pass on that honor, the jaguar said. The invasion of the sword is where I belong, and that's where I'll lead my fellow clansmen and tribesmen. The sword will have more than enough of our people heading there, Alina shot back. You're not needed there. The Thunderer wants you at Argos. I do not answer to the Thunderer, the jaguar roared. His golden skin flushed blood red and dark yellow lightning flashed across his body for a moment. A moment later, though, he felt slightly ashamed for letting his emotions get out of his control like that. He took a deep breath to steady himself and then inspected the damage. His outburst, and accompanying spike in his aura, had fractured the table and sent the pieces of the flight suit scattering. More importantly, it had driven his adjutants to their knees and pushed Alina back several feet. Everyone looked a little sick, but none had passed out, thankfully. Measuring his tone a little more, the jaguar said a little more politically, the Thunderer does not command the tribes, and we will not bow down to him simply because he demands it. He was elected by the tribes, his power is derived from them, not the other way around. That aside, Alina replied, her voice a little shaky as she straightened herself out and tried to pretend that the jaguar's outburst hadn't affected her. The fact remains that Argos will be the most vulnerable it's ever been once our assault is launched. The seizure of the Titanstone mines in the shield, the conquest of the sword, and the destruction of Argos. Can you deny that any of those things will be an incredible coup? The commanders of each of these fronts will be commended by all within the 10 tribes. Can you really say that storming Argos will be any less glorious than storming the sword? The jaguar gave Alina a long, hard look, but the Inquisitor weathered his glare admirably. He couldn't deny that raising Argos would be a high point of his career, but he'd spent essentially his entire life defending Katagita's western coast from the barbarian fleets launched from the sword. He wanted to destroy that island, not Argos. What was more, while Argos would certainly be, at its most vulnerable, that didn't mean that it was vulnerable. Argos was one of the most heavily defended cities on the plain, and if the jaguar were to lead his fleet there, then he'd leave countless of his clansmen and tribesmen dead. It could weaken his tribe immeasurably, which, he supposed, could very well be the Thunderer's plan. Taking the sword was going to be incredibly dangerous, too, but it was much closer to Katagita. They'd have greater support from the other tribes and their fleets. Lord Thunder has indicated that he'd be fine if you'd rather take on the sword, Alina continued, her tone turning a little more conciliatory. He believes your talents make you uniquely suited for the raid, but if your heart is set on the sword, then the sword is where you and your fleets will strike. He wants this plan to succeed, for all Katagita, not just for those of his tribe. Please try to understand that. The jaguar's scowl deepened. I'll take it under advisement. I must consult with my tribe's elders before I make my decision. Lord Thunder will wait for your decision, Alina stated. By the winged grace, we'll succeed in this endeavor. For all of Katagita. Recognizing the traditional blessings of her tribe, the jaguar's expression softened. Whatever the Thunderer's plan was, Alina was clearly in this for all the 10 tribes. She believed that this was the best way, and that they were going to succeed. That much the jaguar could read in her expression. He didn't appreciate his tribe's authority being undermined, but in the face of that earnestness, he couldn't help but calm himself down. With bloody fangs, our enemies will tremble, he replied, using traditional words of his own tribe. Alina left his ship not long after, taking the rest of his inquisitors with her. The jaguar was left contemplating the problem ahead of him. He felt it likely that his elders would order him to go to Argos instead of the sword, if only as a show of good faith with the Thunderer. He had to prepare himself and his fleet for that raid, or else his ships would be smashed upon the great sea walls of that damned city. Or worse, he supposed. He thought of the flight suit and wondered just what else the barbarian empires might have been cooking up in these last few centuries. And then he smiled. He didn't relish killing the defenseless, but testing himself against the full might of the barbarians was a thing he had to admit that, on a personal level, he was looking forward to. Chapter 681. 10 years. Leon submerged the glowing piece of metal in the quenching oil, letting it rapidly cool with a loud hiss to keep its hardness. Aiding him in this endeavor were ice runes inscribed upon the metal barrel containing the oil. It had taken him some time to get it working properly, but the enchantments he designed gave him fine control over the temperature of his oil. They were based upon other designs he'd seen used in Sid's workshop, but he'd managed to create a new enchantment scheme even better than what she had. Quickly extracting the long sword blade that he'd just quenched, he brought it close to his face for a quick inspection, and after judging it adequate, he took some time to polish and sand it to a glowing sheen and fine edge, and then he summoned his fire magic. At his level, after all of his studies with Zaffin, it was trivial for him to give his freshly forged blade the perfect heat treatment. The center of the double-edged straight sword was heated more than the edges, not going so far as to start liquefying the metal, but just enough to give it the properties that Leon wanted. When he was finished with the heat treatment, the blade was a gorgeous panoply of color, the differential heat dyeing the steel a dark blue, almost purple, in the center groove on both sides, while the sharp edges lightened to a brighter gold. The blade would be springy and tough, but the edges would be hard and resistant to breakage. Adding to its beauty was the rippling pattern that covered the blade from Leon's working of the metal. He could have purchased perfectly forged steel himself, of course, but Sid had taught him to forge his steel himself, and given that he had wanted to learn the art of blacksmithing to have control over the entire creative process of whatever he wanted to make, he couldn't have agreed more with her instructions. Besides, if he bought the usual kind of mass-produced steel that earth mages who worked as smelters made, then he'd miss out on the rippling effect that covered this new blade. The extra work was justified by that alone, in his mind. Once his new blade finished cooling, he then assembled it with the other pieces he'd prepared. A wooden handle of polished oak that had been carved with a feather-like pattern, a curving steel guard that resembled spread wings, and an ivory eagle head pommel were all affixed to his blade, but his work wasn't yet complete. Once the sword was assembled, Leon reached for a small stack of a dozen sheets of inscribing paper on a nearby table and started carefully applying the paper to the blade. The paper flashed with arcane light, inscribing their patterns onto the blade, strengthening it, giving it additional properties. When Leon finally finished with the last sheet of paper, the enchantment was complete, and he was able to sit back and admire his newest creation. It had taken him more than a month to make this sword, counting the planning and design phases. In the end, he was left with a beautiful straight sword with a 4-foot-long multicolored blade of rippling steel, and a foot-long handle. It was light enough that a mortal could use it and faintly inscribed with countless runes that were nearly imperceptible until magic was channeled into them, when they'd glow with magical light. With his enchantments, the blade was practically indestructible, could horribly burn what it touched, could triple its length with projected light magic, and could erect a shield of light to protect its wielder. It didn't hold a candle to the adamant blade of his ancestors, but Leon was immensely proud of what he'd made. It had been a commission passed Sid's way by Heaven's Eye, and she'd in turn passed it off to him. There hadn't been any restrictive parameters involved with the weapon, allowing him complete freedom to design and forge it as he pleased. He leaned back in his chair in his workshop, just staring at the weapon, a smile on his bearded face. He'd been working in here for a long time, long enough that he'd barely even realized just how fuzzy his face had become. He wasn't as diligent about shaving as he used to be. For a few years ago he'd realized that he could finally grow a proper beard. Valeria and Maya seemed to like it, but Elise was a little less enthusiastic, so while Leon occasionally let it grow out, he rarely let it go for longer than a couple weeks. After his brief reverie was over, he sheathed the freshly forged sword in a glittering leather sheath made from something that had blue scales, wrapped it up in cloth padding, and then gently placed it in a box. He pulled the box into his soul realm, and then rose from his seat. With a quick glance at the clock, he realized that he'd finished only just in time, and he hurried through his expansive workshop, past his blacksmithing tools and equipment, through the areas he'd devoted to his enchanting work, and then into the workshop's atrium. His workshop was locked down with his best wards, only unlocking when either he or the members of his family were entering or exiting, but he'd still built up a habit of ensuring the place was completely locked whenever he was leaving. After he'd shared the designs for his 4th-generation flight suit with Heaven's Eye, he'd drawn quite a bit of scrutiny from the Ilian Enchanters Guild, and while he didn't seriously think anyone would dare to try and rob someone in his position that of a hand of the director he wasn't going to trust in the title alone. He didn't regret the sharing of his flight suit design, even though it necessitated greater security around his villa. Heaven's Eye couldn't produce the suits fast enough, and he got a hefty cut from every suit sold. He shared a few other of his designs with Heaven's Eye, letting them handle the production and distribution while he simply let the silver pile up. Thanks not only to his own position, but to Emily being the chief of acquisitions, Leon was able to leverage his enchanting knowledge to amass great wealth in the years since his arrival in Oculara. When Leon emerged from his workshop, he took a moment to look around. His villa had changed quite a bit since it had been purchased 10 years ago. The general layout was the same, but the facade had been completely redone in a style more reminiscent of the Bull Kingdom, while the grounds had been renovated into unrecognizability. Gardens and huge plots of land grew magical herbs of all kinds, though not usually in great numbers. Elise and Helen were more interested in trying to grow more exotic herbs, figuring out their uses, and trying to make them more economical to grow. The herbs that they'd brought to the Central Empires had only been the tip of the iceberg. In the past 10 years, Elise and Helen had contributed just as much, if not more, to the coffers of Leon's family than his enchanting work had, with their work in alchemy and herbology. As he walked outside, he projected his magic senses, feeling for just a moment the wards he'd set around his home pressing in on him, resonating with his magic and confirming his identity before allowing his magic to proceed. He saw Elise sitting in the back courtyard, the sun catching in her radiant red hair and causing it to glitter. She was dressed all in red today and was keeping an eye on the gardeners tending to the villa's land. They employed about 20 workers to see to the gardens that stretched over their 200 acres, including all of the team leaders who were now surrounding her, listening to her instructions and observing as she marked several locations on a map of their estate. Maya was also nearby, but she was meditating in a more private garden. Valeria was training in one of the villa's smaller training rooms. Helen was busy in her alchemy lab. The rest of Leon's retinue wasn't present, as their training for the day had concluded several hours ago. They had all made great progress in the past decade, and Leon couldn't have been prouder of them. Anshu and Valeria had both ascended to the 6th tier, while Gaius, Marcus, Alcander, and Alex had all reached the 5th, as had Elise. Helen hadn't increased her magical power all that much, but her alchemical skills had grown as much as the others' magical skills had. Anna, meanwhile, hadn't managed to ascend to the 7th tier, but she'd still grown in strength. With a quick wisp of intent, Leon's magic suffused his being like the shadows that fall with the setting of the sun. His elementless magic shifted into darkness magic, and Leon reached out with his magic senses, touching the minds of Maya and Valeria. He whispered into their minds, asking them to join him with Elise. They were both closer and arrived at the back courtyard before he did. Elise had already given the garden supervisors a break when the other two showed up, and she smiled radiantly as Leon appeared. Maya and Valeria, too, shone like suns unto themselves. Maya was more expressive than she'd ever been, a smile gracing her bronze features as she strode confidently over to Leon and pressed her lips against his. Valeria was a little more circumspect, though she played with her silver hair, braided as it was and slung over her shoulder to rest against her chest. "Husband," Elise whispered in greeting. "Did you finally finish it?" "I did," Leon replied as he swept Maya off her feet and carried her over to Elise's table. Elise glanced back and gestured to one of her assistants waiting in the wings, and the young woman darted forward, clearing the table of the maps and documents that she'd been poring over with the gardening team leaders. "Then let's see this thing that's kept you from our beds for weeks," she said with a sly smile. Leon, without missing a beat, put Maya down in one of the nearby chairs, and then with a theatrical flourish, retrieved the box with the freshly forged sword from his soul realm. Valeria opened it and uncovered the blade, drawing it from its scabbard. "Wow," the silver-haired woman whispered as the sun caught the multicolored blade. "I'm not usually one for swords, but this is quite beautiful, it really is," Elise gasped as she saw the weapon for the first time. "I'm almost tempted to ask you to make one for me." "That option is always available to you," Leon reminded her, as he'd done many times in the past decade. Elise had taken to training with his retinue, including brushing up her skills with various styles of weaponry. However, she lacked talent, or so she often claimed. She wasn't one that needed weapons in her daily life, so she'd always refused Leon's offer to make her something sharp and dangerous, though that didn't stop each other from teasing the other about it when the situation allowed for it. "Do you know who this is for?" Elise inquired. "I have to admit to being extremely curious about who is so important that you've dedicated so much of your time to making this thing." "I have no idea," Leon replied. "None?" Maya silently asked. "Not a clue," Leon confirmed. "The Commission was passed to me, and I wasn't too interested in pressing for details. I suppose I'll find out when turning the blade in, if anyone cares enough to let me know. I don't care enough to pry, though. As Valeria gave the weapon a few test swings, the runes that covered the blade lighting up as her magic flowed through the blade, Elise rose from her seat and stalked up to Leon, a hungry look in her eyes. You should really be more curious, she husked as she pulled him closer and pressed her lips against his. She pulled back just as quickly and continued, Is there anything more you have to do today other than turning that in? No, Leon said, relishing the word. Then we ought to do something, just the four of us. Sounds like fun, Valeria replied as she slid the sword back into its sheath. Did you have something in mind? Maya inquired. No, but, Elise trailed off, a frown passing over her lips for a moment as she turned back to Leon. I hate to say it, but it occurs to me now that I'm thinking about it. Talal was looking for you earlier, but I told him that you were busy and didn't want to be disturbed. Perhaps you ought to go and see what it was he wanted with you before we make any plans. Leon sighed and drew the sword back into his soul realm. I suppose I should. I'll get back to you three as soon as I can. Thanks for your patience this past month. No matter what, I don't think I'm going to be taking on any more long-term projects like this for a while. At least, not for anyone else. Elise nodded in gratitude, Valeria gave him a quick hug, and Maya smiled at him. With that, Leon projected his magic senses again and began scouring his home for his personal assistant. He found Talal in the man's office, quietly poring over a map of Oculera, and Leon's heart skipped a beat in excitement, despite this not being the first time he'd seen the dusky-skinned Samaritan doing something similar. He hurried to Talal's office, knocked on the door, and then entered without waiting for a reply. You were looking for me? He asked as Talal turned around to see who was entering his office. The man looked so different compared to how he'd been 10 years ago that Leon sometimes had to marvel at his transformation. His body had filled out with muscle thanks to Leon's insistence on his joining the rest of the retinue for training, and he'd adopted the clothing style of the Ilian Empire. Gone were the oils and perfumes that he'd worn when he was Heaven's Eyes manager in Akhmim, gone were the flowing white robes of his native Samaritan kingdom. Instead, he dressed in deep reds, his clothes tightly tailored to show off the body he'd earned from training. He was a handsome man now that he'd finished losing his excess weight, filled out a bit, and gotten rid of his haughty attitude. His and Leon's professional relationship had started off quite awkward after the director transferred him into Leon's service, but in the years since, Talal had calmed down and relaxed significantly. Leon hadn't been intent on holding any grudges, and after Talal had proven his capabilities as an administrator, Leon had fully welcomed him into his retinue, which no doubt greatly helped the man to settle into his new role. At this point, he managed Leon's personal affairs, but when he and his family were still getting settled into the city and had yet to hire other people to staff their household, Talal had managed essentially everything about Leon's life other than his finances, which Elise still kept a close eye on. Without so much as a blink of surprise, the sixth-tier Samaritan replied, I was looking for you, I found another site. Leon smiled and approached the map Talal had been poring over, which had more than a dozen points marked and crossed out all over Oculera. In between his other responsibilities, Leon had tasked Talal with looking into old ruins within the city. It had been 10 years and he'd yet to see hide or hair of his clan's arsenal, but he hadn't stopped looking. He kept Talal looking for any sign of Thunderbird clan ruins, and he hadn't come back empty-handed. In the 10 years he'd been in the city, Leon had visited a dozen different sites that held some promise, though only 7 had truly been built during the time of his clan. Of those 7, none were related to the arsenal. Most were little more than buried chambers discovered when someone was renovating their home, or when a building was demolished to make way for new construction. With Leon's status as a hand of the director, it was simple to gain access to these sites and poke around a bit. Unfortunately, none of these investigations had turned up anything of note. Still, Leon was undeterred. It's over here, Talal said as he indicated an area in the suburbs north of the Scamander River. Apparently, a villa has been unoccupied for about 20 years, its owners unable to sell it. Neighbors claim the place is haunted, and after the owners decided to cut their losses and demolish the place, the workers they hired to knock it down claim they saw a ghost and refused to work anymore. But they found ruins there? Leon asked, seeking confirmation. They did, Talal replied. Apparently, it was what convinced them that the ghost was real. Parts of the villa's basement fell out during their preparations to demolish the villa, and one of the workers fell in. I couldn't get anyone to give concrete details about what exactly they found down there, but if anything, I think that lends more credence that this is a more significant find. Hopefully it's more significant than just some ghost stories, Leon said only half-jokingly. With Nestor and the Thunderbird, he interacted with the dead quite frequently, so he didn't immediately dismiss the ghost as not being real in some sense, but he doubted it was truly a ghost. I need to drop off this blade, and then we're going to go and check this place out. Got it, Talal replied. Do you need me to arrange transport, or will you take care of that yourself? I don't need any carriages to take me into the city, Leon responded with a sly smile. Then I suppose I'll meet you there, Talal stated as he indicated the marked point on the map. The owners are quite desperate to see this issue resolved, and the interest of an 8th-tier mage has them both anxious and excited beyond measure. I'll need to make sure they're ready to show you around. Leon nodded as his eyes turned back toward that point. He wondered just what he might find there, if the site was inspiring stories of ghosts. At the very least, none of the other points had come with such stories, which made sense given that there had been nothing to find at them aside from some broken stones. He couldn't wait to see it. Chapter 682, Sunlight. As with the rest of the Ilian Empire, flight in public spaces was illegal. Leon couldn't transform into his avian form and fly around as he pleased, he couldn't ride Anzu places unless Anzu remained on the ground, and he couldn't really use a flight suit when he was off private property. At least, he technically couldn't. In the years since he'd arrived in the Ilian Empire, however, he'd learned that the law was more nuanced than simply outlawing all flight. Arcs were allowed, though given that the only users of arcs were imperial governments and Heaven's Eye, that exception hardly mattered. More relevant were wheelless carriages, for they technically flew, even if only a few feet off the ground. There were various laws and regulations that governed their capabilities, preventing them from exceeding certain limits, but simply put, Leon discovered that so long as he flew no higher than 6 feet off the ground, then flight was technically allowed. As he strode out of his villa, he sent a quick mental command to Anzu to meet him out front. The griffin bounded out of his stable a moment later, the building now practically palatial to match the rest of the villa instead of being the relatively simple building that it had been. Anzu was growing more and more intelligent, and he needed more than just a relatively bare room, now. The griffin came to a stop at the gate, beating Leon there by a matter of seconds. Leon paused a moment to run his fingers through the griffin's white feathers, and Anzu bent down to nuzzle his beak in Leon's hair. His bright red eyes sparkled with intelligence, if not sapience, and his aura radiated the strength equivalent of a 6th-tier mage. Anzu wasn't wearing his saddle, and neither did Leon intend to put one on. Instead, Anzu was just going to be his escort, of sorts. Let's head into the city, I've some business with Sid, Leon said to his griffin. Anzu chirped and flapped his wings a few times, and the two walked out of the gate, which closed behind them, ensuring that Leon's villa remained sealed and protected. Once out on the country road, Leon stopped for a moment and summoned his magic power. However, instead of changing his mana to one of the magical elements, he kept it elementless. What he was about to do would work better that way, not even using wind mana would work better, for the ambient magic power around Leon was more than just wind. He reached out with his magic senses, though instead of using them to see and hear great distances, he instead used them to survey his immediate surroundings, feeling around and analyzing the magic around him. Then, he seized control of all the magic in his near vicinity and brought it all in closer to him. He felt it settle around him like a glove, or perhaps a harness. With all of it wrapped around him like a glove, he gently lifted himself up, and his body started to rise off the ground. He ascended several feet into the air, and then stopped, hovering in the air seemingly without any support at all. He'd seen this sort of thing several times in his life before, perhaps most notably during his lessons with the Thunderbird, where she taught him how to control the local weather by seizing control of the ambient magic power. But it wasn't really until the party he attended in the Palace of Ilion that he really got an idea of what he could do with element-less magic power. During that party, he'd seen Lord Protector Anastasios freeze a man while he was just about to lethally strike a forest watcher. The man had been frozen mid-swing, as if the Lord Protector had actually flash-frozen him. However, instead of doing anything so flashy, the Lord Protector had simply used his element-less magic power to seize control of the ambient magic power, and used the projected and conquered power like another limb, wrapping it around the man and exerting physical force upon him, putting him completely under the Lord Protector's control. Leon's mind had been preoccupied with other things at the time, so he hadn't quite realized the significance of what he'd seen, but after some time to stop and relax after reaching Oculera and being taken on as a hand of the director, he'd frequently found himself reflecting on the events of that day. One thing that had struck him about 6 months after the purchase of his villa was just how physical the Lord Protector's display of magic power had been, and Leon couldn't help but wonder just what else such a technique might be capable of. It took him more than a year of practice to get it down right, but he began to realize that his element-less magic was hardly as useless as he'd always assumed. Using it in this way basically gave him telekinesis. There were some limits to what he could do with it. For instance, doing what the Lord Protector had done to the sparring man was essentially impossible unless the person on the wrong end of the technique was significantly weaker than Leon was, at least on the order of 2 or 3 entire tiers. But even with that limitation, the utility of the technique was still immense. One of the biggest perks was that since the technique used element-less magic power, he could still use it even when he called upon elemental power to use elemental magic. He had to change his element-less magic power into an elemental form to produce the desired magical effect. Such a thing was impossible to do so with more than one magical element at a time. It was impossible to use multiple magical elements at once without the aid of magical items. However, this process always left some mana element less within his body, and he could use that element-less magic power in his blood at the same time as elemental power, greatly increasing his combat potential with the discovery of this technique. Even after almost 8 years of using the technique, though, Leon was still getting used to it. It was like learning to use a new limb, but without the benefit of flesh and nerve to give him tangible feedback. He could fly and manipulate large objects in fairly simple ways, but he still lacked the fine control over the technique that he greatly desired. However, the fact that he could fly without transforming made the entire enterprise worth it. Even if he never improved further, though he still intended on improving, the technique was simply too useful to leave at such simple telekinesis. It didn't take much more than a thought for Leon to start flying down the road, still low enough to the ground that he wasn't violating any laws or regulations of the Empire. Anzu ran just behind him, and soon enough, the two had reached significant speeds. They lived about 50 miles south of the Scamander River, but Leon and Anzu reached their destination only a few blocks away from the river in only an hour, and that was after having to slow down once they got into the denser and much more traffic-heavy city. Even though he was just flying around, he didn't have much trouble dealing with all of the horseless carriages, because even if people were annoyed that they had to drive behind just little old him, they still had to make way for Anzu. Not that he thought anyone would be imbecilic enough to actually yell at him when he's so obviously powerful, but he'd found that putting someone in a metal horseless carriage had a tendency to turn otherwise normal, well-adjusted people angry, reckless, and stupid. Upon arrival, Leon made straight for Sid's workshop, leaving Anzu in a nearby stable. Horseless carriages were the norm in Oculera, but there were still a few places around that catered to more eccentric mages who wanted other, more living means of transportation. His blacksmithing instructor was waiting for him as soon as he stepped out of the magic lift, almost tackling him. Her greeting was so enthusiastic. "Leon!" she shouted as she practically appeared in front of him, nearly knocking him over. "Is it done?" Leon suppressed a grin and nodded. "Show it, show it," she chanted as she took his arm and started pulling him towards a nearby table. Leon's ability to suppress his smile began to falter. Sid had always been this enthusiastic about her work, and she had nearly limitless energy. The passion she had for her work had kept Leon going during those moments when his progress stalled, or he ran into creative roadblocks. It had cropped up in his enchanting work, but it was his growing skill in blacksmithing that had really thrown his perfectionism into stark relief. This wasn't merely drawing a bunch of runes on a piece of paper, with little cost aside from time invested into his work. He could make a mistake drawing a rune, and while he'd be annoyed, it was hardly the end of the world. Blacksmithing was a far more expensive art form, both in terms of time and material costs. There were periods during his studies that he was unable to really get started on any projects for fear of making a mistake and having to start over, but Sid's encouragement had helped him through those times, ensuring that he kept soldiering on. Leon, after being dragged over to the table, brought out the blade he'd finished only a couple hours ago, and let Sid look it over. Very nice, Sid whispered as she took the blade in hand and began to experimentally swing it around. "Fantastic balance, very durable. These enchantments etched into the steel, are they of your creation?" "They are," Leon confirmed. "Thought so," Sid replied. This couldn't have been the work of normal Heaven's Eye enchanters. They have a tendency to reuse glyphs that they've already confirmed work. They can make some fantastic enchantments pretty damned quick if they want to, but their commissions are never as perfect as they could be with all the cobbling together of enchantments from different pre-designed glyphs. Leon just shrugged. He'd examined some of Heaven's Eye's work in the past, but not nearly enough to really get an idea for any patterns. For the most part, Nestor, Zaffin, and the Thunderbird were instructors enough for him. For the first year he spent in Oculara, he had gone to a few lessons with several different enchanting instructors, but all of them were either too demanding of Leon's already limited time or were simply not good enough to teach him. As a result, while getting an enchantment instructor was one of the conditions Leon had given the director for his employment, he'd eventually dropped that particular request. Heaven's Eye had some truly skilled and talented enchanters, but they were rank amateurs compared to Nestor, anyway. There are still some areas you need to improve in, though, Sid continued as she held the blade up to the light and channeled some of her magic into it. A few tiny spots where the steel wasn't mixed well enough, and the folding pattern is still a little random. The coloring from heat tempering is also a little dull and stark, and there's not a lot of blending between the blue and the gold. A lot of this can easily be solved once you finally start getting a handle on earth magic. Yes, you've said that many times, Leon interrupted with playful exasperation, having heard Sid advocate for learning earth magic on enough occasions to be rather tired of it. I'm working on it. Believe me, I'd love to manipulate metal with nothing but my own magic power, but there are only so many hours in the day, you know. I have too much on my plate as it is. Do what you will, but you know my opinion, she nonchalantly replied as she gave the sword another complete once-over, her eyes glittering with excitement. She handed the blade back to Leon, her expression practically glowing even with her criticism. For what few imperfections I can see, that blade will still serve its wielder well, regardless. I can tell it's quite powerful and will last a while. I'm sure the commissioner will be well pleased. Leon smiled unabashedly, not even trying to restrain it. He took pride in his work, he couldn't help it. Sid asked, "Did you name the weapon?" Leon fought the urge to snort. By the ancestors, no. Naming weapons is tacky and only invites ridicule and embarrassment. What if I named this weapon Victory, or something like that? Just asking for an ironic curse. Don't let superstition get the better of you, Rame, Sid said as she slipped into more lecturing tones. A name can give a weapon a good sense of purpose and intent, and that can have measurable impact on the magic it might channel. Besides, having a name in mind when you start can even help you to focus on what you want the weapon to do. Solidify its purpose in your mind, and you'll find that the design will come to you more easily. That sounds a little like superstition to me, Leon replied. Who measures the impact of intent on creating weapons? I knew what I wanted to make without giving it a name, and I think it's turned out quite well. Besides, is it on the smith to name the weapon, or is it on the wielder? Whose intent matters more? What if I named this sword Blood Drinker, or something similarly gruesome, and the person who commissioned the sword instead wants to name it Protector, or something? Leave it to the commissioner to name the sword, they're the one using it. Sid sighed. As a blacksmith, I think it's a better philosophy to design with the commissioner's intent in mind, and then name accordingly. The commissioner didn't exactly give me much to work with, Leon pointed out. The instructions I was given amounted to make a sword. What can I glean from that? With the smug look of having Leon prove her point, Sid replied, in that case, the smith's intent is all that matters. Why don't you give the sword a name right now? It's finished, so it's only a formality, but why not? She gave a hard smile, and Leon realized that she probably wasn't going to let this go. He knew her well enough at this point to be familiar with her stubbornness. She was tougher than the steel she worked when she set her mind to something. With some reluctance, Leon glanced at the blade in his hand. With its gold edge and focus on fire and light enchantments, he immediately thought of a name, though he really didn't want to give one to the sword. It didn't much fit the eagle theme he'd given the hilt, but if it got Sid off his back, then so be it. Sunlight, he said. Sid smiled. A good name, gentle, but strong and bright. Perfect for the commissioner. Speaking of, Leon replied as he sheathed the blade and started wrapping it back up. Who is the commissioner? All I know is that they're from the sacred Golden Empire. And that's all you're going to know, Sid cheekily replied. This was a part of the agreement. The commissioner didn't want their identity to be known to the smiths working on any of the weapons they were commissioning. If they were commissioning multiple weapons, Then why the need for secrecy? Leon asked, though he didn't actually mind too much if he didn't know who exactly was getting sunlight. It's just the way they wanted it, Sid explained with a dismissive frown and helpless shrug. Something about only using the best of the commissions and not wanting people to get upset if they ever see the commissioner, and they're not using their weapon. Or so it was explained to me. Anyway, the real reason is not for me to guess at. So they're that powerful, then? Leon said as he shot Sid a quick grin. I'm not saying any more. Sid insisted. Now, it's not a day for your instruction, so you'd better get on out of here, kid. I'm sure someone like you has much better uses for his time and wasting away in a dreary workshop with little old me. Time with you is never wasted. Leon waxed with great aplomb. Sure, Sid dismissively replied, though a smile had still bloomed on her face. But I have to ask, aren't you forgetting something? Leon continued as he rubbed his index and middle fingers against his thumb. I didn't do all that work out of the kindness of my heart, you know, and I went to some expense getting the materials needed to finish this piece. Of course, Sid replied, and she conjured several huge ingots of a dark, smoky gray metal on the table special, magically treated iron perfect for his purpose. Leon eagerly grabbed them and pulled them into his soul realm. He'd gone too long without armor, and now he was finally starting to have enough faith in his skills to give creating a new suit for himself a serious try. Leon walked back to the lift with a huge smile on his face. He'd had some fun with the exchange, and he had some new materials to play with, but his purpose was finished. The blade had been dropped off and would now be delivered to the commissioner, and he'd received his payment. It was time to focus on the next task at hand, the haunted house that Talal had found. Leon fetched Anzu from the stable, and the two of them took off for the location that Talal had given Leon. It was on the north side of the Scamander River, so Leon and his griffin had to cross one of the city's gigantic bridges. In his experience, a bridge was an extremely important strategic object, and much of the defensive value of a bridge was lost if whatever it spanned had too many points of crossing. However, the Scamander was replete with bridges, just another subtle reminder of Ilian's power. They were so unconcerned with invasion or armed conflict in their heartlands that they'd built enormous bridges all along the river that huge armies could use to cross with ease. These bridges were tall, but highly magically advanced, with only the ends of the bridge being made of actual physical matter. The entire central half of just about every single bridge was made of magical light, which could be shut off to allow ships to pass through, assuming the ships couldn't just go under the massive constructs. Leon had gotten fairly familiar with most of the Ilian Empire's infrastructure by now. As the director had indicated, he wasn't called on that often to fulfill his requests. In fact, over the past 10 years, Leon had only spent an average of 2 months out of the year away from his home and family, usually running some errand or fetching some highly valuable material for the director's personal use. His favorite job to this point was about 5 years after he arrived in Oculara, when the eggs of the wyverns that roosted in the mountains just east of the Indra Raj started to hatch. The scorched fields between these mountains and the many Pegasi states were often incinerated when the new wyvern parents left their eyries to hunt for food for their young. Wyverns had a 5-year-long reproductive cycle, so this usually happened twice per decade, leading to regular enough fiery devastation to give the scorched fields their name. When this happened, warriors from all over the plain were usually called in to help contain the wyverns and stop them from doing too much damage, and Leon had been one of those warriors during the last hatching. His proudest moment during that hunt had been when he knocked a 7th-tier wyvern out of the sky with a single bolt of lightning, striking it in the head and killing it instantly. The time for another hatching was coming soon, probably in the next few months, and he fully expected to be called up again to head down there, and he was looking forward to it. It would do him and his retinue some good to get out of Oculara. They didn't do that enough as it was. There was only so much he could do to keep them motivated when they Chapter 683. Katerina's villa. The supposedly haunted villa was a fairly large place, and one that was in a very desirable part of the empire in suburbs. Extremely close to the wealthy farming estates between the Scamander and Serenity rivers. The entire estate was smaller than Leon's home, but the villa itself was about as large as, only without the ancillary buildings that Leon's villa had. It looked a little different from Leon's villa, though, primarily built of green marble, black granite, and highlighted with pink quartz. There were only 2 courtyards, one in the center of the villa and one out in front. As Leon glided in just above the street, he scanned the building as best as he could. As with almost all buildings within the empire, It had been warded against magic senses, and as was common with more expensive villas, was surrounded by an 8-foot-tall decorative wall. There weren't many other enchantments that Leon could sense within its stone, aside from what he'd learned were fairly standard structural enchantments to ensure that the villa was extremely durable. However, even with those structural enchantments, as he approached, Leon noted that the villa seemed a little rundown. It seemed that the owners were trying to fix that since the front courtyard was filled with various construction materials, but he couldn't see anyone there actually working. Only Talal and a middle-aged third-tier woman were there, quietly chatting. Leon dropped to the ground as he walked through the gate, Anzu just behind him. The griffin seemed curious about the construction materials lying around, but he stayed with Leon as he approached his personal assistant and who he presumed was the villa's owner. "Leon," Talal called out, raising his hand in greeting. Leon nodded in return. "This is the haunted house?" he asked. "That's what my workers keep saying," the woman explained as she walked forward to meet Leon partway, her face breaking out in a wide, welcoming smile. "I am Katerina, it's such a pleasure to meet a mage of your caliber." Thank you," Leon said, a little taken aback, but not quite surprised. In his interactions with people who knew who he was, it was hardly uncommon for them to act exceedingly polite and almost servile, as if they were trying to suck up to him a bit. "I'm Leon, it's nice to meet you." "An absolute delight," Katerina gushed as she shamelessly took Leon's arm and steered him toward the villa's front entrance, whose door had been removed and was leaning against the wall right next to the frame. "It's an honor to have you come out and help me and my husband deal with this small issue, though I have to admit I'm a little embarrassed. This shouldn't normally be something that a man as powerful as you should have to deal with. It's no problem at all, I assure you," Leon said a little stiffly. He didn't enjoy this woman holding his arm, but he didn't mind it so much that he'd ask her to stop. "I'm quite interested in learning about older civilizations that existed here before the Empire, and when I learned that there was a villa built above ghost-infested ruins, why I just had to come out here and see it for myself." "Something to thank the ghosts for, then," Katerina replied. "I hope it's not too imprudent to say that, Leon. These damn lazy workers have been rotating in and out, constantly complaining about ghosts and the like, and I've had very little to thank this situation for over the past couple years. But bringing you to my home is an honor truly worth all the hassle. Please, consider me your servant for the time being. If there's anything at all I can do for you, don't hesitate to say so." Her grip on his arm tightened for a moment, but Leon made the conscious decision to not dig into her offer for any other implications. "How about we get started with this place, then?" Leon asked. "Tell me about your villa." Katerina escorted Leon inside, closely followed by Talal. Anzu, meanwhile, laid down just outside the door to wait for Leon to return. "My husband and I bought this place some 20 years ago," Katerina explained. "We lived here for about 15 years, until we had to move for work. Never, in all that time, were we harassed by any ghosts, apparitions, or any other unnatural phenomena such as that. We've always made plenty of sacrifices to the gods, and participated regularly in the monthly Fengari festivals. Our household shrines were well cared for. But after we realized that our move was going to be permanent, we put this villa up for sale, but every time someone made an offer, something has happened to kill the deal. Unfortunately, it's been long enough that our home needed some maintenance, but the workers we brought in have left it in a sorry state, as you can see." Leon glanced around at the villa's atrium. It was, indeed, in a sorry state, with most of the marble flooring torn up, revealing the bare foundation stones beneath. The granite columns were covered in dirt and dust, and the walls appeared only half-painted, with everything to his right painted a vivid red, while everything to his left a similar shade, but duller and clearly older. Leon replied, "All villas look like this when they're being renovated. Sections of mine have been in similar states pretty much ever since I bought it. There always seems to be more work that can be done." Katerina laughed. "True, and things seemed fairly straightforward with our villa. Our contracted workers were making good time, but apparently, they were seeing things for a while before the supervisor brought it to our attention. Motion in the corner of their eyes, missing materials, quiet, unintelligible voices, that sort of thing. Turnover for our workers started to drastically rise about 6 months ago, but it wasn't until just a couple weeks ago that things took a more serious turn. While working on the basement, one of our workers fell through the floor and into an underground chamber. While down there, he swears that he saw ghosts. None of our workers have returned since, leaving our renovations only half finished. That's unfortunate. This place is beautiful even as it is, but I can tell it would be so much more if all of these renovations could be complete. Thank you, Katerina replied. Do you mind showing me the chamber your worker fell into? Leon asked. Of course, this way, the woman replied. As they walked through the large villa, Leon asked, you said that there were missing materials, yes? Do you know what happened to them? Initially, we thought it was just some of the workers stealing some of the materials, but in light of everything that's happened since, I can't say for certain. Do you know what went missing? Copper and silver, mostly, Katerina replied. We needed the conductors to help renovate this villa's enchantment scheme, but much of the material went missing. Leon nodded, understanding that a fairly large amount of silver was needed for robust enchantments. The enchantments themselves didn't so much need the materials, as they could be inscribed upon just about anything that could conduct magic power, but silver and, to a lesser extent, copper was one of the best magical conductors around, and adding silver to the enchantment scheme could greatly increase the amount of magic power that an enchantment could be fed. For the enchantments that Leon had put into his villa, he'd invested at least 1,000,000 silvers into such upgrades, ensuring that his wards were much more potent than they'd been in his home back in the Bull Kingdom. Upon reaching the basement, Leon asked Katerina, is there anything else that you can tell me about this ghost problem? Even the smallest of details could be important. Nothing immediately comes to mind, Katerina replied. I wasn't that hands-on with the work being done here, and unfortunately, none of the workers who could give you a better picture of what was going on here were willing to return, no matter how much money I offered. A shame, Leon said as they reached the bottom of the stairs and found themselves in a fairly large underground space. The basement was much smaller than the entire footprint of the villa, and based on how it was built, Leon figured it was little more than a wine cellar. There were 4 vaulted alcoves to the right and left, and bigger arches in the ceiling to help hold up the stone villa above. As with the rest of the villa, the basement was entirely empty with all of the building materials having likely been moved outside, though the second-to-last alcove on the right side had been roped off. Leon could understand why, because the entire floor of the entire alcove, which was big enough to have held at least a dozen barrels of wine if need be, had collapsed into a dark, lightless pit. I'm going to take a quick look around, if that's all right, Leon said as he disentangled himself from Katerina. She seemed reluctant to let him go, but she didn't resist as he pulled away. Of course, she whispered. If you need anything at all, please let me know. Will do, thank you, Leon replied, and he strode over to the edge of the pit and looked down. It wasn't that deep, only about 2 stories. However, Leon's eyes widened as he realized that he'd finally found something worth his time. The chamber at the bottom of the pit wasn't made of stone or any such common building material, but familiar glossy gray metal. The chamber wasn't domed, but it had a wider floor than it did ceiling, with the walls sloping inward as they rose. The bottom corners had a thin gap between the walls and the floor, and Leon knew from experience with such architecture that each facility this chamber was a part of was powered, then the gaps would have been filled with white fire. For the first time in all of his searching through old ruins in Oculara, Leon had found architecture that strongly resembled that of the Thunderbird clan's other major facilities, such as Zaffin's prison and Nestor's lab. As he thought about Nestor, Leon cast his consciousness into his soul realm. Things down there hadn't changed much in the past 10 years, but he had removed the golem statue that he'd been using as a silent threat against the dead man. However, he had heavily expanded the tables around Nestor's ruby, allowing Leon to have more materials at his disposal when learning from the dead man. He'd also moved one of the bronze golems from his replacement archives so that Nestor could have an assistant to help him with his own studies. He'd yet to break his own enchantments that were locking the journal Leon had taken from Jorman's transformation cave, but Leon wasn't exactly holding out much hope for him to change that anytime soon. Regardless, he'd still built up some amount of trust with the man to allow him the golem assistant. Well, dead man, Leon said, I think I've finally found something worth a damn. That would be a nice change of pace, Nestor replied. I've grown rather tired of being disturbed for meaningless finds like residential halls, empty hospitals, or sewage treatment plants. Leon could hear the shudder in Nestor's voice when he brought up the last ruin that Leon had gone to explore, and Leon couldn't blame him. I thought we all agreed never to mention that place again, Leon murmured as he choked down the bile that started to rise in his throat. The crackling voice of Zaffin responded from within his pavilion. I don't remember anything of the sort, and besides, sewage is an apt topic when speaking with your resident ghost. As it is when speaking with a demon so pathetic that he lost his title, Nestor retorted. Leon felt Zaffin's anger spike for just a moment, and he shouted, enough. Let's not get into this right now. He spoke with strength, and the two who were about to bicker quieted down. Zaffin, don't you have mist to absorb? Leon asked. He'd made a modification to Zaffin's pavilion several years ago, finally fulfilling the demon's desire to have an enchantment that would help him absorb the mists of chaos beyond the edges of Leon's soul realm. He'd used a similar enchantment long ago, when Leon was still living in Arimenium in the Bull Kingdom to rise from 5th tier equivalent to 8th tier equivalent power, and Leon had promised to build him a more permanent version of that enchantment. The Thunderbird had advised against it, citing its danger, but Leon and Nestor eventually developed something that would work for the demon. It was still far too dangerous for Leon to use, especially with his still recovering soul realm, but Zaffin had been steadily using it for the past few years. It wasn't nearly as powerful as the original enchantment he'd used, so he was still at the human equivalent of the 8th tier, but he was still gaining in power. Yeah, the demon grumbled. If you run into something dangerous down there, always remember that you can throw that ruby at them. Might distract them long enough for you to escape. Even if it doesn't, you'd still at least be rid of this shitstain. Ignoring the comment and cutting Nestor off before he could respond, Leon said, Dead man, have you any insights to share with this other ghost? You know, since you're one yourself. Nestor sighed long and deep. What's down there is definitely of import, that much is certain. I can't say what it is without you going down there, though. Leon nodded. He'd gone over this with Nestor many times in the past decade. Oculera was so different now as opposed to what it had been during Nestor's time, that he didn't have even the biggest landmarks to orient himself. Even the Scamander River ran a different course, further complicating his and Leon's attempts to figure out what might of the arsenal might be left. About the only thing that was certain was that Oculera as a whole hadn't moved, otherwise Leon wouldn't have found anything at all in his search for the arsenal. There is something else, though, Nestor said. That woman said that silver and copper went missing. Yes, Leon confirmed. That's certainly something to note. Those metals would be good for a great many things, not just as conductors for magic power. Leon turned back to Katerina and quickly asked her what other materials were around that weren't stolen. After having most of the materials listed off, Leon thanked her and returned to his inspection of the underground chamber. Unfortunately, it didn't help Nestor too much in figuring out what exactly a ghost might want with those metals, or even rule out the possibility that all of that metal had simply been embezzled. Would you think there's anything dangerous down there? Leon asked. Doubtful, Nestor replied. Passive defenses, maybe, but something underground for so long. This place is clearly without much power, otherwise anyone who lived in this primitive dwelling would know what it was they lived atop of. Your lab, Zaffin's prison, the cradle, and the Tira archives all still had power, Leon pointed out. All were potentially dangerous. If you're not going to risk it, then don't, Nestor retorted. I require no justification, Zaffin then added, shouting from his pavilion, but we'll be right here, watching you the entire time. Leon rolled his eyes, turning back to Katerina and Talal where they were waiting by the foot of the stairs. He said, I'm going to head down there and check the place out. If I'm not out in, let's give it 3 hours, then maybe think about raising some alarms. I don't think that's the best idea. Wouldn't it be better to organize a larger expedition for something like this? Talal asked, showing a surprising amount of concern. I'm not going to organize a large expedition only for this to turn out to be a dead end, Leon replied. Just a quick look around to try and get a feel for the scale of what's been found. I'm not going to take any real risks, just jump down there and see what I can see. Talal looked like he wanted to argue the point a little more, but he seemed to think better of it and just nodded. This wasn't the first time Leon had done this when they'd found a ruin, and nothing had ever happened before. So, without further ado, Leon turned back to the pit and jumped down into the chamber. 20 feet later, he landed upon the small pile of stony rubble on the floor. When he glanced back up, he paused. The ceiling was largely the same as the walls and the floor, being made of the same glossy gray metal that so many other important Thunderbird clan facilities were. However, this place was clearly in much worse condition, with long cracks in the metal spider webbing around the ceiling, with the largest crack being right where the pit had opened. It is easy to see why the floor of the cellar had collapsed if this was the state of the chamber, but what surprised Leon was that he could see signs of more recent construction from this side of the hole. Stone had been magic to fill some of these cracks, and though it had clearly weakened with time, Leon guessed that someone had probably been down here before. It was possible that this pit had opened before, and that it had been fixed by an earth mage at some point. However, that didn't stop the pit from opening again, clearly. "Hey Talal," Leon called out. A moment later, Talal's bronze features could be seen at the edge of the pit above. "Once we head out of here, see if you can dig up the history of this place. It looks like someone else has been down here before, but not recently. Focus on any records of renovation. I'll make a note of it," Talal said. A moment later, Katerina appeared at the top of the pit, too. "You probably won't find much, this villa is fairly new," she stated. "It was built only about 100 years ago." "What was here before?" Talal asked. Talal sighed in dejection, and when Leon threw him a questioning look, he explained, "When a building is leveled, most of the time, a lot of its unimportant documents are disposed of, as well. Ilian records stretch back tens of thousands of years, and there just isn't room to store absolutely everything." Leon muttered, "Damn, well, see what you can find anyway, even if it's just a record of who owned this land before Katerina and her husband." Talal nodded again, and Leon turned his attention back to the chamber he found himself in. There were 4 doors that led out of the chamber, but 2 of them could easily be ruled out as ways to go, for they were broken and ajar, revealing that the chambers or halls that they connected to had collapsed. That left only 2 for him to choose from. Using his magic senses, which thankfully weren't blocked by any wards down here, Leon inspected both doors. Both were trapezoidal and without any ornamental flair that might have indicated their purpose. They lacked control runes for opening them, but Leon could see scratches on the edges of the doors where he guessed they'd been forced open at some point. The door to his right had more scratches than the door to his left, so he figured that he'd start there, first. Leon strode over to the door, retrieved some tools from his soul realm, and forced the door open. It moved slowly, resisting him greatly, but he still managed to slide it into the wall, giving him access to the dark corridor beyond. "Now," Leon muttered aloud, a smile spreading across his face at the prospect of exploring such a mysterious abandoned facility, "let's see what we can find." Chapter 684, Embezzlement, Theft, Treason. Leon made his way over to the door that had more scratches upon it. The edges of the trapezoidal door made it seem like whoever had tried to force it open didn't realize it slid into the wall, and instead had tried to pry it free from its frame. The gray metal door had clearly resisted quite well, for it didn't seem bent at all from the many attempts that had scratched it up. Likewise, when Leon examined it a little closer, he saw some burn marks and other scratches that indicated more magical means were used to try and force the door open. Still, however, the door remained there, seemingly none the worse for wear, aside from a few scratches upon its face. "Dirty primitives," Nestor haughtily said as his magic senses left Leon's soul realm and examined the door. The clan's metallurgical technology would ensure that these doors remain sealed, no matter how much force they brought to bear upon it. "Looks like they tried to force this one open a lot more than the other one," Leon observed as he cast a quick look back, otherwise ignoring Nestor's arrogant observation. "Definitely some attempts to get it open with magic over there, though. Could their magical attacks have been absorbed by the door's enchantments and used to power them, allowing them to use the controls to get them open?" "A possibility," Nestor conceded. "Most secured locations wouldn't use such means as they represent a security risk. However, depending on what exactly this place was, then there could very well have been such backup measures applied, allowing the doors to be operated even if the power were to fail." Leon smiled and placed his hand against the scratched door and summoned his magic power. He tried to channel some of it through his hand and into his metal, but his magic power stubbornly refused to get through the surface. He couldn't sense any magic power actively flowing through the metal, either. "Is this some kind of specialized anti-magic substance?" he wondered, aloud, to Nestor. "There may be some resistance just as some materials, like gold, silver, and copper, will conduct magic power, some will insulate from it. Using insulating materials was fairly common for safety, if for nothing else. Plus, it would help our enchantments be that much more magically efficient, preventing bleed off of the magic power flowing through the conductors. As for any specialized substances, well, you're not likely to find anything like that outside of a few very secure places, at least on this plane. Our clan's old capital and the like." Leon nodded and pulled his hand back. He walked over to the other door, reasoning that if it had less scratches, it was probably easier to open. And indeed it was, for he'd barely put his hand against the metal before a tiny bolt of silver-blue lightning erupted from his skin like static, entering the metal and causing it to slide into the wall, revealing a long, dark corridor beyond. As soon as the door opened, Leon dropped into a defensive stance, his body sparkling with silver-blue lightning. However, there was little else aside from darkness waiting beyond the threshold darkness, and several more doors on either side of the corridor. The corridor matched the Thunderbird architecture he'd come to find familiar, being trapezoidal in shape, though the entire place was still devoid of magic power, leaving the walls bare and the usual white fire lighting absent. It was also quite wide, as if built to accommodate a lot of traffic. With a great deal of caution, Leon began to advance down the corridor, his footsteps loudly echoing in the empty hallway. He found reason to double his caution when he reached the alcoves with the first set of doors. The door to his left had fallen to the ground, revealing nothing but dirt and rock behind it, but the door to his right was still intact. More concerningly, though, was that crumpled to the side of the door was a skeleton, long rotted away to bone and bits of torn and desiccated cloth. However, it was only half a corpse, for everything below the waist appeared lost behind the door, as if someone had been chopped in half by the door when it last closed. Leon scowled and approached, his magic senses projected as he watched out for anything at all that might jump out at him from the darkness. He bent down in front of the skeleton, noting that the area around the door was quite dusty. Looks like this guy's been down here a long time, Leon thought, sharing it with Nestor. I wonder how long it's been, not like there seems to be much in the way of carrion down here. This facility was likely not airtight, and plenty has caved in, Nestor pointed out. There could very well be places that allow scavengers access. Leon hummed in acknowledgement. He couldn't discern much from a skeleton with nothing but scraps for clothing, but his eyes drifted a bit, and he noticed something rather distressing in the dust in front of the door. Footprints, and other evidence of foot traffic. Quite a bit of it, too. Leon shot back to his feet and looked around again, but again, he saw nothing. After a moment of looking around, he confirmed that the door was dead and not even his magic power could open it. So, he turned around and began to hesitantly walk further down the corridor. Now that he was keyed in for what to notice, he could see quite a few footprints on the dusty ground. Some appeared human-sized, but others appeared quite a bit bigger. In some of the deeper layers of dust, he could also see long marks of something large and flat being dragged along the ground. The next set of doors were both dead, but there was quite a bit more dust this deep into the corridor. If Leon had to guess, all of the dust was most likely from when some other rooms and corridors collapsed. Regardless of how the dust got there, Leon could see quite a few tracks in it now that it was thicker. Proceeding onto the last set of doors before the end of the corridor, Leon found that one of the door was open, but revealing nothing but dirt and rock. The other door, thankfully, was marginally less dead than the others, allowing him to open it with a bit of applied magic power. It slid painfully into the wall, screeching bloody murder as it did. Even then, it didn't even fully open, but Leon was able to look past it and see what was within. Inside, he saw a fairly large room filled with counters and various metal arms on tracks dangling from the ceiling. With just a single look, Nestor cried out, "Ah! I know what this place is, now. It's a golem manufactory, a small one, most likely, but that's what this room was for." "It built golems?" Leon asked. "Yes," Nestor confirmed. "The need for automated workers was high, but since it takes a mage who's achieved apotheosis to make proper golems powered by wisps, they can be surprisingly rare despite their utility. Still, our clan had manufactories set up wherever we found ourselves, liberating us from the need for physical labor. Though, I'm unsure if this place was actually one of ours and not a vassal clan's. Given its size, now that I think about it, it's probably not ours." Leon frowned, and he remembered the missing silver and copper. "Could some of the golems still be active?" he asked. "Could they be the ghosts that the workers above saw? Maybe they stole the silver and copper, acting on old instructions to move supplies for manufacturing." "An interesting theory, and not one that I can confirm or deny based on what we've seen so far," Nestor replied. Leon nodded again, and after poking around in the room a bit, finding nothing, he walked back out into the corridor and turned to face the final door, directly opposite from the door he'd come in from. He approached, and as with the door opening into the corridor, this one opened with barely more than a touch and a spark of power, revealing a large, circular magic lift. There were magic lights around the lift's edge, barely enough to let a mortal see in the dark emergency lights, Leon knew. He took a deep breath and got on the lift. The lights flickered, but a single control rune appeared on the wall. With a quick touch, Leon caused the lift to start to slowly descend. The lift only went down one floor, the factory seemingly only being 2 stories tall when it was above ground, and the door that appeared before him was already open, revealing another long, dark corridor. Leon had done little more than take a single step out into the corridor before a weak, quiet voice came echoing down the hall. "Have you, finally come, to end my torment?" Leon froze, his blade appearing in his hand with a flash of light. "All others, who've come, were killed," the voice whispered. "Please, end this," the voice whispered no more, and when Leon hesitantly called out, "End what?" he received no response. "Nestor, what in the hells was that?" he demanded. "Sometimes, condemned criminals were used to power necessary infrastructure," Nestor said nonchalantly. "You ought to be fairly familiar with the specifics." Zafin crackled with antipathy as he said, "I certainly am." Leon scowled. "So, someone's still down here, being used as a magic power generator." "That's my guess," Nestor replied. With some distaste, Leon began to walk down the corridor. As he did, he heard the sound of approaching footsteps, so he froze, summoned his lightning, and assumed an aggressive posture. One of the doors to his right opened, and 3 large golems came trooping out, much larger and burlier than the ones Leon had seen in the archives below tier that now resided in his soul realm, and much closer to the golems used by Nestor in his lab. They weren't armored, but they definitely looked strong, if rather dilapidated. One even limped, and all were made of green, oxidized bronze, showing just how little maintenance they'd received in the millennia since the Thunderbird clan had ruled here. The 3 golems made a salute, seemingly ignoring Leon's aggressive stance. "Ah, don't expect much from these things, Leon. They're little more than labor golems. They were designed to move heavy things from one place to another." Leon relaxed a little bit, but not completely. "Can any of you understand me?" he called out to the bronze figures. "Raise your hands." None of the golems responded verbally, but all 3 raised their hands into the air. "That's something, at least," Leon murmured. Addressing them again, he ordered, "Show me the power room." His hope that they could understand him seemed to pay off, as they began marching in unison further down the corridor, stopping at the next door on the left, halfway down the hallway. Leon followed, and when he poked his head into the alcove, the door slowly slid partway open, just enough to allow him to get into the room beyond without squeezing. What awaited beyond was a fairly familiar sight. He'd seen something similar in Nestor's lab. It was a fairly large chamber, and directly across from the door was a panel with a dozen crystals about the size of his hands put together, dotting the wall in a 4x3 grid. All but one were completely opaque, like cloudy white glass. The last one glowed a faint red, dull and barely visible even in the dark, showing just how little magic power remained within. To the right and left were 6 large platforms, upon which were corpses held aloft by huge organic-seeming roots dangling from the ceiling. 5 of these platforms were inhabited by corpses, their bones tangled up in the roots, though a few of their smaller bones, such as fingers, toes, and jaw mandibles had fallen to the floor of their platform. 2 of these corpses were fresh enough to still have some skin and hair attached, though they were still extraordinarily desiccated. The last platform, however, held a man still barely clinging to life. He struggled to look up as Leon walked in, his body thin and frail, his head covered in thin gray hair. He appeared to be little more than skin and bones from what little Leon could see, and his aura was barely more than first tier, though, if Leon knew anything about the roots that impaled his body, it was that they were extremely damaging to the body's magic foundation. Justin and Zafin both had been so physically damaged that they'd lost nearly all of their power. In the past 10 years, Justin had managed to climb back to the 3rd tier, but it had been quite the struggle, and he was still weak enough at that level that he rarely left the small villa that Leon and Valeria had purchased for him, Leon knowing just how frequently the man left thanks to the fact that he employed all of Justin's servants, and liked to keep tabs on him, just in case. Leon froze when he realized the man in the roots was moving, but after a moment, he realized the man wasn't a threat at all, and he began to walk forward. "Who are you?" Leon called out as he slowly walked across the room, as alert as he could be for any possible threats that might jump out at him. The memories he had of the last time he'd been in a facility like this were still fresh in his mind, and anything that thought they could try and invade his body was going to be met with the tempest that swirled just beneath his skin. The man seemed to struggle to breathe, but he eventually gasped. "Prisoner, look to his platform," Nestor said. "In a place like this, his crime would have been inscribed, assuming he's old enough to have been from my time." Leon did so, and he saw, carved in an old, but still readable runic script, the sentence, "Embezzler, thief, traitor, condemned to death by excommunication in service of the Storm King." Leon's expression darkened, and he paused in his approach. "This for you. Serious crimes you're accused of," he observed. The man offered no words, he barely seemed able to keep his head aloft. He didn't even try and argue that he wasn't the accused, tacitly admitting that the inscribed words were for him. "Who were these other people?" Leon asked aloud, noting that there were no crimes inscribed beneath them. "Explorers," the condemned man whispered. 30 years, maybe more, ago, 2 came here, captured, brought here, and others, many years, before, this place built golems," Nestor reminded Leon. "To trespass here would have been a serious crime, for these places were the backbone of our clan's labor force. Without other instructions, the golems were likely ordered to place any trespassers within the roots to keep this place operational. Get some use out of them if they were criminals," Leon asked, "not just let them languish in a prison somewhere if their bodies could be used." "That was the thought, yes," Nestor confirmed. Leon sighed and turned his attention back to the man barely breathing in the roots. Embezzlement, theft, treason, serious things, but he wondered just how deserved this fate was, and how high up this man had been to still be alive here 80,000 years later. However, a moment later, he focused on the roots and saw quite a bit of light magic flowing through them, probably keeping the man alive. It seemed that most of his drained power was being cycled back into his body to keep him alive, if in this physically deteriorated state. Leon glanced at the other platforms and their corpses. They hadn't lasted nearly as long, but he soon put that thought out of his mind. It seems they were only guilty of trespassing, and even that charge was shaky given the fall of his clan and their lack of sovereign rights over this land. Their laws no longer held sway here. He then briefly glanced out the door and noted that the 3 labor golems were still waiting patiently by the door. He supposed that they were responding to his blood, and that was why they were being so deferential rather than trying to hook him up to one of these things right now. "Harsh," he whispered. "Necessary," Nestor countered. "Crime and subversion are deterred by strong punishments. Given this man's charges, he was likely a government official, and was caught stealing from the clan." "Please," the man whispered as Leon apparently went silent from his perspective. "And me?" Leon blinked in surprise. "You don't want me to free you?" The man said no more, just giving Leon one of the most pitiable looks he'd ever seen before his head sagged down, the man losing the strength to even keep holding it up. "This man has been condemned to death, do not free him," Nestor urged. "He hasn't served his penance. Releasing him would be a mistake. He's sentenced to die here." Leon could hear the scorn and derision in Nestor's words, and he could understand. "What did you do to get entangled here?" Leon asked the man. "Freed slaves," the man responded with labored breaths. "Helped to escape? That doesn't sound like treason to me," Leon pointed out to Nestor as he glanced back down at the inscribed crimes. "That might depend on when it took place," Nestor replied. "If it happened after my father's death and during our clan's fall, then he aided the enemy and weakened our cause. For that, he deserves what he suffered." "Please," the man whispered. "Death, leave him," Nestor said. "These are the consequences of his actions. This is his punishment." Leon closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, a knife appeared in his hand. The man's eyes darted to the knife for a moment, but then returned to Leon's face. His look of anguish faded slightly as Leon approached. Slowly, Leon lifted the blade to the man's neck, and he waited a moment to hear anything he might say. A protestation, a plea for mercy, anything. But the man remained quiet. Instead of pleading to be released from the roots, he seemed to sag even further, pressing his neck down onto Leon's knife. With a sigh, Leon drew the knife across his neck. It didn't seem like there was anything else he could do. Even if he freed the man, he doubted he'd live long enough to even reach the surface, even with Leon's healing spells. Besides, the man had asked for death, and Leon didn't want to even think about how he might deal with 80,000 years spent languishing in this dark hole. If the man wanted the release of death, then that was what Leon decided to bring him. As the man's lifeblood ran down his neck and onto the roots, it flashed bright red as the magic power it contained was expended. Leon felt it coalesce about 10 feet to his right, and when he spun to confront what was going on, he saw the man standing there, a wide smile on his face. "Thank you," the man said. "I'm in your debt. I only wish I could pay you back, somehow." Leon quietly relaxed, recognizing this as the man's magic body. It wasn't often that a mage would let their magic body leave their soul realm. The things were incredibly fragile, and having it be destroyed would be devastating. Pain, extreme loss of power, mental degradation, soul realm damage, and more could all result from such a loss. As the man continued to bleed, his magic body smiled again, and then dissipated, the magic power that had been used to project it now dissolving into the environment's ambient magic. The man had finally died, and without anything to tie it to something like Nestor's ruby, his magic body unraveled and became part of the magic in the environment. And Leon was left with much to think about, most pressingly how exactly he was going to explain all of this to Katerina and Talal. Chapter 685, A New Vision. "Wow," Katerina murmured. "I had no idea such a place was below my home this whole time." "Indeed," Leon whispered as he studied the golem head he'd laid upon the table. "A crime that I had to destroy such an old and advanced golem, but it couldn't be helped. I just wish that the rest of the facility had been intact. It could have been a treasure trove of information and magical technology." Katerina commiserated with Leon, the knowledge of such a find on her property having been destroyed causing her no small amount of grief. Talal, however, stared at Leon, and Leon guessed the man knew he was lying, or at least, not telling the whole truth. He'd been with Leon 10 years, now, and Leon was sure that the man was familiar enough with his quirks to recognize that much. He was also familiar enough with Leon to not contradict him in front of Katerina. Leon resisted the urge to smile. After dealing with the ancient prisoner, he'd burned the corpse to ash and set about destroying the bottom floor of the golem manufactory. There wasn't much there, anyway, since most of the other rooms had already been destroyed when they'd caved in. In the room the labor golems came from, though he found not only several boxes full of copper and silver in various forms, but broken golem parts and another human skeleton. He couldn't do much for a pile of dusty bones, and the parts were mostly just shattered pieces of bronze that were of no use to anyone, but he quickly grabbed the copper and silver, understanding that they were probably the stolen supplies that Katerina had told him about. He also grabbed all of the broken golem pieces, useless though they may be. The 3 labor golems, however, were not useless. But he didn't need all of them, and he still needed some kind of story to tell Katerina, so on the spot, he'd torn the head of the damaged, limping golem clean off, trusting that his blood would keep the other 2 from reacting. He was right, and the other 2 didn't so much as twitch. Leon then pulled the other 2 golems, plus most of the remains of the third, into his soul realm and went back to work wrecking the bottom floor of the facility, ensuring that he left nothing behind that someone could use against him. Fortunately, this was easy to do now that the facility was completely out of power after the prisoner had been executed. Leon had to jump up the magic lift in order to reach the second floor, but a few small explosion spells had the lift shaft caved in. The enchantments that were supposed to keep it running now utterly failed. When he reached the surface again, he told Talal and Katerina about the golem he'd encountered down below, and how it had been hostile and that the explosions they'd heard had come from their brief but intense fight. He reasoned that this golem had been the ghost that her workers had been seeing, and in that, he didn't think he was incorrect. He figured the supplies he'd found were probably stolen by the golems still trying to fulfill their functions after all this time, stockpiling materials that were brought to the manufactory. But that still left the question of just what in the hells had been going on with Katerina's workers. The floor of her cellar had only collapsed a few weeks ago, but they'd apparently been hearing voices and seeing things for months. Leon had no real answers. Perhaps the workers were just superstitious or lazy. However, he thought it was more likely that the prisoner had noticed the construction work and had been trying to reach out with his magic body, hoping for someone to realize he was there and to do something to help him. Unfortunately, that man was now dead, and Leon had no way to verify that theory. Regardless, it seemed like his work here was done. He'd destroyed everything that was worth destroying down there, the manufactory reduced to an open hallway with a few broken doors leading to caved-in rooms. Even if someone went down to investigate and find anything worthwhile, Leon doubted they'd find anything that could upset the balance of power, especially with what the empires had already taken from his clan. He and Talal left Katerina with the instruction to contact them immediately if anything more turned up, but Leon didn't think that likely. So, when he and Talal left the villa, he was content with his gains and certain that nothing dangerous had been left behind. His mind was already excitedly turning to the tests he would put his 2 new labor golems through once he returned home. However, even as he left the villa and began flying back home, Anzu on his heels and Talal taking a more conventional horseless carriage, his racing mind turned to other concerns, namely, the prisoner. Embezzlement, theft, and treason, the former 2 charges justifying the latter one. The freeing of slaves had earned that man a sentence of 80 Thusandish years as a magic power generator, barely clinging to life. Excessive was the first word that came to Leon's mind, though it was mitigated somewhat by the fact that he couldn't imagine anyone would have thought the prisoner was going to be down there for so long. On the other hand, the sentence was to remain there until death. The manufactory was also quite small, with what seemed to be only a single room devoted to golem manufacturing. There were other rooms, of course, but that didn't change the fact that the place was quite small. Despite its size, it had multiple prisoners acting as magic power generators, as evidenced by the other skeletons in that room. Nestor, Leon said into his soul realm as he flew down the street toward the nearest bridge that would take him back south of the Scamander River, I have a wonder. Wonder away, Nestor replied. I'm here for such things, am I not? Leon nodded and frowned lightly. How widespread was the use of humans as generators for magic power? Or other living things? Zaffin was used as one, you used just an Isonos and an ice demon as one, along with other beings, and now we find that that small golem factory had a room like that. How standard was this practice? It was fairly common, Nestor explained with neither hesitation nor shame. Bigger facilities had them as a matter of course, as we couldn't afford to have them run out of power. Smaller facilities were given such capabilities on a case-by-case basis. The manufacture of golems was a critical industry, and so it makes sense to me why such a facility, despite its size, would have a magic power generator like that. Leon nodded again, but he didn't stop frowning. How many places like that existed in your time? How many on this plane alone? Can you say? Nestor went silent for a long moment. I can't, he admitted. The number would have been in the thousands. We weren't in the habit of giving up resources, no matter how common they might be. In this case, magic power isn't exactly hard to store, or at least, it wasn't for us. But our power needs were tremendous, and every little bit counted. So, why would we pass by the opportunity to offload some of that power responsibility onto those who were destined for death, anyway? Or for those who had offended us? Leon grunted and bitterly smiled. Those who had offended us kind of makes my point, I think. I can understand, though I don't agree with, the idea of using those on death row like that. Their resources, why waste them? Exactly, Nestor said. However, it comes down to a thought that humans are resources, and nothing more, doesn't it? So how long did it take for it to go from only those on death row, to simply those who had offended you? Was there ever even a separation, or did you just start doing both as soon as you had the capability? Everyone was fair game to use his resources right from the beginning. Is that judgment I hear? Nestor growled. You don't know a thing about how to wield real power, boy. Power provides for the clan. Power ensures the clan's survival and prosperity. Power keeps the jackals at bay, prevents them from taking what's ours. To shun a source of power for moral or philosophical reasons will only end in your defeat. Judge us all you want, but we built a kingdom that lasted since the beginning of this era. Since the age of the primal gods and devils we've thrived. You have no idea how to handle power. How to keep the power you've attained. How to prevent the greedy shits beneath and around you from taking what you've fought and bled and killed for. All you know how to do is ride on our coattails, take your power for granted, and screw around with your little retinue playing as a lord. You have no place to judge us. It took less than a single universal cycle for the clan to fall, Leon countered, ignoring Nestor's tone. It sounded like the man was venting quite a few frustrations that had built up over the years, but Leon wasn't going to just let him go on like that without pushing back. I'm all that's left, not even 100,000 years, not even a single cycle of the Nexus, and our universe-spanning clan has been reduced to a single boy in the divine graveyard. How much does that say about our clan's ability to hold on to power? Jason Karanos died, and the clan fell apart. It sounds to me like instead of keeping the jackals at bay, they were instead invited in and allowed to share in our spoils. Or can you say that's not what happened with, what was his name? Pindar. Without Jason around to hold his leash, he immediately began slaughtering our vassals and trying to seize power. He could practically hear Nestor grinding his non-existent teeth, but the dead man wasn't done. A single case study, he protested through clenched teeth. We survived many upheavals in the past, and we've always come out on top. And how many of those upheavals came from our own vassals? Leon wondered. How many times were the blades of those beneath us pointed in our direction? How many rebellions did the clan have to suppress? Enough to fill our magic power generators to bursting, I'd wager. Nestor didn't reply, but Leon guessed he'd struck the nail on the head. Look, Nestor, Leon continued, I'm trying not to judge. Really, I'm not, but everything you've told me of the clan has painted a picture of a house of cards. A very, very impressive house of cards, but still just as fragile. It has taken nothing less than a few great men and women of every generation to keep the peace, to keep our clan afloat and guide them through tough times. But then, when tough times came, tough times of our own making, I'd remind you, for the grave warden did not seek us out and all our great men and women were dead, the clan immediately collapsed. All of our power was gone, and now, 80,000 years later, I'm all that's left. Fear kept our vassals in line more than anything else, or at least, that's the impression I've gotten. Fear of what we would do to those who defied us. Fear of our reputation for victory. But we were also hated. And when Jason Karanos was killed, we were no longer feared. Only hated, and we were torn apart by our enemies from within and without. You can't know all of that, Nestor whispered angrily. No, I can't, Leon admitted. However, it rings fairly true on Eterna, from what I've seen, and I would bet an impressive sum that the same will ring true when we reach Kypros, Minnows, and Tyrants. When we finally reach the old roots of our clan and can see the remains for ourselves. How about you just make your point, Nestor demanded. Fear wasn't enough to maintain our power, Leon said. We weren't loved, either, not with our habit of treating those beneath us as commodities. Slaves, and magic power generators, and I don't even know what else. I'm sure far more people were joyous at our clan's downfall than who mourned. And how would you solve that? Nestor asked, his tone one of almost mocking disdain. You, a boy of 31, who's never held a real title before, who's never been truly in a place to make these decisions before. How would you like to fix this problem for the clan you wish to build? Replace fear with love. Love doesn't motivate people quite like fear, and it doesn't keep them in line. If that's the term you want to go with, sure, I'll use it too. I think you're selling love a bit short, Leon replied, but even still, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I want both fear and love in equal measure. I would agree that love doesn't hold the same motivational power as fear, but love can keep us secure by not making us enemies and winning as friends. It's a tool that we shouldn't throw away, thinking it beneath us, or that it's only for the naive. So, what, you're just going to ask our enemies for all of our power back? You're going to rebuild the clan with love, going to try and fuck them really good so that they'll do what you want them to do, just like your silver wench. Again, no, Leon said with rapidly growing fury, the only thing keeping him from diving into his soul realm to roast Nestor for the crack about Valeria being the fact that he was flying through the streets of Oculera and he didn't want to stop. To rebuild the clan, I'll need to conquer. But I can't rule with the same kind of iron fist that our clan did. I can't be hated as we were. I want us to last for millions of years more without having to rely upon the appearance of great men or women. And that means not taking slaves, not treating people like they're nothing more than resources. Fear and love in equal measure. Mutual respect, but without shying away from violence if the need calls for it. Nestor didn't immediately respond, but after a few moments, he smugly shot back, an easy thing to say now, when you're in no position to do anything. We'll see how long that philosophy lasts when you finally get some real power. If you finally get some real power. Leon frowned again. I suppose we will. These things are incredible, Valeria exclaimed excitedly as she and Leon inspected the labor golems that he'd brought back. That they are, Leon responded with a healthy dose of awe in his tone. In front of them on one of Leon's tables was the remains of the bronze golem he'd destroyed to fabricate his story to Katerina. The other two golems were beside it with some of their plating removed, exposing their internal workings for Leon and Valeria to study. And neither of them could even really tell what they were looking at. Bands of silver beneath the bronze plates, glowing crystals, copper and iron components of so many different configurations that Leon could hardly even comprehend them. The golems were as much mechanical as they were magical. The most important of these components, however, was buried in each golem's chest, behind additional heavily enchanted bronze plating that Leon wasn't willing to try and remove. Behind that plating lay a crystal construct within which dwelled the wisp powering the golem, an autonomous construct of post-apotheosis magic power. Living creatures from a certain perspective, but not self-aware, and bound completely to the control enchantments wrought into each golem frame. They had the potential to grow into true living creatures, as the stone giants in the north showed, but this was apparently such a fluke that it wasn't out of humane concern that Leon refused to screw with the wisp containers, but more practical worries that he might break something he wasn't yet able to fix. He and Valeria were studying the golems, but he still wanted them intact. Unfortunately, they were only able to spend a couple of hours studying the golems before a light appeared by the door of Leon's workshop with a loud, continuous chime. Valeria smiled as Leon sighed. "Sounds like someone's looking for you," she said playfully, bumping his hip with hers. "Could be looking for you, you never know," Leon countered. "Want to bet on it?" she inquired with a devious look in her sapphire eyes. No, I think I'll pass on that," Leon replied with a bitter smile. "Damn, I could have used a back rub or something." "No need for that to be a bet," Leon whispered, running his hands along her shoulders, reluctantly stopping as the insistent chiming of his workshop's doorbell continued. Valeria giggled as Leon sighed, pulled away from her, and headed back out into his workshop's atrium, giving her a look of promise that they were going to finish what they'd just started later. Waiting for him in the atrium was Talal, along with a messenger from Heaven's Eye. The director had requested Leon come to his office the following morning for a new assignment. Leon was certain he knew what that assignment would be, and he met it with a mix of excitement and dejection, the former because of just what it was, and the latter because it would mean he'd have to leave Oculara for several months just when he'd found some intriguing things to study. When he went back into his workshop, Valeria seemed to pick up on his conflicting moods. "The director?" she asked. Leon nodded. "Let me guess, he's sending you to join the wyvern hunts." Leon tilted his head. "He's giving me a new assignment tomorrow, but that's my assumption." Valeria grinned wickedly, and her eyes flitted over to the corner of his workshop where a large contraption was covered by a thin sheet to keep the dust off it, a project that Leon had been working on before picking up the contract to forge sunlight. "Sounds like a good opportunity to put that thing through some real-life testing," she pointed out with obvious anticipation. Leon grimaced. "I'd like to put it through any testing at all before dragging it out to a real-life scenario, especially one that's likely to be rather chaotic, like a wyvern hunt." "What say we finish this up, then?" Valeria suggested. "Maybe we should bring in someone else to help with the note-taking, it's kind of slowing me down." Leon grinned, and with a wave of his hand and a flash of magical light, he summoned the librarian, the golem that was in charge of the golems that had maintained his family's archives in Tira. "Ask and you shall receive," Leon said. Together, and with some input from Nestor, Leon and Valeria, with the note-taking assistance of the librarian, dove back into studying the labor golems, both understanding that this was probably going to be the last time they'd have so much time to devote to this task before it came time to leave for the southeast. Chapter 686, Designing Armor. Leon Rame, the director said in greeting as Leon walked into his office. "Please, come in, come in." Leon smiled as he took a few more steps into the starkly lit office. The director, as always, was sitting behind his desk, his body almost completely obscured by the shadows cast by the light shining in from the giant windows behind him. However, the director wasn't alone in his office, Penelope was there as well. Leon, after seeing her, had to fight the urge to scowl and pause, barely managing to continue onward with a fairly stoic expression despite this unpleasant surprise. He hadn't had much to do with Penelope over the past 10 years. As far as he was aware, the woman was off doing her own thing, or performing the duties expected of her as one of her father's hands. In the course of performing his own duties, Leon had rarely run into her, and on those few occasions where he did, they hadn't said more than a sentence or two to each other in passing. It seemed to Leon that Penelope was not happy that her father had decided to bring Leon into Heaven's Eye, and that sentiment was made all the clearer when the woman blatantly frowned upon his entrance. As Leon approached his desk, the director said, "I've heard that you recently completed quite the masterful piece of weaponry, young man." "I wouldn't call it masterful, myself," Leon humbly replied. He was about to continue, but Penelope had to interject, first. "I'm sure few others would call it masterful," 2, she hissed. Leon's eyes narrowed in a tight glare, but he wore a light smile as he turned to her and growled, "Seems your father just did, or are you saying you know better?" "In this case, I'm sure I do," Penelope shot back as her aura began to spike in intensity. However, before Leon could fire off another verbal riposte, all the magic in the room suddenly froze, and both Leon and Penelope's auras were forced back into their bodies by the weight of the director's magic. "That's enough of that," the director whispered, though his tone brokered no argument. "The two of you need to learn to get along, and you'll need to do so quickly, because you're both going off on a mission together." Penelope, heedless of her father's stated desire to get along with Leon, loudly snorted and turned away from Leon. Leon, however, compartmentalized his antipathy and focused on the task at hand. He wasn't happy that this was going to be a joint venture, but the faster he was able to get it done, the less time he'd have to spend in Penelope's company. "What's the job?" he asked. "Are we joining the wyvern hunts again?" Despite the past couple of minutes, his tone and demeanor brightened considerably over the course of his question. If there was one thing that could improve his mood in this situation, it was being tasked with hunting giant monsters. "An accurate guess," the director replied, his shadowy face bending just slightly to appear as if he were smiling behind his dark curtain. "Things are going to be a little different this year, I'm afraid. There are going to be considerably fewer Imperials joining the hunts." "Why's that?" Leon asked, though a quick glance at Penelope showed his surprise to be exclusive to him. "Figures someone like you wouldn't be keeping track of current events," Penelope muttered. "Penelope," the director said in warning, his tone dropping slightly in pitch. Penelope held up a finger to her smiling lips, showing that she'd be quiet, though she hardly seemed at all remorseful for her outburst. "Leon, have you heard about the recent buildup of arms around Argos?" the director asked. "I've heard some whispers about it, sure," Leon replied. "I've certainly gotten quite a few boosts to my income. My flight suits have been selling faster than they can be manufactured." "They're quite well-made suits," the director stated appreciatively. "Better than all other mass-produced flight gear on the market. It's no surprise that they're popular. But it shouldn't come as any surprise that most of those suits are ending up in the south, with the Imperial fleets." "I suppose not," Leon said. He attempted to keep his tone light and carefree, but he knew that if there was a buildup of armed forces in the Argonaut Sea, then it meant that there was going to be conflict with the Sky Devils in the near future, and he wasn't yet sure how he felt about that. Given that the Sky Devils were in all likelihood the last remnant of his clan on this plane, he'd been hoping to find some way to get down there and see what was up with them in the next few decades. Renewed war was going to make that difficult, without a doubt. On the other hand, if any of what he'd heard about the Sky Devils was true, then he wasn't sure if he even wanted to meet with them. They sounded like monsters, and they weren't exactly related to him by blood. The Sky Devils were probably descended from his clan's vassals, and if there were any direct descendants of his clan among them, then they no longer carried the Thunderbird's power. Still, for all his apprehensiveness, he was still incredibly curious about them. He just hadn't been able to figure out any way that he might be able to investigate them without having to sift through a mountain of Imperial propaganda. Their island in the southeast was practically impossible to gain access to, unfortunately, so that left his hands rather tied. "Well," the director continued, pulling Leon out his brief musings, "there have been signs that the Sky Devils are preparing some kind of assault on the settlements around the Argonaut Sea, perhaps even against the sword itself. So, most of the forces that the Sunlit Empire and the Sentinels might have sent to aid in the culling of the wyvern population are instead being sent south to shore up Argos' defenses." "What about Ilion and Evergold?" Leon asked, referring to the capitals of the Ilion and Sacred Golden Empires. "Ilion is still sending a delegation," the director replied, "but it's going to be smaller than usual. A few hundred of their finest hunters, but none of their usual military presence." Leon lightly scowled. The presence of Ilion arcs had ensured that the previous hunt 5 years ago had gone off with little collateral damage to the surrounding regions, and that was quite the feat, given the sheer power that the wyverns possessed. By Leon's estimation, the creatures probably had enough raw power to rival a human mage at least a tier above them, if not more. Their bodies were huge, and they produced an incredible amount of mana within themselves. A bigger body meant more blood, which meant more mana, which in turn meant more magic power immediately at their disposal. After the previous hunt, Leon could understand why the scorched fields were so depopulated. The wyverns burned so much of that region that no human settlements could exist for long, and why it took Imperial power to keep the beasts in check. If such force wasn't used to combat the monsters, Then the entire southwest would be reduced to a smoldering ruin every 5 years. And Evergold? Leon asked. They're the only ones sending their usual full-force delegation, the director explained. More than that, actually, as one of the imperial princesses is joining the hunt this year. Oh, Leon said in surprise. That's surprising. I have to admit I'm not too familiar with their ruling family, though. Talal can get you a briefing, the director said with a dismissive wave of his hand. For now, concentrate on getting yourself ready. As an imperial princess will be in attendance, we'll have to show up with full colors, so no letting my hands travel on their own. You'll be taking an arc to the scorched fields, and you'll be leaving next month. A month, Leon thought to himself as a smile bloomed across his face. That should be enough time. It won't be easy. What you're intending, the Thunderbird intoned as she stared down at Leon's sketches, though Leon wasn't in the least bit deterred. If anything, the wide smile on his ancestor's bronze face only encouraged him to continue in this current vein. A man ought to be ambitious, Zafin responded as his fiery form took a few steps forward, his burning yellow eyes taking in the designs on Leon's table. Are you going to bitch out on this, Leon? Cry like a whipped dog if this doesn't work out? Hardly, Leon replied, his smile unwavering. What are you going to do, then, when this doesn't work as you intend it to? Leon stood a little straighter, meeting the demon's challenging gaze. I'm going to figure out how I screwed it up and fix it for the next attempt. Good, Zafin crackled. As well you should, the Thunderbird added. You've progressed mightily in these past few years. I would expect nothing less than for you to reach for the heavens, even in matters like these. I can't imagine doing anything but, Leon replied. My previous suit of armor lasted me a good long while, and served me well in many conflicts. That armor wasn't fit for one contracted to me to even shit in. Zafin loudly declared. That it was torn apart like wet paper doesn't surprise me. Do better with this set. Leon's smile took on a slightly more bitter look, and his eyes drifted toward the vault in his soul realm. Within rested the remains of his magmic steel armor in a place of honor. He didn't appreciate Zafin disparaging it like he just did, but he couldn't deny that by his current standards, that armor was quite mediocre. The Thunderbird was waiting with the proper response to Zafin, though, letting Leon take the high road. Leon remained quiet, but Zafin shrieked in pain as the Thunderbird's mighty aura crashed down upon him, planting his face in the dirt just in front of his pavilion. Acting as if nothing had happened, the Thunderbird stepped closer to Leon, a matronly smile on her face. Leon, she whispered, I'll be with you the whole time. There's no need to fear this process. Leon nodded. Thank you, he replied. I'll admit that the prospect does frighten me a little. Adamant is so far beyond me that I can barely even comprehend what making an entire suit of armor out of it might be like. It doesn't surprise that you can't. Zafin called out from where the Thunderbird was still physically suppressing him, utterly heedless of his current predicament. Small imagination, and I suppose the great and mighty Lord of Flame or whatever you are now has a better idea. Leon shouted back, use fire. Zafin responded, fire is the greatest and mightiest of all the elements. None can compare. Zafin continued like that for a while longer, but Leon quickly tuned him out, leaving him to rant to himself as Leon and the Thunderbird turned back to Leon's designs. I like the integration of gemstones, the Thunderbird said as she indicated the slots in the gauntlets and the one within his breastplate. This one seems to be hidden, though. Leon glanced over and saw that she was tapping the spot in his breastplate. Connected to light and a bit of wind magic, is it? Does it have something to do with that pearl you had me look at a while back? It does, Leon replied as his eyes strayed over to the Tau pearl sitting on a table next to his notes. After acquiring it, he'd spent a considerable amount of time probing it with his magic, trying to divine its secrets. It was clearly tremendously powerful, but finding out just what exactly it could do proved challenging enough that he'd enlisted the help of his Soul Realm residents. Zafin had been characteristically unhelpful, unsurprising given the lack of fire magic involved with the pearl. Nestor and the Thunderbird, however, had a few more insights to share. The Tau wasn't a creature either were familiar with, unfortunately, but in their examinations of the pearl, they found that it was rather similar to a wisp created by a post-apotheosis mage. It generated magic power by itself and stored it like a magical battery. It was an almost completely lossless storage, too, with the pearl's emanations being the tiniest fraction of the power contained within it. What that power could be used for was a little trickier to realize given that the power was so well contained that even letting out a tiny amount of it was terribly difficult. However, After 10 years of study, Leon felt like he'd finally found a way to channel some of the pearl's power. Even better, according to his preliminary tests, even if he ran all of the enchantments he had in mind for the pearl, it would still barely even register given the pearl's essentially limitless magic potential. The thing generated magic power faster than he could drain it. The pearl was incredibly potent, and it had given him great insight into the mysteries of light magic, a subject that he'd left rather neglected in his previous studies, not as neglected as his darkness or earth magic skills, but neglected, nonetheless. Now, after 10 years, he'd progressed in his magical studies enough to attempt to use the pearl in his armor's designs. With it, he hoped that he could create an autonomous healing system to not only keep himself going, but also heal anyone he touched. He wasn't sure how efficacious it would be, or if it would even work, but he was confident in the design. Likewise, he designed his armor to be able to project a shield of light to surround himself with, and when powered by the Tau Pearl, Leon was calculating that it would be incredibly strong. All of this required serious magical engineering to accomplish, and Leon was proud to say that he hadn't needed Nestor's help with much. The darkness enchantment placed upon his helmet to help protect against mental attacks was a little more complicated, and the dead man had helped with some of that design, but everything else was a product of Leon's studies alone. Nestor, Zaffin, and the Thunderbird had only checked his work, not helped him come up with any of it. He was especially proud of his gauntlets. They incorporated several different simple enchantments to help channel certain powers through his hands. There were then a couple of slots placed higher up where specially enchanted gemstones would be placed, giving him the ability to swap out certain enchantments on the fly using nothing more than his natural ability to store things with his soul realm. This modular approach did leave him fairly limited with the rest of his gauntlet enchantments, being able to project power, concentrate it, and stabilize it, but he'd put in extra work on designing the stones themselves. They'd be doing a lot of the heavy lifting he'd need from them with the weapons and other enchantments he wanted for his armor to include. Still, with this modular design and the inclusion of the Tau Pearl taking great amounts of work, it was the darkness runes he'd needed Nestor's help with that he was most nervous about. Over the past 10 years, he'd managed to finally figure out Zaffin's communication technique. The key had been learning how to generate darkness magic and using it to essentially touch another being's mind and transfer his thoughts and intentions to them, which they would interpret as speech. In his studies, though, he'd come to a newfound fearful respect of darkness magic. His abilities to shield his mind from interference had been greatly expanded, but he'd also learned of the great potential that darkness magic had to mess with someone else's mind. Unfortunately, all of the artifacts that he'd been able to find that claimed to defend against darkness magic were not even close to matching his personal standard, though, given that his lightning magic had a natural ability to purge darkness magic from his mind, he supposed his standards were simply too high. After all, he figured that if darkness magic was more of a threat on Eterna, then there would be a greater market for dealing with that threat. As it was, Leon never wanted to experience what he had in the Serpentine Isles again. Practically from the moment he'd arrived in that island chain, his mind had become the plaything of the primal god sealed below, making him see and hear things that weren't there and impairing his judgment. Flushing his mind with the Thunderbird's lightning had only been a temporary measure, too, with his mind falling back under the primal god's sway distressing quickly. Hopefully, these new darkness enchantments he designed for his helmet would go a long way towards augmenting his ability to defend his mind. He didn't think they'd get much testing in the upcoming hunt, but he'd figure something out, and once he had better data for how his enchantments fared under pressure, he'd create similar artifacts for all of his family and retinue. Other than all of that, he included in his armor's enchantment scheme many of the same strengthening and empowering enchantments he had in his old armor. His already prodigious 8th tier strength and power would be increased while wearing his new armor, and the armor itself would be greatly strengthened enough, he hoped, to not be torn apart quite as his old suit of magmic steel had been. He wasn't intending to use magmic steel for this new suit. That substance was fantastic for fire enchantments, but it didn't hold other elemental enchantments quite as easily. He needed something else. And that was why he needed the Thunderbird with him for the forging process. With his new skill in blacksmithing, she'd given him more insight into the specifics of how adamant was forged, the hardest and most magical substance in the universe. The process was exceedingly complex, but boiled down to its core, it was essentially infusing his mana with molten metal, letting his power and the metal mix until they were one. In that way, there would be little philosophical difference between his body and his armor, with his magic power naturally flowing through both. He'd be able to channel his magic through his armor with such ease that it might as well be his skin, and the material would strengthen over time as it took on more and more of his power. Much like his family's sword, his armor might even form its own will, though he figured that much of what made his family's blade special was the fact that it had once held a universe fragment. He had little doubt that forging actual adamant was essentially impossible for him at the moment. He needed much greater power and skill than he had right now, but that didn't mean infusing at least some of his power into the steel he intended to use was impossible. With the Thunderbird guidance, he knew that he had a good shot at making this work. "I'm here, right with you," the Thunderbird said supportively, bringing Leon out of his brief reverie. He gave her an appreciative smile in return, his heart thumping in his throat. He was nervous, there was no disguising that. So many new enchantments and new techniques. He had an entire month to work with, but as he stared at his designs and took in the scope of what he was intending to create, he thought that maybe a month wasn't nearly long enough. He could easily see his natural tendency to refine his designs and iterate on them before even finishing was going to lengthen this process, and he'd need every spare second he had. And so, with that thought in his head, Leon returned to the physical world, where his body had been laying in a chaise lounge in his workshop for just such occasions. With the Thunderbird's encouragement in his ear and Valeria still studying the golems not far away giving him some much-needed moral support, Leon got to work. Chapter 687. Metallurgy. Leon wanted to throw himself directly into his work. He had the iron he'd received as payment for sunlight, and he had a few other metals to alloy it with, but he still needed a host of other tools and materials if he were to ever hope to create his armor as he'd envisioned. So, after speaking with the Thunderbird, he returned to the physical world and headed back into Oculara to do some shopping. First on his list of needs was a better crucible. If he wanted to alloy his iron not only with other metals, but also with his power, then he needed an enormous amount of heat. Enough, he was told, that normal, non-magically treated iron would probably boil under the heat he required, and all of his crucibles, while sturdy, weren't quite up to the task of handling that kind of heat. Neither was his workshop, but that was another thing entirely. First off, he needed a new crucible. He met up with several of Emily's assistants upon arriving at her tower around the hexagon. Emily had gotten quite settled into her role as chief of acquisitions, and always had time to make sure that Leon had whatever materials he required. All he usually needed to do was to place an order for certain materials, and if Heaven's Eye didn't already have it in stock, then he'd get a priority shipment for relatively cheap. In this case, the kind of crucible he needed was already something that Heaven's Eye had in reserve. For every blacksmith like Sid, Heaven's Eye had many tools available, and to ensure that they could always do their work, those tools were often copied. Leon's crucible was something that was already present in Sid's workshop, but after a quick word with Emily's assistants, he bought one of the reserve crucibles. He wasn't worried about diminishing their supply. It wouldn't take long for another crucible to be manufactured and held in reserve, just in case Sid's or anyone else's ever broke. His new crucible was as big as a large bathtub. It was made of ceramics that, after being specially treated, looked almost like obsidian. Along with that alchemical treatment, the entire outside surface of the crucible had been inscribed with thousands of runes to increase its strength and heat retention properties. Leon made sure to give all of these enchantments full inspections both before and after his purchase. He'd only get one shot at forging his armor before leaving for the wyvern hunt, and he didn't want to screw this up and have to wait until after it was over for his second try. But for all that anxiety, these were not the runes that had Leon most worried. Those that inspired most of his nervousness were the ones that he'd devised with the personal assistance of the Thunderbird, and which he'd have to apply himself. They were primarily light enchantments, but with a few water runes in there as well, a blood magic enchantment, designed to greatly aid the infusion of his power with the metal that would go within the crucible. Leon picked up a few more specialized tools and less important materials, but then returned home, where Valeria had finished up with the labor golems. Leon left his brand new crucible in the center of his workshop, ordered the golems to start moving most of his tools and other materials to the edges of his workshop, and then began inspecting the ward scheme he'd placed upon the building. He'd need extreme heat for this project, enough heat to boil iron. He had no earthly idea how dangerous gaseous iron was, but he decided to err on the side of caution and assume that the danger posed was beyond extreme. The heat, at least, he could more easily guess and prepare accordingly. For several hours, he devised a new enchantment scheme to place upon his workshop that should control the iron fumes, while also protecting the rest of his more sensitive equipment from the extreme heat. He'd need some time to actually apply it, but that could wait. For now, he needed the most important material for this project, his own blood. To that end, over the next few days, Leon spent his time relaxing in his villa with Elise, Valeria, and Maya, spending as much time as he could with them as a way to apologize for being so distant while he was working on Sunlight. At the same time, he was chugging potions brewed by Helen to stimulate blood and mana production in his body and reporting to a Heaven's Eye healer every 3 hours for a blood magic ritual that would extract mana from his body. The vat the mana was stored in was kept within his soul realm, and he only let it out when it needed to be filled. He didn't want his mana leaving his control for even a moment. When all was said and done, though, Leon had enough mana for his purposes. He had a vat full of about twice as much mana as was in his body. Bleeding that much, even with Helen's potions and the skill of the healer who performed the extraction operation, Leon was still laid out for a few more days, resting from such bodily strain. As he rested, he stilled the strength to apply his new enchantments to his workshop, ensuring that as soon as he felt better, he could begin immediately. And he couldn't wait. Adamant, he could almost taste the word on his lips. The strongest and most powerful material in the universe. It was metal infused with the blood of a living being, becoming almost like an extension of their being, and being damn near impossible to destroy, to boot. As a happy bonus, adamant was an extremely versatile material, able to hold and retain enchantments from all elements with ease. To create such a fantastic material was still beyond Leon's abilities. It took a far more intensive ritual than the Thunderbird had taught him to create it, but he'd still be able to create something similar. Half adamant, he joked, and the Thunderbird had almost agreed, only refraining because the term implied something that the material wouldn't be. There was no such thing as half adamant. What Leon would create would be something different, but with similar, if weaker, traits as adamant. Leon finally began in his project a week after finishing Sunlight, and he couldn't have been more excited or nervous. As Leon stared at the crucible, its lip now glowing the blood magic enchantment that would infuse the power within his mana with the metal he was about to produce, the Thunderbird whispered soothingly into his mind. "It's all right," she said. "Even if you fail in this, is there anything stopping you from trying again? It's a lot of time to invest into something that may not work," Leon replied in a shaky tone, feeling slightly more nervous than excited now that the time to begin had finally come. "I just don't want to mess this up and have it all be for nothing. Even if you regard what you do today as a great success, in a century, after your skills improve, you'll still look back on what you make today with derision," the Thunderbird stated. "That's not guaranteed," Leon responded aloud, hoping his voice would calm his nerves somewhat, "but I get your point. After all of my preparations, investments in both time and money, I just don't want to screw this up and then have to wait to try again." "I suppose that makes sense," the Thunderbird replied. "Just don't be afraid of mistakes. Own them, learn from them, but don't fear them." Leon took a deep breath and nodded. His 2 new labor bronze golems stood nearby, awaiting instruction. They'd serve as forging assistants for this project, their enchanted bronze frames ideal for working in the harsh conditions that his workshop would soon be plunged into. Valeria stood nearby, watching him with a grim expression. "Ready for this?" she asked. Leon nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the golems standing by began to fill the crucible with the alchemical iron from the Sunlight job. His other materials were nearby, lying just outside of a thick circle of runes that would help the intense heat of Leon's metallurgical production from destroying everything else in his workshop. As he watched them work, Leon put on a simple silver necklace and felt its enchantment spring into effect. It was a simple enchantment, but it was going to be vital to his safety. So long as he wore the necklace, the fumes from his metalworking would be unable to interact with his body, as if he were surrounded by a protective bubble of clean air. Valeria walked over to him, kissed him on the cheek, wished him luck one more time, and then left him to his work. Leon took a few more deep breaths as the golems finished filling the crucible with iron and began to fill it with other materials. First was a crushed charcoal-like substance that would alloy with the iron to form steel when all was said and done. After that came powdered crystalline dust that glowed with faint white light quintessence sand, which carried quite a bit of light magic. There were still 2 more materials, but they were to come later. After the golems finished with the quintessence sand, he ordered one of them to pick up a huge enchanted ceramic rod taller than Leon and prepared to mix everything once the heat started to liquefy it. Then, with a wave of his hand, the vat heat filled with mana appeared next to the crucible, and Leon ordered the other golem to pick it up and prepare to slowly pour it into the crucible. And he needed it done very slowly. There was a ton of magic power in all of that bright red mana, and it had to be carefully controlled if he was to succeed in creating a pseudo-adamant material. It was at this point that he needed to start taking a more active role in the process. With the golem holding the vat standing by, Leon summoned his fire magic and activated the powerful fire enchantments below the crucible. Bright orange fire erupted from his fingers, surrounding the crucible and heating it extremely quickly. In less than a minute, the crucible and its contents had already reached the point where the quintessent sand near the edges of the crucible was glowing red, but Leon knew this wasn't even close to the temperature he needed. Using his fire magic to control the heat, he increased the enchantment's power and kept all of that heat firmly trapped within the crucible. He was helped in this endeavor when the enchantment covering the outer surface of the crucible started to glow with arcane light, the runes filling with magic power when Leon channeled some of his spare power into them. Using some of his own power, Leon sped up the process. Fire poured out of him, and soon enough, the mixture in the crucible was almost entirely liquid. Seeing this, Leon ordered the mixing golem to begin its work, and it diligently stuck the ceramic rod into the glowing liquid and began to mix. Leon took a deep breath as fire streamed from his body and covered the crucible. The enchantments he'd placed upon his workshop to protect it from this process were already hard at work, but he endured this heat all on his own, his fire magic ensuring that a truly hellish amount of heat would be needed to cause him serious harm. "That's sufficient," the Thunderbird said into Leon's mind as he continued to heat the crucible. "Begin pouring your mana." Leon relayed her command to the vat-carrying golem, and it tilted the vat slightly over the crucible, letting Leon's magic-infused blood drip into the metallic mixture only a few drops at a time. With how large the vat was, Leon knew he was going to be here for a long time at that rate, but that was the price he had to pay to forge his armor from the best materials. As the mana began to drip into the molten mixture, sparks of silver-blue lightning began to erupt from the metal surface. Without missing a beat, Leon activated the blood magic enchantment on the crucible's lip, which contained his power, preventing it from escaping from his blood. He needed it infused with the steel, not released all over his workshop's ceiling. Drop after drop descended into the mixture, and hours passed. Leon maintained his concentration as best as he could, but a few more lightning burns were added to his ceiling as proof that he slipped up a few times. His mood was greatly buoyed when, as he continued his stream of fire, he thought he saw for just a moment a hint of black within his flames, but he blinked and it was gone. He might have thought it just a trick of his imagination, an expression of the yearning that he felt for the great black dragon's power and the frustrations that he'd yet to learn anything new in the past 10 years, but just as those thoughts entered his mind, a few black sparks burst from the metal in the crucible as a few more drops were poured in. Leon tried his best to recreate that, but after a little while, he was forced to stop. He needed his attention fully on the production process. He couldn't let himself be distracted by anything, even if it was as great as the great black dragon's power manifesting for a moment. Hours later, as the last drops of his blood dripped from the vat and into the crucible, the Thunderbird whispered, "Good, things are looking very good so far." Leon, thusly encouraged, smiled, and let his fires finally die down. The crucible itself had received enough of his fiery attention to glow red, but the shining enchantments covering its surface did their job, allowing it to hold strong against even Leon's prodigious fire magic. He marveled at it for holding so strong even from that hint of black fire, but then he saw a minuscule crack in the ceramic. It wasn't damage enough to cause this process to fail, but it was something Leon was going to have to keep an eye on if he ever did this again. "Keep your magic power under control," the Thunderbird cautioned, pulling his attention back to the metal instead of the crucible. Leon knew that she didn't mean just the power in his body, but the power in the mana that had been poured into the crucible, as well. He could still sense it, still control it if he needed to. It was still his mana, and the power contained within it still responded to his will. But if he didn't keep his mind in the game, then that wouldn't last for long. He could feel the mana flowing along with the steel mixture in the crucible, not quite mixing as he wanted it to. So, in what was undoubtedly the most difficult part of this process, Leon redoubled his efforts to keep the blood magic enchantment working, while simultaneously forcing the mana within the crucible to bond with the molten metal. It wasn't easy. His mana tried to reject the bonding. He could feel his own skin start to burn as if he were within the crucible, even though at his level and with his mastery of fire magic, he was practically immune to heat like this. However, He kept pushing, envisioning his magic power like a hand that was crushing and compressing the mana and molten steel until they became one material. Unfortunately, even with all of his preparations and power, he wasn't quite able to control his power well enough, and some of it grew unstable and was lost as sparks of silver-blue lightning that rose from the molten mixture like fiery embers. With a scowl, Leon focused everything he had on bonding his power with the steel. He could feel the quintessence sand doing some work here, too, helping at least some of his mana bond to the steel almost like magnets, but he still strained. The crucible began to shake, Leon's actions putting more strain upon it than it had been under when he was heating the initial mixture. The floor of Leon's workshop, made of heavily reinforced concrete, weathered the shaking, but many of his tools and equipment in the workshop began to fly around like the workshop itself was being shaken by a callous giant. Another bolt of lightning suddenly erupted from the molten metal, arcing up and over the rim of the crucible and striking the floor, taking some of the metal with it. The metal cooled almost instantly, and the crucible was left with a long metal arch sticking out of it. Leon gritted his teeth at the waste, but there was nothing to be done about it at this point. He could only focus on not wasting any more. Within the crucible, he could feel the lightning magic he'd filled his mana with bursting from his mana, separating back into blood and magic power. Great arcs of silver-blue lightning danced around the inner surface of the crucible, and he could hear the ceramic starting to crack even more. It was designed for high temperatures, but this was a bit much for it to bear. "It's working," the Thunderbird called out, and Leon wondered if it was just to encourage him. He certainly needed it, for his forehead was racked with sweat, and he was starting to feel uncomfortable in the immense heat spilling off the crucible. His climate controls could only do so much, and it seemed that they were being overwhelmed from the sheer heat contained within his work area. But he kept going, straining to control the fire, the heat, and the magic power within the metal. Silver-blue lightning arced across the surface of the metal, dancing between the licks of nearly white-hot flame that sprouted here and there, a few of them black. The process of bonding his magic power to the metal took more than 3 hours, and by the end, Leon was left panting and exhausted. The metal in the crucible was still molten, but it had transformed into an almost marble-like substance, being primarily white with long streaks of black running through it. It seemed to have an almost glassy surface, and faint arcane light shone from deeper within the metal. With one last command, Leon ordered the golems to add the final 2 materials to the metal, which it would absorb as it was left to cool. The first was silver dust, which Leon hoped would increase the pseudo-adamant's ability to channel magic power. The second were the petals of assisi, a deeply unpleasant noxious flower whose stench hit Leon like a sack of bricks even though the petals had been soaking in manticore venom for more than a year, something which was supposed to make them safer to handle and dampen their stench. The petals were disgusting things, but they'd float upon the glassy surface of his pseudo-adamant as it cooled, slowly dissolving, and ensuring that his magic power remained bonded with the metal. Finally, Leon had the labor golems put a lid over the crucible, creating a magic seal over it that would keep all foreign magic power out of the crucible until the process was complete. And when that was done, Leon collapsed on the dirty floor of his workshop, his enchantments practically whirring around him as they handled the fumes and heat from the project. Even with all of his 8th tier power, it had taken him more than 12 hours of constant focus and expenditure of magic power. He was drained of energy. "Well done," the Thunderbird said from his soul realm, her voice practically bursting with pride. "Thank you," Leon whispered aloud. "I can't help but think that this whole process would have gone much more smoothly had I any skill in earth magic, though, of that, there's no doubt," the Thunderbird replied. "An earth mage skilled in metallurgy can turn mundane ore into processed bullion without even needing heat. If you were able to use more than the barest amount of earth magic, then you could have likely cut the time this process took in half, and that's a conservative estimate." Leon nodded and half groaned, half hummed in agreement and appreciation. "I'll keep trying to get it down, but it's damn difficult." Earth magic was essentially the polar opposite of all but darkness magic, in a certain sense. In order to create elemental magic, a mage had to make their magic power flow through their body in ways that are reminiscent of the properties of that element. To summon his lightning, Leon had to compress his magic power and then release it, letting it arc around his body like bolts of lightning. For his fire, he had to gather his magic within his chest and let it radiate throughout his body like heat. For water, his magic power had to flow through his circulatory system like a river, while his wind magic had to be like a gust of wind, circling through his body like a cyclone. For light, meanwhile, his magic had to shine through his body, something that Leon still found fairly difficult to grasp. Darkness was similar, with his magic having to suffuse his body and cover him like a shadow. All of these elements, with the sole exception of darkness, were essentially active and energetic uses of magic power. To use earth magic, however, Leon had to slow down his magic, almost stopping its flow entirely. His magic power had to imitate the stillness and solidity of stone. It was heavy and ponderous, and it flew in the face of almost every single instinct and habit that Leon had built over his years of practicing fire and lightning magic, the most energetic of the elements. It didn't come at all naturally to him, and even after 10 years of Sid almost literally beating the concepts into his head, he still struggled to so much as transform a pebble into a keeps pie. Chapter 688. Increased capabilities. Leon stared at his work, now finished, a strange feeling of relief, apprehension, and pride in his heart. Pride in what he'd created. Apprehension at how it might perform. Relief that it was done. More relief that all of his toil seemed to have paid off. His new armor was a dark, smoky gray, the color of storm clouds. Black marbly streaks crisscrossed its surface like lightning, while the smaller pieces bore faint dark flame-like patterns. Each piece of pseudo-adamant plating radiated magic power, even disassembled as they were. The breastplate, in particular, almost glowed from the magic it contained, due in no small part to the Tau Pearl, Leon was sure. The cuirass was a single piece of metal, combining the breastplate and backplates into one perfectly tailored piece that was slim in the waist and broader in the chest. If Leon hadn't been able to pull it into his soul realm and summon it back on his body, it would have been damn difficult to get into. It covered him completely from hip to shoulder, was slightly rounded to deflect blows, and featured as its only, useless, decoration aside from the lightning and fire patterns that the smelting process had given it an ivory griffin in profile right over Leon's heart. The griffin wasn't only decorative, lodged behind it where it was hidden from view was the Tau Pearl. Woven through the griffin and through the thicker plating over Leon's chest were many defensive enchantments, and within those were more that were specifically designed to hide the pearl from any prying eyes. It was so well hidden that Leon didn't think anyone would even know the pearl was there unless they tore the plate apart, and given how strong the metal and enchantments within it were, that would be a Herculean feat to pull off. With the Tau Pearl in place, his armor could project a shield of light in two different ways. The first would completely surround his body in a strong oval shell of translucent white light, while the second would project a stronger, more opaque shield in only one direction, a result of inspiration that struck him during the creation process. His armor could also use the power of the Tau to heal any injuries he might sustain, and even heal others that he touched. His forearms and biceps would be covered entirely by single-piece plates, while an additional series of smaller interlocking plates would be layered over them. Within these smaller plates was a slot on each of his forearms, protected from view and danger, into which he could pull and summon different enchanted gemstones that would alter the enchantments within his gauntlets. Or so he hoped. They still needed to be tested. His helmet was nearly identical to his old helmet, being completely closed face, with only a narrow upside-down wedge-shaped slit for his eyes. Thanks to his power, he didn't even need good airflow, which he exploited to add even more armor to his face, though, just for his own comfort, there were a few air enchantments woven into his helmet to compensate. The stylized ear-like wings that were on his old helmet were still present on this one, but a little smaller and pulled back just a bit. His leg protection was generally made of larger plates, with long bands of riveted metal protecting his thighs, and long knee-high metal boots protecting the rest, all of it just as heavily enchanted as his old boots had been with enhancements to speed and strength. The biggest difference was that when he needed to swim, his boots would no longer project large fins of ice for him to use. Instead, the job of not only propelling him through the water but flying through the air would be the job of his belt. His belt was one of the pieces that he was most proud of, for it represented a huge generational leap in the capabilities and accessibility of his flight suits. It was his 6th generation, and unlike all his previous generations, it didn't work by using jets of air as propulsion but worked more in line with his new flight technique. It greatly aided him in seizing control of the air around him and lifting himself off the ground. Even better, he'd designed it to work underwater, too, using a nearly identical technique that seized control of surrounding water rather than air. So powerful and accessible was it that he'd made similar belts for the rest of his family and retinue, letting them fly just as easily as he could. Additional plates covered other vulnerable areas of his body, including mildly prominent angular pauldrons that looked almost like furled wings thanks to the marbled texture to the metal. Beneath his plates he wore a suit of lighter, smoky gray scale armor made with leftover pseudo-adamant that covered his body almost in its entirety, while beneath that was a thick suit of gambeson. Neither were nearly as heavily enchanted as his plates, but both carried at least a few strengthening enchantments to help resist any magical or physical attacks. Of course, being infused with his power, his scale armor didn't necessarily need enchanting, but Leon had wanted to be as thorough as possible. Next to his armor lay a dozen bright gemstones of varying colors, each one only the size of the last digit on his little finger. Each one was covered in runes so tiny that they were nearly imperceptible, which would slot into his gauntlets and change the enchantments therein. Half of the gems were designed similarly to the anti-magic bracelets that he'd used against Jorman, but far more refined. They'd hopefully disrupt magic of each element save for lightning, which Leon was confident he could deal with on his own, not to mention lightning was his primary battle magic, and using lightning disrupting weapons at the same time he was trying to use lightning magic was only going to end in frustration and possible injury or death. The other half of the gems were designed for more specific purposes. He had a black and red onyx that could create a thin scalpel of fire which burned white hot and should cut through just about any mundane material, and probably most magical materials, too. Another piece of onyx, this one redder than the last, was much simpler, able to shoot off powerful fireballs with greater mana efficiency than Leon was capable of doing on his own, which was saying something. A piece of lapis he'd enchanted to create a more traditional shield of ice than the shield of light that his Tau Pearl powered. A pale gray moonstone could allow him to telekinetically influence stone. A white topaz was designed to fire off a thin beam of damaging light. Finally, a black opal was designed to shroud him in shadows, making his body not only immaterial, but also imperceptible as well. If it worked as designed, he could even give his ring of invisibility to someone else, or better yet, make more shadow cloaks for the rest of his retinue so that all of his people could have great stealth capabilities. Unfortunately, he hadn't the time to test any of this with any degree of reliability. He channeled some of his magic into each of the gems, ensuring that his magic could at least power the enchantments he'd designed, but that was about it. He was encouraged, though, to see that his enchantments had been at least properly applied, and that none of them failed to activate. It was just how well they fulfilled their function that he needed to verify. But he'd run out of time to do so, for in only a few hours, he'd be heading off the scorched fields to prepare to deal with the wyverns as they came down from their eyries, seeking huge amounts of food for their hatching young. In fact, Leon was already running just a little bit late, and the rest of his retinue should already be at his home, waiting on him. With a sigh of disappointment that he couldn't spend the next few weeks rigorously testing his new armor, Leon pulled all of his work into his soul realm and, for the first time in a month, left his workshop. Immediately upon locking the place down and walking out the door, he projected his magic senses. He saw in his front courtyard, being seen to by the beastmaster that he kept on staff, a huge reptilian creature covered in dark green scales that was almost ape-like in appearance. It had a pair of shorter, stumpier legs in the back, while in front it had two huge, heavily muscled legs that were only two opposable thumbs. Away from being arms, it moved mostly upright, but its head was massive and crocodilian, with a long, fang-filled snout and 10 pairs of eyes all over its huge skull. Balancing out this enormous head was an even bigger tail that looked strong enough to crush a third-tier mage's head with a single blow. This monster was the result of the Attican snapper egg that Leon had taken years ago on his way through the Illumarian wetlands. Such monsters were rarely used as war beasts given their savage, unruly nature. They were beasts through and couldn't be tamed by any but the greatest and most patient beastmasters. Leon was not even a semi-competent beastmaster, but with the onyx bracelet he'd taken from Jorman, the Attican snapper had been subjugated and quite easily tamed. The beastmaster he kept on staff to see to Anzu and any other visiting mount frequently expressed shock at how little trouble the monstrous creature gave him. However, even though Leon had been the one to use the onyx bracelet upon the snapper, he'd eventually had to conclude that he simply didn't have the time to deal with beasts in this way. He didn't want to just foist them off onto his beastmaster, having no personal connection to creatures that were supposed to be his personal war beasts. As a result, when Anna expressed quite a bit of interest in it, he gave her the onyx bracelet, and the Attican snapper along with it. She'd taken to it with enthusiasm, and the snapper had become her personal mount and war beast. It couldn't move too quickly, but it was physically strong with rippling muscle that Leon's beastmaster nourished with an extremely high-quality diet, and magically strong at the 5th tier already. That the snapper was here meant that Anna was here, too, for she rarely left the creature alone anywhere, except in her own personal stable, or in Leon's stable. As tame as the snapper was, it made a lot of people uncomfortable. Leon hurried into his home. He hated the idea that others were waiting on him, which they almost certainly were at this point. He found them waiting in his dining room, snacking and chatting quietly as he walked in. His family was there as well, and all eyes turned to him as he passed under the marble arch that separated the dining room from the main living room. "Husband!" Elise cried out as Leon appeared, standing up so quickly she almost knocked her chair over. After he locked himself in his workshop for the better part of the month, she'd come to visit him in his workshop at least once a day after the most dangerous parts of the production process was concluded, but it was clear to everyone that she'd been long waiting for him to emerge. Without another word, Leon strode over and took his wife in his arms, locking lips, and he squeezed her against himself. He'd not intended to launch into such a project so soon after sunlight, but the wyvern hunt demanded it, and at least now, thankfully, he could finally cross his armor off his to-do list. They only parted when Alex poked fun at them by jokingly cheering. Leon and Elise separated, but neither were in the slightest bit embarrassed, despite the mild amusement in most of the others' expressions. In fact, Leon then gave Maya and Valeria equally passionate, if slightly more truncated greetings. And then he turned his attention to his retinue. Alex, having cheered, drew his attention first. His former squire had cut her hair short, her brown locks stopping about halfway down her neck. Her fifth-tier aura was robust and powerful, and Leon could feel something that almost felt like static coming from her, a sign of her skill in lightning magic. Gaius sat to her right, a good-natured grin on his face even as Leon embraced Valeria, all signs of his previous animosity toward Leon. Now a thing of distant memory. He, too, had reached the fifth tier, and his aura was as solid as the stone he manipulated with his earth magic. To Gaius, right sat Marcus, a serene smile on his face to match his own gentle fifth-tier aura. He'd learned to use light magic, and though it was generally almost typecast as healing magic, Leon had seen when Marcus could do with the element, and he could say for certain that it was going to be the people that stood against Marcus that would need the healing, not those who stood behind him. On Marcus's right sat Alcander, still just as giant and muscular as ever. However, while he sat with patience, his eyes burned with excitement and anticipation and with the power of his fire magic, which bled a little bit into his aura. Leon had to admit that the man had quite a bit of skill and natural aptitude for the element, perhaps more so than any of the others had with their chosen elements. He couldn't help but feel some amount of pity for the enemies that might stand against Alcander in the future, for he'd used fire himself enough to know that death by fire was quite terrible. To Alcander's right sat Anna, the sixth-tier hunter still at that power level. She looked a little different than she had 10 years ago, though, her hair color having changed from green to a reddish-orange. When she'd had the dye job done several years ago, Leon had learned about some of the light magic that the Sacred Golden Empire pioneered, that of body alteration. Light magic was unparalleled with how it could manipulate the body. Healing was only the most famous and arguably useful of its applications. However, the ways that light magic could interact with the body went much deeper than that, with one of the most common treatments being to change hair color among a host of other treatments. When Anna's treatment was complete, her hair hadn't simply been dyed, but changed completely to the new color, eliminating the need to maintain the dye. She hadn't grown in power too much over the past 10 years, but since she was at the 6th tier already, she was already powerful enough that Leon wasn't too concerned about her lack of progress. She was young enough that she had plenty of time to grow further, and she'd had other business these past few years, anyway. Her sister, likewise, hadn't advanced much in the magical arts, as was evident from where Helen sat to Anna's right. She was still at the 5th tier, but given that she'd spent most of her time focused on her alchemical studies, Leon wasn't particularly upset at her lack of magical progress. She played a large part in his family and retinue's financial situation being so enviable, so even if he wanted to complain, he didn't have much of a leg to stand on. In the past 10 years, she'd whipped up enough healing potions to alleviate his retinue's reliance on Leon's healing spells. She'd also made a variety of other potions for them to use if the need arose, including potions to help speed up the body's production of magic power for a short time, potions to keep the body moving even when exhaustion threatened to impair their ability to fight, and even certain salves that, if used to cover exposed portions of the body, could be used to increase stealth capabilities, turning one almost completely invisible and masking their scent. She'd also devised various alchemical bombs and poisons that Leon hadn't hesitated to add to their growing arsenal, and potions to help them resist foreign magics, which ought to help increase their survivability in violent situations. So, Leon couldn't possibly be angry at her lack of magical progress when she'd already furnished them with the bountiful fruits of her alchemical labors. The rest of the table to Helen's right was empty, while Leon's family sat across from his retinue. The only two who weren't sitting at the table were Anshu and Talal. The latter stood by the door, diligently awaiting Leon's arrival, while the former was leaning against the wall about as far as he could reasonably be from Helen, Anna, and Alex. Even after 10 years, he was still maintaining his distance, but at the very least, he wasn't avoiding the ladies of Leon's retinue anymore or insisting that they needed to get married and stay at home, which Leon considered to be great progress. The Indradian had focused quite single-mindedly on his magical prowess, however, perhaps feeling some competitiveness with Anna, the only woman in Leon's retinue who wasn't romantically attached to Leon, yet was stronger than Anshu. Leon never directly asked the Indradian the reason for his dedication. He was just happy the man wasn't sitting on his laurels content to collect Leon's money without working hard in turn. That diligence paid off, helping him to reach the 6th tier. So, has everyone prepared themselves? Leon asked the room as he took a seat at the head of the table, Elise taking the seat to his left. Of course we have, Alcander exclaimed as he practically burst out of his chair in excitement. What about your armor? Did you finish it? Does it do what you've claimed it can? Leon fought the urge to laugh with pride. It took quite a bit of effort after so long in his workshop, he felt like he could use a good emotional release. I'm unsure, as of yet, Leon replied with a subtle smile. I'm probably going to spend as much of the trip westward as I can putting the thing through its paces, though I'm not too confident we're going to get the time I need since we're taking a Heaven's Eye arc to the scorched fields. However, the first thing I want to test is my new darkness stone. I've grown used to having the ability to turn invisible, and I don't want to give that up. High on my list of priorities, meanwhile, is ensuring that all of you get similar capabilities. The gratitude was plain on everyone's faces. They all knew the benefit of invisibility, and combined with the flight gear that Leon had already supplied them with, it could increase their capabilities as much as learning elemental magic did. Leon continued, we'll get into the details later, and it's mostly contingent on how well my tests go, of course. But the results of my testing will be used to upgrade all of our equipment, so all I can ask for is your patience. Patience is something I think we all have in abundance at this point, Marcus quipped, and Leon nodded in understanding. His retinue had acted almost entirely as his entourage for the past 10 years, with not much of substance to do as he mostly stayed in Oculara, and only left to carry out some fairly mundane tasks for the director. In short, while they were all stronger and more skilled in their own ways, they hadn't yet had much of an opportunity to test their new strength, with the singular exception of the previous wyvern hunt 5 years ago. Good, Leon said, my armor isn't the only thing in need of testing, though. He glanced at Valeria and winked, the silver-haired woman grinning mischievously in response. But it was Alex who responded, excitedly asking, you're bringing that thing with us? Leon smirked at her and nodded, and his former squire looked like he'd just told her she'd won the lottery. Moving on before anyone else could comment, Leon conjured a map for everyone and spread them across the table. Once this hunt is done, we'll be heading to the Sacred Golden Empire, so get used to these maps. It's about time that we start going after some of these old Thunderbird ruins that appear to still be lost. Chapter 689, A Wager Between Hands. Leon was excited, for in his 10 years in the Ilian Empire, this was to be the first time he'd ever ridden in an arc before. Not even as a hand of the director had he had the privilege before now. After he touched base with his retinue following the creation of his armor, he quickly packed up what he felt he'd need for the wyvern hunt, and there was quite a bit he wanted to bring with him. The first and most important thing was a weapon that he'd had in his workshop for a long while, covered with a sheet to keep it clean. He'd built it after long lessons with Nestor and the Thunderbird that greatly expanded his knowledge of lightning magic, and while he'd never quite gotten around to testing it, let alone giving it any proper use, he decided to bring it this time. Then, he made sure he was stocked up with all the spells, food, and clean clothes that he felt might be necessary. The last thing he readied, it already being in his soul realm, was an entire house. When Leon had first seen such a thing, he'd been flabbergasted that such a thing was possible, but after building one himself, he had to admit he'd not only been cheating himself by not looking into such things before, but being extremely short-sighted in his application of enchantments. The last time he'd gone wyvern hunting, He'd seen the imperial hunting delegations set up temporary housing within large camps for their people to use. Given the nature of the scorched fields, there were precious few permanent settlements, so the hunters had to bring their own, and of course, the Imperials weren't going to slum it while on such a prestigious hunt. To solve this issue, they'd developed modular housing, essentially houses, or even entire palaces, that could be disassembled into much smaller pieces, stored in soul realms, and then reassembled in a matter of hours, if not less, upon reaching camp. There wasn't typically a limit to how large or small something had to be to fit into someone's soul realm, but Leon had never really considered an entire palace before. Upon returning to Oculera and experimenting with the modular constructions a bit, he thought it would be a long time before he would consider a palace still, but a fairly large house was well within his range of possibility. When he tried to explain why he didn't want a palace in his soul realm to his retinue, he hadn't quite been able to put it into words. Alcander, however, gave him those words when he said it sounded like trying to physically shit out a house, only through his soul realm. Of course, the modular construction made things much easier, but it was still exhausting moving so much material into and out of his soul realm at any one time. Still, Leon had enough in his soul realm to ensure his family's and his retinue's comfort while they were out in the brush. And what made it even better was the fact that the modular construction that Leon had learned meant that pieces of the home could be added or removed at will, giving the house the versatility it needed to be set up on the side of a mountain or in the middle of a wide, open plain. It didn't matter where Leon might find himself, he'd be able to conjure up not only comfortable, but secure housing thanks to his increased skill in the arts of enchanting. All of this Leon had ready when he made his way to Heaven's Eye. Accompanying him were his entire family and his retinue. Elise hadn't come with him on his previous wyvern hunt, but after a month forging his armor, and another month before that working on sunlight, Leon had been rather distant recently. For his part, Leon relished his wife coming with. He didn't like leaving her behind, and it was hardly like she needed protecting when Heaven's Eye was heading southwest in force. Besides, they'd only be gone for a few weeks, and the household staff was more than capable of functioning without either of them around for a little while. Their destination was an archyard not too far from the hexagon. Heaven's Eye didn't have many arcs, so the archyard wasn't large, and to Leon's disappointment, didn't have any facilities that could construct the flying machines. Their arcs were also fairly small, but more than large enough for their purposes. The arc Leon's party was shown to was on the larger end of what Heaven's Eye had, with seating for about 30 or so people to travel in typical Heaven's Eye luxury. 10 of those seats were already taken by Penelope and her personal retinue of serious, hard-eyed men and women ranging from 5th to 7th tier. The arc itself had the arrowhead shape of the other arcs Leon had seen and had been built entirely from some kind of black metal. The main compartment was in a triangular chamber nestled within the arrowhead-shaped machine, close to the rear engines where the vehicle was thickest. Upon entering, Leon saw that the roof of the compartment was much the same as the windows of the hexagon, completely transparent from the inside, while completely opaque from outside. The 5 people required to pilot the arc were in an adjacent compartment in the back, leaving the passengers largely to their own devices. Leon Rame, Penelope drawled as Leon led the way inside. The interior of the ark was essentially a lounge in the same vein as what lay on the ground floor of Heaven's Eye Towers, and she and her retinue had occupied 3 of the tables, the curtains between the tables that would give them some measure of privacy pulled back. "You certainly took your time." Leon shrugged. "There's on time and there's late. I'm not late." He didn't miss a step as he walked in with his family close behind, and his retinue just behind them. Anzu brought up the rear, but Anna's Attican snapper was a bit too much and had to be kept back in Leon's stable for the time being. "Goodness, it looks like you're bringing your entire household with you," Penelope replied as Leon's people filed in. "Are you that nervous about this hunt?" Leon didn't rise to her bait, merely stating, "Those who don't respect the power of wyverns are going to die. I saw that plainly enough in the piles of mangled and burned corpses last time." Penelope merely smiled derisively, but her 1/7th tier retainer, a young-seeming man with classical good looks, murmured, "Weaklings who overestimated their power. They shouldn't have gone on the hunt if they couldn't handle the heat." Leon glared at the man but decided it would be best to ignore Penelope and her people entirely. He took a seat at a table, at which Elise, Maya, and Valeria joined him. Anzu curled up between them in the slanted walls of the triangular compartment, while Leon's retinue sat at 2 adjacent tables. It was with a modicum of amusement that Leon noted Anshu didn't seem at all put off at sitting with Helen and Anna. He was actually staring daggers at Penelope's retinue, and Leon guessed in the face of their warm welcome, had stowed his usual attitude to help present a unified front among Leon's party. "Are these all you're bringing, Leon Rame?" Penelope asked, her tone one of the utmost innocence, yet Leon didn't believe it for a second. "As numerous as they are, they're still," as Leon sighed, Elise turned and sweetly asked, "Is there something you're trying to say, Lady Penelope?" Penelope just smiled. "No, of course not, Lady Elise. You're just traveling with some very young companions, is all. I hope they can protect you if things get hairy over in the scorched fields." With a low, predatory growl, Leon responded, "Is that a threat?" "Why ever would you think it was?" Penelope innocently asked. Leon glared at the director's daughter. This woman had never liked him, and he'd never really liked her. He supposed his success with the flight suits and the dull tau pearl the director had sought grated on her. She hadn't wanted him recruited at all, and yet here he still was, 10 years later, thriving in the Ilian Empire and Heaven's Eye. But he didn't immediately respond. Instead, it was Alex who shouted, "He thinks that because you're being a catty bitch." 3 of Penelope's retainers shot to their feet, killing intent suddenly pouring out of them as their 5th and 6th tier auras focused in Alex's direction. Alex, Alcander, Marcus, and Gaius clearly anticipated this response, and rose in response, their own auras spiking enough for Leon to know that they were perfectly willing to throw down if things got violent. But things weren't going to get violent, not for them. Leon, without rising from his seat, reached out with his magic power in the same way that he used it in his new flying technique. His magic wrapped around Penelope's retainers like a glove in only an instant, and their auras were greatly constrained. He wasn't powerful enough to completely freeze them in place with his power, yet, like Anastasios had done during the duel with the Forest Watchers, but the simple act of laying his power down upon them had the desired effect. Penelope's 3 retainers didn't take another step, and after less than a second, looked near collapse under the weight of Leon's magic. "There's no need for this to get ugly," Leon said threateningly as the rest of Penelope's retainers rose, fury in their eyes. Penelope herself, just as Leon and Elise were doing, remained seated. However, he caught a quick glance the director's daughter sent Maya's way, as the river nymph had risen as well. Maya alone could probably deal with Penelope's entire retinue, and she had Valeria and the rest of Leon's party at her back. "Enough," Penelope shouted. "We'll revisit this another time, Leon Rame." As Penelope's people returned to their seats, Leon graciously released his hold on the initial 3 who'd risen. "Don't make promises you can't keep," Leon replied with a vicious smile. Then, after a moment's thought, added, "How about this, Penelope? Let's have a little wager." "A wager, she said, looking mildly interested and not the least bit perturbed at the fight that nearly broke out between their groups, or at Leon's retinue who were a little slower in taking their seats as her own retainers had been. "And what kind of wager might this be?" "Just a friendly competition," Leon explained. "Let's see who bags the most wyvern heads." "What do you suggest we wager?" Penelope inquired. "What are you willing to lose?" Leon shot back, confidence written in every tiny detail of his face. Penelope grinned back at him and conjured from her soul realm a bright blue diamond that sparkled like the clearest of water. The diamond was set in a frame of gold, with both stone and frame cut and shaped to look like a flat blue rose. The diamond was large enough that it just barely fit in the palm of her hand. It was an expensive piece, to be sure, but it was utterly mundane. It held no magic power whatsoever. However, Leon still smiled in appreciation. It was a valuable piece, and from the way Elise's eyes suddenly darted first in its direction, then in his, and then back to Penelope, he guessed it was probably more valuable than he realized. In response, Leon pulled a gorgeous agate from his soul realm and laid it on his table. The gemstone was black, white, and gold, the 3 colors spiraling and emanating from the center in long, irregular waves. It was beautiful, but not nearly in the same league as the diamond. However, this was one of the stones that Leon had practiced his modular enchantments on, and as such carried quite a few runic glyphs. This particular stone could call a lightning bolt down from the heavens, but only during a naturally occurring storm, and even then, the bolt wouldn't be particularly powerful, about on par with an attack by a 6th tier mage, if he had to make an estimation. However, in terms of value, he'd rank the agate as higher than the diamond, if for no other reason than it had a practical purpose, even if that purpose was below Penelope's level. Still, It was clearly enchanted, as Leon showed off when he channeled a few sparks of magic power into it, just enough for the otherwise completely unnoticeable runes that covered its egg-shaped surface to glow with golden light for a couple of seconds. Interesting, Penelope breathed. All accept your wager, Leon Rame. Whoever brings in the most wyvern heads by the end of the hunt will be the winner, and will take the other's item, is that right? Leon shook his head, and bartered with the director's daughter a bit more, each making more specific rules for their wager, all of which Talal quickly wrote down, and each signing their names to the paper once he was finished. Their wager was to be based not only on number of wyvern heads, but the power of those wyverns, too. If any of them brought in any freshly hatched wyvernlings or wyvern eggs, then they'd receive points for those, as well. However, in the interest of fairness, their wager would be mediated by a third party they could both agree upon before the hunt began. When everything was signed, both sides calmed down significantly, though neither side interacted any further aside from a few venomous looks. It seemed that with the wager in place, both sides had silently decided not to screw with each other anymore. Leon sighed in relief, and then summoned up his darkness magic. It still didn't feel quite natural, but he had to admit that he liked the ability to speak directly into people's minds, if he wished. He said to his retinue, "If we lose this wager, we're all going to pay for it. So don't let me down." He capped his statement off with a smile of challenge, which Alcander, Marcus, and Valeria returned with burning smiles. The rest of his retinue was a little more circumspect, but he could tell that they were just as motivated. Talal returned to his seat, and Alcander immediately began teasing the man about his fighting prowess. He'd risen with the others and seemed ready to fight, but Leon knew that Talal wasn't much of a fighter. Still, he appreciated the gesture, even as he tuned out his retinue's more raucous bonding. He was about to turn his attention to his armor, wanting to head into his soul realm to run it through some tests, when Elise rested her hand upon his thigh. He looked up, his golden irises meeting her glittering emerald eyes. "You're not thinking of just leaving after all that, are you?" she asked, sounding a little aggrieved. "No," Leon immediately replied, though guiltily looking away. "Of course he was," Valeria chided. "He just finished building a bunch of new toys, it's too much to expect him not to want to play with them." Leon glared at her, though he wasn't seriously angry, and she responded with a cheeky wink and a smile. "Stay with us a little longer," Maya requested, though it didn't quite sound like a request, more like an order. "You've been gone too long." "I agree with Naiad," Elise responded. "We need some time together. There'll still be time enough to play with your toys when we reach the scorched fields, don't worry." Leon smiled at his wife, then at his lovers. There was only one answer he could give, and only one answer he wanted to give in that moment. "My time is yours." While Leon had intended to spend some time testing his new gear during the flight to the scorched fields, in the end, he didn't spend a single second doing so. He wasn't worried. They'd reach the scorched fields with probably days or even a week or more to spare. He was far more concerned about Penelope and his family. So, for the half hour or so after the exchange in bed with Penelope, he quietly chatted with Elise, Maya, and Valeria. And then it came time for the ark to take off, and all talking between Leon's people ceased. It started with a low rumble from down below, and Leon sensed a huge pulse of magic travel through the ark's frame. The magic engines roared into life, though only some of that sound managed to pass into the compartment. Then, slowly, the ark began to lift into the air, borne aloft on a combination of fire and wind magic from its wings. After it reached about 100 feet in the air, the rear engines fully engaged, and the ark began to advance at a snail's pace. However, the ark then tilted backward slightly, pointing its nose into the air, and started accelerating. It rapidly built up speed, and its rate of acceleration increased to the point where all the passengers were thrown backward slightly. All were powerful mages, so losing their balance wasn't the easiest thing, but their seats helped out greatly, even when those seats weren't braced against the forward motion. Through the transparent compartment roof, Leon could see clouds whipping past the ark faster and faster, and when he projected his magic senses, they went through the roof easily, and he could see that they were moving at an incredible speed already, and they were still accelerating. It took several long minutes for the acceleration to stop, leaving the ark at a constant speed, but Leon estimated that they'd reach the scorched fields thousands of miles away in less than a day, a mind-blowing speed given what he was used to. What was even more mind-blowing was the magic flowing through the ark. There was so much of it feeding the ark's enchantments that his estimation of the amount was probably in the quadrillions of Atoi. To put it even more simply, if the Ark were powered in a manner consistent with what he'd seen of the Thunderbird clan, then it would probably take 2 or 3 8th tier mages in their prime being constantly drained of magic power to maintain the Ark's flight. Nestor, Leon breathed into his soul realm. Zaffin, the fuck is it, human? The demon responded immediately, sounding mildly irritated at Leon's interruption of the, no doubt, tremendously important business he was taking care of. Nestor was quieter, merely pulsing his magic senses to let Leon know he had his attention. I want one of these. Teach me how to build one of these. Unfortunately, the response to Leon's desire to learn how to build an ark was disappointing. While he was making great progress in his efforts to learn the art of enchanting, his skills were still below what they needed to be to accomplish such a complex feat as the creation of an ark, even one that was only capable of intraplanar travel. One that was capable of interplanar travel, meanwhile, was so much further beyond his capabilities that his expression of desire to Nestor and Zaffin was almost laughable. That didn't stop him from dreaming, though. Chapter 690, Viria's the scorched fields were far to the southwest of the Ilian Empire. The entire breadth of the empire had to be traversed before the Ark even reached the halfway point of their journey, though, fortunately, the Ark moved so quickly that the journey that had taken Leon weeks 10 years ago was done in reverse in a matter of hours. However, they did have to cant west a bit to avoid flying over the sunlit empire, adding what Leon considered to be a negligible amount of time to their journey. Once past the border of the empire, they were in the comparatively lawless and sparsely populated Chiron steppes. The steppes weren't quite as depopulated as the Illumerian wetlands, especially this close to imperial territory, so while cities were few and very far between, there was never a point where Leon couldn't see at least a couple of nomads grazing their horses or stopping to trade with each other. He even saw 2 huge warbands doing battle about 150 miles away from their ark, at one point, fighting over something he couldn't even guess at. 10,000 horsemen clashed against a comparable number, horse archers harassing their foes, heavier cavalry smashing against each other in a vicious melee, and Leon above it all, looking down upon it from the sky. He couldn't help but feel strangely uncomfortable at the sight of it. He supposed this was part of what achieving apotheosis might feel like, a god, reigning supreme above all, the petty concerns of mortals and weaker mages so far below him that even their most serious of blood feuds was little more than a curiosity to him. Still, he watched with rapt attention for as long as the ark remained close enough for his magic senses to reach the battle. Unfortunately, that wasn't long, and he was able to watch the battle for less than a quarter hour before it slipped out of view. Other than that, the Chiron steppes were vast and empty, with rolling hills of yellow grassland as far as the eye could see, broken up by the occasional stream or small copse of trees. It was a barren place, and Leon could fully understand why neither the Ilian nor the Sunlit Empire had pushed into the region. Quite simply, there wasn't any reason for them to, not with how few material resources seemed to be here, and especially not with the apparent lack of arable land and water sources. To build an imperial city out here would be to invest an enormous amount of money into the necessary magical infrastructure that such a settlement would require, and little would flow back into the empire. No, he could understand why the borders stopped where they did if this was all that lay beyond. Better to leave the nomads to their own devices and trade with them for whatever, if anything, may be needed from the steppes. As they were flying over the steppes, Elise told Leon about the nomads, and he learned that they had been quite bothersome in times past. However, the empires had grown so powerful and magically advanced that the nomads were no longer a problem. The nomads, for all their power and advantages over armies that Leon was more familiar with, simply couldn't compete against the empire's magical might. Given the kind of arcs that Leon knew just the Ilian Empire had, he could understand that, too. Even a small arc like this one, if equipped with a couple of imperial lances, would have annihilated that battling horde of nomads with ease, if it had to. It was the first time that Leon had ever seen the Chiron steppes, and as they reached their rough edge, he wasn't quite sure what to think. The last wyvern hunt had taken him on a different route, passing through the Sunlit Empire into the Pegasi states, and he wasn't sure he ever wanted to return to the steppes. They were just so damned bleak and empty that even Leon, who reveled in solitude in the wilderness, felt uncomfortable. He'd take the Illumerian wetlands, filled as they were with dangerous creatures, over the steppes any day. After the steppes came the ivory plains, somehow even bleaker and more inhospitable than the endless grasslands to the north. The plains were almost nothing but stark white salt flats that stretched for hundreds of miles. The entire Bull Kingdom could get lost in them. Of course, the sheer emptiness of the ivory plains made it surprisingly easy to distinguish them from the scorched fields. Grass and trees were everywhere, but the scorched fields hardly made much of a forest. Instead, massive trees rose hundreds of feet into the sky, and had hundreds of feet between them. Their flame-blackened trunks were so large around on average that 20 men couldn't encircle them when holding hands. Their roots stuck out of the ground for dozens of feet around them like great, entangling webs, and around those roots stretched some of the greenest grass that Leon had ever seen. He'd only ever seen more vivid grass in the forest of black and white, where grass of any color could be found. Other than the grass and the trees, however, there was little in the way of significant plant life. A few thin bushes and weeds, but little else. There was little evidence, too, of human habitation. The scorched fields had few permanent settlements, much like the Chiron steppes, but here and there Leon could see a few tiny huts built along the trunks of the massive trees, suspended over the ground. Some tree clusters, as much as such distant trees could be called clusters, had enough huts to almost qualify as a small village. Such settlements weren't meant to be permanent and were probably nothing more than groups of hunters setting up shelters to prepare for the upcoming wyvern hunt. When the wyverns left their areas to hunt, most of the scorched fields would burn since fire wyverns were the most common variety, and while those huts in small villages were vulnerable built so high up on the massive trunks, given the fact that wyverns could fly, they were still safer up there where the fires couldn't reach. A hut in a tree was only in danger of being burned by a wyvern, but a hut on the ground was guaranteed to be lost to fire without other protections. The arc continued further into the fields, pushing south and then a little bit east until they reached something that more closely resembled a city. Huge buildings and villas dotted the landscape, many with large walls built around them. This was Virias, the city that sprang up on the western edge of the Pegasi states every 5 years to see to the needs of the wyvern hunters. Since the Pegasi states were most in danger of incineration without these hunters, it was no surprise to Leon that many of the city-states that made up their confederation committed their powerful mages to the hunt and invested quite a few resources into supporting the hunters as best as they could. Virias wasn't a real city, though. If anything, it more closely resembled an army camp than a proper city, with every formal delegation and mercenary band forming their own camp adjacent to all the others. Dozens of individual camps dotted the landscape, just close enough to support each other if need be, but separated just enough to maintain their individual identities. The majority of these camps were from the various Pegasi states. The largest camps were those set aside for the empires and Heaven's Eye. However, of the empires, only the Ilian Empire and Sacred Golden Empire were sending delegations this year, and even then, the Ilian delegation was less than half of what Leon remembered it being 5 years ago. That marred its appearance just a bit, making the Ilian delegation seem small even though they were larger than any individual Pegasi delegation. The Sacred Golden Empire's delegation, on the other hand, more than made up for it, for they were clearly moving in force. 6 clusters of gigantic, clearly foreign trees had been grown in the center of the camp, each cluster made up of 4 trees with trunks as thick as the footprint of Leon's entire villa. They stretched quite high into the sky, but that massive footprint still made them seem rather squat and short compared to the much slenderer and more graceful-looking trees that were native to the region. Leon had only ever seen these massive trees once before, during the previous hunt, and he'd never been inside of them. However, he knew that the Sacred Golden Empire used their mastery of nature magic to grow them extraordinarily rapidly, and they served as residences for the delegation. Each tree was built with long, winding tunnels and luxurious rooms throughout its unnaturally thick trunk, while its upper branches were entangled with the branches of their neighbors in the cluster. These branches served as hallways, or even rooms unto themselves depending on their size, that connected each tree to the other, so residents of one tree could visit all the other trees in their cluster without actually leaving the tree. The largest cluster of palace trees had their branches so entwined with each other that they effectively made a roof over the area in between them, and resting upon that leafy canopy were 3 arcs, each one larger than the one Leon was in by at least half. The largest of them was pure white with gold accents, and was so sleek and stylish that Leon couldn't imagine it belonged to anyone but someone of imperial rank. Princess Cassandra's personal ark, he assumed. As far as he was aware, no one else of imperial rank was participating in this hunt, so the daughter of the current Sacred Golden Empress had to be that ark's owner. The trees were dotted with windows, and their leaves glowed in all the colors of the rainbow in a manner reminiscent of the trees that helped to light the Ilian streets at night. From what he could sense, Leon knew that a huge amount of magic flowed through those trees, and they even served to collect much of the magic in the area to fuel those enchantments, functioning in a similar manner to the obelisk that once stood in the center of Leon's home in the forest of black and white, and to the enchantments he'd placed upon his villa in both the Bull Kingdom and Oculara. Next to these tree clusters, the Heaven's Eye camp, for all its luxury, seemed rather mundane. There were a lot of modular, prefabricated homes similar to what Leon had in his soul realm, but marble and gold would always lose out in Leon's eyes to bark and leaf, no matter how magical each was. Still, the Heaven's Eye delegation was quite large, with personnel numbering at least 5,000. Not all of them were going to participate in the Hunt Hells, not even a quarter were going to do so. Instead, Heaven's Eye was going to support their own hunters and provide their usual logistical support to all the hunters venturing out to help contain the hungry wyverns. Throughout its approach to Virias, the Ark slowed almost imperceptibly. Its speed had dropped by more than a third before they needed to more noticeably brake, and even then, it was still quite smooth. The Ark came down vertically, landing in the center of the Heaven's Eye delegation where space had been specifically cleared for the Ark to do so. Waiting just next to the area were a number of Heaven's Eye personnel of high rank, clearly meant to welcome Leon, Penelope, and all the rest to the temporary city. Leon was used to this treatment, having endured it himself many times in the past 10 years. He was quite tired of it and was more than happy to leave most of the glad handing to Penelope as they disembarked from the Ark. The Ark would stick around, and when the hunt was over, would fly them home. After the pleasantries were had with the local administrators of Virias, Leon and the others were then escorted toward where they were going to set up their own camps. Once they arrived, Leon found it to be quite the expansive plot of land given what everyone else had to work with in the relatively cramped city, more than enough for his fairly small modular house to be set up in any configuration he wanted. He went with a standard design, with an atrium opening into a courtyard, surrounding which were his retainer's rooms to the left, the common rooms to the right, and his family's rooms in the back. He and his lovers would share one bathroom, while the rest of his retinue would have another. Anzu even had his own stable. While he was busy getting each piece of the rooms out of his soul realm and fitted into place, he noticed a beautiful woman dressed in a sleeveless tunic that, from the distance he was observing from, seemed to be spun of gold, ride a winged horse up to Penelope's retinue, who were busy setting up their own camp in an adjacent lot. The woman spoke with Penelope for a quick moment, and then waited. She seemed to be a messenger of someone important, and from what Leon could discern of her dress, she was from the sacred Golden Empire. Penelope was clearly elated by whatever the woman had told her, and after barking a few orders at her retinue, she took over a nearby horseless carriage and followed the messenger toward the sacred Golden Empire's campsite. Leon paused in getting his retinue's camp set up and shouted, "Talal." His assistant appeared at his shoulder a moment later, almost as if he were waiting for Leon to call. "Boss, Penelope just rode off with someone from the sacred Golden Empire. Find out what she's doing." "Will do," Talal responded, and he took off to speak with the leaders of the rest of the Heaven's Eye delegation. He didn't return until after Leon had finished setting up their small villa, and the rest of the retinue was getting busy settling in. Upon his return, Talal met with Leon and Elise in the dining room. The sacred Golden Empire's princess leading their delegation sent a messenger to Heaven's Eye, Talal explained once they'd taken their seats. This princess invited Lady Penelope to a welcoming banquet. "Just Lady Penelope?" Elise inquired, sounding more than a little offended, her emerald eyes narrowing as her lips turned downward in a subtle frown. "No, actually," Talal said. "The written invitation was for all agents and managers of sufficient status. To my understanding, that should have included both of you, too." "No one came to tell us," Elise murmured, her offense growing. Leon remained silent as he took her hand and gave her a reassuring squeeze. The messenger was escorted to Lady Penelope's camp, Talal continued. "I don't know what was said between them, but Lady Penelope and the messenger both left for the princess's palace tree." "Why?" Leon wondered aloud. "If the invitation was for us all, then wouldn't it have been sufficient to just give it to Heaven's Eye and have them relay it to us?" Elise answered through a clenched jaw, "An invitation from a princess isn't one to entrust to just anyone. It's better to pass it along in person. However, they should have informed us at the same time." Leon sighed. "Are we still expected at this banquet, or has it already passed?" "It'll be held later in the evening," Talal explained reassuringly. "Huh, so Penelope just took the opportunity to leave early with the messenger." "I can't say what she was doing," Talal replied. Leon sighed again. All it took for him to know that this wasn't something he could blow off was a single glance at Elise. From the look she wore, he could already guess that she was mentally putting together her outfit for the night. "Thanks, Talal," Leon said, and his assistant nodded respectfully. "Do you have a specific timetable?" Talal nodded again. "The banquet begins at dusk. So we'll arrive a little later than that," Elise said almost absent-mindedly, much of her offended wrath having dissipated knowing that they weren't being entirely spurned. However, there were still a few fiery sparks within her, that Leon could easily see. "A thing done easily," Talal replied. Leon, Elise, and Talal continued discussing their plans for the evening, including exactly what to wear, who to bring, how to arrive, and how long they'd stay. Once everything was settled, the three broke up to finish their business and get ready for the banquet to come. The interior of the princess's palace tree was splendid, looking almost indistinguishable from a proper palace, save for the fact that the interior was made of a golden brown wood that almost seemed to glow in the light of the magical lanterns spread throughout. The curving, rather organically shaped walls had no figurative art, but were instead covered in dark brown root-like patterns that spiraled around and wove through each other, giving the walls a beautiful textured look. There were no stairs within the tree, but Leon, Elise, Talal, Valeria, Maya, Helen, and Anna were borne aloft on magic lifts that ran up through channels in the palace tree. Elise, Maya, and Valeria were dressed in their usual colors: a red and black form-fitting dress for Elise, a dark blue dress for Maya, and a long, light blue tunic with slightly darker blue trousers for Valeria. All three wore quite a few pieces of gold jewelry, including the emerald rings of invisibility, Valeria's amulet of invisibility, the ring that Leon gave Elise to enhance her earth magic during their wedding ceremony, and the diamond amulet that Elise had given to Leon at the same time. Helen and Anna, meanwhile, were dressed in gold dresses that exposed their arms and most of their legs, with stylish dark brown sandals with elevated heels, a style fairly consistent with natives of the sacred Golden Empire, as far as Leon was aware. In contrast to the ladies, Leon and Talal were practically beggars, dressed mostly in smoky gray and black. The magic lift carried them all the way into the upper branches of the palace tree, and when its doors opened, allowing them to spill out into the central audience chamber, it was almost as if they'd stepped out into a completely different world. The branches hadn't just interwoven enough to have strong arcpads above, but had woven together to create a huge chamber hidden amongst the rainbow leaves that had such support that it seemed almost as if they'd somehow stepped out onto the ground despite having risen many stories. There was a wide stone pathway leading away from the lifts, flanked by floating golden lights and grassy soil that blocked the rainbow light of the leaves below. Branches of the palace tree rose from the ground, like trees unto themselves, while the roof of the huge chamber sparkled with dull rainbow light. Most of the light within the chamber, however, came from a single huge seed-like thing that hung over the center of the chamber like a chandelier, shining bright golden light throughout the chamber as if the sun itself had descended to rest in the branches of the palace tree. The stone pathway led to a beautiful stone pavilion surrounded by a stream conjured by water magic. The stream not only surrounded the pavilion, but separated it from a tall, terraced platform, at the summit of which was a large throne of carved gray stone. And sitting in that throne was the imperial princess, surveying the pavilion like a dispassionate god and radiating a strong aura of 8th-tier magic. Her blood-red eyes swept over toward Leon's group as they arrived, lingering for a moment on each of them, but pausing longer when they reached Maya, and stopping entirely when they found Leon. Leon stared back at her, his golden eyes meeting hers. For the first time, Leon made eye contact with Cassandra, princess of the sacred Golden Empire. Attached at her hip was a familiar weapon, too. Leon would recognize that eagle pommel anywhere, he'd forged it himself. The princess was in possession of sunlight. Chapter 691. Princess Cassandra. The princess sat upon her throne, the seat wrought of plain gray stone that lacked any real ornamentation. The thing looked as if it were just several slabs of stone thrown together. The imperial princess herself cut a much more impressive figure, and one that stood in stark contrast to the rest of the delegation from the sacred Golden Empire. Most of the delegates were women, Leon noticed, and they dressed in the style he was becoming more familiar with, a lot of gold, green, and white, fairly form-fitting, with bare arms and legs. Sandals adorned their feet, while those that seemed of higher rank wore as much gold jewelry as they could fit onto their bodies. This style continued for what few men were present, as well. Princess Cassandra, on the other hand, was dressed in ornamental armor that covered her entire body from foot to collar. A fitted cuirass that emphasized her sizable bust, interlocking plates along her arms, an armored skirt, greaves that covered her from knee to foot. All of it was shining, polished white, and trimmed with what Leon could only guess was actual gold. The princess's hair was rather noteworthy, too. The sides of her head were cut into a fairly short chin-length bob. The rest of her hair was incredibly long and had been pulled into a tight ponytail that hung down her back. Most eye-catching was the color. Her hair was a vivid purple, right down to her roots. She was quite beautiful, Leon had to admit. Her blood-red eyes were striking, and she had long, sharply defined features that gave her an aggressive look. Leon could tell that she was a warrior, not a princess that was used to sitting around doing nothing more than looking pretty. Her 8th tier aura only served as confirmation of this impression. From Talal's short brief on her family, Leon knew that Cassandra was younger than him, and he had nothing but respect for someone who could reach that amount of power so young. He'd done so, too, of course, but he knew that he'd had a lot of help in that regard, and he couldn't ascribe all of his progress to himself alone. What he found most interesting, though, was the fact that Cassandra had sunlight at her hip, the weapon utterly unmistakable to Leon's eyes. He'd labored for a month designing and forging the thing. He knew his work when he saw it, even when it was almost stashed away, almost out of sight. It took him several long moments, but he was eventually able to pry his eyes away from Princess Cassandra and better take in the chamber built within the canopy of Cassandra's palace tree. Immediately, he found himself frowning, for while she wasn't on the pyramidical platform upon which Cassandra's throne sat, Penelope still stood at its base in what was clearly about as prestigious a position as anyone from Heaven's Eye could reasonably accept, surrounded by a number of high-ranking matrons from the sacred Golden Empire. For a moment, Leon and Penelope made eye contact, and he could swear that he saw her smirk as if she'd won some competition between them that he wasn't aware of, but then she turned away and focused back on the delegates around her. As they approached the throne platform, Talal hurried in front of Leon's group and, after the princess's crier gave him a quick nod of her head, he hurriedly introduced Leon's party. As he did, Leon turned his attention back to Cassandra and found that her ruby eyes hadn't seemed to have wavered at all after they made eye contact on his approach. She still stared at him so intently that he almost felt like she was about to bore holes into his skull. He stared right back, feeling rather competitive despite the princess's aura remaining calm, unperturbed, and devoid of any killing intent. He barely even registered it when Talal finished with their introductions and the rest of his party quickly bowed. He and Maya were the only ones that paused, but Elise seemed to know they were going to do so and had grabbed one of their hands each and jerked them downward, forcing them to bend just enough at the waist to satisfy decorum. Leon guessed they looked quite comical. Once his party straightened up, the princess began to speak, and everyone else in the fairly noisy chamber immediately fell silent. "It pleases me," she began, her voice loud and authoritative, yet somehow still soft and pleasant, "to see two of my empire's citizens doing so well within the arms of Heaven's Eye." She was clearly speaking to Helen and Anna, but her eyes didn't once drift from Leon. "The pleasure is ours, Your Highness," Anna replied without a moment's hesitation, "to receive your regard." "Please stay for a while," the princess continued, her stony expression not changing in the slightest, her ruby eyes still locked upon Leon. "Avail yourselves of my hospitality. Speak with my attendants, let us know how our people are treated in lands far from our borders." "Yes, Your Highness," Anna replied, punctuating her acceptance with another slight bow. "I'm also pleased that so many representatives of Heaven's Eye have chosen to accept my invitation," the princess continued, her eyes narrowing slightly as she leaned forward a little bit. "The relationship between my empire and your guild is long and storied. It will be an honor to hunt at your sides in the coming weeks." Elise squeezed Leon's hand, but he didn't need that to know that it was his turn to respond. He could even sense Penelope's eyes upon him, perhaps hoping that he was going to make a fool of himself. He didn't spare her even a casual glance, instead keeping his attention squarely focused upon Cassandra. "We are honored," in turn, Leon replied. "To hunt dangerous creatures is one of the greatest pleasures I've found, and to have such illustrious hunting partners is a joy without compare." He smiled and spoke the expected platitudes, and it seemed his words were received well enough. No one looked offended. Penelope's eyes had narrowed, but it was Cassandra that Leon was still focusing on. "I've heard," the princess said, "that you and Lady Penelope have a wager going on." Leon cocked an eyebrow in surprise, and replied, "Yes, I suppose we do." He finally pried his gaze away from the princess and spared Penelope a quick glance. He found that she seemed just a little confused. He assumed that she told the princess about their wager, but he guessed she didn't know why Cassandra was bringing it up now. That confusion was put to rest when Cassandra continued, "I'm intrigued by the terms of your wager. Lady Penelope has indicated that your bet was an enchanted gemstone, yes?" Leon nodded and pulled his enchanted agate out of his soul realm for the princess to see. He held it out, putting it on display, and the princess leaned forward again, her ruby eyes glittering as she took in the clearly enchanted stone. "A beautiful piece," she eventually remarked. "The enchanter who made it must be quite skilled." Leon shrugged and didn't say that he'd made it himself. He wasn't so much interested in hiding that information as he was in not wanting to appear like he was bragging here in the princess's court. "And Lady Penelope?" Cassandra firmly inquired as she turned her imperious gaze in the direction of the director's daughter. It was obvious what she wanted to see, and it was just as obvious that she wasn't merely asking. With only a moment's hesitation, Penelope retrieved her massive diamond from her soul realm, and much of the court was filled with the sounds of audible gasps. Leon hadn't quite gotten around to asking Elise about that diamond yet, but this served as proof more than anything else that the seemingly mundane piece was more than a shiny rock. "The bright heart of promise," Cassandra said in wonder, and Leon's surprise and confusion grew. "Apparently I'm the only one who doesn't know what this thing is," he thought in frustration as more gasps rippled through the court. "I'm surprised," Cassandra said. "I certainly wouldn't be wagering such a rare piece like this." "It's hardly a wager, Your Highness," Penelope confidently stated. "I have no doubt who'll be winning this bet." Her eyes flitted back toward Leon for just a moment, but long enough for her to flash him a confident smile. "Still," Cassandra continued as she stared down at the glittering blue diamond in Penelope's hand, "I must admit to some curiosity. Is this wager open for anyone to participate in?" Leon was surprised, but if Penelope was as well, she hid it behind a stony mask. She replied, "I wouldn't say anyone, Your Highness. This is just a personal competition." "I want in," Cassandra demanded, her tone brokering no argument. However, while that may have worked with anyone who might have been from the sacred Golden Empire, neither Penelope nor Leon were her subjects. "To join a wager, Your Highness, would mean wagering something," Penelope whispered, though her words carried as far as they needed to. Cassandra's eyes flitted between Leon and Penelope again, but for once, Leon agreed with Penelope. If the imperial princess was going to try and force herself to join this bet, then she'd need to bet something equally as valuable as what was already on the table. However, he had to admit that after seeing the reaction Penelope's diamond elicited compared to his agate, he had to admit to feeling some amount of inferiority already. He didn't think Cassandra was going to just let this matter go. Her ruby eyes were burning with a familiar competitive spirit that he'd felt himself many times, but he also hoped that she didn't pull something out that blew his offering even further out of the water. His certainty that she'd join the bet regardless was vindicated not even a second later when Cassandra lifted her hand and, with a flash of light, pulled something from her soul realm. It was a mask. It was made of polished gray metal, some kind of steel-ish alloy as far as Leon could tell, though with a little something extra mixed in to give it an odd silvery shine and shaped into the image of a serene androgynous face. There weren't many other details, though, as the face was smooth and without prominent features. It was as if someone had set out to make the most neutral face possible and succeeded quite handily. However, Leon's eyes narrowed as his eighth-tier eyes picked out the presence of runes inscribed upon the inner surface of the mask. He couldn't quite tell what they did from this angle, but he could tell that there was much more about that mask than was immediately apparent. "How about this?" Cassandra asked as she held up the mask for the entire court to see. Leon felt Elise's hand in his tighten slightly, and when he glanced at his wife, she quietly whispered to him, "That's an enchanted mask that's supposed to help one focus on their tasks. Very valuable, very expensive. Heavens, I can't make them as well as the enchanters in the sacred Golden Empire can, and the Northern Imperials don't usually let them out of their control." Leon's was certainly intrigued, but if all the mask did was aid in focus, then he didn't think it would be quite that valuable. Still, if he were pressed, he would have no problem accepting it as a match for his agate. "What do you say?" the princess asked with a smug smirk. Penelope responded with a welcoming smile, though one without much warmth. "If your highness wishes to join this wager, then I have no arguments." Cassandra turned her gaze toward Leon. "Neither do I," Leon replied. "May the best of us win." "Indeed," Cassandra drawled with pride and anticipation. The three of them then worked out the same details that Leon and Penelope had hammered out on the ark. Cassandra had nothing to change, but she demurred at handing the mask over to anyone else. "We're all honorable people, and this wager is now public, she said. None of us would be so gauche as to renege if we lose, would we? Leon and Penelope agreed, and the three dispensed with the need for an impartial handler. Once all of that was finished, Leon didn't stick around for much longer. He took his family and retinue and left after only about an hour of mingling with the court. There was food present, validating the gathering as a banquet, but there just wasn't much to do there except mingle with dignitaries from the sacred Golden Empire. Not a waste of time by any means, as Elise reminded Leon, but it just wasn't what Leon was interested in right now. What was captivating his attention more was the upcoming hunt, the wager, and his untested gear. Just as he was leaving, though, Leon felt someone's attention fall upon him, and at the edge of the stone courtyard, as the rest of his retinue and family were walking ahead of him, he paused for a moment and glanced backward. His golden eyes met Cassandra's ruby gaze. She gave him an intense look, her lips pulling upward in a mysterious smile, and then the moment was broken, she turned away. Leon, slightly unnerved, wondered what that was about, but didn't stick around to find out. He hurried after his people. So, Leon said as he cleared a bit of space in the courtyard of his modular villa, what in the hells is that, promise of the heart, or whatever that diamond is? Sitting nearby were Elise and Valeria. Maya was nearby, as well, but her nose was buried in a book, and she wasn't paying much attention to their conversation. The rest of Leon's retinue were getting some rest in while they could. Once the hunt began, they'd be moving fast and quick, and there wouldn't be much time to stop and catch their breath until the hunt was over. Elise, as the one most knowledgeable in these sorts of matters, replied, the bright heart of promise was a gem that was said to have come from a huge trove of treasure from the Isle of Empty Promise. What's that place? Leon asked, recognizing the name from having seen it on maps before, but having little idea of what else it was supposed to be. There didn't seem to be any human settlements there, at least. No one really knows, Elise replied with a shrug and a laugh. The place is constantly shrouded in fog, and everyone who goes in always finds themselves coming back out without any memory of what transpired within. No one knows what's on that island, and many people have tried. A sunlit emperor even tried to scout the place out before, using both his own power and the power of his empire, and we still know nothing. Then what's this bright heart thing supposed to be? Valeria wondered. Some souvenir from the island, Elise said, shrugging again. It's a valuable piece, for sure, but its origins are uncertain and shrouded in myth. Some say a sage found his way through the fog, had some adventures with island natives, and managed to steal the diamond from them. Some say an island native escaped and tried to use the diamond as a bribe to anyone who would follow him back, to wreak vengeance upon his enemies. Ultimately, it's just a famous diamond that a lot of people tell stories about. It's pretty and has a well-known name, but that's about it. Leon scowled slightly as he judged the cleared space in his courtyard to be sufficient for his testing purposes. That's kind of anticlimactic, Valeria observed. Not everything is some long-lost treasure, Elise replied with resignation. The diamond is very pretty, but it's just a diamond. Probably made by a Heaven's Eye jeweler millennia ago or something. I think it would look good around one of our necks, Valeria said with a smile as she stared pointedly at Leon. Help me kill wyverns, then, Leon replied, his interest in the diamond fading rapidly as it became clear enough that it was mundane. Did you bring that weapon you were working on? Valeria asked. That's the first thing I was going to test, Leon responded, a smile of his own spreading across his face. He waved his hand, and the weapon appeared, this time without the sheet covering it to protect it from dust. At the same time, he reached out with what little mastery over earth magic he possessed and caused much of the soil in the courtyard to rise, forming a narrow half-oval around the weapon. Valeria's sapphire eyes glittered as the weapon appeared, but Elise's response was more subdued. It almost looks like a small flame lance, she said. Indeed, it did. It was essentially the skeleton of a flame lance barrel, two parallel steel rods, each one longer than Leon was tall. They were connected to each other with half a dozen heavily enchanted copper rings. Its base was fairly large, but not nearly as large as that of a Bull Kingdom flame lance, being large enough that Anzu could have curled up on it if the barrel were to be taken off. Tracks, levers, and rails had been attached to the base, allowing the barrel to be aimed in just about any desired direction. Long lines of densely packed runes spiraled around the base, and it was covered in copper and silver wire. Near the back of the base was a slot filled right now with a small glowing emerald, packed full of magic power. If Leon's calculations were correct, and he had legitimate cause to think they weren't, the weapon he'd designed should be capable of firing an iron projectile about the size of his finger at tremendous speeds, perhaps even enough to knock a wyvern out of the sky. The emerald in the back had sufficient magic stored within it to power 5 shots at full power if all went well. It worked with an incredibly complex series of enchantments woven together as best as Leon could manage, and while lightning was the primary magical element used, it also incorporated many earth enchantments, which exacerbated Leon's uncertainty in the weapon's capabilities. "How likely is this thing to explode in our faces?" Elise asked with obvious caution, looking like she wanted to do nothing but shield herself from the activation of this thing. Leon couldn't blame her, it looked incredibly haphazard and jury-rigged. It was incredibly haphazard and jury-rigged, he had to admit. He'd always wanted to build something like the flame lances for himself, and when he read a book from his family's archives that went into some detail explaining the strange relationship lightning had with iron, copper, and several other metals, he'd figured that building something like this was starting to come within reach. The weapon before him now was the result of many man-hours spent poring over books, notes, and consulting with Nestor and the Thunderbird. But in response to Elise's question, Nestor said from Leon's soul realm, "Pretty high, really. That thing will not perform well under pressure." "I kind of figured that," Leon replied, tapping his chest and making an irritated face to Elise and Valeria, telling them that he was speaking with Nestor. "Please aim that thing away from the house," Elise pleaded, not comforted at all with the idea that Nestor was now speaking with Leon. Leon replied, "That's what the dirt's for," and pushed the cumbersome weapon into position, aiming the weapon right down the center of his dirt oval. It took him several minutes to ensure everything was properly aimed and the base was set, and while Nestor didn't say anything, Leon could feel the dead man's embarrassment and mortification. Several times during the construction, he'd decried what Leon had made as a profane mix of something reasonable by his standards and unconscionably primitive, but Leon soldiered on anyway. He'd never learn if all he did was imitate, anyway. He then retrieved from his soul realm a single piece of iron and loaded it into the weapon. He took several seconds to ensure that it was aimed at his target and that the weapon had been tuned to its lowest power setting, and then paused to look back at his lovers. "Anyone want to press the button first?" he asked with a wild and almost mad grin on his face, his heart thumping in his chest with excitement at finally, getting to test his creations. Valeria looked like she was about to jump up and rush forward to fire the thing herself, but Elise stopped her with a hand on her arm, and with an almost apologetic look to Leon, pulled Valeria behind their chairs and channeled a bit of her own earth magic to create stone that not only gave them some cover, but also reinforced Leon's dirt wall. "Be careful," Elise cautioned Leon. She then whispered more to herself than anyone else, "This is a really bad idea." "It's fine," Leon said with more confidence than he felt. "Should be fine. Should be safe." "You're not very convincing," Elise quipped. "It's on the lowest power setting," Leon explained. "Wouldn't even penetrate the walls around us, let alone wyvern scales or something more robust. 10 feet of dirt should be more than enough to stop the bolt." "Really bad idea," Elise repeated. That statement broke through Leon's enthusiasm, and he paused a moment. The enchantments he'd worked into this modular house were robust, and he was certain no one outside was in any danger. The projectile fired from his lance couldn't penetrate the walls of this place, not with his safeguards in place. Still, he ran through the power calculations in his head again, just to be certain. When he leaned down and triggered the lance. There was a quiet whine as the stored magic was drained from the emerald, and then a flash of magic power. The weapon sputtered and sparks of lightning arced across the barrel. The runes that covered the weapon glowed with light for one brief moment, the weapon shook, and with a loud crack, fired. And then snapped as most of the magic that ran through the weapon overwhelmed the enchantments and bled into the environment. The iron bolt was flung from the barrel, but only went about 30 feet, hitting the dirt mound with a rather unimpressive splash and only sinking an inch or two in. "Damn," Leon muttered in disappointment. "Was that it?" Valeria asked in disbelief. "Ha, knew it wouldn't work." Nestor gloated. Ignoring the dead man, Leon just replied, "I guess, damn. Looks like there's still quite a bit of work to do to get this thing to a usable state, but at least it worked, kind of." Leon's statement was punctuated with a groan, but he wasn't too surprised if he was honest with himself. Too many unknowns involved with this thing, too much earth magic. At the very least, he was glad to see that the bolt had left the barrel. He had many other things to test, though, and those tests, he thought, were much likelier to be successful. And so, eager to move on from this relative failure, Leon began to test his brand new armor. Chapter 692. Southern Nymphs. After the lackluster testing of his new lightning weapon, Leon was much more gratified to find that his armor was in far better condition for the most part, at least. Nearly all of the enchantments that he'd placed upon the armor that were self-contained functioned exactly as he needed them to, strengthening and quickening him immensely. The modular gems designed for his gauntlets and his Tau Pearl were a little iffier, but for the most part, he was well pleased at their performance during his testing. The Tau Pearl was a curious thing, he'd found. He'd tested its power before, but not with these enchantments, and while he'd noticed how peculiar its power was, it wasn't until he began putting its functions through their paces that he started to get a good enough idea of it that he could start to put it into words. The Pearl's power was extremely gentle, something that wasn't suited for dealing death. Despite light magic being suited well enough for offensive magics, the Tau Pearl didn't seem capable of it. The shield that his armor could project was about the extent of its combat capabilities, while its healing effect was far more profound and powerful than Leon had ever given it credit for. The Tau Pearl was a potent defensive item, and as he tested it, Leon found that it seemed to be almost reluctant to give up its power when he called upon his armor's shield. He couldn't help but wonder if the Pearl had some kind of will within it, if not outright intelligence. The shield did come when he called it, but the healing power came much more readily. He resolved never to try and weaponize the Pearl. That wasn't something he wanted to poke too hard, for fear that the Pearl would simply break or cease supplying him with power. Most of his other new enchantments worked much better and much more reliably. His flight belt ensured that he'd be able to fly with great speed even when he called upon his other magic powers, while most of his other modular weapons worked as he'd intended. The only one that was giving him much trouble was the black opal. He was able to use it to shroud himself in darkness, rendering him invisible, but the opal continually failed to make his body as intangible as he'd been hoping for. It might be enough to aid him in travel, especially over rougher terrain, but in combat, the opal's enchantments wouldn't be able to help him in avoiding damage. Once his testing was done, Leon turned his attention back to his lightning lance. To say that he was disappointed in its performance was to greatly understate his feelings, but there wasn't much he could do about it at the moment, though it was certainly destined for more vigorous evaluations over the next few weeks. He supposed before any tinkering could be done, he could crank up the power and see how it performed, but he didn't feel comfortable doing that within Virias. That would have to wait until the hunt began and his retinue could get out into the scorched fields where there'd be fewer people around who could potentially be hurt. For the time being, Leon did some calculations with Nestor, testing the lance by firing it at its lowest power setting a couple more times, and trying to figure out where its limits lay without really approaching those limits, while also keeping his magic senses trained upon the weapon, doing his best through observation to try and figure out where the enchantments were failing him, or where any inefficiencies lay that might be responsible for its poor performance. He wasn't able to find much that he could immediately adjust, unfortunately. Once all of his testing was completed, Leon put all of it away to spend some time with his family. Elise and Valeria had stayed with him during the testing process, boosting his ego a bit by fawning over his armor, but neither were in much of a mood to do a lot of complicated math or analyze enchantment schemes, and so had tuned out well before he was finished. However, once he was finally done, he found that they'd not spent their time idly chatting about nothing in particular. They were both just as electrified as Leon about their bet with Cassandra and Penelope. The specific words that Elise spoke were, "We can't lose this competition under any circumstances." Valeria agreed, and they had pored over a map of the scorched fields, searching for any potential advantage that could be found. "Find anything useful?" Leon asked once they finished explaining what they'd occupied themselves with. "Nothing of much promise," Valeria admitted. "We're working with publicly available information, anyway, so it's not like staring at a map of typical wyvern haunts will do much to help us win. We're working with the same information as everyone else. We should definitely head west with all haste," Elise said. "I can't imagine we're going to stumble upon some great advantage without taking some risks, so we should just head straight for the Ares. Better to find wyverns by getting closer to their homes, right? Also much more dangerous," Valeria pointed out. "Wyverns are tough monsters. A typical team will only bring down 1 or 2 during the hunt. A team as well equipped as ours will bring in 4 or 5, Elise countered, looking to Leon for some confirmation. Leon nodded in agreement. His retinue had brought down 4 wyverns during the previous hunt, and to his knowledge, that was fairly typical for a team from Heaven's Eye or one of the empires. Wyverns were powerful, but the sheer size of the scorched fields were the main reason for such numbers, as even with thousands of wyverns descending from their eyries in the west, they'd be quite spread out after even a single day. With fewer Imperials participating, though, then there may be less competition, Leon mused. It won't be enough for the bet, though, Leon said aloud as he focused on the map. Then Valeria began before Maya's voice resounded through their minds. There's an easier way to get information, the river nymph said as she approached, looking like she'd just woken up from a refreshing nap. She didn't pull up a chair around their table, instead choosing to collapse right into Leon's lap, laying her head across his shoulder and draping her long legs over his arm rest. What way might that be? Leon asked as he wrapped his arms around her. My people live in this area, Maya explained. Under another pleon, with other naiads. We don't typically get along or interact all that much, but I'm sure they know quite a bit about the wyverns. We just need to ask. And they'd just give up that information? Valeria asked skeptically. Maya smiled. We have some leverage. She snuggled a little further into Leon's embrace as she said this, giving him a glowing look. Leon could feel a few hotter and more intense emotions coming through their connection simmering just under the surface, and he knew exactly where this conversation was going to end, but it seemed that Maya wasn't quite ready to head for the bedroom, yet. I hope you're not talking about Leon, Elise said with a hint of warning in her voice. I love you now, but that won't hold true for any of your people who might want to take Leon away from us. Yeah, Leon agreed a little distractedly, as Maya's hands were wandering over his body a bit. I'm not all that keen on being just given to anyone, then it's good that's not what I'm suggesting, Maya replied as her hands paused on Leon's chest. The cure for Gorgonism, it should work even without your blood so long as they find a proper catalyst. We can give the cure to them, and in return ask for any information on wyverns. A smile crossed Leon's face, reflected in the faces of Valeria and Elise across the table. Where are your people? Leon asked. Maya leaned up a bit, freeing herself from Leon's embrace as she did, and marked several locations on the map. They might be hard to find, but there are a few lakes in the area that we can check, first. There's quite an extensive network of underground rivers and tunnels below these fields, and somewhere down there are my people. They still need humans, so these lakes where all that water comes to the surface will be our best bets for finding them. Then we should visit these lakes, Elise said with only a hint of reluctance. We should, Maya said. But first, I need Leon for a while. She stood up, taking Leon's hand and pulling him to his feet. Leon knew that this was the result of those emotions that Maya was concealing, so he threw Valeria and Elise an apologetic shrug and let Maya pull him toward the bedroom. For their part, Valeria just smiled and waved as they left, while Elise looked like she was tempted to join them, but decided to just give them some alone time. The two ladies turned their attention back to the map, plotting out more concrete details about visiting the lakes that Maya had marked, while Leon focused all of his attention on his river nymph, ensuring that she received all the pleasure she craved, and more. Leon and his retinue didn't wait around once morning came. He left behind the camp that he'd set up, knowing that there was still enough time for them to come back before the hunt began. Besides, equipped with various generations of his flight gear, his retinue could travel quite quickly, and the lakes that Maya had pointed out were located relatively nearby. The river nymphs still needed some access to humans for procreation purposes, so they weren't that deep into the scorched fields. So, when dawn broke, Leon assembled everyone, had them check their flight gear, and took off from his camp's courtyard, leaving only Talal and Elise behind to keep an eye on things. The two weren't particularly skilled in combat, and there were some bureaucratic things with Heaven's Eye they could help deal with here. Leon himself wore his armor as he led the way, followed first by Anzu, and then Valeria and Maya, and then the rest of his retinue. They drew some attention, as anyone might expect taking off so blatantly in such a crowded and busy camp, but with Leon in the lead, no one challenged them. They made good time, flying above the grassy fields and between the massive native trees. There were predators and other wildlife in the scorched fields, but none of the creatures that were large enough to harm them had the temperament to do so. There were huge, fat, tusked creatures with mottled gray fire-resistant skin, but despite being large enough to destroy a carriage by themselves, they were skittish by nature and tended to run when confronted by things they didn't recognize. These things were the only creatures that Leon considered even remotely a threat, but they couldn't fly, so his retinue with their flight gear had the run of the scorched fields. They reached the first lake by late morning. Once they touched down, Leon and the rest set up on the lakefront while Maya dove into the lake and vanished. She was looking for her people, Leon knew, and as a naiad herself, there was little for her to fear except from perhaps another naiad. He couldn't help but feel some anxiety seeing her vanish beneath the sea-green waves, but their connection was strong, and he could check up on her whenever he needed some reassurance. He never needed to, though, and about an hour later, Maya resurfaced with the unfortunate news that she couldn't find any river nymphs in the lake. "Are you sure that your people are around here?" Anna had asked as they prepared themselves to take back to the sky. "Without a doubt," Maya replied. "My mother has told me many stories about my cousins to the south. There are a few other places where my people live, too. It's just that I've only ever heard stories, so I don't know their exact locations." "That makes sense," Anna replied. There weren't many other questions from his people, so Leon and his party took off again, and by mid-afternoon, they'd reached another of Maya's lakes. Again, Leon's party got settled in on the lakefront while Maya dove into the water. It was a good place to relax, and Leon's retinue took the opportunity to do so. Rolling, grassy hills surrounded them, and the gigantic trees added quite a bit of charm and texture to the environment. Moreover, the sky was clear, the sun was shining, and there was a pleasant breeze in the air. Leon didn't blame his retainers for getting comfortable. It took Maya a little longer to return this time, but when she did, she was smiling. She hadn't gotten the information that they wanted, but she had contacted some lesser nymphs. They weren't her subordinates, though, so they could only relay her message to their naiad. Leon's group would have to wait for the response. "Looks like we'll be spending the night here," Leon called out to his people. "Oh no," Alkander cried out, his voice thick with sarcasm. What a terrible turn of events. His sarcasm perfectly complimented him as he reclined on the slope of a hill, his hair blowing in the breeze, Marcus, Alex, and Gaius in similar poses nearby. Leon might have taken a bit more umbrage with their incaution, but he knew that now that they were all fifth-tier mages, they could be ready for violence at a moment's notice. "Yes," Marcus agreed. "How unfortunate we are to have to spend more time in such a place as this." Leon laughed, and joined in their banter, willingly playing the villain. "Stay vigilant," he called out, the smile on his face showing his lack of seriousness. "If our enemies successfully creep up on us, then I'll have all of you scouring this countryside clean by hand. Won't someone save us from our vicious taskmaster?" Alex called out, her head turned slightly toward Anshu, who was standing near the water's edge. "How about you, sailor? Care to help a helpless damsel facing down death at the hands of this vicious wrongdoer?" Anshu, while not sneering or outright refusing to engage with Alex, simply shook his head, clearly not in the mood to partake in their game. "Oh well," Alex sighed. "How about you two? There's a damsel over here in distress." Anna and Helen, the targets of her shout, shrugged. "You're on your own," Anna helpfully called out. "There are some herbs over here that I need to see too, sorry." Helen added, the two colorful ladies waving to Alex. "Damn," Alex whispered. "I guess I need to work on my damsel act. I don't think any acting will be convincing unless you lose some muscle weight," Gaius said as he poked Alex in her shoulder, well toned by daily physical training. "Oh," Alex cried out, "woe is me, I have been felled by the worst villain of all." She dramatically collapsed back onto the grass, and the group of four continued their banter. Leon, however, turned back to the lake, and waited with Valeria and Maya for whatever would come next. Anzu, meanwhile, spent some time frolicking around the lake, scaring off some of the smaller animals that had come to drink. After about an hour, he returned to the group, his face and claws bloody, with the reason why clutched in his beak, a huge rodent the size of a house cat. Without much care, Anzu dropped to the grass near Leon and his lovers and began to tear into his kill. However, he'd only gotten started when Valeria pulled away, looking just a little sickened. "Come on, Anzu," she chided the 14-year-old griffin. "You should know better, by now. Don't eat where you're going to rest. It makes a mess." Anzu, clearly understanding her words, looked sufficiently scolded as he rather sheepishly took his kill several dozen feet away to finish in peace. "Don't blame him too much," Leon said as Valeria returned to his side. "He's just excited to get out and hunt for a bit." "Don't spoil him," Valeria replied. "You do that too much. He's going to develop bad habits." Leon just smiled, unable to argue since he knew that he did give far too many allowances when it came to Anzu. And so, his party settled in around the lake until an hour or two before sunset, when Leon started to feel a welling of power surging up from the lake. He looked to Maya, who nodded and rose to her feet. Leon was only a moment behind her, and the rest of his party got themselves ready, too, sensing the same outpouring of magic power. The water of the lake began to bubble and churn, and Leon couldn't help but summon his armor and prepare himself for battle. However, Maya took a few steps forward, and a moment later, heads began to poke out of the water, followed by the familiarly nude bodies of lesser river nymphs. Unlike most northern nymphs Maya excluded that he'd seen, though, Leon noticed that these nymphs were generally much darker skinned. At the head of their group rose a more powerful nymph, gorgeous and self-assured as she stepped out of the lake and onto the grass, her lack of clothing not all a concern. She strode toward Maya, the two 8th-tier equivalent beings smiling and not saying a word aloud. It was a rather surreal meeting, in Leon's mind. The two naiads barely even looked away from each other, and Leon kept his party at a reasonable distance, about as far away from Maya as the other naiads nymphs were from her. Not a single audible word was spoken between the two, but Leon did notice their auras flickering a bit and subtly coiling around each other, acting almost like body language to complement their mental communication. After about 10 minutes, the other nymphs retreated to the water, and Maya turned back toward them, her smile now even bigger. "I have a lead," she said. "If it pans out, then that bet will be won, without a doubt." Chapter 693. The hunt is on. Leon and the rest of his party, as soon as the meeting between Maya and her naiad contact ended, returned to Virias to link back up with Elise and Talal, their plans to spend the night out in the wild scrapped with the success of the mission. They returned not long after sundown. Elise and Talal were both still up as Leon had used his mental communication technique to inform them that the team was on its way back. Once they touched down, everyone met in the dining room to go over what Maya had discovered. "So," Leon said as everyone took their seats, "you said that you were told something useful." "I was," Maya replied with a dark smile. "This region is very well known to my people, and their influence stretches all the way to the far coasts of your Raj." Maya pointedly looked at Anshu, who looked a little surprised. Though, Leon wasn't sure why, because he already knew that Maya's father, a famous war leader in the free cities of the Tam south of the Raj, had been taken by Maya's mother, so the presence of river nymphs that far west certainly didn't surprise him. Maya continued, "The wyvern areas are generally avoided, being too dangerous. However, my people know quite a bit about them, including many hidden routes and passages through the mountains we could take." Leon smiled in anticipation and excitement. He'd seen the areas himself, though he'd never gotten close. 5 years ago, his hunt had taken him within 100 miles of the foot of the mountains that the wyverns laired within, and they were incredibly imposing. Tall, steep peaks that could give the frozen mountains that he'd grown up in a run for sheer ruggedness. As far as he knew, there were no routes that humans could use to get through those mountains. The wyverns were simply too numerous and territorial to allow for that kind of travel. Knowledge of relatively safe ways to get through the mountains, or at least to some of the areas, would be worth his weight in gold to the right people. And his party just so happened to be the right people. "What kind of routes are we talking about?" Leon asked. "Are they routes that all of us can use, or are they underground rivers that are only accessible to your people?" "Most of the underground rivers reach the surface before the foot of the Ares," Maya informed him, and Elise helpfully pulled out a detailed map of the scorched fields for Maya to use as an aid. Maya then indicated a place on the southern end of the mountain range, tracing it with a bronze finger. "Here," she explained, "there's a pass through the mountains that's well shaded by trees and boulders, offering plentiful cover from any wyverns flying above us. The pass doesn't go all the way through the Ares to the Raj on the other side, but it cuts through a valley with several wyvern lairs that should be relatively deserted once their eggs start hatching and the adults go out hunting." "Do you know how deserted?" Gaius asked with some concern. "I can't imagine that all wyverns everywhere leave their young vulnerable as they head out to hunt. That's something that's actually pretty common," Anna countered. "A lot of creatures will hide their young while they hunt or keep them in secluded nests. Wyverns don't really make family units, only coming together to mate, generally speaking. Once all the mothers leave the Ares, there shouldn't be many surprises in those Ares for us to stumble across. And, if all things go well, we'll be able to snatch up all those young and the eggs yet to be hatched." Alcander exclaimed excitedly. "Maybe," Leon cautioned. "Let's not get carried away. For the most part, the mothers leaving their Ares forces nearly all of their males to hunt further afield. However, sometimes, they'll stick around to opportunistically snatch up some of the young." "Why would they do that?" Alcander wondered. "What use could they have for doing that?" Anna answered, eating their own young can be a good way to avoid having to hunt. Plus, with all the females gone from the aeries, there'll be more food to be found in the mountains. People like us might be heading up there to look for eggs, too. Making matters more complicated, Leon added, is that the females will be constantly returning and leaving again with their catches. The aeries are going to be, relatively, deserted, but we'll still have plenty of opportunities to snag a few heads on our way. Alcander fell silent as all of that sank in, though he put on a brave smile. There'd be a few male wyverns hanging around the aeries, along with a few mothers who would strongly disagree with their attempts to take the wyvernlings and yet to be hatched eggs. And though most of the wyverns would be out hunting, the scorched fields were huge, bigger even than all of the bull kingdom. That meant that while there would be a massive number of wyverns out hunting, their density was going to be fairly low. There'd be comparatively fewer wyverns in the aeries, but Leon and his party, if they decided to make this assault on the aeries, were almost guaranteed to encounter more wyverns than any other team out hunting in the fields. Judging by the looks many of his retainers wore, Leon knew that this information was not lost on anyone. Still, he decided to give voice to it anyway, just to be sure they were all on the same page. After some deliberation, however, they all agreed, regardless of the risk. Wyverns were powerful and ferocious beasts, but Leon and Maya were 8th-tier mages with powers greater than the average wyvern. It was natural for everyone to feel confident in their chances, and once he got over his initial surprise and shock, Alcander went back to his usual boisterous attitude, bragging about how many wyverns he was going to bring down. They soon broke for the night, their plan set. For the moment, they had nothing to do but wait for word of the first wyverns to start coming down from Ares, which could be as long as a month away. Their greatest challenge at this stage was just finding something to fill the days they'd be spending at this camp, but for that, Leon had a few ideas, and adjusted a little more this way, Valeria whispered, crouching down and fiddling with some of the enchantments that Leon had inscribed upon his lightning lance. In keeping with the focus of his enchantment research over the past decade, much of the weapon's enchanted components could be swapped out, replaced, or adjusted, giving a much greater degree of control over the weapon than any others that Leon had ever used. It had been 2 weeks since the meeting with the local naiad, and Leon and his party were still waiting for the wyverns to start their great hunt, and to fill his days, Leon had taken to adjusting his lightning lance. After the first lackluster test, he really wanted to get it working as well as he needed, and in these 2 weeks, he'd spent enough time adjusting it and testing it that he didn't even need to actually fire an iron bolt through it to know if it was working. He'd just observed the magic flowing through it enough times to get a good idea of what was going on. He'd made some progress in bringing the power of the weapon closer to what he wanted it to be, but that also threw off many of his calculations regarding the weapon's magic power requirements. He needed both force and efficiency, and to do that, Valeria had taken to spending much of her time not spent training helping him adjust the lance. That was where Leon now found himself, listening to Valeria run through her own theories regarding the weapon's shortcomings. Once Valeria finished adjusting a small dial inscribed with more than a dozen runes on the side of the weapon, one of several that helped Leon to adjust the weapon's power, she stood up. The magic power you're pumping into the lance is getting caught up in an amplification loop, Valeria explained, and Leon immediately crouched down to see what she was talking about. Valeria continued, the power was having trouble getting out of that loop, and eventually just bled out of the lance over several hours. Ah, shit, Leon whispered. How did I not see this? Too focused on smaller and more technical problems, Valeria suggested as Leon rose to his feet, a look of self-admonishment adorning his face. I've seen you work enough to know that, when it comes to enchantments, at least, you get caught up in the little details. Tends to blind you to more basic problems. I'm guessing you assumed most of the problems were coming from the more complicated enchantments you made, and never really examined the amplification loops. Leon scowled and didn't immediately answer, but he was hardly upset at Valeria for this. She was a fresh pair of eyes seeing what he couldn't, and it was an extremely dangerous problem she'd pointed out. Good thing I wasn't testing this thing too frequently, Leon whispered with some worry. The specific problem that Valeria had pointed out and adjusted was one where magic power was supposed to flow into and loop through an amplification array several times, and then flow into the weapon's barrel, where the meat of the lance's enchantments lay. However, the magic power wasn't flowing out of the array, and was instead just being amplified endlessly. In the worst-case scenario, power trapped like this would eventually cause the enchanted object to explode. Leon had placed some safeguards against this by ensuring the amplification array was only active for a short time, but that didn't stop the problem of power getting trapped within it. The enchantment wasn't completely lossless fortunately, in this case, so that trapped power did eventually bleed off into the environment at a rate slow enough that he never noticed, but if he'd tested the lance frequently enough, then that power might have built up faster than it could bleed out, eventually causing the very explosion that Leon's safeguards were meant to prevent. Shit, Leon whispered as all of this ran through his head, knowing just how close the weapon had been to his family and retinue. We got a bit lucky there, didn't we? Valeria said, her voice just a little shaky. Yeah, Leon replied as he pulled her into a quick hug. Good thing you noticed that, because I think it would have taken me a while longer to see it, and who knows what could have happened in that time. You would have seen it before that happened, I'm sure, Valeria said with a glowing smile. I have faith in your abilities. As far as I can tell, the more technical and specialized enchantments in the rest of the weapon are working fine, it's just that magic power was getting trapped in that loop, and not traveling to those specialized enchantments, Leon finished. He crouched back down to look at the amplification array and the adjustments Valeria had made. She hadn't done much, merely twisting a dial just a couple of degrees, but it was enough to improve the array significantly. He'd still need to re-enchant that dial, or replace it entirely, but her adjustment was probably enough to make the weapon far more functional than it was. Leon reached out to perform a few more adjustments to other dials and control enchantments, hoping to increase the weapon's efficiency just a little bit more when Talal suddenly ran into the courtyard. Leon! He shouted, and Leon's head snapped in Talal's direction. Wyverns have been sighted in the west. Talal shouted. The hunt is on. Leon's camp was back in his soul realm, his family and retinue were at his side, and he sat astride Anzu in full armor. Everyone else he was traveling with was in their armor and wore their flight gear, ready to follow him into the sky. However, they just needed to make a few last arrangements before they could leave, which Talal was seeing to not too far away, where he was locked in conversation with the Heaven's Eye representatives who were actually in charge of the delegation, rather than serving as the nominal leaders that Leon and Penelope were. To ensure the safety of not only Leon's party but Viria's as well, constant communications between the strongest mages taking part in the hunt and the hunting city had to be maintained. It was also best for Heaven's Eye to know where Leon was at most times. He instinctively balked a little bit at this, not wanting his whereabouts to fall into Penelope's hands, but he figured that the safety of himself, his family, and his retinue was far more important than winning the bet. That certainty was challenged when Penelope and her retinue emerged from her camp and made their way down the road. Most of her retainers were riding on the sides of horseless and wheelless carriages, but Penelope herself rode with 3 others in a wheelless chariot pulled by 4 huge horses that Leon recognized as being the same breed of ruinously expensive beasts as those that had pulled Emila's carriages during their move to the Central Empires. Saturnin horses. She'd be able to move quickly with those things. Penelope's group rode right past him, the woman herself smirking at his group as she passed, and Leon was rather unpleasantly surprised to see that she was wearing one of his flight belts. He'd only recently sent the design to Heaven's Eye and didn't know that they were being manufactured, yet. I look forward to receiving that stone of yours, Leon. Penelope shouted at him. I'll be sure to put it to better use than you ever could. Speaking for him, Alex muttered just loud enough for all of them to hear. Bitch, Leon fought the urge to chuckle, and responded to his people, if we lose to her, none of you will see the outside of my training room for a year. Sounds like a win-win to me, Alcander growled. I'll pass on that, husband, Elise said. But I'll do what I can to ensure our triumph, anyway. Leon warmly smiled at her. She and Talal would be maintaining communications at their camp wherever Leon decided to establish it while Leon and the others actually went out to hunt. Are you so sure that you want to pass on it? Leon asked as his smile widened mischievously. That could be quite fun, in more ways than one. Is it the kind of fun that I would be interested in? Elise replied as her eyes narrowed coquettishly. Before Leon could respond, Gaius loudly coughed and said, perhaps not right now. Yeah, Alex added. All of us use that room. Maybe don't make us think you're fucking in there. We haven't fucked in there, Elise replied. Yet, anyway, how about this, Leon? If you lose this bet and cause our family that dishonor, then you do what I want for a day. A blank check, Leon inquired with faux incredulity. I'm not sure I can agree to that. Who said anything about agreement, husband? Elise asked. How about this, then? If you lose, then you owe me a night on the town. I don't need to lose a bet for that, Leon replied. How about the night after we get back to Oculara? We'll go out and do something fun. I like the sound of that, Elise replied as her tone turned playfully flirtatious. But if I agree, then what incentive can I give for you to do well in this bet? Before Leon could respond, Talal walked back over, a calm stone in hand. We're good to go, he called out as he made one last quick check of his flight belt. Leon stole one last quick glance at Elise, then one at the back of Penelope's head, already fairly far in the distance. I have incentive enough to win this thing, he growled. Elise climbed up onto Anzu's back behind him and wrapped her arms around his midsection. She didn't say a word but gave him a quick kiss on the cheek and a bright look. Thusly encouraged, Leon ordered his retinue, all right, let's get going. A moment later, he and his retinue were rising into the air, Leon and Elise riding Anzu for a short distance before letting their flight gear take over. The rest of the retinue followed behind. They went due west for a long way, flying just high enough over the massive, sparsely positioned trees to duck back down below their canopies if they had to. While the scorched fields didn't have many predators that could strike them in the air under normal conditions, with the wyverns coming down from their eyries, that was about to change, so they had to fly with a little more caution than they could when they ventured out to meet with the local naiad. With a destination in mind, they made good time for the first day, but as night began to fall, they were able to start to see the haze in the distance had turned a dull orange. The wyverns were out in force, and parts of the scorched fields were already burning. Leon had them head for the ground as the sun started to dip below the edge of the plain far ahead of them, casting long shadows across the ground. They were fortunate that wyverns were daylight hunters, so Leon wasn't too concerned about their camp being found by any of the flying beasts. Still, as he quickly set up the modular house for his retinue to shelter in for the night, he resolved himself to stay awake the entire night, just in case. Besides, there were other groups of hunters out that he could see with his magic senses, having moved almost as quickly as he and his retinue did, and if any of them were attacked in the night, he was willing to step in. It would be a good way to grab a wyvern head, if for nothing else. It was a fairly fitful night even with the exhaustion of having flown so far. The excitement of finally starting the hunt had permeated the entire retinue, and everyone was just waiting for the first encounter they'd have with a wyvern. They wouldn't have to wait long. Just as dawn broke, Leon hurriedly woke everyone up and got them ready. A wyvern was flying straight for them. Chapter 694. First kill of the hunt. The wyvern bearing down upon them was large, 60 or 70 feet from snout to the tip of its tail. Its two massive bat-like wings stretched well over 100 feet, and its two huge claws were each big enough to carry off a full-grown bull with ease. And it wasn't even fully grown. It radiated the magic power of roughly 6th tier, but wyverns could grow much bigger and stronger. Still, that power wasn't anything to disregard. More dangerous, however, was the wyvern's sheer size and physical power, for such a large creature, despite their power difference, could likely crush Leon to death. Everybody up, Leon roared, waking his sleeping family and retinue. Wyvern incoming. He didn't try to remain quiet, for the wyvern's bright orange eyes were turned in their direction, a predatory look on its face as it flew above the fields, the light of the rising sun causing its deep red scales to sparkle like rubies. If Leon had to guess, this was probably a female looking for food for her hatchlings, as her head was fairly smooth and lacked many of the brutal ridges that characterized male wyverns. Leon's people were on their feet in a matter of seconds, everyone wearing their armor. Talal and Elise were the only ones who weren't going to participate, so Leon had them go with Anzu and fly into the branches of the closest tree. He barely had time to see them off before the wyvern was almost upon them. Already, Leon could sense her magic rising to the surface and fire leaking from her lips as she prepared to dive over them, showering them with fire. A quick bolt of lightning fell from the sky, courtesy of Leon's magic, and interrupted the beast's flyby. The wyvern had to dodge to prevent herself from being hit, not an easy feat in the air and with such mass and momentum. The wyvern had to call upon wind magic instead to save herself from pain, and her fire dissipated as a result. Range, Leon shouted, though his retainers already had their ranged solutions in hand. Gaius, Alcander, Anshu, and Helen all wielded crossbows that Leon had personally enchanted. Alex and Marcus wielded longbows, likewise enchanted by both Leon and Valeria. Valeria, Maya, and Anna all called upon their magic instead, with icy javelins forming around Valeria and Anna's hands glowing with her light magic, but it was Maya's magic that was far more eye-catching. Her aura spilled forth, inundating the surroundings in her power. All the water magic in the air was soon seized by the river nymph and began to coalesce in the air above the wyvern as she flew back in a loose circle, eyeing them warily. "Get ready," Leon shouted as he stared at the wyvern, the monster seemingly weighing whether it was worth trying to make another pass. Wyverns weren't stupid, but they weren't particularly bright, even when they were stronger. They tended to fight instead of run, and from his experience in the last wyvern hunt, Leon knew that they also tended to bite off more than they could typically chew. Case in point, he didn't think this wyvern had a chance in any hell of taking on his group, but it seemed like she wasn't as sure. "Give her something more to think about," Leon shouted as the wyvern continued to circle them at a fair distance, but not out of range of their magic, bows, and crossbows. Arrows, crossbow bolts, and magic were unleashed from his retinue, a great amount of power fired off in the wyvern's direction. Leon briefly thought about joining his power with theirs, but he decided to watch over them instead. He felt like his lightning could make short work of the beast, but his retinue needed the practical experience of taking one down, in his mind. Anna's power, being a ray of light, impacted practically immediately, but the bright white light ray seemed to almost reflect right off the wyvern's sparkling scales. Valerius' ice javelins hit with greater physical force, but as far as Leon could tell, of the 4 that hit, none more than scratched the wyvern's scales. The arrows and crossbow bolts were a little more dramatic in their impact, all of them exploding as they hit the wyvern's red scales, but the monster was a creature of fire, and the flames that resulted from the detonations did little to stop her. The most consequential attack was from Maya. Her magic that suffused the air finally solidified all around the wyvern, with 3 small water dragons appearing in the air in an instant and wrapping themselves around the wyvern's limbs like snakes. The wyvern roared in surprise and tried to shake herself free, but Maya's water dragons were resilient, and sank their icy teeth into the wyvern, using their leverage to snap and tear away at her scales. But then fire erupted from the wyvern's maw, and one of Maya's water dragons began to boil. Despite this, it remained intact, and continued to twist and wrap itself around the wyvern, trying to force its way through her scales. All of this extra water weight which the wyvern couldn't get rid of soon brought her crashing down to the grassy fields. "Let's go," Leon shouted, leading his retainers in a charge against the downed creature. "Be ready for her fire." Alcander, being a fire mage, and Maya, being 8th tier equivalent, didn't do anything, but the rest of Leon's retainers pulled small, sealed vials from their soul realms, the vials each containing a mouthful of glowing red liquid cooked up by Helen in her workshop. It wasn't much to down them, and Leon could feel the subtle change in their magic auras as the magic in the potion settled into their stomachs, providing something like a natural shield against fire magic. The potion would eventually be digested, but so long as it remained in their stomachs and interacting with their mana directly, his retainers who weren't already were now fairly resistant to fire magic. Such potions could only be taken one at a time, as any mixing of potions in the stomach could ruin their effects, but Leon didn't anticipate needing any more than 1 or 2 every day. Each wyvern could wield different magic powers, but even with less imperial competition for heads, he couldn't imagine they'd run into any more than 1 or 2 per day at least, until they reached the Ares. They moved quickly, the wyvern only going down several hundred feet away. Up close, she was an intimidating beast, but the effect was diminished as she struggled to pry Maya's water dragons off her body. Her roars were interspersed with cries of pain as the water dragons started to rip off scales and rend flesh, but even then, the wyvern continued to breath fire from her toothy, reptilian maw, so Leon didn't let his guard down. About 100 feet away, Leon shouted, "Halt! Open up from here." His retinue obliged, firing off magic and missile alike. This time, the explosion spells were swapped out for some of Leon's old Thunderblast spells, and the wyvern was inundated in lightning explosions, Valerius' ice, and Anna's white light. She didn't last long under such a barrage. The wyvern did an admirable job struggling, though, and Leon could fully understand why the Pegasi states organized these hunts every 5 years. If they didn't, the wyverns would completely overrun everything southwest of the empires, with only the Indra Raj potentially standing in their way. As it was, the 6th tier wyvern had such a powerful body and such strong, effective scales that it took more than 10 seconds of sustained bombardment for her to finally fall still. "Enough," Leon called out, halting the barrage when he realized the wyvern was no longer struggling. Despite all that had just hit her, her body was still largely intact. The explosions had done little more than to tear apart her outer flesh and strip her of some of her scales. Otherwise, she seemed almost unharmed. Leon and his retinue stood there, staring at the wyvern corpse for several long seconds, waiting for any movement that might indicate she was still alive. Maya, Leon whispered to his river nymph lover. Leon, was her response. Use your dragons to jostle her a bit, flip her over. Make sure she's dead. Maya acquiesced, and her water dragons went to work pushing the massive body over onto her back, exposing her belly to the sky. Leon had seen many plays and read many stories while in the Ilian Empire that featured wyverns, and in nearly all of them, they had relatively soft underbellies. It was as if the wyverns were treated like normal lizards that couldn't fly. In truth, Leon knew that a wyvern's underbelly was its toughest feature, where its strongest defenses lay. Huge bands of muscle covered the large chests that the beasts needed to flap their wings, and extraordinarily thick hide covered in scales so tough that they were almost magic-resistant coated their entire bodies. Given that wyverns were apex predators, had no natural predators of their own, and their primary threats were from below, it surprised Leon not at all that the toughest part of a wyvern was their underside. But that wasn't why Leon turned the wyvern over. They'd grounded the beast and opened up on it with powerful magics and equipment. That meant that most of the wyvern's injuries were to her back. Turning the beast over would plug at least some of those wounds using the wyvern's own enormous weight, giving them more time to harvest wyvern blood and mana. Once he was sure the wyvern was dead, Leon shouted, "Let's get to work." "All right," Marcus roared in jubilation. "That's how it's done." Alcander agreed. "A good start to the hunt." Alex added. Leon's retinue charged toward the wyvern, intent on getting to work. There honestly wasn't much work that specifically needed to be done, though. Dismantling the creature completely could be done later, but the collection of blood and loose scales was of paramount importance. To that end, Leon summoned the 2 labor golems. They weren't at all suited to combat, but for something like this, they'd excel. He ordered them to lift the wyvern corpse, and as they did, Helen, Anna, Anshu, and himself ducked beneath the corpse, all of them pulling various buckets from their soul realms as the corpse was steadily lifted. These containers were left beneath the wyvern's various wounds, filling with its blood and mana. However, for as strong as the golems were, the wyvern was very big, and even their strength could only partially lift her, with much of her bulk still unavoidably remaining on the ground. If this were the hunt 5 years ago, that would have been all they could have done. But this wasn't the hunt 5 years ago, and Leon had more tools at his disposal. With the aid of the labor golems taking up much of the wyvern's weight, Leon reached out with his magic power, wrapping it around the wyvern's body like his magic was his own fingers, and then began to lift the beast into the air. She was a heavy beast, but Leon was an 8th-tier mage, and his magic reserves were practically endless after 10 years of relative peace. He lifted the wyvern off the ground quite handily, though not without some mental strain, letting much of her weight rest on the labor golems while he and his people went to work. While his group used their containers to catch the blood leaking from the corpse, the rest of Leon's retinue collected the wyvern scales that they had torn from their hapless attacker. As they worked, Elise and Talal came flying back in on Anzu. "That was quite something," Elise said, sounding a little shaken. When he heard her anxious tones, Leon immediately left his retinue to the rest of their business and went to her. "Are you doing all right?" he asked, despite knowing that she was fine, physically speaking. None of his family or retainers had sustained any damage during the short fight. "Yes," Elise said, sounding a little unsure. She explained, "I'm not usually this close to violence. I don't think all of this excitement agrees with me." Leon pulled her into his arms and said nothing more, just letting Elise shiver in his arms as her adrenaline coursed through her system. After a few minutes, she started coming back down from the panic high, and her composure returned. "Get back to work, husband," she mock-ordered as she pulled herself out of his arms and gave him a glowing look of gratitude. Knowing that she was mostly just playing around and not being serious, Leon just smiled at her, nodded his head, and replied, "As my lady commands." Once all was said and done, his party, over the course of about an hour of cleanup, managed to collect several million silvers worth of wyvern blood, more than enough to keep Helen experimenting for a long time and enough scales for a few dozen suits of armor. Unfortunately, the scales, while more than hard enough to act as armor, lost much of their magic-resistant properties once removed from their owner, but they were still valuable armor-making material, so Leon happily pulled all of the scales into his soul realm. Then came the harder part. It took some work given the creature's massive bulk, but Leon was just barely able to squeeze the thing into his soul realm. Leon groaned as he sank to his knees once the process was done, feeling like he'd just tried to stuff an entire chicken down his throat. Damn, Alcander muttered as the rest of his retinue closed ranks around him. I wasn't sure you were going to be able to do that. I have a hard enough time just fitting my axe into my soul realm. I can hardly imagine pulling an ancestor's damned wyvern in there. Thanks for the confidence, I appreciate it, Leon sarcastically mumbled as he straightened himself out. Maybe try chopping them up next time, Marcus suggested. Next time, for sure, Leon replied, still a little winded. Let's get back to the villa and wrap things up. I'll give everyone 2 hours rest. And then we've got to be off again. Speaking for the others, Valeria said, got it, and started shepherding the rest of the retinue back toward their camp in the modular villa. Walking at a slightly laxer pace, Leon waved Talal over. Did you send a message back to Virias? Let them know what happened. Leon already knew the answer, having seen Talal with the calm stone while everyone else was busy with their collection duties. Of course, Talal replied, not looking at all upset that Leon felt the need to ask. The guild has to know of our actions if we're to get the proper credit. And what of Penelope and Cassandra? Leon asked with a sly smile. Both women were in regions of the scorched fields so far away from him and his retinue that he wasn't able to keep an eye on them with his magic senses. Lady Penelope managed to bring down 2 wyverns yesterday, Talal grimly informed. Ancestors, damn it, Leon cursed, his eyes flitting in the direction of the sun as it inched ever upward. I'm sure they're working on their 3rd already, if they haven't already bagged it, and the princess. Do we know how she's doing? The imperial delegations don't typically deign to inform the guild of their progress, Talal responded. Princess Cassandra, however, went out of her way to make sure that a message was passed along to both you and Lady Penelope the next time we checked in. Leon felt his heart start to sink for a moment, not thinking that this could be anything good for his prospects of winning the bet. What is it? He asked when it seemed like Talal was hesitating. There was some provocative language used, Talal explained. But the gist is that she wanted both you and Lady Penelope to know that she'd managed to bag 4 wyvern heads yesterday. 4. Leon shouted incredulously. She brought down fucking 4 of them yesterday. So she claims, Talal replied with a resigned look. We won't be able to verify that until everyone returns with their heads. Damn it, Leon repeated, muttering with a little more self-control after his previous outburst. I wonder how she did that. I suppose we'll have to see if she manages to keep that pace up for the rest of the hunt. Leon thought about that princess with her purple hair, glittering red eyes, and powerful, commanding presence. He thought back to her demand that she be included in his and Penelope's bet, and the way she'd looked at him, it was as if she considered herself the winner from the moment she forced her way in. I can't lose to her, Leon thought to himself, feeling competitiveness fill his heart. This was bigger now than just a private wager between himself and the conceited daughter of the director. This was now a public competition between himself, Penelope, and a princess of the sacred Golden Empire. He didn't consider himself a proud person, but he didn't think he'd be able to hold his head high if he didn't at least put in a good showing. Leon barely managed to relax during the 2 hours he'd given his retinue. He still wanted his people fully rested given where they were planning on going, so he didn't cut back on the allotted time, but that he was deeply aware of every second that passed while his party was resting. When exactly 2 hours had passed, he was on his feet motivating his people to get moving again. With little fanfare and much hurry, Leon pulled his modular house back into his soul realm, it sliding into his soul realm with comparative ease after the wyvern. And then he took back to the skies, a new certainty in his heart. He needed to get a little more involved, now. He needed to do more than simply watch his retinue do the work. And for that, he needed to use all of his tools. For the past 10 years, Leon had largely only transformed into his avian form on rare occasions. He could fly with his magic power alone, and he didn't want the wrong kind of attention, so while he didn't much like it, he tried to make sure that he never transformed where other people could see. But other people couldn't see him here. So, as his retinue donned their flight belts and Elise chose to ride Anzu instead, Leon started to pull off his clothes behind a modest barrier of ice that he'd conjured for himself. A moment later, he took to the skies on feathered wings once more, with his retinue flying at his side. It was time for them to get serious. Chapter 695. Eagle Scout finally assumed proper form, have you? The Thunderbird drawled as Leon, for the first time in a long while, spread his wings and took flight, his family and retinue at his side. It was about time, Leon replied, agreeing with her sentiment. There's only so much I can do on foot, and it seems fitting to show these wyverns that they're no longer the rulers of the sky, at least, so long as I'm around. Wonderful, the Thunderbird breathed. Just the attitude a descendant of mine should have. Spread your wings, young Leon, and dominate the skies just as I once did. Fly like this realm belongs to you, and to you alone. Make the sky yours with both power and presence, and not even these mighty creatures will have a chance to stop you. The Thunderbird waxed poetic for a little while longer, but Leon had already found another wyvern to take his attention. Channeling his darkness magic, not an easy feat in his avian form, but Leon was still capable of calling upon enough darkness for his mental communication technique. He ordered his retinue, "Keep going to the pass, I'm going to bag another head." Without waiting for any acknowledgments, Leon banked hard to the right, his wind magic and powerful wings flinging him onward with great speed. He delighted in his strength and freedom in this form. He'd let himself go too long without really letting loose with it, but now, with the wind under his wings, lightning surging through his veins, and prey in his eyes, his blood sang with delight. It felt like all the magic of the world was at his wingtips, just waiting for him to use. His target was a dark green wyvern, only 6th tier. It looked to be male given its angular head and fairly sizable body given its magical strength, and it wasn't paying any attention at all to what was above him. Instead, he was busy breathing waves of razor wind down at a group of hapless hunters, each gust ripping and tearing at their armor, clothes, and flesh. The hunting group was about 10 strong and had several 6th tiers themselves, but Leon could see that 3 of their number were already motionless on the ground, covered in blood. Without a shred of hesitation, Leon rose higher into the air, preparing to swoop for the kill. He reached a height of more than a quarter mile, much higher than the wyvern, which was only 100 or so feet off the ground. Then, Leon curled in his wings and began his dive. Wind whipped past him, curling around his winged form with ease, his feathers dampening all sound that he made. The wyvern didn't even realize he needed to look up. In an instant, it was over. Leon descended like a lightning bolt, his talons only stretching out a moment before striking the killing blow, then sinking into the wyvern's neck a few inches behind the base of his skull, digging in, piercing through scales and cutting clean through almost everything they touched, stopping only once they'd sliced right through the wyvern's neck bones, almost severing the beast's head. At the same time, Leon's head, following through with the dive and still carrying that immense momentum, stabbed downward, his golden beak crushing its way through the back of the wyvern's skull, piercing right through the monster's brain. The wyvern didn't shriek or call out. Instead, he just went limp in the air, crashing to the ground with Leon still digging in with beak and talon. As the beast hit the ground, Leon called upon his magic power, and from one of the fluffy white clouds above, a bolt of golden lightning fell, striking Leon, coursing through him without so much as singing his feathers, and flowing right into the wyvern's body. The beast was thoroughly dead, slain in one strike. When the wyvern came to a stop, having slid across the ground for dozens of feet after impact, Leon removed his beak and talons from the dead beast and turned his eyes toward the hunters. Most of the hunters were staring at him in speechless shock and abject awe, some brandishing their weapons and magic despite their obvious fear. One of the hunters, the strongest, as far as Leon could tell, was busy seeing to his fallen comrades. Unfortunately, of the 3 who'd fallen, 2 were clearly dead, and the last was only a few moments from joining them. Leon's golden eyes flashed with light, and a healing spell fell upon the last living fallen hunter, softly glowing with white light. As most of the hunters turned to gawk, Leon sucked in a breath, pulled the wyvern corpse into his soul realm where the labor golems could see to it, and then took off again without a backward look. He quickly caught up with his retinue, feeling fairly confident now that he'd evened the score just a little against Penelope and Cassandra, and ecstatic at his expression of power. Wyverns were dangerous creatures, so quickly laying low even a 6th tier wyvern was a coup that had him beaming with pride beneath his feathers. Adding to his pride came the Thunderbird's comments. "Well done, Leon," she said as Leon fell back into his retinue's flying formation. "I have a few nits to pick, but overall, that was a well-executed dive." "Thank you," Leon responded. His beak couldn't smile, but he still tried to, anyway. "That was exhilarating." "Dives always are," the Thunderbird agreed. "Few things are more joyous than feeling your feathers flatten in the wind or sinking your talons into the neck of your prey. And when such prey is as large as these creatures, then the feeling is magnified. It's a confirmation of your power." Leon hummed in contentment, then decided to ask about the nitpicks the Thunderbird had. As high as he felt, if she could help him in rising even higher, then he was going to take that help. He spent the next hour or so listening to her lecture about proper dive speeds and postures, absorbing as much as he could. The lesson had to end when his retinue reached the foot of the Ares. The entire mountain range belonged to the wyverns, and under normal conditions, they would be swarming with the beasts. This far out, most wyverns would be male, with the females layering further in to protect their eggs and freshly hatched young. Now, however, Leon and his party landed on top of a rocky hill that had been swept clean of vegetation by wyvern fire long ago, and they could look out at the mountains only a few miles away in relative safety. Leon could see several other wyverns in the distance, but 3 of them were flying in a pack, another was beset by another group of hunters, and the last one was flying back into the Ares with huge animals in either claw. None of them seemed like threats or good targets, so Leon put them out of mind and focused instead on what they were here for, searching for the pass. The local naiad had given Maya specific directions to this narrow pass, and did so with the promise that many wyverns laired in a valley at the pass, and further into the mountains. Now, they just had to find it, and they should have an easy way to win their bet. Bringing back clutches of eggs and possibly even a few wyvernlings would be worth more than bringing back wyvern heads, no matter the size or color. Leon didn't return to human form on the hill. Instead, he remained in his avian body as he retrieved the specific rooms he'd prepared for occasions such as these, when his party might have to camp in dangerous areas. When he was finished, 6 rooms lay adjacent to each other on the hilltop. There were no courtyards here, such things were dangerous wastes of space if a wyvern attacked. Instead, these rooms had to fulfill both the function of a camp while also carrying with them some manner of fortification. And these were about as fortified as Leon could make them. They were made mostly out of concrete that had been reinforced with steel and covered in stucco. There were no windows and only a single door, but light and air enchantments ensured that the rooms were bright and comfortable instead of dark and dingy. Heavy structural enchantments ensured that a full-grown wyvern could land on top of the rooms and they wouldn't even shudder, let alone buckle or collapse. Other enchantments ensured that if a wyvern did attack and found its physical might lacking, the magical might it would fall back upon would suffer the same result. This region was known as the Scorched Fields because the most common wyvern was colored red and could breathe fire, leading to the entire region burning every 5 years. However, wyverns came in all different colors and could wield all 7 magical elements, so Leon hadn't been able to get away with just fire-resistant enchantments. Not that he'd want to, if he wanted this fortified house to be at all useful in other situations. Once all of that was complete, Leon addressed his retinue. "Get settled in and rest up," he said into their minds. "I'm going to scout out a bit and look for this pass. Talal, be sure to get back in contact with Heaven's Eye." "On it," Talal responded, already walking into the villa. The rest of Leon's retinue followed suit, though with a little less alacrity. Leon could understand their lack of energy, and as eager as he was to beat Penelope and Cassandra in this wager, he also knew that he couldn't sacrifice his own people to do so. They'd been flying for a long while and needed to rest up before they entered the mountains in the likely event that they ran into any wyverns during their search for the females' lairs. Returning his attention to the task at hand, Leon stared back out at the wilds with his magic senses. The first direction he looked was back toward the female wyvern he'd seen hauling her kills back into the mountains. He located her again and did his best to track her movements as he started searching in other directions. At the very least, she'd lead him to her lair. Then he took back to the skies and started evaluating the mountains from both the perspective of an eagle and of an 8th-tier mage. He found that the mountains were rugged, filled with blackened rock and sheer cliffs. There was little to no vegetation, and what was there was small, barely more than a few sparse weeds. The mountains themselves were dotted with caves of varying size, though none that he could see were warded against magic senses. He could see remains of abandoned lairs here and there, with little bits of eggshells and wyvern nest padding. He didn't see a single nest with intact eggs, though he supposed if such lairs could be found with such a rudimentary scan, then they wouldn't have lasted that long against the predations of other wyverns. After about a quarter hour, he noticed another wyvern flying back into the Ares, this one passing within 10 miles of his camp. She was a large, powerful thing, being much bigger and stronger than the first wyvern he and his retinue had taken down. She was a 7th-tier beast, and she was clearly a fighter, if the patches of slightly discolored and scratched scales were any indication. Her scales were as red as the sunset, so Leon knew she breathed fire, and her slitted reptilian eyes burned orange. Clutched in her claws was another massive antlered animal, an Eirik, if Leon guessed rightly, which looked like some strange cross between a bovine and a deer. It was huge, requiring the red to use both claws, with more than enough meat on its bones to feed quite a few wyvernlings. He watched this wyvern from a distance, his power ready and roaring beneath his feathered skin, just waiting for the wyvern to turn toward his camp or make any other threatening moves. He was sure she'd seen him. He wasn't exactly being subtle as he flew about, but this wyvern seemed at least a little smarter than the last red one, choosing not to attack him. If anything, she seemed to be maintaining a fairly comfortable distance between them, flying just a little bit further away when Leon tested her mettle by flying a little bit closer. Feeling somewhat amused, Leon pulled back to let her gain some more distance, resolving to keep an eye on her, too. However, not even 10 minutes after she left the scorched fields and entered the mountain range, she came down hard upon the flat edge of a wide cliff that overlooked a deep gorge. The gorge continued downward, going deeper even than ground level, eventually vanishing into darkness. Leon hadn't paid much attention to the gorge, reasoning that, as interesting as it may have been, no wyverns would have laired within given the less ready access to the sky it had. His belief was immediately proven wrong when a gigantic black wyvern came soaring out of the gorge. Though gigantic didn't really do it justice, it was a true monster more than 300 feet from snout to tail, and with a wingspan that almost doubled the red's. Its angular skull shape indicated it was male, while its aura was at the human equivalent of 8th tier. Leon's heart skipped a beat when he realized that he'd never seen a wyvern quite so large or powerful before. Given their sheer size and physical might, a wyvern could prove dangerous to even mages that were a tier higher. He immediately turned around and put a little extra distance between himself and that monster, but watched, enraptured, as the black wyvern flew upward, and then landed on the same cliff as the red. Once it touched down, the black let a rumbling growl escape his throat, his eyes a matching orange to the red. The red seemed cowed, lowering her entire body and tucking in her wings. The black growled again, and the red slunk backward, leaving the huge carcass that she'd carried back with her right there on the cliff. The black seemed to glare though given the shape of his head, every look seemed hateful and threatening, but he crawled forward like a bat on claw and wing and took the irate carcass in his jaws. With barely a glance backward, he leapt off the cliff and dove back into the gorge, leaving the red alone on the cliffside. Leon watched the black fall into the gorge's darkness, not making the same mistake as to ignore the place again. And so, he watched as the wyvern seemed to vanish from view as the darkness on the walls reached out, responding to his magic and wreathing him in shadow. Leon didn't even see him reach the ground, he simply seemed to vanish in midair. After seeing this, Leon watched further as the red seemed to vent some frustration by breathing some fire on the rocks around her, melting them slightly in the heat of her power, and then take off again, flying back toward the scorched fields undoubtedly to search for more prey. What she would feed with that prey, Leon wasn't sure. It seemed like she'd come directly to that cliff to deliver the irate carcass directly to the black wyvern, not even making a token gesture to prevent him from taking it. He guessed that maybe she wasn't a nesting mother, and maybe was just feeding the black wyvern. But that left the question of just why she was doing that. As far as Leon knew, wyverns didn't form familial relationships, and even a mother's wyvernlings would be kicked out of the lair as soon as they could fly. They didn't mate for life, and they didn't typically mate with any specific partner. So he had to wonder at the relationship between those two. Hey, Leon said, for anyone listening in his soul realm, what are the chances that wyverns develop sapience? Wyverns, Nestor inquired. Slim to none, I'd say. Though it hurts like a kick between the legs, I have to agree with the ghost, Zaffin concurred. Wyverns are brutish, and have fairly small brains, relatively speaking. But not impossible, right? Leon asked. Anything's possible, Zaffin replied. The sun could rise in the west tomorrow, if the grave warden willed it to. The great black dragon could forget just what kind of a successor you are and let you have your power. And wyverns could develop sapience. What about at higher tiers? Leon asked, ignoring Zaffin's jabs. At, say, the 8th tier. The Thunderbird's voice boomed through his soul realm and echoed in his ears. All creatures have some chance of achieving sapience as they gain in power, she explained, though Leon already knew that much. Wyverns are no different. They're closely related to dragons, but lack a dragon's gift for intelligence. Still, that doesn't mean they can't develop sapience. Why are you asking? I just saw a couple of them acting strangely, Leon replied, narrating what he'd just seen to those who hadn't been paying attention. Be careful, Leon, the Thunderbird cautioned. Those beings with the power to blend with the shadows are difficult to deal with. I remember, Leon whispered. The thing is strong and probably vicious. But still, what a catch it would be. With his head alone, I think I could win that bet. Leon alighted down on the closest mountain peak to his camp and continued to watch that gorge for several more hours. And what he saw left him stunned and left no doubt as to whether that black wyvern had merely stolen something or if that red had brought him, specifically, that Iric carcass. First, a brown wyvern came flying in, 2 smaller aurochs clutched in her talons. She was smaller and weaker than the red, but she was still large for a wyvern and radiated an aura equivalent to the 7th tier. She seemed meeker, too, and left the aurochs at the side of the cliff before preemptively backing up and prostrating herself. Not much longer later, the black emerged from the gorge, snatched the aurochs in his claws, and vanished back into the gorge with nary a glance at the brown, who promptly flew off as soon as the black disappeared again. Leon watched this repeated with 4 more wyverns, each one representing another of the magical elements. He saw a blue, a white, a green, and a gold all leave their offerings on the cliff, cower from the black, and once the food was taken, fly back off into the distance. All were female, and all were 7th tier. The black didn't react to any of them nearly as dramatically as he did to the red, though none were nearly as protective of her kill as the red had been. Leon was fascinated, and though he did eventually find what he thought was the path the naiad had indicated, a long, narrow valley that wound through the mountains and over which Leon saw several wyverns flying, his mind was now taken by those scenes he'd just witnessed. And with some feeling that seemed a mix of dread and anticipation, Leon saw that the pass forked off in several places, with one branch carving deeper into the mountains until it merged with that black wyvern's gorge. It was with some reluctance that Leon turned around and began to fly back toward his camp. He wouldn't be sleeping this night, so he figured he might as well work on adjusting his lightning lance. They were going to be operating in close proximity to that black wyvern, so he needed to have all of their weapons in working condition, just in case. Chapter 696, Ransacking the Ares. Leon's retinue left their camp early the next morning. Only Elise and Talal stayed back in the safety of Leon's magically fortified villa. Everyone else accompanied him out into the mountains. The pass was fairly narrow on the whole. It widened and narrowed in certain places, but in general, the mountain slopes and cliffs to the right and left of Leon's retinue only afforded them enough room for 1 or 2 people to fight comfortably side by side, if the need for fighting arose. They moved slowly and quietly. With Leon's revelation that 8th tier and multiple 7th tier wyverns were lairing in the area, everyone was extremely circumspect and cautious at that level of power. Not even Leon or Maya could stop a wyvern from killing any one of them if the monsters moved quickly enough. That meant that stealth would be paramount to their success, and with stealth came a much slower rate of movement. It grated on Leon, but not so much that he ever considered speeding them up. Talal checked back in with Heaven's Eye the prior evening, as was protocol, and learned that Penelope had slain 3 more wyverns that day, and Cassandra had bagged another 2. The princess was now in the lead with 6 kills after only 2 days, Penelope was in second with 5, and Leon was last with a meager 2 incredible numbers that showed him just how seriously the other 2 were taking this wager. His competitiveness was certainly stimulated, but he wasn't allowing that to overrule his judgment. They were walking into the literal lair of the beast, and so caution was for the best. If he lost the bet, after all, it would only cost him some pride in an enchanted stone he wasn't even using. Compared to the lives of his retainers, those were small prices to pay. They advanced in a long line with plenty of space in between themselves, so a surprise attack by a powerful wyvern would have less of a chance of hitting them all at once. Leon took the lead, advancing in his human form to stick with his retinue. He was stronger in his avian form, but that would force him to be more distant, and he didn't want the protection of his own people to fall on Maya alone. The river nymph herself had taken the rear of their formation, so that both of them protected the front and back. Leon kept his magic senses projected, constantly on the lookout for any wyverns that might be trying to hunt them, in turn. He'd already seen several female wyverns flying to and from some of the wider parts of the pass far ahead, but fortunately, none of them seemed to either notice or care that his party was traveling through the pass. Most of all, though, Leon kept his eyes open for any of the powerful wyverns he'd seen the day before. Running into that huge black one would be a nightmare to deal with, though a part of him couldn't help but wish that that monster revealed himself and tried something so that Leon would have an excuse to bring it down. They pressed on silently, using nothing more than Old Bull Kingdom Legion hand signals and Leon and Maya's mental communication to remain stealthy. For miles and hours they continued, only once having to stop when a wyvern started flying in their direction. A stray lightning bolt from Leon was all that was needed to chase the creature off, which was only a little disappointing. Leon had initially hoped that he'd be able to add another head to his score, but the beast was too smart to get close after his display of power. Eventually, the pass began to widen, the cliffs and mountain slopes peeling back from the pass to form a deep vale in the center of a maze of mountain paths and gorges, including the one that within dwelled the huge black wyvern. "All right," Leon said, calling his people to a halt. "We're here. These are the areas that we were directed to." His retinue cast their gazes all around, taking in the rocky landscape. As with the rest of the mountain range, nearly all vegetation had long been burned away, but dotting the cliff walls all around them were caves of all different sizes. Hundreds of caves, far too many for them to search. Unfortunately, wyverns were solitary beasts, and so only a few of these caves would have the potential for eggs and young. Luckily, they had Leon and Maya, both of whom had kept their magic senses covering this region for a while, watching the comings and goings of various wyverns as they brought food back to their lairs. Leon had a dozen different caves for them to check out, and that was after less than a day of observation. But they couldn't begin quite yet, they had to make some preparations first. There were still wyverns in the vale, and more could come back at any moment. If their rearing grounds were disturbed, Leon imagined it was likely that they'd be swarmed with the giant flying lizards in a moment, and his party would take casualties. He couldn't allow that. "Marcus, Alex, Helen," he addressed his three best marksmen and pointed up the steep slope to their left. "I'm going to set my lightning lance up there. You three will watch the skies, shoot anything that tries to come in." The three nodded their assent, but didn't yet move, waiting as they were for Leon to finish his quick briefing. "Gaius, Anna, Anshu, Alcander, Val," he said to the other 5 in his retinue. "You'll be looking for eggs and wyvernlings. Use Helen's stealth salves. Don't take risks, always look to yourselves first." Those 5 nodded, and then the former 4 turned to Valeria. She was, in effect, Leon's second in command for his retinue, so their group would answer to her while they were apart from Leon. Finally, Leon addressed everyone. "Naiad and I will be making distractions and providing cover from the sky. We should be enough to keep any wyverns off your backs, but don't let that dull your caution." His entire retinue nodded to him. They knew the risks, they'd all accompanied him on the last wyvern hunt. But none of them begged to leave. Alcander and Alex, in particular, were grinning like mad, clearly looking forward to this. The retrieval of wyvern eggs was a terribly dangerous accomplishment, and one rarely done. If they pulled this off, it would be quite the feather in their caps. Leon smiled, appreciating their determination and, in some cases, great anticipation. "All right," he whispered to them. "Let's get to it." Leon quickly pointed out to Valeria the caves they needed to search, watched as they first tied some ropes around their wrists to connect themselves so they wouldn't lose each other, then apply Helen's stealth salves which caused their bodies to mostly fade from sight. Valeria using her invisibility necklace instead then saw off her group as they started quietly moving through the rocky vale. Then he turned back to his lance crew and escorted them up to the top of the ledge he'd noticed earlier. It was at the top of a long slope that rose about halfway to the top of the ridge that flanked that part of the vale, giving commanding views of the entire vale. With Leon's lightning lance, they should be able to provide some fire support if it was to be needed, but even if the lance failed, they could still fall back on their magic and ranged weapons. As soon as he reached the top of the ledge, Leon pulled the lance out of his soul realm. It was a complex weapon, but one that was fairly easy to use. Once he set it up, it just had to be aimed, loaded, and fired. Once it was in place, though, Leon made sure to give it one last quick check-up. He'd adjusted the enchantment scheme so that power wouldn't be caught in the amplification loop anymore, so the weapon should be fully functional, and as far as he could tell, it was. He was nervous as all the hells that it would fail, though. After confirming that his retainers could fire the weapon, he then turned to Maya. "Let's take the skies," he said to her with a deep smile, the statement alone bringing him no small amount of joy. Maya smiled and nodded, then mounted Anzu. She had a flight belt of her own, but it was better for her to conserve her magic power for any wyverns that might poke their heads out of their lairs. Fortunately, Anzu was much faster than most wyverns. "All right," Leon thought to himself as he conjured his enchanted black opal into his left gauntlet. "Let's see if this works as well outside of a controlled environment." He channeled his magic power into the opal, and his body darkened like it had been swallowed by darkness. He was disappointed to see the opal still failed to make him intangible, but as the shadows that covered his body had him fading from sight, he couldn't fault it too much. Once he was completely invisible, he activated his flight belt, rising into the air above the lance emplacement. From a greater height, he was able to see a few promising places for ambushes, if he could find the right bait. The reason wyverns were leaving their lairs was to find food for their young, and many hunters who preyed upon them used that against them, using food as bait to lure the beasts into traps. Leon generally avoided such tactics when he was hunting, as he was usually more interested in the hunt itself, not just waiting around for prey to come to him. He didn't deny the efficacy of the tactic, however, and he wished that he'd brought some kind of bloody meat with him to use in this instance. As it was, he had little more than preserved food, mostly the kind of stuff that he doubted wyverns would look twice at. However, he figured he might as well give it a try. In his experience, most wild beasts wouldn't skip a free meal even if it wasn't something they'd usually consume. So, after a quick search, he found what seemed like a good place not too far away from one of the inhabited caves he'd noticed. He hadn't seen any wyverns coming out from there since he'd last seen a brown wyvern enter, so he was assuming there was still at least one mature adult in there. "I'm setting a trap in the northwest," Leon whispered into his retainers' minds. None save Maya could respond, of course, and most were invisible, but he did see the lance crew slowly turning the weapon in his direction several miles away. To his river nymph lover alone, he said, "Get out of the air, I don't want you to give away that this is a trap." Maya sent back a feeling of acknowledgement, though without any words. Leon saw her steer Anzu toward the ground where they could disappear among the rocks of the vale floor. When he reached his identified spot, he dropped enough dried meat on the ground to last a mortal for weeks, though it was little more than a mouthful to a wyvern, and placed a couple of explosive spells within the pile. Around the pile he arranged several additional alchemical explosives of Helen's design. And then, he sent a wave of wind magic careening into the wyvern's cave. It was ludicrous to think such a thing would cause any damage, but it should be enough, Leon hoped, to get the attention of anything within and maybe draw it out far enough to notice his bait. Sure enough, not even 5 minutes later, the large brown wyvern he'd seen entering the cave came slinking out, her orange reptilian eyes narrow with caution, though standing proud on wing and leg. Her aura was that of a 6th-tier human mage, and Leon could feel it permeating the stone around her, just waiting to impale anything that jumped out at her. But, of course, nothing did, and after a couple seconds of her looking around, searching for whatever had made that gust of wind, she seemed to relax slightly. And that was when she noticed Leon's bait. It was hardly appetizing, but it was close to her cave and clearly edible. She advanced toward it slowly, cautiously, her instincts telling her that there was no such thing as a free meal. But she kept creeping closer, her eyes on her surroundings rather than on the meat itself. She finally reached it, and after confirming for the 1000th time that she was alone, she bent down a bit to sniff at the bait, and was immediately enveloped in flame. The shockwave of the explosion rocked the entire valley, proving to be a far greater explosion than Leon had been expecting. The explosion was beyond deafening, probably alerting every wyvern for 50 miles that these lairs were under attack, and Leon noticed that Valeria's invisibility dropped, though everyone else's remained intact. The wyvern herself vanished in fire, but when it cleared, she was lying upon the ground, trying to breathe, but the holes in her chest were bleeding profusely and squeaking as air slipped through with every ragged breath. She struggled to rise, a few weak whimpers escaping her snout, but her strength failed her. She was going to die, her wounds were too serious, but Leon wasn't going to wait for that. He felt terrible seeing such a magnificent beast rendered to such a state, but his years as a hunter had largely shattered any hesitation he might have felt in this situation. Without missing a beat, he positioned himself above the wyvern, and dropped from the sky. He hit her like a meteor, lightning burst from his body, flowing through his armor like it was his own skin, peeling back even more scales from the wyvern's head and killing her instantly. Leon sighed when it was over, the beast dead beneath his feet. Such was life, but he couldn't help feeling some type of way as he collected her body and did his best to pull her into his soul realm as quickly as he was able with something so large. As he worked, Maya and Anzu took back to the skies, making sure he was covered from any other threats. He wasn't even halfway done when a roar was heard resounding throughout the valley. Another wyvern came barreling out of her lair about 2 miles away, this one green, rage in her eyes as she searched for whatever had made that explosion. Her eyes locked upon Maya flying upon Anzu, but she barely had time to roar a challenge before a water dragon materialized around her, wrapping its long, slender body around her neck and snapping it hard and fast. Like that, another wyvern fell. But then a third came flying out of her lair a mile to the north, red in color, and a moment later, another red showed herself only half a mile to the east from a lair high up in the mountains that Leon hadn't noticed before this moment. Of these two, the first one was 6th tier, but the second appeared to be equivalent to a newly ascended 7th tier. Leon, just finishing up wrapping the brown wyvern in sufficient magic to pull her into his soul realm, did so, and then turned to face the stronger of the two wyverns. Both had noticed him and Maya, but his river nymph was closer to the weaker one, so he left that one to her. The stronger one came diving down the mountain, bestial madness in her eyes. She wasn't as large as the red Leon had seen the evening before, but she was filled with the wrath of a mother whose home was being threatened. Leon didn't let her express that wrath and conjured a lightning bolt in his right hand. The Thunderbird's silver-blue lightning coursed through him, forming the bolt, and when he hurled it, the bolt streaked across the sky faster than the wyvern could react to. For just a moment, right before it slammed into her body, the bolt seemed to curve slightly, as if it were forming the beak of a raptor, then exploded upon the red. She fell, not quite dead, but heavily injured anyway. Leon flew toward her, intending to finish her off, but on the way, he spared a moment to check up on the others and saw that Maya had the other red in hand, while Valeria was fading back into invisibility as she led the rest of the retinue to secure the first of the caves. But then, the red that Leon downed rose again, fury blazing within her as she opened her toothy maw, pointed it at Leon, and summoned what power she had remaining. Fire appeared ready to stream out of her, and Leon, not worried at all about her power, began to conjure another lightning bolt. Before he could finish, something flew past the head of the wyvern so fast and with such force that her head was whipped around from the shockwave alone, and her magic power was dissipated. Leon hurled his second lightning bolt, and that one killed the red on impact. Then he glanced back toward his lance crew, for the projectile that had so affected the wyvern had been fired by them. They hadn't landed a direct hit, but Leon couldn't say they'd completely missed, either. Mostly, he was glad their aim was accurate enough at a distance of almost 3 miles to have gotten that close, and that the weapon was functioning as it should be. He sent the lance crew his congratulations, and then turned his attention back to the matter at hand. Over the next 2 hours, he and his retinue brought down 5 more wyverns who either emerged from their lairs or returned while they were working. They found more than a dozen eggs, though only 2 wyvernlings that they had to wrangle and subdue. Wyvernlings were almost adorable, being pale white in color and having round, innocent features. They were only the size of large dogs and made little chirping sounds when they tried to roar. They couldn't use any elemental magic, yet, and wouldn't be able to do so until they were bigger, and their scales color came in, but Leon's retainers still treated them delicately and with abundant caution. However, their work was only halfway done when the 9th wyvern was felled by a combination of Leon's lightning and Maya's water. None of the wyverns had been any of those that had given the huge black wyvern his offering. Still, as the 9th wyvern hit the ground, an earth-shaking roar filled the vale, and Leon saw the huge black wyvern hauling himself out of his gorge, look around with wrathful eyes, and finally turn toward the vale. They were separated by dozens of miles and Leon was still invisible thanks to his black opal, yet Leon and the black wyvern seemed to lock eyes, both 8th tier beings sharing a moment where they recognized each other as profound threats. The black wyvern didn't roar, but Leon felt his killing intent even over all of that distance. The wyvern then took flight and made a beeline toward them. A smile broke out over Leon's face. He was worried about his retainers, to be sure, but there was still a large part of him that wanted this fight. And it seemed he was going to get it. Chapter 697. The first round. Leon, still wreathed in darkness and invisible to all senses, or so he was supposed to be, rose into the sky, the air all around him under his complete control. However, for all his supposed invisibility, the eyes of the black male wyvern that now rapidly approached were locked upon him too unerringly to be a coincidence. He can see me, Leon realized. He supposed the wyvern's natural power over darkness magic allowed him to see past Leon's shroud, but his theories aside, the result was beyond doubt in his mind. Heads up, Leon roared into the minds of his retainers. Big one incoming, 8th tier, darkness. Less than 5 minutes. He didn't get too detailed, trusting in his retainer's judgment to prepare accordingly. Sure enough, he saw those of his retinue that were visible quickly quaffing potions to increase their defenses against darkness magic. Leon did likewise, briefly removing his helmet in order to do so. He felt the magic take effect within him, the potion settling into his stomach where it interacted with his natural magic to form an almost protective sheen over his skin. Darkness magic wasn't that dangerous in direct attacks, but that didn't mean it wasn't dangerous. Leon still felt much more secure once his helmet, heavily enchanted as it was against darkness magic, was back upon his head. At the same time, he was summoning his anti-magic enchanted stone that countered darkness magic into the slot on his left arm, while he pulled the black opal out of his right slot and summoned his white topaz to replace it. This rendered him fully visible, but against the black wyvern, that appeared to already be the case, so it hardly mattered. Then he quickly evaluated the surroundings once more. Against the black wyvern, there weren't many fancy tactics he could immediately think of to use, but he wanted to be sure that the monster was in range of the lightning lance. He'd need that weapon's power. Leon positioned himself about 2 miles north of the lance and turned to stare down the rapidly approaching wyvern. Not too far away, Maya came flying in on Anzu. She nimbly leapt off the griffin's back and joined Leon in the air, her flight gear taking up the work that Anzu had been doing until now. To his griffin, Leon ordered, "Get to Alex and the lance crew." Anzu squawked in complaint, but he did as Leon ordered, flying as quickly as he could toward the lance emplacement. Fortunately, the black wyvern, as far as Leon could tell, didn't even spare the griffin a single look. Instead, the monster's eyes were fixed solely upon Leon and Maya. Leon stared back, his golden eyes burning with fighting spirit as the wyvern advanced. His aura towered, his killing intent was strong, he was ready, and had to fight the urge to fly out to meet the wyvern. He didn't have to wait long for the monster to reach the veil. As soon as the beast made it through the pass that connected his gorge to the veil, Leon charged, surging forth with lightning filling his body. The wyvern gave an earth-shaking roar, but Leon was undeterred. The monster opened his maw to unleash his power, but Leon was faster, and a burst of lightning exploded out from him, projected not just by his body but by his armor, too. Dozens of silver-blue bolts raced across the sky and raked across the wyvern's scaled body in groups of 3, almost like talons. At almost the same time, Leon punched outward with his right fist, and a beam of pure white light lanced out from his knuckles and struck the wyvern's tongue. The wyvern shrieked in rage and pain, though it seemed the former was the stronger emotion. Instead of using his magic, the wyvern barreled through Leon's assault and snapped toward him with his massive jaws. Leon nimbly tumbled out of the way, and as he turned, he saw a water dragon materialize out of the air and wrap itself around the wyvern's massive head, locking his jaw tightly shut. Unfortunately, at the same time, Leon noticed that his barrage of lightning had done negligible damage, lightly scratching the wyvern's tough scales but little else. But Leon was undeterred and shot after the wyvern. He summoned a lightning bolt in his right hand. He could feel his power bursting out of his skin beneath his armor and converging around his fingers. Unlike what he was used to, though, his armor, infused with his power at its creation, aided him greatly in channeling his magic. Leon barely lost a single eidos of magic power to the environment, leading to his lightning bolt coalescing in his hand with greater speed than he'd ever seen, and with greater power. With a smile spreading across his face, Leon flew after the wyvern, the lightning bolt in his hand growing ever more powerful. With the wyvern's attention on trying to dislodge Maya's water dragon, Leon shot above him, then plummeted right back down, slamming the lightning bolt into the wyvern's weaker scales between his wings. He drove the bolt as deeply as he could, lightning pouring out of him, the wyvern's scales tearing away under the concentrated pressure, but then a tendril of darkness snapped out at him, knocking him backward and disrupting his attack. This tendril attempted to snake around his helmet, but Leon felt his armor's anti-darkness defenses snap into play, and the tendril was unable to find purchase on the surface of his helmet. Still, Leon was knocked backward right off the flying wyvern. But the wyvern wasn't done with him, and with timing and aim that Leon was surprised by, the wyvern's massive tail snapped backward and struck Leon with what seemed like the weight of a mountain, batting him aside like a horse brushing away a fly. All the air in his lungs was forced out, and he was rattled harder than he'd ever been before. He hit the ground like a falling star, shattering a boulder beneath his impact. And then he rose, none the worse for wear. His armor had taken most of the impact, both of them, and prevented Leon from suffering much damage, the enchantments within saving him from a lot of potential pain. Above, Leon saw the wyvern struggle a bit with Maya's water dragon, but the monster's face darkened and what almost looked like a hand of darkness slid off the wyvern's face, covering the water dragon and pulling it off. The water dragon resisted, but the clump of darkness enveloped it, and any purchase the water dragon had was lost. This deep shadowy clump of magic hovered in the air as the wyvern shot past, then compressed and collapsed in on itself, vanishing and taking Maya's water dragon with it. The wyvern then roared again, and a stream of darkness erupted from his mouth, aimed at Maya. Leon launched himself back into the air, his body blazing with silver-blue lightning, and his river nymph was already acting. She dropped, momentarily cutting off power to her flight belt before regaining control of the air around her, then sliding below the flying wyvern and his eruption of darkness magic. The wyvern roared again, and a mass of darkness seemed to grow in his wake, with dozens of thin tentacles reaching down and entangling Maya in their grasp. Leon shouted in anger and slammed into this darkness a moment later, punching out with his left hand. His anti-darkness magic gemstone filled with power, and then with a loud, dull thumping sound, expended all of it. The darkness magic that entangled Maya dissolved away, and she was freed again. She looked a little haggard, her clothing slightly torn, but she seemed free of blood, so Leon forced himself to calm down as the wyvern flew away, getting a bit of distance from both of them. Maya then rose up to take up a position next to Leon. "I didn't do much," she observed. "Neither did I," Leon replied a little dejectedly, noting the areas that he'd targeted with his lightning and seeing that they were a little scorched and scratched, but only the wyvern's winged shoulders had suffered any appreciable damage. That didn't dampen Leon's desire to fight much, if any, but he did feel a little bit of frustration. His light beam hadn't seemed to have done much, so he switched out his topaz for another gem, replacing it with his red onyx, hoping that his fire weapon would prove a little more efficacious. The wyvern flew in a wide circle around Leon and Maya, eyeing them warily. He clearly wasn't done fighting them, for his killing intent still poured out of his scaled body, but he wasn't charging right in. "Seems we've made him wary," Leon said to Maya. "You go right, I'll go left. Make him choose targets, and whoever he doesn't go after, strikes." Maya sent Leon a quick burst of feeling, and then broke off to the right. Leon, only a moment later, followed suit to the left. Leon wasn't sure if he was gratified or frustrated when the wyvern's head swiveled in his direction. It seemed that meant the wyvern was taking his threat more seriously, but on the other hand, it also meant he'd be doing much less damage against the monster. Leon began tossing lightning bolts, nothing too powerful, but enough to force the wyvern to fixate upon him. As he did, Maya circled around behind the monster and raised her hand into the air. Leon felt almost every single bit of water magic within the veil immediately fall under her control, while her body radiated even more into the surroundings. All of that water magic instantly started to coalesce around her, then take on physical form. She wasn't summoning a water dragon, though, instead, a fluffy white cloud, opaque to the eye, appeared, shrouding her from sight and growing mightily fast. The wyvern turned and roared, but another bolt of lightning splashing across his face forced his attention back to Leon. The beast opened his maw and left loose with a great deluge of darkness, the black shadows erupting from between his fangs like a burst dam. Half of these shadows rushed toward Leon in a great wave, while the other half bent around and covering the wyvern's body. He didn't fade from view, but his already pitch-black scales took on a strange pearlescent sheen, like oily water. Leon fell back while bringing his left hand up. Magic flowed through his arm and armor with equal ease, powering the anti-darkness stone in his gauntlet. A pulse of magic spread rapidly from his gauntlet and the wave of darkness that threatened to engulf him dissipated like vapor, all momentum arrested. The darkness covering the wyvern remained, though the wyvern stared at Leon with what kind of looked like disbelief. It was extremely difficult for Leon to tell given the monster's draconic head and features. Behind the wyvern, Maya's cloud continued to grow and surge toward him, prompting him to fly closer to Leon. Leon darted forward, lightning blazing in his left hand as his right activated his fire onyx. Fireballs shot from his right knuckles while lightning streamed from his left hand, stinging and biting at the wyvern's shining scales, and passing right through them. Leon, realizing what was happening, immediately cut off his magic power. The wyvern had cloaked himself in shadows, and that made him largely intangible. He could still be reached, but it would be a little tougher to do so. First, as Maya's cloud nipped at the wyvern's tail, Leon fired off another pulse of anti-magic. A spot about his height in diameter lost its sheen, only to regain it as rapidly as it was lost. The wyvern grunted, sounding almost like a human chortle. Leon gritted his teeth and fell back to his plan B. As usual for his plan Bs, he summoned his blade back into his hand and charged forth, intending to strike at the wyvern from closer range. The wyvern roared and beat his massive wings, maneuvering to face Leon head-on. However, before they could get too close together, something flew past Leon so quickly he barely had time to realize what it was before it struck the monster on the body. It was a shot from his lightning lance. Leon spared a quick glance back with his magic senses, noting that his lance crew had turned the weapon and were tracking the wyvern through the sky, with Alex hurriedly reloading another round into the barrel. The first had bounced right off the wyvern's scales somehow, and though it didn't pierce the monster, the wyvern still shrieked in more pain than ever, and turned toward the lance. Leon scowled and restarted his charge. Lightning blazed along the blade of his sword, glowing silver blue, but the wyvern ignored him, choosing instead to begin a steep dive. Confusion briefly flitted through Leon's mind, but he didn't slow down. Whatever the wyvern was doing, he had to stop it. Maya's cloud spread far enough to enclose around the wyvern's tail, and Leon could hear a horrible scraping sound. The wyvern, as his dive picked up speed, escaped the cloud, showing his tail to be scratched worse from the cloud than from all of Leon's lightning bolts. Leon crashed into the beast a moment later, attempting to stop him. He hit the wyvern's scales right between the wings, just as he'd done before, and he was rewarded with a huge crack in the beast's scales, and a fountain of bright red mana a moment later. Leon then understood. The wyvern's shadow cloak protected him from magical attacks, but more physical strikes still got through. With a dark smile, he pulled back just a little bit, intending to slam himself back into the wyvern, but a burst of darkness pushed him even further back. He cried out in surprise and had to take a moment to right himself in the air. That one moment was all the wyvern needed to hit the ground. However, instead of splattering into blood and gore, the wyvern vanished into the ground like it wasn't even there. A deep black shadow appeared in the rocks roughly the size and shape of the wyvern, and it turned in the lightning lance's direction. Realizing what the wyvern was doing, Leon, knowing that they weren't going to be able to hit the monster, now ordered his lance crew, "Run. Abandon the lance." To their credit, not one of Leon's retainers hesitated. Alex, Marcus, and Helen dropped everything and fled from the lightning lance. Leon, meanwhile, darted after the shadow, raining lightning down upon it. He wasn't quite sure if what he was doing was having any effect, but the anti-magic pulses he was using weren't doing much, either, doing little to the shadow other than make its edges wobble a bit. Maya's cloud then surged past him, moving with much greater speed now. Leon caught short glimpses of sharp blades of water filling the cloud, along with razor ice and a few small water dragons. Unfortunately, even this move failed to catch up to the wyvern, and the monster's huge head burst up from the ground right beneath Leon's lightning lance, closing around it with great force. The lance immediately shattered, Leon's hard work putting up little resistance against the powerful jaws of an 8th-tier wyvern. Leon shouted in frustration and reached out with his magic power, his mood now transitioning from competitiveness to vindictiveness. The monster had destroyed his weapon, and that was an affront he couldn't abide. Hardly a moment later, another cloud appeared in the sky, courtesy of Leon's magic power. From that cloud fell a lightning bolt, breaking through the wyvern's darkness shield and burning right across his face, opening a huge, bloody crack in the monster's cheek. The wyvern screamed in pain and fury, then rose from the ground. He roared at Maya's oncoming cloud, and a black cloud of his own shot out of his mouth to take her head on. Then he took back to the skies, his enormous wings nearly destroying the entire ledge that the lightning lance had been mounted upon. His eyes were locked upon Leon, rage greater than any before burning in his slitted reptilian pupils. The wyvern held nothing back with the cloud combating Maya, sparing none for Leon. Instead, he flew toward Leon, his wings beating furiously as he roared another challenge. "Seems you want this to be a contest of strength," Leon thought briefly. The time for that passed. Another lightning bolt fell from Leon's cloud, slicing into the wyvern's flank and spilling more of his blood. The wyvern shrieked again, and pulled out of his charge, instead falling back to the ground. A third lightning bolt followed, striking the monster along the belly as he dove. This one didn't pierce his thick underscales, but still left a deep scratch running from hip to the base of the neck. But then the wyvern hit the ground and once more faded into shadow, his black cloud of darkness fading behind him. His shadow turned toward his gorge and sped off even faster than the shadow had moved before, leaving Leon and Maya behind, though they gave chase for a short while before pulling back. "You all right?" Leon asked the river nymph as Maya's cloud dissipated and her body reappeared. Without injury, Maya replied, holding her arms with a sly grin on her face before turning her eyes back down to the ledge where Leon's lightning lance now lay in thousands of bitty pieces. With a deep sigh, Leon began to drop from the sky, his magic senses locked upon the wyvern and making sure the monster was retreating as it seemed he was. The vale now seemed safe, all of the wyverns who laired here either gone or dead already. Pushing out with his magic power, Leon mentally shouted for his entire retinue, his voice backed with his wind magic and carrying to the vale's every corner, form back up on the ledge. We're done here. 1/8 tier wyvern attack was enough. Though they'd gotten the better of the exchange, Leon didn't want to take any further risks. Besides, they'd already secured some wyvernlings and yet to be hatched eggs, so it was time to go. As unsatisfying as the final fight had been with the black wyvern's escape, their mission was over. It was time to turn in the eggs and wyvernlings and get back to regular hunting. But as Leon's retinue began appearing among the rocks of the vale, he turned one last time to the black wyvern's gorge. The thing had been intelligent, showing a level of emotion, awareness, and presence that he'd not seen in any other wyvern. He couldn't help but wonder if this was really the end of their battle, or just the closing of the first round. Chapter 698, Wyvern's Retaliation. All right, Leon loudly said as he and his retinue spilled out into the main room of his fortified portable villa. Let's see what we've gained. With a wave of her hand, Valeria summoned the eggs taken from the wyvern lairs. A dozen in all appeared, all a light, pale gray. Anshu, Anna, Gaius, and Alkander held between them a pair of large cages, within which lay 2 pale gray wyvernlings, still too young for their scales to have any color. A great hall, as far as Leon was concerned, and a huge smile spread across his face. Turning to Anna, the closest thing his retinue had to a beastmaster, he said, "Make sure those wyvernlings don't die." "Got it," she replied, and she immediately began pulling some food out of her soul realm to press through the bars of the cages. Leon then turned to his personal assistant. "Talal, get on the horn to Heaven's Eye. Tell them we've taken out 11 wyverns, and be sure to inform them of all this." Leon waved towards the eggs and wyvernlings. "And tell Penelope to savor the taste of failure." "Ha," Alkander shouted, "she can eat a dick." Talal looked a little uncomfortable after Alkander's outburst. To Leon he asked, "Do you really want me to pass that sentiment along?" Leon's grin slowly turned to a grimace and he felt Elise's presence at his side. "No," he said, his decision punctuated by a groan of disappointment from Alkander. "You don't need to use as many words. I think just hearing word of what we've done today will get the point across better than anything we can say directly." Talal looked a little relieved, though the feeling clearly wasn't shared among Leon's retinue. Alex, perhaps out of frustration, loudly declared, "That bitch could use a direct rebuke, though, or maybe a swift kick in the ass." Or other places, Leon shrugged, but it was Elise who responded with her usual cool, level-headed practicality. "Though that may be true, it's hardly our place. Just focus on winning the wager, that'll be rebuke enough." Leon smiled as he regarded his wife. "I'd agree, but I think a little more rebuke may be needed. Maybe turning that heart of whatever it was into wearable jewelry and parading it around in front of her." "Ooh, I like that idea," Alex responded. "Rub her loss in her face every time she sees you. Or any of us," Leon said. "It's quite a big stone, maybe just to show her contempt I could have it cut up a bit and pass out some diamonds to us all." Alkander burst out laughing, but Marcus claimed, "Diamonds aren't really my thing, Leon." "Same here," Gaius added. "If I had to choose, I'd rather not get involved in this little pissing match. I don't suppose it's possible to keep the nose rubbing to a minimum. There's no need to constantly antagonize Penelope, is there?" Leon leveled a playful punch into Gaius' shoulder. "Now why do you have to go and say that? Now I'd sound petty and vindictive if I were to disagree. You are both of those things, though, aren't you?" Gaius asked with an equally playful smile. Leon shrugged. "We can save our petty revenge for later. For now, I can't overstate just how proud I am of all of you. We moved quickly, completed our objectives, and got out without so much as a single injury. That was no mean feat, especially after that black wyvern showed up. For now, how about all of you get some much-deserved rest, and we'll start heading back to Viria's in the morning. This hunt isn't over, after all." Marcus and Alkander both cheered, and while they were a little quieter about it, the rest of Leon's retinue happily dissipated into his fortified villa, with only Anna staying in the main room to see to the wyvernlings, while Leon, Anzu, Elise, Maya, and Valeria left for their private room. Elise led the way, entering the room and immediately sliding into a lounge by the wall, pressing a runic circle on the wall as she did, which caused light magic to create a few screens on the wall. These screens showed the outside in perfect clarity, acting as windows without introducing structural weaknesses into the building and projecting quite a bit of light into the room that was indistinguishable from natural light. So, she said, as everyone else, including Anzu, joined her on lounges of their own, how did things go out there? She obviously knew how well things, since she'd seen with her own eyes the fruits of their labors, but Leon knew she still wanted to hear from all of them how they'd achieved their triumph. Leon wasted no time in regaling her with the story, enthusiastically telling her of their arrival and the initial battles with the wyverns who were there. Maya added a few details here and there, and as she spoke aloud, Anzu excitedly flapped his wings a few times and chirped in support and encouragement. Then it was Valeria's turn, and she told Elise of her plundering of the wyvern lairs. Were there any huge piles of jewels and gold? Elise animatedly inquired, her emerald eyes shining with curiosity. Unfortunately no, Valeria answered. I don't think that's something that wyverns do, hoarding wealth. They don't seem particularly intelligent. That's true, though there have been some stories I've heard about wyverns stealing gold and other shinies. Leon hesitantly agreed, though his thoughts turned to the black wyvern and those 6 others who'd furnished him with offerings the night before. That might just be a general thing, it's not like they're incapable of intelligent thought. Leon then told Elise of the fight with the black wyvern and the destruction of his lightning lance. He'd picked up all the pieces after the battle, but it had been thoroughly destroyed. It's no matter, I guess, Leon said, though his expression clearly indicated otherwise. Is it really? Elise asked, clearly picking up on Leon's mood. Leon shrugged and scowled. That thing broke something of mine, and I don't appreciate it. That lance was honestly just a proof of concept, a thing that would have been replaced soon anyway, but it's still annoying that it's been destroyed. I'll have to build another one, and the improvements I can make without a functioning version to test will be limited. Still, I have learned quite a bit about the magic involved in these past couple weeks, so, it's no matter. Really? Elise laid a hand over his, giving him a sympathetic look before he launched back into his explanation of the day's events. After the fight with the black wyvern, Leon had reorganized his retinue and led them out of the Vale, not wanting to press their luck. They'd already acquired enough to launch them far into the lead against Penelope and Cassandra, so Leon led them back. The eggs and wyvernlings wouldn't count if they couldn't return them to Viria's, after all. On their way out, however, they were attacked by 2 more wyverns carrying their kills back to the Vale. They didn't attack with much fierceness, so Leon didn't think they were the wyvernlings' mothers, but he and his retinue still struck them down, adding 2 more 6th-tier kills to their score. At that point, the story came to an end, for the rest of their journey back to the campsite had been uneventful. And you're sure that the black wyvern didn't follow you? Elise asked, sounding a little worried. I'm about as sure as I reasonably can be, given its power, Leon replied. As am I, Maya added. We were not followed by anything I could sense, and few things can hide from me. That's good to hear, Elise murmured as Anzu happily chirped his agreement. Elise reached over and gave the griffin a quick head rub, eliciting a few more happy chirps. The thought that such a powerful creature is out there and acting with such intelligence worries me, I have to admit. Leon hummed in agreement. Reminds me of that basilisk we rescued Anna from, he continued. I haven't heard any verified reports about intelligent wyverns striking at cities around the scorched fields, so maybe that black wyvern is content with his lot and only came out when he saw us looting the Ares, but if he wanted to, he could do an incredible amount of damage to everything around these parts. It's hard to figure out why he might not be doing so, or what he might do now that he's been injured. Guessing at the logic of an alien mind isn't something I'm any good at, I'm afraid. Not like there's anything to really guess at, Valeria whispered. He didn't stop to talk. Assuming he's even capable of it. She nodded to Anzu. He seems to perfectly capable of recognizing speech, though his beak makes responding difficult. If griffins could frown, Leon felt like Anzu would have done so. The griffin chirped somewhat depressingly and lowered his head and eyes until Valeria got up and hugged his head, nuzzling her cheek against his. Don't worry, Anzu, she said. You'll find a human form someday, just like Leon found his bird form. You'll gain a mouth, and we'll talk then. Anzu visibly cheered up and fluttered his wings in obvious joy, nuzzling Valeria right back. However, Elise gasped with mock shock. Val. The fire-haired woman breathed. Are you trying to seduce Anzu right here in front of all of us? Think of the scandal. To complete the picture, Elise held a hand up to her heart, and then began fanning herself with the other hand. Valeria just stuck her tongue out at Elise for a moment, gave Anzu a loving though not romantic kiss on the head, and returned to her seat. For his part, Leon saw Anzu reacting with what seemed to be embarrassment, and he reached over to run his fingers through the griffin's feathers. Doing so had never failed to calm the griffin, and that pattern now continued as Anzu deliberately folded his wings, laid his head down on his forepaws, and closed his eyes to sleep. I think it's time for a little celebration, Elise said, moving on from her brief teasing. With a wave of her hand, she conjured from her soul realm a bottle of the finest Ilian wine and glasses for everyone. I know you don't much like wine, she said to Leon, but at least drink something with us, all right? You say that as if it's a strenuous task, Leon light-heartedly complained. I don't care what's in the glass, just spending time with my ladies is enough. Ah, look at you, getting all sappy, Valeria playfully teased. Maya added her own bit of teasing by lightly poking Leon in the cheek. Leon acted like he'd just been attacked and almost dramatically threw himself out of his lounge, and once everyone had a laugh, they settled in for some quiet celebrations of a job well done. Their quiet was soon disturbed when Alcander and Alex started a louder party in one of the other rooms, and after a few minutes, the four just got up and decided to join the rest of the retinue. It was mid-afternoon when Leon and his party returned to Virias. Almost a week had passed since the beginning of the hunt, and during their return trip, they'd bagged 3 more wyvern heads. Penelope and Cassandra, meanwhile, seemed to have been kicked into higher gear, for they'd each brought down more than half a dozen wyverns in the past couple of days after Leon's group's success. However, since wyvernlings were worth far more than wyvern heads, and their eggs were worth even more than wyvernlings, Leon's group was still comfortably in the lead. Not so comfortable that they could relax for the rest of the hunt, but certainly enough to take their time for what time remained. On their journey back to Virias, they encountered greater evidence for how the scorched fields had gotten their name. The clear days had given way to perpetual clouds, and there was always at least the glow of fire lighting up the distance, if not closer. Much of the land between the pass they'd journeyed to and the temporary hunter's city had been scorched, leaving the fields blackened and barren, though the gargantuan trees still remained, and even seemed to thrive in the heat. In those few places that still burned, Leon had noticed the trees absorbing some of the wyvern's fire magic, though for what reason he couldn't say. Regardless, as soon as they returned to Virias, they made to turn in their halls. Leon had their eggs turned in and their wyvernlings accounted for. However, those he didn't turn in, and the reason why was Anna. It seemed that she wanted to be more than just what passed as a beastmaster for his retinue. She wanted to be an actual beastmaster, the onyx bracelet and Attican snapper that he'd given her lighting something within her, showing her what she wanted to devote herself to. Leon was more than happy to have her be his beastmaster. She'd done splendidly well with the snapper, and he couldn't imagine his retinue being anything but strengthened with the addition of 2 wyverns. So, once he rebuilt his modular villa, he helped her to take a few blood samples from the wyverns and add them to 2 of the gems within the onyx bracelet, which began to glow with arcane light, giving her perfect control over the wyvernlings. She still had 3 gems left, so Leon resolved to keep an eye open for any more interesting or powerful beasts that she might find useful. Once they were dominated by the bracelet, the infant beasts could be let out of their cages so that Anna could better take care of them. At the same time, Leon's retinue, led by Leon and Helen, began to properly catalog all of their other gains made during the hunt. Leon was going to wait until the end of the hunt to turn in his heads, but the rest of the wyvern corpses were fair game. His golems had largely processed the carcasses by now, though they hadn't done so with as much finesse as Leon would have liked. Regardless, he had a small mountain of wyvern scales of varying sizes, pools of their blood and mana, more bones than he knew what to do with, and hide enough to clothe his family for generations. To properly process all of these raw materials would require the aid of Heaven's Eye, which Leon was more than willing to call for. Talal facilitated the handoff of materials and returned with a timeline. Leon could expect all of his materials back by the end of the hunt. All of the hides would be tanned, the scales sorted, the bones either crushed or simply reduced in size, and the blood and mana properly bottled and preserved. He was happy he didn't have to do any of that, as was his entire retinue, though everything did have to be counted first. Still, Viria's was a city designed to provide exactly this kind of service for those taking part in the hunt, so it wasn't like Leon was imposing upon anyone with this. Once his work accounting for all of his retinue's gains was complete, Talal came hurrying into the room he'd been working in, a look of extreme worry on his face. He drew the attention of all of Leon's retainers, but he remained quiet and made straight for Leon. Talal, Leon said in greeting as the Samarid drew close. What's wrong, boss? Talal whispered as he leaned in to murmur into Leon's ear, we have a bit of a situation on our hands. More than a dozen hunter teams have gone missing today. By all accounts, it seems that a group of powerful wyverns are behind this. Leon's eyes narrowed as he turned his head to look Talal in the eye. He felt like he already knew the group of wyverns he was talking about, an 8th tier black wyvern, Leon whispered back, and a 7th tier of the other colors. Talal nodded gravely. Lady Penelope and Princess Cassandra have already been informed. They're making all haste west to try and confront these beasts. Heaven's Eye is requesting we do the same. In just one day, almost 100 hunters have been killed, and those were just the ones who managed to reach the western edge by now. This group is moving further east, and they'll encounter more hunters as they do so. The daily kill count will grow rapidly if they're left to their own devices. It seems a lot of other wyverns are pressing east, as well, following this group. It was Leon's turn to gravely nod, and after a moment of thought, he took a step away from Talal and addressed his people. Break times being cut short, he shouted. Most of them probably heard Talal despite the man whispering, but just in case, Leon repeated what he'd just been informed of. So we're going to head out as soon as we're able. These wyverns have to be stopped, and we're uniquely positioned to do something about it. Let's do it, Alcander roared, though his enthusiasm wasn't shared among any of Leon's retainers, not even Alex. This wasn't just an 8th tier wyvern, this was 6 7th tier wyverns as well, and who knew how many others. Even with just the black wyvern and his group alone, that level of magical and physical power meant that even if Penelope, Cassandra, Leon, and Maya all worked together, most who understood the power of the wyverns would say the fight would be a toss-up, perhaps even favoring the wyverns. But that wasn't going to stop Leon. If these wyverns were on the move, then he thought it was probably his fault. He was the one who stirred up this hornet's nest, and his blood had already run cold with guilt and panic. We need to move quickly, he said as he turned back to Talal. Can we commandeer the ark we used to get here? That might take some convincing, but I'd say we can, Talal replied. It wasn't built for combat, though, so we can only use it to move, not to fight. Moving's enough, Leon replied. He wasted no more time getting his retinue on the move. Not even an hour later, his entire party piled back into the ark, and it rose into the air and shot off to the east. They had wyverns to kill. Chapter 699. Second round. The ark moved quickly, and that speed was needed, for it had barely taken off before Leon's party received word that another hunting group of 25 had been wiped out by the black wyvern and his growing flight. Talal spent the entirety of the flight on the calm stone with Virias, constantly coordinating their next moves with Heaven's Eye and the Imperial delegations. As a result, Leon knew that Penelope was already drawing close and would be waiting on them. Cassandra's hunting party had been picked up in her personal ark and was barreling toward them, as well, but she was further north and would probably only reach the rendezvous point as Leon's party did, or possibly a little later. A number of other hunting parties, including those in the Ilian delegation, were making their way there, but as far as Leon knew, they only had a few 7th-tier hunters, and none stronger. Complicating matters, much of the scorched fields were living up to their name, burning with enough intensity to carve the land up between great seas of fire that greatly restricted travel for weaker parties. More and more, it was looking more and more like the battle would be between the Black Wyvern and his 7th-tier companions against Leon's, Penelope's, and Cassandra's hunting parties, while all the other wyverns following the Black Wyvern would be dealt with by other parties. Leon was fine with that. He wasn't of a mind to waste his time with the weaker beasts when there were bigger monsters to slay. A couple hours passed as the Heaven's Eye arc blazed over the treetops and often burning fields, and they were drawing close to the rendezvous point when Talal suddenly called out, "Leon! Penelope has made contact with the wyverns." Leon's eyes widened in alarm. "How far away from the RV are we?" he shouted as he projected his magic senses. He then saw Penelope and her retainers already locked in combat with the wyverns about 100 miles away in a part of the scorched fields already blackened by recent fire. About 15 minutes. shouted one of the pilots from the back room, barely audible over the roar of the magic engines. 15 minutes, Leon murmured. He battened down his initial frustration and irritation because, as far as he could tell, Penelope hadn't gone looking for the Black Wyvern without him or Cassandra, but it instead appeared as if the Black Wyvern had attacked her as she waited. Find a landing point a mile or two away, Leon ordered the pilots. We'll head out on our own from there. If that's what you want, we'll not argue, the other pilot shouted back. It was a shame, but their Ark didn't have any weapons. Taking it into battle would not end well, so it had to be left behind. Elise would stay within, as she wasn't a fighter, though she wanted to be fairly close. Talal would join them, but he wouldn't participate. Instead, he would only be going with Leon's retinue to ensure he stayed in contact with Viria's. It was a nerve-wracking slightly less than 15 minutes, and Leon spent the entire time watching Penelope battle the wyverns. Penelope herself had taken to dueling the Black Wyvern. She was powerful, fighting with both light and fire and scoring several good hits on the huge monster. However, she was constantly being pushed back, barely able to compensate for when the Black Wyvern became intangible and faded into the ground. Despite her fantastic armor, she was injured severely and bled from many wounds sustained in the fight. The rest of her retinue wasn't doing all that much better. The white, green, and red wyverns were flying in the air, combating half of Penelope's retainers who were equipped with some of Leon's older generation flight suits. The brown, blue, and gold, meanwhile, were fighting on the ground. The brown's control over the earth around them constantly kept Penelope's retainers at a distance, while the blue attacked with scalding blasts of steam and the gold shot rivers of lightning from her mouth. Up in the sky, meanwhile, the green kept Penelope's people at bay with huge gusts of razor wind, while the red burned with impunity. Any injuries that any of these wyverns took was soon healed by the white, with beams of white light shooting from her mouth. Penelope's people, while powerful, were completely outmatched by half a dozen 7th-tier wyverns, and that wasn't even including the several dozen other 6th-tier and weaker wyverns that were harassing several other teams of hunters not too far away. None of the humans could get in many hits, and Leon could see that if they weren't reinforced, they'd be completely overrun. He was loath to help Penelope in normal circumstances, but in this case, as soon as his Ark touched down in a clearing about 1.5 miles away, he was the first out of the door, pausing only for Elise to give him a quick kiss on the cheek and wish him luck. Maya received a similar goodbye from her, while Valeria got a hug. Once all of his people were out, the Ark wasted no time taking off again and retreating. Let's get moving, Leon shouted, not wanting to take a single second longer when lives were on the line. Lives that he couldn't help but think were in danger because of him. The Black Wyvern might never have launched this attack if not for Leon's raid on the Ares. He pushed those thoughts out of his head. Blame could come later, right now what mattered was stopping the Wyvern's rampage. Leon led his people into the sky, flying with Maya, Valeria, and Anzu at his side, while his retainers followed. Stay at a distance, Leon ordered Anzu and his retinue. Target the Wyverns on the ground. Keep the pressure on with spell arrows. He could see Penelope's retinue doing the same and not getting anywhere, but he hoped with a few extra bows and mages, they could force an opening and maybe do some appreciable damage. To prevent that damage from being immediately fixed, he focused on Maya and Valeria. Try and deal with that white wyvern. Its healing is a problem, keep it occupied. On it, Maya replied, speaking for herself and Valeria. Leon's party flew as quickly as they were practically able, slowing only to fish a few potions out of their soul realms to quickly toss back in preparation for their fights, mostly potions to increase their resistance to various elements, but Leon and Maya chose instead to take potions to stimulate their body's mana generation. And then, with little fanfare, Leon's party joined the fight. Leon focused entirely on the Black Wyvern. The huge monster was driving the flying Penelope back to the ground as waves of darkness emanated from his gaping maw, and Penelope was only just holding him off with a shield of light projected from a bracer. Leon dove in, his anti-darkness magic gem already slotted into his left gauntlet. As he neared, he activated the gem's enchantment and a pulse of magic burst from his gauntlet and hit the wyvern's stream of darkness. The wyvern made an almost strangled noise, as if something had seized him by the throat and physically forced his air tract shut. The darkness that he was breathing at Penelope immediately halted. Penelope glanced up at Leon, flew in, his sword appearing in his hand and glowing with silver blue lightning. You took your sweet time, she shouted, her voice wavering a bit from pain and exertion. Now that he was closer, Leon could better appreciate just how ragged she looked, with blood leaking from the gaps in her armor and a gash opened just beneath her right eye. As much as he disliked Penelope, this situation greatly exceeded his personal feelings. These wyverns had already killed more than 100, and Leon wasn't going to let them kill any more. The black wyvern had already recovered and fallen back a little bit, eyeing Leon and Penelope with extreme wariness, no doubt remembering the pain that Leon had inflicted only a couple days ago, so Leon took the opportunity to fly toward Penelope. "You're injured," Leon observed. "Just a few scratches," Penelope growled, sounding almost offended that Leon had pointed out her current state. However, despite her possession of light magic, Leon noticed that she wasn't healing herself. So, with a great deal of reluctance and caution, but little hesitation, Leon activated the enchantments that surrounded his Tau Pearl and extended a hand toward Penelope. In an instant, a river of pure white light streamed from his gauntlet and into the director's daughter, and her wounds closed a second or two later. Her skin was left as unblemished as if she'd never been injured at all, and she even looked a little stronger, too, like the Tau Pearl had restored some of her magic power as well as stitched together her torn flesh. "What?" she muttered in confusion, and in that brief moment, the black wyvern took the opportunity to strike. The black wyvern lunged forward, his mighty wings beating hard enough to cause the trees hundreds of feet behind him to shake, and his massive jaws split open. His fangs, gleaming in the light of the sun, nearly reached Leon and Penelope, but with a slash of his sword, still sparking with built-up lightning, Leon unleashed a tremendous lightning bolt right into the wyvern's mouth. His lightning forked as it passed the wyvern's lips, raking across the wyvern's tongue and the roof of his mouth like talons, something that Leon hadn't consciously attempted to do, but which seemed to yield great results, for the wyvern shrieked again, and though he didn't seem too injured by the strike, he was still forced to roll out of the way, breaking off his attack. The wyvern broke off by flying lower, and Leon dove after him, Penelope on his heels, all confusion that she'd showed from Leon's aid having vanished. Only determination now showed upon her face, her almond eyes locked upon the retreating form of the beast that had attacked her party. The wyvern wasn't helpless, though, and his massive tail, trailing smoky black darkness behind it, lashed out with great speed, striking Leon across the shoulder and throwing him away. Leon rolled through the air as Penelope threw a fireball after the wyvern. The fireball exploded halfway there, but instead of dissipating, the fire roiled, expanded, and took the shape of a huge, majestic-looking bird. That bird dove after the wyvern as Penelope slowed and glanced down at Leon. Her eyes weren't filled with concern, or at least, no personal concern, but she still clearly worried if he was still alive or not. He was, fortunately enough. His armor had taken the blow completely, and while the wyvern's titanic strength was enough to throw him away like a ragdoll, he hadn't actually been injured. Only momentarily inconvenienced, and he was already flying hard to catch back up. As he did, he saw the white wyvern struggling with 3 water dragons wrapped about her limbs, but after several seconds, she'd managed to free herself from Maya's dragons, force Valeria back with a needle of light fired from one of her eyes, and then breathe a stream of light at the black wyvern. Leon's heart sank as whatever damage he and Penelope had done to the monster vanished as the light instantly hit the gigantic beast, and the black wyvern roared in triumph, staring back at Leon and Penelope with what almost seemed to be smugness. The firebird that she'd thrown after him was nowhere to be seen. However, before they could begin their second round, the brown wyvern below roared in pain, and Leon saw that not only had Anzu attached himself to one of the wyvern's wings, but one of Penelope's 7th-tier retainers had thrust his lance up into one of her legs, penetrating her scales completely. 2 more of Penelope's retainers closed in, their auras spiking, as Marcus and Alex peppered the brown wyvern with explosive spells. The spells weren't doing much to the wyvern's scaled hide, but each strike elicited another shriek of pain. The black wyvern roared again, his smugness gone, and he immediately dropped into a dive. Leon and Penelope followed, realizing he was now more interested in intervening in the fight between their retinues and the brown wyvern. Leon summoned a bolt of lightning from one of the clouds above while Penelope threw another firebird after him. Both of their attacks passed right through him as a shroud of darkness enveloped his body, and Leon winced as his lightning bolt came perilously close to hitting Alcander as he charged the injured brown wyvern, his huge axe in hand. Penelope's firebird pulled out of her dive in time, though, and attacked the black wyvern again, but his intangibility remained. Leon increased his speed as much as he could, his left hand outstretched, his magic flooding into the anti-darkness gem in his gauntlet, hoping that maybe he'd have better luck with disrupting the monster's magic resistance this time. But the gem's range wasn't infinite, and the wyvern had a head start. The black wyvern roared, reaching the brown wyvern first. Darkness streamed from his mouth, and Anzu barely managed to pull himself off the brown wyvern, blood still trailing down his beak and claws, barely avoiding the black wave. One of Penelope's 6th-tier retainers wasn't so lucky, and as the wave washed over the brown wyvern, he vanished within. Everyone else, though, managed to pull back, and Leon breathed a quick sigh of relief as he saw that Anzu and all the rest of his retainers were safe. "Light these things up," Leon roared at his retainers. "Everything you have, the strongest magics you can call upon." Almost instantly, a beam of light lanced out from Anna and struck the darkness that still streamed over the brown wyvern. It didn't do much, but Leon could feel at least some of the black wyvern's magic having to expend itself to protect against Anna's damaging light. Leon saw the rest of his retainers on the ground pulling out their bows and knocking back on some of his most powerful Thunderblast spell arrows, and just as he got within range with his anti-magic gem, they loosed their deadly missiles. Leon felt his anti-magic gem go to work, and a moment later, the darkness spilling from the black wyvern's maw was halted, the beast making another strangled noise. A second later, the Thunderblast spell arrows hit the brown wyvern, almost making her vanish within the light of hundreds of arcs of golden lightning. Anna's beam of light then sliced into the wyvern, cutting through some of her scales and spilling blood. The brown wyvern shrieked again, but Leon had stopped paying attention to her. Instead, his focus was taken by the black wyvern, and as the brown wyvern filled the air with the sounds of her pain, Leon was slamming into the black wyvern's back hip blade first, driving his adamant blade right through the monster's scales. His body sparked and burned with lightning, and he would have filled the wyvern's body with it, too, but a pulse of darkness magic threw him right off the monster only a moment after impact. He managed to keep a grip on his blade, fortunately, but he was thrown back. A moment later, though, a firebird detonated right between the black wyvern's winged shoulders, scorching and scratching as his scales. The beast roared in anger and turned his head upward and backward a bit, focusing on Penelope. He turned his entire body around with startling nimbleness and snapped at her. She just barely managed to twist out of the way, letting the wyvern's teeth scrape right off her armor. Still, her flight suit was damaged, and she started falling. Leon prepared himself to charge, but as he did, he saw the black wyvern's eyes dart to something behind him and widen with fear. Leon projected his magic senses a little farther than where they were, widening his focus away from the battle, and saw another arc cutting through the sky, racing toward them. It was the very same gleaming white arc that he'd seen on the journey in Princess Cassandra's personal arc. However, it looked a little different, as several sections of its armored hull had retracted, revealing a complement of 3 imperial lances per side. Leon grinned, knowing the battle, already leaning towards them after his arrival, had now swung decisively in their favor. The black wyvern seemed to realize this, and he roared and turned away from Leon. He was retreating to the mountains. Leon glanced at Penelope and saw that she had righted herself in her fall. She was an 8th-tier mage, he didn't need to worry about her. So, instead of diving after her, he began to conjure lightning bolt and hurl them after the black wyvern. Each one slid right through his scales, but not in the way that Leon had hoped for. Instead, the beast had become intangible to magic again, and Leon was unable to do him harm. Below them, the earth shook and broke apart as the brown wyvern took back to the skies, bleeding from a dozen wounds. Not too far away, the white wyvern was freed from more of Maya's water dragons by the green, and the 2 followed the black. However, the remaining 3, Leon noted, took a moment to follow. The red, in particular, stared at Leon, then at Penelope, and then at Maya. However, after another furious roar from the black, the red, gold, and blue followed the other 4. Leon almost gave chase, but they weren't the entirety of the wyvern attack. There were still a couple dozen weaker beasts running around in the area, making the lives of the other hunters much more exciting and much shorter. Fortunately, it seemed that the primary group of 7 were retreating toward the Ares rather than toward any other group of humans, and with 2 arcs, Leon knew they'd be able to catch up quickly. So, with some reluctance, Leon turned away from the 7 and launched himself into cleaning up this mess. His retinue followed suit, as did Penelope and her people. The cleanup didn't take long, not with the strongest wyverns remaining being only 6th tier. Not to mention the princess's arc reached the rendezvous point and her lances lit up those who were left, striking them with preternatural accuracy. Dozens of wyverns fell from the sky, and the battle was over. But even through the joyous rush of winning the battle, Leon noted the dozens of human corpses that also littered the ground. Chapter 700. Preparing for round 3, I didn't need your help, Penelope vehemently claimed. Leon gave her an exasperated look, and a moment later, she added, though, it was appreciated. Thank you. Leon nodded in acknowledgement, unsure how to respond to such direct thanks. It had been about an hour since he joined the battle between her and the Black Wyvern. The rest of the flight following that monster had been cleaned up, with both Leon and Penelope adding several more wyvern heads to their kill counts. Cassandra, too, added a couple, but for the most part, the battle was over by the time she left her ark. I'm sure you had everything well in hand, Leon eventually stated. The two were walking together back to the rendezvous point as the rest of the hunters around were squabbling over their kills. Leon and Penelope had already taken their kills into their respective soul realms. Leon and Penelope's retinue had gathered in a shallow valley between two large hills, at the top of which grew a pair of trees, massive even by the standards of the scorched fields. In that valley, both the ark Leon had rode in on and Cassandra's ark had landed, and the princess's followers were out in force, securing the area. There were 16 other hunter teams present in the valley, all gathered to help in bringing down the Black Wyvern who'd killed more than 100 in the past day. Almost 500 relatively powerful mages, though not a single 8th tier mage among them. Only Leon, Penelope, Cassandra, and Maya were so powerful. With barely another word between them, Leon and Penelope linked back up with their retainers and made for Cassandra's ark, outside of which the princess waited. She looked rather bored standing on a small platform surrounded by her guards, her ruby eyes narrow with what looked to Leon like displeasure and disappointment. She stood still, but her fingers kept twitching toward sunlight, which still rested upon her hip. Leon, Lady Penelope, cried out one of her 7th tier hangers-on, a young woman in gleaming golden armor that appeared to Leon to be beyond tacky next to Cassandra's clean white plate. The princess spared both of them a quick glance before turning her gaze out in the direction that the Black Wyvern and the 6th 7th tier female wyverns had fled in. We cannot let this threat go unaddressed, Cassandra declared before Leon or Penelope could offer greetings. Such powerful wyverns, they slaughtered so many in so short a time, and rallied so many others behind them. Do we have casualty numbers yet? Another young woman, this one only 4th tier and dressed in green silk instead of armor, replied, 78 hunters died in this battle. 193 more are currently being treated for their wounds. At least 2 days until they're all back on their feet. A scowl moved across Cassandra's beautiful face, and she finally turned to properly acknowledge Leon and Penelope. This was a bad day, I'm afraid, she said. Many have died, but it's thanks to your efforts that those who now frolic in the lands of eternal bounty were not joined by many more. Such is our duty, Your Highness, Penelope said with a tilt of her head that could be seen as the slightest of bows. Leon mimicked the gesture and added, duty or no, I'd be here hunting the wyverns all the same. Cassandra's scowl lightened for a moment as a smile tugged at her lips, her glittering ruby eyes almost flashing in the afternoon sun at Leon's statement. The princess asked, duty and desire, you two have strong motivation to hunt down this black, then? And his harem? Without hesitation, Leon responded, I was already considering going after him, I just hadn't yet spoken to anyone else about it. After today, Penelope added, I have some personal business I want to settle with him. Duty and desire intersect for me, and I would relish the chance to kill that thing. A slight spike in killing intent pulsed out from Penelope, her words ringing absolutely true to Leon. She was doing an admirable job of covering it up, but the state she'd been put in by the Black Wyvern had her furious. Cassandra, after hearing their words, said, your words please me. I intend to hunt this monster down, and all of his consorts. So long as they live, the scorched fields and all its surroundings will remain in danger. These actions they have perpetrated over the past day indicate both their intelligence and will to hunt humankind, and once this hunt is over, if they've not been dealt with, then there'll be almost nothing stopping them from running right over the Pegasi states. They must be stopped. How about this, then? Leon said in suggestion, not thinking that the danger was quite as severe as Cassandra was making it out to be, but also knowing that after riling the Black Wyvern up, he couldn't now leave this mess for someone else to clean up. Let's all finish mopping up and meet again in 2 hours. I have some information that might prove useful to this hunt, but first I think we all need to check in with our own people. He gave Penelope a meaningful look, and she gravely nodded. Leon had seen 2 of her people fall to the wyverns, and that was just when they were in sight. Penelope and her retinue had been fighting for longer than that, so he had to assume that she'd lost a fair number of her followers. None of his had fallen, thankfully, but he could still see Alcander looking more than a little wobbly on his feet, and Alex had a healing spell wrapped around her arm. He needed to make sure that his retinue was in top shape and that the area was secure. Then they could get to planning. I don't want to wait too long, Cassandra declared. 1 hour should be sufficient. No. Meet back here then. How about a more central location? Penelope replied. I'll see that a secure camp is set up between our arcs. Cassandra scowled again but didn't argue. Penelope and Leon weren't her subordinates, and while she could speak as imperiously as she wished, they were under no compulsion to follow her orders. Leon understood that while arguing over sovereignty and authority at this time would be nothing but self-destructive, certain distance and decorum had to be maintained. Cassandra couldn't just order them to appear before her in an hour, it was better to meet on more neutral ground. So be it, she growled, and the 3 went their separate ways. Leon and his retinue met back up with Elise outside of the Heaven's Eye. Ark and Talal immediately got on the comm stone to send his report back to Virias. Leon was certain others had already informed the city of the battle that just took place, but every report had to be filed, and Talal was on top of his duties. Camp was set up, and Leon left his retinue behind to rest after seeing to them with the Tau Pearl. The thing was startlingly powerful, healing their injuries with ease just as it had done with Penelope. Leon was incredibly pleased with its performance and felt like he was starting to understand just why the director wanted one badly enough to send an 8th-tier mage to find one. He couldn't wait to find out what else the thing could do. Alex was all right, having only sustained a large gash on her arm. Alcander had been knocked about and had received a mild concussion, but it wasn't anything that the Tau Pearl couldn't fix. He was back to bragging about the 5th-tier wyvern he'd managed to kill with some help from Marcus and Gaius in no time. Everyone else was fortunately uninjured, or their injuries had already been healed by spell or potion, and Leon's score for the bet had increased by a dozen, including those killed by the rest of his retinue. After an hour passed, Leon left his retinue in his portable villa and made his way to the center of the main camp where Penelope had established something of a forward operating base. It was a relatively small, though luxurious and heavily secured, modular building with several of her personal retainers standing guard outside. The building was almost exactly in between the Heaven's Eye Arc and Cassandra's Arc. Waiting outside, Leon noticed several of Cassandra's armored retainers, and realized he was probably the last of the 8th-tier mages to arrive. When he walked in, he found that the entire building amounted to a single room with a large conference table in the middle and chairs lining the walls. The table had a large crystal as its centerpiece that radiated light magic. Near one end of the table sat Cassandra, while Penelope sat to her right. About half a dozen others were sitting in the chairs at the edges of the room, though Leon largely ignored them as adjutants and assistants. Judging by their attire, though, he was the only one that showed up without his entourage, which was immediately pointed out. Leon, Penelope said as he walked in, abandoned by your retainers. Have they realized they can do so much better already? Keep talking, Penelope, Leon replied with a smug grin. As it stands, you'll be handing that diamond over to me by the end of this hunt, and then it'll be your retainers in danger of desertion. Penelope went quiet for a moment, her mocking expression turning downcast before becoming more guarded and neutral. Leon internally winced as what he'd just said sank in. Penelope had lost several of her retainers in that fight, and Leon had likely just reminded her of that. He wasn't going to apologize, not for an exchange she started, but he felt his cheeks burn in mild embarrassment and he hurriedly took a seat on Cassandra's left, though sat at such an angle that he hoped it was clear he wasn't making any tacit implications about their power. Retainers or not, Cassandra said as Leon got himself situated, I thought that the other 8th-tier mage in your party would be joining us. Why is she not here? She's tired, Leon replied. She also has little interest in making these decisions. Cassandra stared at him for a long moment, then seemed to accept what he said and moved on. Leon, she said, you said that you had information for us regarding this beast. Yes, Leon replied. I happened to see something a couple days ago. Leon quickly caught up Penelope and Cassandra with what he knew of the Black Wyvern, informing them of his own fight with the monster and the tribute the Wyvern had received from the 6 females who seemed to be following him. Dispel any doubt as to this thing's intelligence, Penelope stated as Leon finished his story. It's clearly sapient and capable of making rational decisions. It fled when it realized it couldn't win the fight. The fight itself seemed to almost be a revenge strike against us for your actions, Leon Rame. Leon shrugged. Maybe, who can say with such a beast except the beast himself? I won't apologize. The idea that a wyvern taking revenge after my little sojourn into their lairs was hardly something I could have predicted. Besides, it's not like male wyverns seem to care that much about their young or their mates. Such things only matter with their weaker and dumber of their number, Cassandra said, cutting in before Penelope could fire back at Leon. Regardless, what's happened has happened. We can lay blame later, right now we have to kill this monster. Are we in agreement on that? I am, at least, Leon replied. As am I, Penelope added. Good, Cassandra whispered. This thing is a danger to all of us. We need to do this carefully. Surgically. She spoke with a certain degree of hostility to her tone, and Leon immediately picked up on what she was saying. You want to leave the other hunters behind? Yes, Cassandra replied with a brief smile of appreciation, her ruby eyes glittering as they quickly swept over Leon. They took far too many casualties in that fight, they won't help us with this black. Are you sure you're not just doing this to increase your chances of taking his head? Leon wondered, only half-jokingly. Such a kill would bring me closer to the lead, wouldn't it? Cassandra responded with a slight smile. But no, right now I'm only thinking of how best to kill this monster. Let's just fly over this thing's gorge and collapse it right on the monster's head, Penelope bitterly suggested. Leon instinctively disagreed, though he recognized that his desire to hunt this monster was playing a large part in that response. However, after a moment's thought, he was able to add a little reason to his instinct. It's a large gorge, he said. Who knows how many cave systems it might connect to? Our quarry is powerful with darkness magic, and has 8th tier power, besides. Simply collapsing the gorge won't kill him, or even his mates. The other 6 with him. We need to do this personally, Cassandra said with intensity, her lips turning upward in an almost mad grin of anticipation, and Leon noticed her fingers curling around the hilt of sunlight, which yet hung from her belt. He wondered why it wasn't stored in her soul realm, but he supposed she might just be excited about the new weapon and wanted to show it off a bit. Killing this thing and bringing its corpse in will do much to ensure that this region remains at peace. Then let's head into that gorge and flush him out, Leon responded. Him and his harem, although, what is it? Cassandra asked. The red, gold, and blue. Did you notice their general reluctance to follow black as he retreated? White, green, and brown didn't hesitate, but the former 3 seemed to need a little extra persuasion. Was I just seeing things? I can't tell what these things were thinking, Cassandra said almost dismissively. Who knows what they were doing, or why? What matters is that they fall. I'm not so sure about that, Leon whispered in thought. If Red and the other 2 aren't that willing to follow Black, and can be reasoned with, is it not worth a try? You want to reason with a wyvern? Penelope derisively asked. I'm wondering if it's possible, and if it's something worth trying, Leon retorted, a hint of indignation entering his voice. Penelope seemed about ready to argue, but after a moment of thought, she held her tongue. Leon noticed that one of her hands briefly rubbed one of the places she'd been wounded by Black, and where Leon had healed her. Do you think it's worth trying, Leon Rame? Cassandra asked, her expression neutral, giving away none of her thoughts. Leon paused a moment, turning the idea over in his mind. It was a recent idea on his part, and one that he didn't think was fully formed. It's dangerous, he began, thinking out loud more than he was explaining any specific idea. However, I think we can handle 3 7th tier wyverns between us. But can we even get the opportunity to talk to them on their own without Black noticing? Or any of the other 3? We can't say why they follow Black, so how can I say if trying to turn red, blue, or gold is even possible, let alone if it should be attempted? Cassandra regarded him with a thoughtful look. I'm open to the idea, she hesitantly responded. But I'm not willing to waste too much time trying to get in contact with them. That said, Lady Penelope was already wounded by Black, and if you hadn't arrived in time, she might have even fallen to the monster. That's up for debate, Penelope murmured in disagreement. Debate it all you want, but it doesn't change that the situation looked bad for you, didn't it? Cassandra asked. Penelope scowled but didn't respond. Wyverns are dangerous, Cassandra continued. They're stronger by far than a mage of equal power. And this Black having such powerful darkness magic only makes him that much more dangerous. Any and all assistance from powerful beings is a thing to celebrate when hunting him down. Then you think it's worth a try? Leon asked. Assuming we get the opportunity, Cassandra replied with a slight smile. No matter what, though, we have to bring down that black wyvern. He's already proven that he's willing to venture out and specifically hunt us down. If we leave him here after the hunt, she didn't need to finish her statement. They all knew that leaving Black and his wyverns alone was no longer an option. It wasn't something that would impact the entire plane or anything, but Leon wasn't leaving without bringing Black down. The three spoke for a little while longer, running through the specific details of their plan. They had to get to the gorge, and they had to do so as quickly as they could. All of them had to remain alert for signs of any of their targets just in case they either hadn't fallen back to the gorge, or in case they left before the hunting parties could close the distance. All the other hunting parties were to be left behind. They couldn't move as fast, nor would they be as useful in a battle against so many powerful wyverns. And so, they decided to leave at dusk, using their 2 arcs to move as quickly as they could into the wyverns' areas. Once they drew close, their hunting parties would disembark and move on foot or by using their personal flight gear, while Cassandra's arc would provide long-range artillery cover with its Imperial lances, and the Heaven's Eye arc would fall back several miles to where it was safer to wait for them. Once they reached the gorge, they'd have to move a little more cautiously, but they couldn't exactly plan for what they didn't know. They'd have to play their clearing of the gorge by ear. At the very least, there were a few places to make camp along the cliffs overlooking the gorge, if the need for them arose. When the meeting ended, Leon felt like it was a pretty solid plan, all things considered. As he left the meeting chamber, though, he felt Cassandra's eyes upon him, and he slowed for a moment, turning just as he reached the door and making eye contact with the princess. She was staring at him, a strange look on her face, one of intrigue, he thought, though why she might be intrigued had him guessing. It also had him flashing back to Anastasios, warning to him, proving that at least the Ilian Empire knew who he was, and who he was connected to. He couldn't help but wonder if the Sacred Golden Empire, and Cassandra by extension, knew of his power, too. Chapter 701. Round 3. The gorge was deep and dark, certainly unnaturally so. Leon's magic senses could only penetrate so far before the darkness became like a shroud, making the gorge appear like it led down into the deepest depths of the plain. It wasn't like this the first time Leon had seen it during the mission to grab the eggs and wyvernlings. It had been a fairly normal, if deep gorge, and had only revealed itself to be more than that when the black wyvern first appeared from the shadows. Now, however, with the sun almost completely set, and the black wyvern seemingly returned, the gorge was shrouded in unnatural darkness such that none in their hunting party could see the bottom. That's encouraging, Alex quipped as they stared down from the cliffs. Kind of glad we're not heading down there. Leon's entire retinue, minus Talal and Elise, were there at the cliffs overlooking the gorge. Penelope's surviving retainers were there, as well, and so were a number of heavily armed and armored female warriors in Cassandra's service. None of them would be accompanying the main fighters down into the gorge. Instead, they'd be keeping an eye on the cliffs within Leon's fortified villa, keeping an eye on the surroundings while Cassandra's arc circled around overhead. Only Leon, Maya, Penelope, and Cassandra would be braving the darkness below. That wasn't their original plan, but with what they could sense, it was the safest. Penelope had already lost several of her retainers to these wyverns, and she wasn't looking to lose any more. Besides, they had 4 8th-tier mages. Even with all the power of the wyverns, that was still an enormous amount of power on their side. More, if Leon counted Zafin, though the demon was reluctant to join this fight, and even gave Leon no small amount of mockery when he'd asked Zafin to be ready. Zafin didn't think this was a matter worth his power, and refused to join the fight unless Leon's life was actually on the line. Still, even with all the power on their side, Leon didn't allow himself to ignore the danger in this foray into the Black Wyvern's lair. Wyverns were incredibly powerful, stronger than mages of equivalent tiers, and down there, he wouldn't be able to summon lightning from the sky. With Alex's statement ringing in his ears, Leon turned to his 3 companions standing to his left. This could very well be our point of no return, he observed. Heading down into that abyss will mean entering Black's domain. He's been chased off twice, but down in his lair, who knows if that'll even be an option. If anyone wants to back out, now, I think, would be the time. Maya didn't respond, though she didn't need to. Through their connection, Leon could feel her readiness for battle, and for whatever might come down there though, that readiness was tinged with the barest hint of fear, likely stemming from the last time they'd plumbed the depths of the earth and encountered significant darkness magic, back during the campaign in the Serpentine Isles. Still, she was ready and wasn't going to turn around, not at this point. Cassandra, it seemed, shared that resolve. "I'm not running away," she proclaimed, her aura rising in intensity and filling with killing intent. Leon saw that she wore an almost mad smile, an expression of anticipation that rather surprised him coming from a princess. "A little darkness doesn't scare me," Penelope then added. "I can handle some darkness magic. Just try to keep up, Leon." Leon didn't respond to the challenge. He could tell her heart wasn't in it, and the statement itself seemed almost token. If he was worried about anyone, it would be Penelope. She was clearly the most reluctant to head down into the gorge, even before finding it filled with darkness magic. But she wasn't running away or begging off the mission. Instead, she simply stared down into the dark, her almond-shaped eyes unwavering in conviction. For all her reluctance, she was committed to heading down there, at least. "All right, then," Leon said. He then turned to Valeria and channeled his own darkness magic. "Keep an eye on everyone out here," he said to his silver-haired lover. "Stay where that arc above us can cover you. Don't take any risks." Valeria nodded back to him, and Leon relaxed ever so slightly. With Valeria in charge of his retinue, he felt like he didn't have to worry too much about them and could focus on the hunt. "If there's nothing else," he said aloud, "shall we begin?" Cassandra laughed with an almost manic anticipation and leapt off the cliff wall and into the gorge. Leon had no doubt she'd survive, given the fact that not only did she have sunlight drawn, she also wore her gleaming white armor with powerful defensive enchantments. "After you, Leon," Penelope replied. Leon smiled at her and took one last moment to check his own gear. His armor was donned and in his left gauntlet was the anti-darkness opal. His right gauntlet gem slot was empty, waiting to be filled with the gem he felt might be best suited for whatever awaited them down in the gorge. But most of all, his helmet was coursing with magic power, the wards that protected him from darkness magic strong and active. Confident his gear was in top shape, Leon waved to his retainers and then jumped from the cliff, Maya following not even a second later. Finally, Penelope leapt off the cliff, her hesitation plain for Leon to see even as he plummeted into the depths of the gorge. They fell quickly, the walls of the gorge rising around them like the jaws of a massive beast. Leon controlled his descent with his flight gear, but otherwise didn't slow himself, and he hit the curtain of darkness at the bottom of the gorge with great speed. He braced himself for a hard impact, but none came. Instead, he hit the black shroud and fell right in like it was as tangible as a cloud. And he kept falling for much longer than he expected. All the light above vanished faster than it should have, and he felt some magical pressure assert itself around his helmet, though failed to penetrate his wards. Finally, he hit the ground with a tremendous crash, the stone at the bottom of the gorge fracturing beneath his feet with the force of his impact, throwing dust everywhere and sending cracks spider webbing out from him. At the same time, lightning blazed through not only his body, but his armor, too, fending off the darkness that now surrounded and pressed in around him. Maya landed beside him with considerably more grace, though creating a crater of her own. She had surrounded herself with 5 spears of water during her descent, and they now revolved around her, aimed outward and ready for battle. Cassandra was already on the ground, sunlight glowing in her hand, her purple hair glittering in the cast light. Finally, Penelope landed just beside her, a large spear in her hand pulsing with white light magic. The 4 instinctively closed ranks with each other as they evaluated their surroundings, not getting too close to each other, but still ensuring that nothing could strike at their backs without going through one of the others first. Their magic senses inundated their surroundings. Passing harmlessly through the curtains of darkness magic that surrounded them, they found themselves in a dark and gray world, surrounded by crags and boulders, and little else. The walls of the gorge could still be seen, but they seemed strangely distant, and the sky above them was shrouded by the black curtain of darkness that shielded the bottom of the gorge from view. Much of that inky darkness leaked from the shroud like heavier than air gas, pooling in the cracks between the crags and lapping at their ankles, reaching for them, pulling at them, but not doing any real damage. The atmosphere was oppressive, the 4 just waiting for something to burst out of their surroundings and strike. All of them were just waiting for the black wyvern to lunge out of the darkness around them and snap and bite and swipe at them, but nothing happened. Until they began to relax. Cassandra began, turning her head slightly to glance at Leon, her posture dropping just slightly, but before she could even finish the second word, the ground beneath their feet shattered and exploded upward. They were showered in deadly stony shrapnel infused with magic power, making each sliver of stone that much tougher and more dangerous. For all their danger, the shards pinged harmlessly off Leon's armor, doing likewise for Cassandra. Penelope was armored a little lighter, but she came out just fine, if a little unbalanced. Maya, however, had to pull her water spears in, taking a few good hits before getting her water shield in place. Once the explosion calmed, Leon reached out and grabbed his river nymph, letting the power of the Tau Pearl flow into her. She wasn't injured particularly seriously, but she was still bleeding from a few cuts here and there, and that was a sight Leon couldn't allow. It only took a second to fix those wounds, and in that second, a roar of fury filled the gorge. Leon barely turned his attention back to their surroundings before the massive form of the brown wyvern erupted from the earth like it was water and snapped her massive jaws at him. Leon was ready, though, and he swung his blade, blazing as it was with silver-blue lightning, as he slid right underneath Brown's gnashing jaws. He hit the beast in the chin, his prodigious strength hitting like a blow from a stone giant. Lightning poured out of him, arcing all over Brown's face, blackening and tearing at her scales. She reeled back, hissing in pain. Maya furiously hurled one of her water spears at the beast, but the 7th-tier wyvern sank back below the surface as if the stone beneath her claws was as liquid as the sea, and Maya's water spear sailed off into the dark for a few dozen feet before freezing in place, and then promptly reversing course to rejoin Maya. "That was a bad hit," Leon said to the others. "I don't think I did much damage." He half expected Penelope to make some snide comment, but he thought that maybe the situation was settling into her mind a bit, for she let his statement go without comment. "Then just hit it again when it shows itself," Cassandra responded with gleeful anticipation. "And hit it harder." Leon spared a moment to regard the princess with some surprise, her raging killing intent and clear bloodlust standing in contrast with what he expected from her. He quickly turned his attention back to the situation at hand, though, and summoned his enchanted moonstone into his gauntlet in preparation for another strike from Brown. He didn't have to wait long, and this time, the strike didn't come for him. Instead, a massive stone spike erupted from the ground and tried to impale Maya, but she nimbly leapt out of the way, and continued to dance through the air as the ground beneath her opened up, threatening to swallow her up into jagged rocky pits. "Take to the air," Cassandra shouted, and without hesitation, everyone engaged their flight gear and rose up a couple stories. Another spike then blasted out of the earth, aimed at Cassandra, and this one Leon was ready for. As soon as he saw it, he engaged the enchantments in his moonstone, and the spike halted in midair. He gritted his teeth and hurled the spike back into the ground. "Very nice," Cassandra said appreciatively. "That was an enchantment, wasn't it?" "It was," Leon readily admitted, though not taking his eyes off their surroundings. Cassandra might take this situation fairly lightly, but he was just waiting for any of the other wyverns to appear from the dark. "I thought so," Cassandra calmly replied. "You don't look much like an earth mage. Not quite brutish enough." Penelope finally interjected with a barbed comment, saying, "I might disagree with you on that, Your Highness, brute or no," Leon responded, "this is hardly the time to relax. Let's try to stay focused, yeah." Cassandra shrugged and Penelope scowled, but neither of them said another word. Brown then made herself known again, rising from the earth about 200 feet away. The earth simply split open, and she crawled out, her teeth bared, her aura staggering, her wrath more than evident. She roared in challenge, and all four of them turned their attention in her direction. A moment later, Leon realized their mistake. As soon as their eyes were locked upon the roaring brown wyvern and no longer focused on the rest of the gorge, the shadows beneath them burst forth. A column of smoky darkness shot up and enveloped them completely, pressing in and trying to take root in their minds. These tendrils barely managed to close around Leon's helmet before his enchantments flared to life and vaporized them. Without a second's thought, Leon summoned his magic power and let his lightning blast out from him while he engaged his black opal at the same time, hoping to weaken this attack. The result was that all the darkness around him was ripped and torn asunder, though that radius didn't quite extend to the rest of his party. They didn't need his aid, though, for a moment later, a massive water dragon broke free of the confines of the black column, carrying Maya to safety. Penelope emerged with a blast of fire, looking a little haggard but otherwise all right. Cassandra, meanwhile, cleaved her way through the darkness, her body protected by a shield of brilliant white light projected by sunlight. The blade itself glowed with white light that projected outward, tripling the weapon's effective length. As she came out to hover by the rest of them, Leon heard her say more to herself than to anyone else, "By the gardeners, I love this fucking sword." Behind his helmet, Leon couldn't help but beam with pride, his face splitting open in an utterly absurd smile that would have had him burning with embarrassment had it not been hidden. But his reverie was shattered a moment later when Black finally revealed himself, bursting from the ground with White and Green in tow, all three wyverns having been shrouded in darkness and hidden from view. But now, White opened her toothy maw and horrible light streamed forth. Leon, however, swapped his moonstone out for his enchanted lapis, projecting a shield of ice to hang in the air just as this beam of light lanced toward them. The light hit the shield and scattered right off, the frozen water crystals refracting and reflecting the damaging light and preventing White's attack from doing any damage. Leon had to fight to maintain the shield, though, as White kept up the pressure, not ceasing her light breath and threatening to overwhelm Leon's shield. Fortunately, the mages at his back sprang into motion immediately, and Maya sent a pair of mid-sized water dragons slithering through the air on either side of Leon, one toward green and the other toward brown. Penelope pulled back a little bit and started conjuring firebirds as fast as she could and letting them fly out on their own to harass the wyverns. Cassandra took a more personal approach, surging toward Black with sunlight still brightly illuminated. Black roared in indignation and launched himself toward her, while Green hissed and flapped her wings, sending dozens of sharp wind blades at Maya's water dragons. Brown, ignoring the water dragon bearing down on her, called her earth magic and the ground beneath Green's water dragon cracked open, sending thousands of tiny pieces of stone shrapnel rocketing skyward. Finally, White turned her head and her light breath sliced into the water dragon's flank. That water dragon was mercilessly torn to shreds, but the second crashed into Brown, wrapping itself around her and squeezing hard enough for the massive wyvern to shriek in pain. Black roared in anger and launched himself into the air, his slitted reptilian eyes fixed upon Maya even as Cassandra spun around in the air to keep up. Leon growled in defiance, understanding where he was heading. Black barreled down upon Maya as smoky tendrils of darkness erupted from the shadows beneath him to tangle and tear into Penelope's firebirds. Leon and Cassandra both swiftly moved, interposing themselves between Black and Maya, but the beast didn't slow down, barreling right past Cassandra, ignoring a strike she laid against his flank with sunlight, and knocking her right out of the sky. He didn't even slow as Leon pushed out and summoned his lightning magic as he fell back towards Maya, letting streams of lightning erupt from his fingers and rake across Black's scales unimpeded. The beast was consumed with rage at Maya, and he ignored all else. Even when Cassandra righted herself in the air and charged after him and slashed at his wing with sunlight, Black continued on, ignoring the burning light that pierced through the membrane of his wing, spilling a few drops of blood before the blade seared the wounds shut. Cassandra, however, was thrown from the monster's wing as he flew, leaving only Leon hovering between him and Maya. But Maya wasn't helpless, and as Leon reached out with his left hand, intent on disrupting the beast's darkness magic, another water dragon peeled past him. It was a huge water construct and packed full of Maya's power. However, it slid right through the wyvern as his scaled body dulled and darkened. Leon shouted in frustration as his lightning harmlessly slipped right through the wyvern, his black opal unable to sufficiently disrupt the monster's magic power, and the wyvern battered him aside like a leaf in the wind. Leon felt the flash of pain lance through him through their connection as Maya was hit by the wyvern, and he lost all peripheral vision. All he saw was the wyvern slamming his jaws shut upon his river nymph, and white-hot fury exploded within him. Leon righted himself and hurtled after the wyvern, burning through his magic power to go just that much faster. Within his body, his lightning magic changed to fire, and he could feel it was just slightly different compared to what he usually felt when he channeled this strength. It was deeper, wilder, more potent, more primal. This fire yearned to be released, demanded to be let loose upon his enemies. It held a savage need to incinerate, to destroy all it touched. With a bone-crunching impact, Leon slammed into the flank of the black wyvern and let this fire loose. Orange flames poured from his extremities like water through a burst dam, and within them were licks of black fire, searing and burning through Black's scales, the beast's shroud of darkness unable to stop this conflagration. At the same time, Black's jaws were forced open by a pillar of ice, and Maya, encased in a small and weak-looking water dragon, fell the beast's maw, bleeding from several enormous wounds that ran the length of her torso. Maya didn't immediately respond to Leon's attempts to communicate through their connection and didn't move much from where she lay on the ground, her water dragon disintegrating all around her. Black roared in pain as he snapped the ice in his mouth, clearly hurt but not out of the fight. Leon smiled. More of his power was needed, then. He let every spark of power flow through him and out through whatever body part would hold it. Fire exploded from his body like he was the sun itself, and Black screeched in pain again. And then Leon felt another bone-crushing impact, and he was thrown away from Black with terrific force. He hit the ground and shattered the stone beneath him, not even his armor's padding and defensive enchantments able to absorb all the force of that blow. Above, Leon could see Black's tail still swinging back after having struck him, and he could see a horrific hole burned into the beast's flank by his black flames. In an instant, Leon evaluated his condition and realized that while he'd broken a rib in that impact and had many more bruises, he was hardly debilitated. The power of the Tau Pearl was already going to work, fixing his wounds. A bright flash of light got his attention again as he forced himself to his feet, and he saw Cassandra tangling with Black, sunlight gleaming with light magic. Further away, Penelope was keeping the other 3 wyverns busy with her firebirds, but she was being overwhelmed little by little. She was unable to stop White from sending a beam of light into Black, causing much of the damage Leon had done to Wrap Chapter 702. Red Eye, what in the Ashen Fields was that? Cassandra demanded as she, Leon, Maya, and Penelope finally sealed the door of the conference room behind them. They'd emerged from the Black Wyvern's Gorge not even 2 minutes ago, and with barely a word to their retinues, Leon and Penelope had steered them into the most private room that the Heaven's Eye contingent had established in their little camp. Given how steamed she seemed to be, Leon was surprised Cassandra managed to hold herself back from exploding in anger until now, when they were no longer relatively public eye of their retainers. We could have had them, Cassandra vehemently continued. We were doing damage, not enough to overcome White's healing powers, Penelope replied. And we took some damage of our own. Not enough to overcome Leon's healing powers, Cassandra replied, pointing at Leon for emphasis. As soon as he'd entered the room, Leon had taken to examining Maya, fussing over her a bit and ensuring that her wounds were fully healed. Maya, for her part, didn't seem to mind the attention, though fury at having been injured at all spilled from her through their connection. After making sure Maya was fully healed and sensing that this exchange had the potential to spill over into an extremely heated argument, Leon calmly responded to the princess, what was the point of this fight? To kill those wyverns, obviously. Cassandra almost shouted back. Leon nodded. That was the end goal, I agree. But how important was it? As far as we can tell, these wyverns are stuck here defending their own turf. They're not going anywhere. We can do damage them enough to ensure that they'll flee battle, and they've proven that we're not untouchable, either. Leon gestured to both Maya and Penelope, neither of whom seemed happy about being called out like this. But Leon continued, what was this battle supposed to be? Were we supposed to fight to the bitter end? As far as I was aware, this wasn't an existential, no-holds-barred fight to the death. In the face of danger, it was all right to retreat. We can afford to come back later with a better plan that won't risk injury or death. Cassandra scowled and said, and by leaving like this, we've only given them more time to prepare to fight against us. We've given them time to heal and regain their lost power. Wyverns are terrifically powerful, Leon pointed out. I don't think we really taxed their powers that greatly. Cassandra just folded her arms across her chest and glared at him. My point stands, though, Leon replied. What were the stakes of that battle? Civilization is hardly going to end after retreating, so why not let them have this round and come back later? We're pressing them against a wall, here, and that makes them dangerous. I don't think we were in as great of danger as you seem to think, Cassandra insisted. Leon sighed. From within his soul realm, the crackling voice of his demonic partner added, neither do I. If things got truly dire, you could have always summoned me. You may be too weak and cowardly to fight these creatures, but I could certainly make up for that. I know that, Leon replied, saying no more. He turned his gaze from Cassandra to his right hand, where he could still feel a bit of leftover heat from his final strike against Black. He'd used Black Fire, and he was both excited and somewhat apprehensive about what that meant. Unlike almost every other time he'd used that power, he was fully conscious of himself when he'd used it, and he was fully conscious after. He could remember what his magic had felt like, and how it had changed. It took him a couple seconds to tear his thoughts away from that power and back to the conversation at hand, and fortunately, Penelope had spoken up as he fell into contemplative silence. Those were only 4 of the wyverns, she said. Where were red, blue, and gold? If we committed to that fight any more, then we might have been ambushed again and truly put in a dangerous position. Without knowing where those other 3 are, I think committing too far to this fight isn't in our interest. Besides, as Leon pointed out, we're not too battered, and just as they can rest and heal, so can we. We can make another play at them later, after we analyze what we did right, what we did wrong, and what we can do next time to make sure we're all as safe as we can be. In that respect, Leon responded with great hesitation, I think I know what we can do to increase our powers some. Do tell, Cassandra responded a little bitterly. Her tone and body language were a little calmer, but she was still angry, that much was obvious. Leon took a deep breath and, taking some comfort in Anna and Helen's response to learning Zaffin resided within him, explained, I happen to have a contract with a demon. He quickly told them about Zaffin and his powers, and to his immense relief, other than a few hints of surprise, neither Cassandra nor Penelope interrupted him. If they'd been truly opposed to demonic power, he guessed they would have stopped him soon in his explanation. When he was finished, he let out a quick sigh as fear and anxiety settled within him. It was his first real-time offering information on Zaffin of his own accord, without the demon manifesting in ways that he couldn't otherwise explain away, and the possibility that the information would be poorly received, even with Cassandra and Penelope's relatively subdued reactions, still weighed on him. His companions were quiet for a couple seconds before Cassandra exclaimed, why the ashen fuck didn't you call upon that demon instead of calling for a retreat? If you still had powers you could have invoked, then, why didn't you invoke them instead of decrying this hunt as hopeless? I didn't decry it as hopeless, Leon countered, his temper starting to rise in response to Cassandra's anger. He'd calmed down significantly with Maya healed, but the memory of her injury still had him feeling a little emotionally raw, and Cassandra's tone was insinuating that she thought him a coward. This was dangerous, and there was no reason. He cut himself off and turned away from Cassandra, taking a few deep breaths to steady himself. Silently, he told himself, Maya's fine, I channeled black fire. No reason to get angry with her. No reason at all. Stay calm, dumbass, stay calm. I think we're starting to argue in circles, Penelope finally stated. What's done is done. Let's do what we can to locate those few remaining wyverns, and then we can make another play at black. Her voice wavered a bit from fear, Leon guessed. She clearly didn't want to go back down there, and yet was more than willing to. In spite of himself, Leon felt a tiny smidge of respect blooming within him for Penelope. Before anyone could properly respond to Penelope, though, a knock sounded at the conference room door. It was a messenger bearing news of a rather strange guest the camp had just received. Leon stared at the woman in front of him, unsure if he was seeing things true or not. She was quite beautiful, being rather tall and fair. Her hair was as red as Elise's, and long enough to hang down to her lower back. She wore a plain red dress and held herself with arrogant grace. Most strikingly of all, however, were her eyes. They were the color of amber, and slitted like a snake's. Surrounding her eyes were hundreds of tiny red scales, showing her to be inhuman, and her aura radiated 7th tier equivalent power. When the messenger brought news of her arrival, it was with the addition that she brought information on the black wyvern that they might find useful. Leon and the others agreed to meet her, but as soon as they saw her, all 4 almost immediately knew who she was. She was the red wyvern in the group they were hunting. The fact that she wasn't overtly hostile was the only reason she was still alive, that, and the sheer confusion that she engendered with her arrival. She refused to meet with them in their camp, so the 8th tier mages met with her on the edge of the camp, where she awaited them a few dozen feet from their sentries. Leon, after taking her stock, projected his magic senses and examined their surroundings in great detail. This could very well be a trap, though he was inclined to think it wasn't, thanks to Red's lack of participation in the previous fight. However, he wasn't able to sense any other wyverns around. When he refocused back on Red, he found her staring at him, a strange intensity to her gaze that had him feeling like he was being examined in greater detail than he was comfortable with. He could even feel her magic power lightly settling around him as she used her own magic senses to take his stock, in turn. "Who are you and why are you here?" shouted Cassandra's 7th tier guard commander, who'd accompanied them to the edge of the camp. Red ignored her and continued to focus on Leon. He felt a light touch brush against his mind, which he found familiar. It was almost akin to a darkness magic probe, but not nearly as serious. It was a mental communication technique almost identical to Maya's. He wasn't able to hear anything, however, now that he was a little more experienced with and more heavily warded against such magic. In response, Red stared at him with some exasperation, her mouth turning downwards in a shallow frown, but refraining from audible speech. With some reservations, Leon opened himself up to the mental communication, but kept his magic power on standby, just in case. He felt that magic almost recoil in surprise, then brush against his mind again with the lightest of touches, forming a loose mental connection. A moment later, information passed along that connection, thoughts, feelings, and intentions, forming something in his head that he interpreted as perfectly understandable speech. There, finally, Red said to him, as far as he could interpret. I don't speak your language, this is the only way we can communicate. I see, Leon whispered, drawing the attention of his companions and interrupting Cassandra's 7th-tier guard captain as she continued to shout at the wyvern. To them, he explained, she's speaking to me in my head, much like how you do. He nodded to Maya, who nodded back in understanding. What's she saying? Cassandra impatiently demanded. Nothing substantial, yet, Leon replied aloud as he turned his gaze back to the wyvern, while also using his own mental communication technique to repeat his words in a way she could more readily understand. What do you want and why are you here? You know what I am, human. Red asked. You're that red wyvern, aren't you? Leon asked. Yes, Red replied. I've come to speak with you. I believe we may be able to come to an accord. Leon stared at her in shock before relaying her statement to the others. After a few moments of surprise on their part, they hurriedly made mental connections with Red so that they could communicate, too. You want to help us? Penelope said in disbelief once a mental connection between her and Red was established strongly enough that she could speak aloud without need for translation. Red glanced at her for a moment before stoically nodding her head, though tempering that agreement by stating, that depends entirely on what kind of deal we can work out. Why? Cassandra demanded, her imperial haughtiness making itself known as she glared at Red in an unmistakable challenge. Why should we take the words of a monster seriously? What's to stop us from killing you here and now and throwing your corpse down into that canyon? Red's stoicism cracked slightly with that threat, and she glanced questioningly at Leon. Do they not know what you are? She asked him. Leon's heart skipped a beat, and he remembered that he'd first seen Red when in avian form. Does she remember that? Is she able to connect that with me? Carefully measuring his words to make it clear they were still speaking, but trying not to draw any suspicion, he asked Red, what do you mean? Red's reptilian eyes narrowed slightly. I take that as a no. Perhaps this was a mistake. She almost turned to leave before Leon called out, wait. If you're here in good faith, we're not going to hurt you. He glanced at Cassandra, who gave him a subdued look of exasperation, but didn't argue with him. Red paused and looked back at him. Shall we talk, then, and come to an accord? As soon as Leon, Maya, Penelope, Cassandra, and Red returned to the conference room and left the public eye, Cassandra demanded, why are you here? Red, looking almost bored by the question and not at all perturbed by Cassandra's mildly turbulent 8th-tier aura, replied for all four of them to hear, I want my mate dead. He threatens my unhatched young and takes my kills. His usefulness has ended. What usefulness? Leon wondered. His strength is passed to my progeny, Red explained simply. Where are the other two? Penelope asked, not elaborating. Red gave her a quick look, then explained, they are nearby. If you kill me, then they will return to our mate and fight you alongside him. And if we don't harm you, Penelope continued, if we come to an accord with me is an accord with them, Red explained. We want our mate dead. We want our eggs returned to us. Why you three, then? Penelope inquired. Why not white, brown, or green? Red cocked her head slightly as if parsing out just what Penelope meant. A moment later, she replied, they are scared. They fear our mate's power, and do not wish to call his wrath down upon themselves, as others have before. What exactly is black out here? Leon wondered aloud. Red cocked her head again but didn't respond this time. I mean, he had a lot of wyverns following him yesterday, Leon elaborated. As some kind of king. How did they fall in line? And should we expect more hordes like that in our next tangle with him? Red explained, threats were made, others followed out of fear. His power was enough to gather others. No others have been threatened since his flight, though. Leon lightly frowned, but he supposed that was as good an answer as any. What will you do after we kill Black, then? Cassandra asked a little bitterly. Red glanced at her and merely said, hunt. Cassandra scowled, her ruby eyes narrowing as her aura began to close around Red, who stiffened and seemed about ready to leap out of her human skin and fight. Leon almost intervened before Cassandra schooled her expression and retracted her aura slightly. "If we do this, then there are going to be some conditions," she said. Without waiting for Red to reply, she said, "First and foremost, you are to stay away from the Pegasi states." Red replied, "Human civilization holds no appeal. If we are left to hunt in peace, we'll leave you humans in peace." "Good," Cassandra drawled. "Second, we get to keep Black's body when all is said and done. If the other three resist and fall to our blades, then we keep their bodies as well." "We have no need for them," Red replied. "Wonderful," Cassandra responded. In return, Red said, causing Cassandra to straighten up a bit and regard her with deep suspicion, "We want your guarantee to leave us and our young alone. No plundering our Ares. We fight alongside you to get rid of our mate and to secure our young. No other reason. Allies can expect that respect," Leon responded. "Fight alongside us, and we'll depart, if not as friends, then at least not as enemies." Cassandra clicked her tongue but didn't argue. Penelope nodded, as did Maya. "Then we have an accord?" Red asked. "As much of an accord as I think we're going to get," Leon replied. Red blinked, but appeared to accept Leon's statement. "If we have an agreement," Penelope said, drawing everyone's attention back to her, "then we should get to strategizing, shouldn't we? Black has run away when battles turned against him twice now. What's to stop him from doing so again?" "This is his area," Red replied. "He'll not abandon it." "Why not?" Penelope pressed. "His horde is here," Red replied. "Horde?" Leon asked, his eyebrows shooting almost all the way up into his hair. His interest certainly piqued. "I didn't think wyverns built hordes." "Few do," Red explained. "Only males do, and only when they grow strong enough to establish permanent areas. My mate is strong and established a permanent area, and so built a horde." "You sound disinterested in this horde," Cassandra responded. "Are you laying any claim to it?" Red sighed a moment, then glanced at Leon. Speaking only to him, or so he assumed, she said, "I don't know how you stand humans." Speaking again to the room as a whole, she simply said, "Number." "Spectacular," Cassandra replied, an avaricious smile blossoming across her face. "Is there anything else we might need to know about Black and his capabilities?" Penelope inquired. "Is there anything in his horde that might be some kind of weapon he could use against us?" "No," Red replied. Leon smiled, the promise of a horde to loot at the end of this hunt getting his heart racing with excitement like nothing else. "Yet, let's all get a night's rest, and then move back down there tomorrow morning," he said. He wanted to head back down there immediately, but the memory of Maya vanishing into Black's jaws, and his subsequent use of black fire weighed a little heavier on his mind. "So be it," Cassandra replied, the sentiment shared around the room. After only a few more brief exchanges, they arranged with Red to have herself, Blue, and Gold appear at the camp at dawn, and then the 8th tier mages went their separate ways to see to their own people for the remainder of the day as Red departed the camp. However, hours later, as the sun set, Leon's rest was interrupted when Talal hurriedly found him in his portable villa and said, "Leon, there's a visitor here to see you." Leon projected his magic senses out of the villa and found that even though she'd left the camp after the meeting was over, Red had come back, and now stood outside of his villa. Leon nodded for her to be shown in. He didn't know why she was here, but his curiosity was piqued, regardless. Chapter 703. Red 2, have to admit, Leon said as Red was shown into his portable villa's small sitting room, "I wasn't expecting to see you again so soon. Figured you'd only show back up tomorrow morning." He gestured toward a nearby lounge for her to use as he took one himself, but Red simply stood just inside the doorway, slowly looking around the room with a thoughtful look on her face. Leon gave her a moment to think, which stretched out over many long seconds. Eventually, she walked over and rather stiffly sat on the lounge, her focus slowly turning toward Leon. "I don't know how you stand this," she said to him. "All of this, humanity." Leon opened his mouth to respond verbally, but decided against it. Instead, he called upon his middling skill with darkness magic to respond to Red in the same manner that she spoke to him. "I'm not entirely sure what you mean," he replied. "I'm not too fond of other people, but I get the feeling that simply being in crowds isn't what you're talking about." Red scowled for a moment and said, "Number. I mean taking part in human civilization. So many expectations and ceremonies. Is it better being a wyvern?" Leon asked. "As far as I know, you're rather solitary beings, without much in the way of ceremony." Just living in your caves, occasionally coming down to hunt, only getting together to mate, is that a better life, in your opinion? Red was silent for another long moment. I don't know, she eventually admitted. I can't say. I've spent little time in human civilization, and I still don't know it well. But what I have seen so far already taxes my patience. But, you're curious. Leon finished. Red frowned and growled into Leon's mind. I wouldn't say that, but it's not inaccurate to say. The life of my kind is solitary and static. We've lived as we have for a long time, and I can easily imagine myself doing the same thing until the day I die. Existing only for the purpose of raising young, who will go on to only live to raise more young. It's boring, Leon offered. Red's frown deepened. I'm curious, she restated. I can't stand the thought of human civilization, but there's something about it that intrigues. There's something about the world beyond the Ares that intrigues me even more. I suppose that's why I'm here. I want to know what's out there, but I don't want to hear it from a human perspective. Aside from those in my flight, you're the only other being I've ever seen who isn't human, yet could assume such a form. It was Leon's turn to frown, and he stiffened slightly as he reclined in his lounge. I am human, though, he said to her. Red turned to stare at him, a hard look on her face. Impossible, she said. Humans don't have other forms. I saw you transform. I know you're not human. I am human, Leon insisted. One of my ancestors wasn't, though, and it's through her power that I've inherited that I can change my shape. I've spent nearly my entire life as a human, though, and that's what I consider myself. But you aren't human. Leon felt a brief spike of anger at the half-statement, half-question, but it faded almost immediately. It was easy enough to remember that Red herself wasn't human, and didn't have much knowledge of, or patience for, human niceties. I am human, Leon repeated again. At least, in my mind. What are humans to you? Red frowned again as she turned her reptilian eyes away from him. Meddlesome, she snarled. Always looking to kill my kind when we venture down from the Ares to hunt. Greedy, looking to plunder our Ares and our very bodies for the treasures we were born with. Humans are disgusting creatures, and yet you're still curious about them. Leon pointed out. Mildly, Red argued. It's interesting to note how widespread they are, and the power of their magic. And how quickly they move. And how active they are. Active, Red explained. My kind hibernate for long periods of time. Raising even a single young one is taxing, and when they leave their birth Ares, they need to establish themselves. So, for both their sakes and our own, my kind hibernate following the departure of our young from our Ares. For years we remain in the dark, conserving our energy, allowing our young to grow and flourish without competing against us at least, until it comes time to mate again. It kind of sounds like you want to leave that life, Leon stated, noting a hint of bitterness in Red's tone. Red just looked at him and said nothing more, but Leon decided to continue pressing, anyway. You know, if you wanted to, you could accompany me when all of this over. Red continued to stare at him, her expression frustratingly blank. I have plans to see much of this world, and the universe beyond, Leon said enticingly. There's far more to existence than these plains and mountains. Far more wonders to see and experiences to have. I would not fit in human society, Red replied. Why not? Leon asked. I'm not one of them, Red simply replied. You claim I'm not human, Leon pointed out, and yet I fit in fairly well. No worse than a lot of other humans, I'd say. Red fell silent again. Out of my own curiosity, Leon began, letting his offer hang in the air for a moment. What do you consider humanity to be, and why am I not included in that definition? Humans have their shape, Red explained. It is immutable. They do not change. They have no capacity for it. Leon waited a moment, hoping she'd elaborate a little bit more. But he was left disappointed. Is that it? He asked. Just their physical shape. Humanity, to you, is the inability to change shape. What more is there? Red inquired. There's quite a bit more, Leon protested. Morality, philosophy, ceremonies, accepted behavior, what might be considered human, goes far beyond physical shape. Defining humanity isn't something I think anyone can do absolutely, and even if someone can define it in a way that everyone agrees with, does that tarnish in humanity? One of my mates isn't human, but my opinion of her isn't any lesser than my other mates. That sounds complicated, Red replied. It is, compared to doing nothing but hunting, mating, rearing, and sleeping, Leon said with a light chuckle. It's not for everyone, that I can say quite easily. But if you want to experience it yourself, I will, consider it, Red said. In an abrupt switching of tacks, she then asked, are you going to fight as a human tomorrow? Probably, Leon replied. I don't like showing off that other form. Well, it's not something I'm reluctant to use. Really, or something I'm ashamed of, it's just that it's something that can provoke some questions I'd rather not answer right now. So, I'd rather not use it in front of an imperial princess. But why not? Red pressed. From what I recall, it's more powerful, isn't it? Leon shrugged. If the power is needed, then I'll do it, but if it's not needed, then why invite unwanted attention? To kill my mate, Red replied. If you used your other shape, then killing my mate would be easier. I think you should use it. Leon smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. It was a little embarrassing that 4 8th tier mages had retreated from a fight where the other side only had 1 8th tier equivalent being, especially since they still had power left to tap, but Leon stood by his decision. Maya had been injured, and they weren't there to bet everything they had against the Black Wyvern and his harem. Things were looking much more promising now, though, with the addition of 3 7th tier wyverns fighting on their side, plus Leon's reveal of Zaffin to Penelope and Cassandra. I don't think that'll be needed, Leon replied. Our side is, well, a little overwhelming now, isn't it? That remains to be seen, Red replied noncommittally. I've seen my mate survive many things, since long before either of us could change our shape. He can change his shape, too? Leon asked. All of us can, Red replied. We rarely do so, but we're all capable of it. And none of you have ever expressed any interest in human society? Leon inquired. Not even just a mild interest. Not even for just a few weeks or days. Red paused for a fraction of a second that Leon read as the tiniest of hesitations before answering, number. Leon lightly smiled. A shame, he said. There's quite a bit of fun to be had in human society. Things to see, things to do, you know. Far more interesting than the life of a wild animal, I think. Do you really think that? Red wondered. It was Leon's turn to hesitate for a moment. He couldn't honestly say that he hated the idea of Red's lifestyle up to this point, hunting, mating, rearing young, and sleeping. It was pure and simple, bereft of much responsibility, and that in and of itself held a certain allure. Add onto that Leon's own comfort with the wild, and if he were honest with her, he would have admitted that he was even a little jealous of that lifestyle. But he wasn't going to say that to her, not when he was trying to convince her to leave all of this behind. Not when he was seriously entertaining the idea of trying to convince her to join his retinue. It has its virtues, Leon replied, but I'd choose life in human society over one outside of it. Maybe it's just because I've grown soft and used to comfort, but a soft bed and controllable heat aren't things I'd want to live without anymore. Besides, 2 of my own mates are women of the city and would probably go insane if they remained too long in the wild. Red hummed in thought, not otherwise responding. The 2 then sat there in silence for several long, awkward minutes. How are Blue and Gold? Leon asked, breaking that silence. Are they nearby? Red frowned, then answered with some hesitation. They are. Well, Leon continued, I'd like to extend an invitation to both you and to them to spend the night here, maybe get the slightest of tastes for what might await you in human civilization. Red didn't immediately respond, but her orange reptilian eyes flickered southward for a moment. They refuse, she said, and Leon was almost surprised when he felt a slight hint of disappointment. However, that disappointment soon vanished when Red then said, but I would take you up on that offer. Leon rushed to provide Red with everything that he could, eager to show off what could be hers if she were to join his retinue. He added another room to the portable villa, one for her private use for the night. He arranged for her to get some of the finest food he had access to this far outside of civilization and doted on her about as much as he could without seeming servile or subordinate. That night, he met with his retainers and asked them if they would be comfortable with her joining them. He got some expected discomfort, but no one felt strongly enough about the issue to directly disagree, not even Anshu. Leon found their responses particularly interesting, especially considering their responses when he took the matter of Santiago to them. Dealing with Red's issues was hardly the only priority on Leon's mind. After most everyone had fallen asleep, he took to silently meditating in his villa's courtyard. He could still remember the feeling of black fire at his fingertips, and he was hoping he might be able to recapture that feeling. If he could, he hoped that the power would unlock in spite of the great black dragon's attempts to seal it away. As he meditated, he felt the attention of his more favored ancestor fall upon him. Trying to unlock sealed powers, are we? She whispered into his mind. He didn't think she was in human form, but she certainly sounded like she was smiling. Something like that, Leon cheekily replied. I wonder what kind of face the great black dragon might make when he finds out what I'm doing. He isn't actively monitoring me, is he? No, he isn't, the Thunderbird answered with some exasperation. In some ways, I think your journey would have been easier if he was, and harder in other ways. But what's done is done. I only see him poking his snout in your direction every 6 months at the most frequent, so I wouldn't worry about him seeing you right now. When was the last time, would you say? Leon wondered. Maybe 3 months ago, the Thunderbird replied. I made it known that I'd seen him, and I think he left out of embarrassment. He cares about you a lot more than he professes. I almost wish he didn't, Leon said, his tone thick with venomous ire. He wouldn't be suppressing me if he didn't care, would he? No, the Thunderbird admitted. Honestly, though, I wonder just what he's playing at. He can't keep your blood sealed forever, and as it is, you've already been made to resent him. Leon almost made a snide comment about the Thunderbird's own imperiousness when she felt it was warranted. On a purely intellectual level, he could understand that the great black dragon might have made a hasty judgment based on factors Leon couldn't guess at, but once his ancient mind was made up, it wasn't going to easily change. But Leon didn't care about the why of the suppression. He was going to unlock that fire, and the great black dragon wasn't going to stop him. He concentrated within himself, remembering the wrath that had burned through him when he saw Maya vanishing within the black wyvern's jaws. He remembered how, purely by instinct, his fire had come forth, and how it writhed and blazed within him, yearning for release. Most of all, he remembered the sheer visceral satisfaction he'd felt when that fire had been given an outlet, when that black fire had been turned upon an enemy. He couldn't work himself up into that emotional state as he pleased, but his fire magic still surged through his body. He hoped that it might respond to his will and turn black, but as the tiny, candle-sized fire that burned in the air before him demonstrated, his fire remained stubbornly orange and relatively mundane. You're thinking too much, the Thunderbird chided didactically. That power is inherent to you. It's a part of you, it can't be taken away. It's there, it just needs the right trigger. And what might that trigger be if I can't get it to come out like this? Leon wondered. How do you manifest my power? The Thunderbird replied. Do you call upon it, specifically, as an addendum to lightning magic? No, Leon replied. I just call upon lightning, and your lightning comes. If I want it to be normal lightning, then I have to concentrate a little bit harder. What are you doing differently, then? The Thunderbird asked. Leon frowned and didn't immediately answer, having none to give. As far as he could tell, the fire he was calling upon was about as natural as he was able to make it. He wouldn't say it was as natural as breathing, but it was, well, it isn't as natural as lightning, he thought. His lightning was as natural as breathing, but his fire wasn't. He needed to actively try to use fire, even if that effort was minuscule compared to something like earth or darkness magic. But the simple fact was that his fire magic didn't come as naturally to him as lightning. If you figure out what that difference is, the Thunderbird continued, then I think you may finally figure out how the great black dragon is suppressing you. Do that, and his power that you've rightfully inherited will be yours, to do with as you please. Leon smiled at that prospect, but he didn't know what he was doing wrong, why his fire wasn't natural, why it wasn't as much a part of him as his lightning was. He and the Thunderbird exchanged a few more words, but in the end, Leon wasn't able to figure this riddle out. At the very least, though, he at least had been given some direction. Black fire was close, he could feel it. Leon, Red, and Maya met up with Penelope and Cassandra early the next morning in the same conference room that Penelope had erected the day before. All right, has anything changed since last night? Penelope asked once they were all around the table, sparing Leon any of the snide looks or comments that he'd come to expect from her up to this point. Nothing material, Leon replied. Really? Cassandra asked a little provocatively. I heard that Red over there spent the night in your villa, are you sure nothing happened? Quite sure, Leon replied without missing a beat, meeting Cassandra's playful gaze without a hint of embarrassment. We were simply discussing the fight today, and a few personal matters. Nothing more. I'm sure, Cassandra replied, though her eyes were flitting between Leon and Red fairly quickly, and while she was smiling, Leon could feel the tiniest sliver of killing intent making its way through her aura, and he didn't quite know what to make of it. So, then, how should we proceed? Penelope asked loudly. I'd like to get this over with right now and return to regular hunting. All of this delving below ground really doesn't agree with me. Black hasn't left, has he? Leon asked Red. He hasn't gotten freaked out by our continued presence up here and skipped out. He wouldn't, Red replied. He could escape easily, if he wished, but this is his territory. He won't leave. Well, he didn't attack us, either, Cassandra pointed out. He can't be feeling too confident about his chances. He'll be in his eyrie, waiting, Red replied. Should we expect anything unusual? Leon asked. Tricks and the like, Cassandra clarified. Ambushes, fortifications, wards, that sort of thing. Unlikely, Red responded. My kind respect power. If he is weaker, then he is weaker. If he is stronger, then he is stronger. Nothing else matters. That's encouraging, Leon said with a frown of surprise. How many should we bring, then? Just us 4 along with Red, Blue, and Gold. Or should we bring along some of our retainers? I think most anyone we bring will fall quickly to those things, Cassandra replied a little dismissively. Besides, if they're not here in this room with us, they'll just get in the way down there. If we could control the battlefield, then maybe we could bring some of our warriors for support, but as it is, I fear they'd just get in the way and wind up killed or injured. We need to concentrate on Black, not try to defend our followers from his attacks. Leon slowly nodded. He'd thought the same, but he'd been hoping that one of the others would have an idea that could let the rest of his retinue participate. In that case, Leon continued, turning his eyes toward Red, can you, Blue, and Gold handle white, green, and brown? Red nodded without hesitation. Good, Leon continued. I think our biggest problem wasn't that Black was too strong, but that white was healing too quickly. If she can be distracted, then this battle should go our way pretty easily. Are you going to kill them? Cassandra asked Red. Red replied, if we must. If our mate falls, then they'll run. If they run, we'll let them go. Would you object to us killing them? Red's eyes narrowed slightly, but she said, number. Oh, good, Cassandra responded with a cheery smile. Adding 3 7th-tier wyverns to my count will put me on track to retaking the lead. She punctuated that statement with a different sort of provocative look sent Leon's way. Leon shrugged, not rising to the challenge. They were about to face an 8th-tier wyvern, and he wanted to focus on the fight ahead. If there's nothing else, we ought to get going, shouldn't we? Penelope said. The other 4 around the table agreed, and they left the conference room. It was time to end this back and forth with the Black Wyvern once and for all. Chapter 704. The final round. Leon, Red, Maya, Cassandra, and Penelope stood on the edge of the cliffs overlooking the gorge, all dressed in their respective armor and ready for battle. It wasn't much longer that they were met by 2 more women, each one looking quite similar to Red, though the scales that surrounded their eyes were blue and gold, respectively, showing better than any introduction who they were. Everyone ready, Cassandra called out as the other 2 joined them. We are, Red replied, speaking for the other 2 as well, and saying no more. Good, Cassandra replied. She then glanced at Penelope and Leon. Hopefully this will go better than the previous fight. I have no doubt that it will, Leon replied as a challenging smile spread across his face, his aura rising to match. I want this over and done with, Penelope said, her eyes unwaveringly locked upon the curtain of darkness at the bottom of the gorge. Without a word, the 3 wyverns spread out, and then their bodies began to shift, drawing Leon's intensely curious gaze. A blinding rush of magic power exploded out from them, however, forcing Leon to look away for a second. When he looked back, he didn't see 3 humans with scales around their eyes, but 3 enormous wyverns, one with ruby-red scales, another with scales the color of the cleanest ocean waters, and the last with scales like forged gold. All affixed him and the other 3 in their imperious, almost baleful gazes, their orange eyes blazing with magic power and killing intent. There was nothing more to say. So, Leon turned around, checked his equipment one last time, and then leapt off the cliff, closely followed by Maya and Cassandra, and only a step or 2 behind them came a more reluctant Penelope. The wyverns went over the edge a moment later, but spread out quite a bit more to accommodate their gigantic bodies. The gorge was deep, but in only a matter of seconds, Leon hit the black curtain and passed right through, encountering no physical resistance. He felt the darkness press in on his helmet, but his defensive enchantments warded that pressure off with ease. A second later, he hit the ground on the other side of the curtain, the stone beneath his boots shattering from the force of his impact. Immediately, he heard a roar of fury from his right, but to his left he sensed a momentary spike of magic power, so that's where he turned his attention. He found the ground already cracking open in a long line making right for him, originating from the brown wyvern. However, that crack that opened like the earth itself was about to try and swallow him up never made it to him. He barely had time to register what was about to happen and to formulate a response before Red came barreling out of the darkness above and sank her fangs deep into the neck of Brown. Red's enormous weight and force from the descent had them both crashing into the floor of the gorge and disappearing in a titanic cloud of dust and debris. The crack that had nearly reached Leon immediately halted as Brown's attention was forcibly shifted to Red. "Ha!" Cassandra shouted in glee from where she'd landed beside Leon. "Monsters riding monsters. Glorious." Leon just gritted his teeth and filled the area beneath the curtain of darkness with his magic senses. He saw White about 300 feet ahead of his group, but Blue had already landed and had engaged her. Green was behind them, and likewise, Gold had seized her attention by breathing a stream of golden lightning at her. That only left Black, to Leon's right, who was glaring at them with both unmatched fury and extreme wariness. "Do you think he's scared?" Cassandra asked, seeming to revel in this as she started to slowly, menacingly, walk in Black's direction. "He has to realize that this isn't a battle he can win, anymore. Be careful." Penelope shouted, "A cornered monster is more dangerous than one who can run away." "I know," Cassandra replied, and a moment later, she leapt into the air, sunlight in her hand tripling in length as the blade blazed with white light. "You two take range," Leon shouted as he began sprinting after Cassandra, her opening slash already connecting with Black, who began trying to stomp the princess into red paste in response. Behind him, he could feel Maya forming a huge water dragon and half a dozen ice lances big enough to threaten even the immense Black. Penelope, meanwhile, began conjuring a huge fireball above her, but for what, Leon couldn't say, for she wasn't throwing it at Black or any of the other wyverns. Regardless, he charged Black, lightning surging through his body, the world seeming to slow down as his senses were elevated and dramatically sped up. He could see with perfect clarity the way that Cassandra danced around Black, sunlight raking across his scales and deflecting his retaliatory blows. But the princess wasn't keeping her situation or the physical capabilities of her foe in mind, and Black whipped his tail at her. Leon surged right past her and crashed into the beast's tail, the impact causing his body to shudder and all the air to erupt from his lungs. His body strained as he dug his feet into the stone around him, trying to find purchase, and the enchantments in his armor designed to heighten his strength flooded with power. But he caught the tail and stopped it from hitting the princess. He couldn't wrap his arms around the entire thing, but his body detonated in a storm of lightning, flowing out through his arms and dancing across the sparkling black scales of his enemy. Black roared in pain and whipped his tail back, pulling Leon along with it. For all his strength, both personal and conferred by his new armor, he still didn't weigh that much compared to the wyvern. But as he was lifted off the ground and pulled through the air, Leon kept his magic power flowing. Lightning cracked and sparked across Black's backside, inundating his tail and ripping at his scales. Black violently shook his tail, but Leon stubbornly hung on, and after a moment, Black could no longer focus on Leon as Cassandra charged. Light flashed as she swung sunlight, her own skills in light magic showing as bright white light struck Black again and again, the wyvern only avoiding damage by coating his body in darkness. But Leon knew that Black couldn't become intangible, though, not while he was still hanging onto the monster's tail. But a moment later, Black whipped his tail again and slammed Leon into the ground with colossal force, and the stony ground beneath him crumbled. Leon was battered and nearly crushed, all the air in his lungs was forced out once again, and his mind momentarily whited out with pain. His stream of lightning was interrupted, and Black's tail rose into the air above him again, was quickly coated in a smoky black film of darkness magic, and then slammed back down on Leon. This time, everything that Leon could see was shrouded in darkness, though mind-numbing pain raced through his battered form. He even felt a couple of his ribs crack, not even his armor or his 8th-tier body able to stand up against such weight and physical strength. He came to only a second later as the Tau Pearl's healing power spread throughout his body, repairing his ribs and clearing the fog of pain from his mind, only to find that everything around him was still and quiet. He couldn't sense anything other than darkness magic, not Maya's water magic, not Cassandra's blasts of light, not Penelope's fire. Everything around him was pitch black darkness, and when he tried to move, his mind panicking at the unfamiliar surroundings, it felt like he'd been submerged in the thickest, dirtiest, muddiest bog in all Eterna. And he realized where he was. Black had pulled him into a shadow, somehow. If his black stealth opal had functioned as well as he'd hoped, it would have been able to do just this sort of thing for him, only he didn't think that it would leave him so weak and feeling like he was beneath 1,000 feet of water. Leon wasted no time calling upon the Thunderbird's lightning. Silver blue lightning surged out of him, arcing across his body, channeled and amplified by his armor. In the same breath, he conjured his anti-darkness magic gem into his left gauntlet and activated it. A pulse of magic spread out from him, and under the pressure of both of his magic and his anti-magic tool, the shadows that surrounded him melted away. He rose from the ground almost as if he'd been encased in the stone of the gorge's floor, still lying down, and quickly leapt back to his feet. He'd been absent from the fight only a few seconds, but much in the fight had changed. Cassandra was on her knees, staring at something only she could see. Black was wrestling with Maya's water dragon, and one of the river nymph's huge spears of ice was lodged in his left wing. Penelope was still charging up her magic, and the fireball floating above her head was starting to almost resemble the sun itself, the yellow-hot flames roiling and churning. Meanwhile, red, blue, and gold were still tangled up with the other 3 wyverns. Red looked like she was winning, but the other 2 fights were a little more even. Shit, Leon thought to himself as he ran for the princess. Black was occupied with Maya, for the moment, so he needed to see to Cassandra. Then, the 2 of them could resume their assault on Black. When he slid to Cassandra's side, he roughly shook her, hoping that that would be enough to shake her out of her stupor, but the princess remained unresponsive. Leon focused his magic senses in and around her, and had his suspicions confirmed. She'd been somehow affected by darkness magic. It wasn't quite as dramatic as the time he was knocked unconscious by the vampire brand during the Bull's war with Talfar, but as far as he could tell, it was still the same affliction. Without hesitation, Leon rested his hand upon Cassandra's armored shoulder, intending to use just enough of the Thunderbird's lightning to dispel this affliction. But as powerful as his magic was, her armor was strong. Every arc of lightning that surged out of him was pulled to her cuirass, no matter how he tried to channel it. He'd need to either use more powerful magic to overcome her wards or touch her a little more intimately. Leon wanted to do neither, but a quick glance at Black still struggling with Maya's water dragon was all he needed to convince himself that he needed to move quickly. Instead of getting more powerful, though, Leon went for the other option. He couldn't be sure that bypassing Cassandra's defensive wards wouldn't injure her. Fortunately, unlike him, she was wearing a helmet with a liftable visor, so Leon lifted her visor, pulled his gauntlet back into his soul realm, and placed his hand upon her cheek, then channeled his power to defend the mind against attack as gently as he could. This time, after the first arc of lightning touched her skin, her eyes lost their dazed look and she focused on him. Leon immediately pulled his hand back, reddened his gauntlet, and shouted, "You back?" Cassandra blinked in confusion, looking like her mind needed a moment to catch up, and then she nodded to him. Sunlight was still in her hand, and her gaze dropped to it. A moment later, her fingers tightened around the hilt, her ruby eyes blazed with light magic, and she shot to her feet. "I'm all right," she shouted, though her voice wavered a bit. Still, Leon had no real reason to think she wasn't good to go, so he just nodded to her and began charging at Black, Cassandra only a step behind him. Black had managed to overpower Maya's water dragon, black tendrils rising from his back like eldritch tentacles and whipping through the water dragon like the sharpest of knives. Maya's water dragon reformed almost instantly, though, and continued throwing itself at the wyvern. Leon punched outward with his left fist, the runes on his anti-darkness gem flashing with arcane light, and about half of Black's darkness tendrils dissipated like smoke and, without his power completely devoted to his protective shroud, the dark sheen on his scales vanished. Maya's water dragon then surged forward and wrapped itself around the monster once more, and Maya launched the remainder of her ice lances, each one piercing through his wings without his darkness or mobility to protect him, nearly nailing them to the stony floor. Cassandra and Leon then leapt forward, sunlight ablaze with radiant white light, Leon's ancestral blade sparking with silver blue lightning. Each of them swung their blades, the light and lightning hitting Black in the flank that Maya's water dragon had exposed, cleaving scales from flesh and driving deep into his body. Black roared in pain, but they weren't done. Cassandra gave a roar of her own and slammed sunlight into the deep fissure she'd carved, the enchantments within the blade burning all of Black's flesh that the blade touched. Leon did likewise, though he remained quiet, but his family's adamant blade pierced Black's body, and he let loose with the Thunderbird's lightning. And then they felt an immense spike of fire magic, and both Leon and Cassandra glanced over at Penelope, who was finally making her move. The fiery sphere she'd been building up was now flying in their direction and taking on something of an oval shape and burning almost white-hot. "You two might want to move," Penelope shouted as her face contorted with the strain of keeping her power from dissipating. She'd packed quite a bit of it into whatever she was doing, and Leon was quietly impressed that it hadn't all exploded yet. Without a word, Cassandra and Leon hurled themselves back, each moving with the extreme speed inherent to light and lightning mages. Only a couple seconds later, Penelope's fire detonated outward, toward the roaring and screeching Black, who was still held in place by Maya's water dragon and ice lances. This outpouring of fire formed into the shape of a hand in the air, and extended down toward the wyvern, wrapping around both him and the water dragon, and squeezing. Maya's let go of her water dragon, and it immediately exploded into steam thick enough to shroud Black from view, were it not for the fire that now squeezed his body. Black's roars intensified, and then several seconds later, quieted. The wyvern stopped struggling, and as far as Leon could tell, fell still. Penelope kept her magic on his body for a few more seconds, though, and the conflagration of magic and light blinded Leon's magic senses to what was going on within the steam cloud. But then her fire dissipated, and the steam cleared, revealing Black crumpled on the floor, about as strong and upright as a wet noodle. A few twitches showed that he was still alive, but Leon could see that his aura was incredibly weak, and his body still shuddered with labored breath. Most of his scales had been burned right off, though, and everything beneath seared as black as the scales that had just covered them a moment before. The holes that Maya, Leon, and Cassandra had opened were much worse, though, with Penelope's fire having burned away so enough flesh as to expose some of Black's bones. With the intent to put the beast out of his misery, Leon conjured a lightning bolt and almost casually threw it at the wyvern's fallen form. The bolt hit the monster in the chest, and Leon felt the flash of magic power as his heart exploded, the sign that the powerful beast had died as his soul realm collapsed and all of his stored magic burst forth and returned to Eterna. The black wyvern was dead. Leon didn't think that that was the end of their battle, but when he turned to face the remaining wyverns, he found that Brown had been torn asunder by Red, who now stood on wing and claw, staring at Black's obliterated body. Blue and Gold, meanwhile both looking much more worse for wear than the seemingly untouched Red, stood above Green and White, both enemy wyverns now lying on the ground, their vulnerable backs and necks exposed to Blue and Gold in an obvious display of submission. The battle was over. Their enemies either dead or surrendered. Cassandra bellowed as she ran to Black's corpse. Now this is what I was hoping for when I came down here. Ah, such a battle really heats the blood. Leon cocked his head in surprise, not expecting the princess to be so overt in her revelry of blood and battle. But he smiled, understanding quite well her elation. His own heart beat furiously in his chest, pride swelling within, his glee in their victory unable to be overstated. They'd tested themselves against a true monster, and won. True, they'd had the help of Red, Blue, and Gold, and even without the wyverns they hadn't fought alone, but it was still a rush. One man against one wyvern, each equivalent in magic power, was hardly a fair fight. Leon sighed as he walked over to join Cassandra and admire their kill, Penelope and Maya making their own way over. The black curtain above them, meanwhile, was already dissipating, allowing the light of the morning sky above the gorge to seep in. "Everyone all right?" Leon called out. Cassandra obviously was, despite her minor incapacitation partway through the fight. Maya, meanwhile, smiled at Leon, sharing in his elation at their victory and telling him without words that she was fine. Penelope, for her part, simply nodded, and stared at Black's body, a look of utter satisfaction on her face. "So," Cassandra said, ignoring Leon's question, "who gets the credit for this kill?" Chapter 705. Looting the wyvern's lair. The black wyvern was dead, the battle was over. The brown wyvern was dead, too, and the remaining two wyverns that had remained loyal to Black were allowed to flee. Cassandra had argued against that, but Red, Blue, and Gold didn't stop the two from flying away once the black veil obscuring the canyon floor dissipated entirely. The two wyverns flew away, hopefully to never be seen again. As for who got the credit for killing the black wyvern, Leon was content to let it remain uncounted and for the beast's body parts to be split up amongst their three groups. He'd technically scored the final, killing blow, but Penelope had mortally wounded him, making Leon strike a mercy kill more than anything. In the end, though, with Cassandra's insistent prodding to count Black as part of their wager, Leon and Penelope agreed to split up Black's score between themselves evenly, reasoning that even if Penelope had struck the most important blow, Leon had done quite a bit of damage to the creature by that point, anyway. This left Cassandra out in the cold a bit, but when she pointed that out, Leon and Penelope simply glanced at each other and shared a quiet, restrained smile. They knew what they were doing, and were giving the princess a bit of punishment for her insistence. But once that was done, their real work began, for killing Black was only part of the hunt, and now they had to loot his lair and process his and Brown's bodies. For that, their retainers were collected from the cliff and brought down, with only a token force remaining above to watch over the Heaven's Eye and Imperial arcs. During that time, red, blue, and gold disappeared into the caves at the bottom of the gorge and didn't tell anyone where they were going. However, Leon knew that they'd aided them for the sake of their eggs and wyvernlings, so he assumed that's what they were seeing too. So, for a couple hours, Leon and his retinue spent their time chopping apart Black's body, Leon using his magic to keep the beast lifted into the air while everyone else went to work on him. He was fascinated to watch the Heaven's Eye workers do their thing, many using weapons of light similar to the weapons that he'd seen used in the Ilion exhibition at his first meeting with Anastasios, with blades of light that cut beautifully through the dead wyvern's corpse. Leon joined in on some of the tougher parts, as well, using his enchanted black and red onyx's scalpel of fire to make short work of the wyvern carcass. As their work was nearing its end, Red returned, sans blue and gold. She drew some panic upon her reappearance since she came in wyvern form, but Leon, seeing that she had come without killing intent and was making no overtly hostile moves, waved them all aside and welcomed Red back. "It's good to see you," he said with his mental communication technique, his tone as merry as he could make it with his inexperience using darkness magic. Red slunk closer to him, her amber eyes warily watching the Imperial guards that were, in turn, warily watching her, their weapons close at hand and their auras flickering. "I thought I'd return to give you an answer," she replied mentally. Leon felt himself going slightly dizzy for just a moment as she did, her communication technique not quite the same as his. When he parsed what she was saying, he eagerly waited for her answer. He'd offered to make her a retainer, and he was hoping she'd agree. "I've decided," Red continued, pausing for just a moment as Cassandra approached, "to accept, for now." A smile broke out across Leon's face, one that had Cassandra asking, "What are you two conspiring about that has you looking so happy, Leon?" Leon glanced at her and replied, "Red's something of a comedian. She was just talking about that sword of yours, is all, and it was hilarious." Cassandra's sly smile immediately turned into a deep frown. "Keep making jokes about my sunlight and you'll learn what it can do firsthand," she declared. Leon just smiled, and Red's slightly confused response echoed in his mind. "I made no jokes, I know that, but it upset her to hear it. Anyway, we should get the details worked out, shouldn't we?" "I suppose we should." Leon and Red took about 10 minutes to hash everything out, during which time Cassandra, frustrated that they were practically ignoring her to focus on their own conversation, loudly announced that she and her retainers were going to explore the caves a bit and locate Black's horde. Leon was tempted to drop everything to join them, but the addition of a new retainer was greater than his desire to plunder a wyvern's horde. Barely. In the end, Leon and Red came to an agreement. Red still had an egg to care for, and the wyvernling was going to hatch in about a week. She was going to take about a year to keep an eye on her young, but when the time came for other elder wyverns to hibernate and let the young wyverns establish themselves, she would leave the Ares and find Leon, to formally join his retinue. Leon was a little put out that they'd have to wait a year, but he completely understood her need to look after her young, even if she treated it a little more lackadaisically, reminding Leon that wyverns didn't form familial bonds as humans did. Regardless, Leon accepted the year-long wait, and he gave Red, who was largely unfamiliar with human civilization, extremely specific instructions for how to find his villa in Oculara, and with Talal's aid, even wrote up a pass for her to show to any member of Heaven's Eye, instructing them with Leon's authority to assist her in reaching his home. And with that, Red departed the gorge, spreading her wings and flying right out without a look backwards. "Was that wise?" Valeria asked Leon as he rejoined his retinue a moment later. "I don't just mean letting her go, but all of the other wyverns. 5 powerful 7th-tier wyverns, and it's fine," Leon replied. "These hunts are about culling their population and protecting the Pegasi states, not about wiping them out completely. So let's revel in the felling of that black wyvern and end the violence here." "If you say so," Leon could tell by her tone that Valeria was unconvinced by his reasoning, but he knew the perfect distraction. By the way, he said to his retinue as a whole, Princess Cassandra has already taken to looking for the wyvern horde here. How about we go join her? Alcander, always boisterous and amped to take action, was the first to reply. By my ancestors' wrinkled anuses, yes. His overly crude sentiment, if not his overabundance of enthusiasm, was shared by the rest of Leon's retinue, and they marched on into the caves. After about 5 minutes, they caught up to Cassandra and her imperial followers. The princess and her entourage had occupied the largest cavern that Leon could find with his magic senses, and one that had him almost floored with the display of wealth that was within. Huge piles of gold were scattered rather haphazardly around the room, mostly bullion and jewelry, but a few small idols, sculptures, and other artistic pieces made of the shiny metal. There were several mountainous piles of silver coins, along with a great many vessels made of jewels and precious crystals that held even more treasure. Leon honestly hadn't been expecting such a large hoard, especially since the Black Wyvern apparently hadn't been well known enough for Leon to have heard of him before. And yet, the sheer size of this horde indicated that he'd been incredibly active in pillaging from mankind. Leon and his retinue stopped at the entrance of the cavern, utterly stupefied for several seconds. I'd tell you to pick your jaws off the floor, Cassandra called out from where she was sitting in a majestic golden chair, padded with red velvet, but my people and I had similar reactions upon reaching this place. Leon blinked a moment and glanced at the princess. She was sitting rather close to the entrance, a pair of 6th-tier mages on either side of her, each displaying several pieces of jewelry. The princess wasn't even looking at Leon's retinue when she'd spoken, her eyes were instead trained on the rings, necklaces, and tiaras that her 6th-tier guards were showing her. Her armor had largely been pulled back into her soul realm, but all of that beautiful white armor had been replaced with a long cloak woven of cloth of gold, embroidered with red geometric patterns, and trimmed with gorgeous white fur. However, even with that heavy sparkling cloak draped over herself, Leon could see that she was trying on the various pieces of jewelry that she'd found so far, with all of her fingers glimmering with gold and gemstones, large earrings that glittered as they dangled from her earlobes, and 3 different necklaces resting against her chest, one studded with blue diamonds, the second with emeralds, and the third with large rubies. I'm so glad you refrained from saying it, then, Leon sarcastically retorted. Would have been incredibly embarrassing if you were unable to hold yourself back. I know, Cassandra replied sarcastically. I'm a paragon of humility and restraint. As she spoke, she reached out and took one of the tiaras that her guards were showing her. It was a beautiful, if quite delicate piece. Even from several dozen feet away, Leon was in awe of its craftsmanship. It had a single crescent of gold that would rest upon the wearer's brow, with much finer golden strands rising from that band, forming complex floral patterns. The centers of each of these flower patterns were highlighted with diamonds of varying colors, with the largest and most eye-catching stone being the one in the center, a blood-red diamond about half the size of Leon's fist. The tiara wasn't enchanted, as far as he could tell, which only made its extravagance even more alarming, given that it was solely a fashion piece and had no practical use. Those are beautiful pieces, Elise remarked as she strode over, stopping a respectful distance away from the princess, but more than close enough to admire the jewelry that the princess was examining. Cassandra smiled with pride as she placed the tiara on her head, adding yet another piece of jewelry to her ensemble. I was thinking of taking all of these pieces as my prizes for the battle, she stated, her eyes flickering from Elise to Leon. Most of the treasure in here is marked and should be returned to those it was stolen from, but there's still plenty even with that for you and Lady Penelope. Leon brought a hand up to his chest in faux relief. Oh, thank the ancestors. I was just waiting for your permission. Cassandra glared at him, a dangerous smile on her lips. Be careful how you speak to royalty, Leon Rame. Perhaps royalty ought to be more conscious of how it presents itself in public. Leon innocently replied, it would be the height of embarrassment to be known as someone who takes the spoils from others, or as one who doesn't return stolen property. Is that a threat? Cassandra's glare sharpened, and her aura began to spike. Of course not, Leon replied as Elise took a few alarmed steps back from Cassandra. I just think it's a bit tacky for a princess in your position to be pillaging all of this loot so shamelessly, is all. Personally, I didn't think you'd be quite so into all of this gold. There's nothing wrong with gold, Cassandra said as she leaned back in her golden chair. It's pretty. I like it, be that as it may, said Penelope's voice from behind Leon, perhaps we ought to take complete stock of what's here before we start carving out what we think we're all owed. Leon glanced over his shoulder, surprised to hear Penelope taking his side as she walked into the cavern, half a dozen of her retainers at her back and a dozen more members of Heaven's Eye following them. Cassandra appeared to take a moment to think, pursing her lips as she slouched in her chair. Then she sighed, sprang to her feet, and threw off the golden cloak and began to take off all of the jewelry that she'd put on. "I suppose that's only fair," she said, her tone light and nonchalant, as if she'd just been joking this whole time. "I'm glad we could come to an arrangement," Penelope said with the welcoming smile of someone who'd been in Heaven's Eye all her life. "Lady Elise, if you would." Elise smiled in response as she walked toward Penelope and the Heaven's Eye workers behind her. "I'd be happy to. Talal. With me." Talal gave Leon a look, and when Leon subtly nodded, the Samaritan sprang into action to follow Elise. Over the next hour, Elise took complete control over the looting and categorization of the Black Wyvern's horde. Cassandra, Penelope, and Maya largely sat around not participating too much, simply watching the workers doing their thing, but Leon took a somewhat more hands-on approach to supervision, directing his retinue to help out where they could. In that respect, Anshu wound up being one of the most helpful members of his retinue, as he learned after only 5 minutes. Anshu had stood up, a look of bewilderment on his face with a large silver jug in his hand. "What's that you've got there?" Leon asked as he joined the Indradian. "Nothing much," Anshu replied, turning the jug so that Leon could see the artistic patterns of scrolling foliage and roaring beasts rendered in silver raised off the surface of the jug. "Well, it's nothing much by itself. Kind of an ordinary thing back home. What's interesting is this." Anshu indicated a large symbol emblazoned on the size of the jug, a floral pattern that Leon found somewhat familiar, flanked by a pair of silver elephants that appeared to be holding it aloft. "This emblem is of the Prince of Paramara," he explained. "The prince ruling a large part of the Eastern Raj on the other side of these mountains." "A prince, huh?" Leon said. "That doesn't mean what I think you think it means," Anshu replied. "We call the heads of the most powerful families in the Raj, princes. They're not the Raj's children." "I see. What about this Prince of Paramara, then? Is it surprising to see something marked with his symbol here?" "Yes, I'm quite well acquainted with Prince Siaka. I can't imagine that he'd let raids on his holdings go unpunished, though I suppose against an 8th-tier wyvern, it's just one bit of silver," Leon replied. "Let's get it catalogued and see what we have by the end. We can save the wonderings for after we know what and how much we have." Anshu got a distant look in his eye as he set the jug aside. "Right," he said, his tone distracted. "Right." The Indradian went back to helping out, easily able to identify the various markings and seals on much of the treasure that was found. Unfortunately, nearly all of the gold bullion had the markings of various houses in the eastern regions of the Indra Raj, so none of that was up for grabs. Heaven's Eye would see to returning all of that gold to its various owners. The jewelry and other such pieces, however, were rarely given such identifying marks, so much of that was up for grabs. But typical treasure wasn't the only thing that was in the hoard. "Hey Leon," Alex called out as the cataloging was nearing its end, nearly all of the treasure now accounted for. "What is it?" Leon called back, and his former squire bounced toward him holding a box of some kind of dark, polished wood in her hands about large enough to hold a fairly large piece of jewelry or something similar within. Leon only had to take one look at the thing to know that it was quite well enchanted with some of the most robust locking enchantments he'd ever seen. Other than a few runes carved into the box's outer surface, though, the polished wood was devoid of any kind of marking or decoration. "No idea," Alex replied as she set the box down on a nearby table. "I was thinking you'd want to look at it. Figured that if anyone can get it open, then it'd be you." "Your confidence is flattering." Leon approached the box, training his magic senses upon it, looking at it from every possible angle, analyzing what he could about the enchantment. Unfortunately, most of the enchantment was likely carved upon the box's inner surface, and his magic senses couldn't penetrate the box to see within, so all he had to go on were the outer runes. And they weren't that promising. Still, he'd opened boxes locked with magic before, and he couldn't sense much active magic within the box, so he was confident he could get this one open. That confidence was tested when, 15 minutes later, he was still inspecting the box and probing the box's wards with various kinds of magic. No matter what he did, the box's golden latch just wouldn't budge. He almost resorted to asking Nestor for some advice before he decided to just try the brute force approach. He conjured his black and red onyx and used his armor's fire scalpel to liquefy the latch. He sensed some kind of failsafe within the box attempt to activate, but as soon as the latch was gone, lightning was surging through Leon's body and he almost ripped the lid right off. Not the most elegant of solutions, he had to admit, but it disrupted the box's internal enchantments, leaving its contents intact. The interior of the box was lined with black silk and nestled within was a pouch of black velvet. Leon gingerly picked up the pouch and pulled open its drawstring, shaking its contents out into his hand. 3 tiny golden seeds fell out of the pouch. They were each only about the size of an apple seed, and even though they weren't emitting that much magic power, Leon could tell that they were all incredibly powerful. He just couldn't tell what, exactly, they were supposed to be, or what use they might have. He opened his mouth, about to call for Helen, but he restrained himself. It didn't seem like his opening of the box had drawn much attention, and just in case, he decided to be a bit more low-key about this, so he used his mental communication technique to call for his retainer, instead. Helen, come here for a moment, I need your expertise. Helen glanced over at him, a questioning look on her face, and when Leon jerked his head toward the table, she walked on over. What's up? She quietly asked. What are these? Leon whispered, showing her the seeds. As soon as Helen saw the seeds, her eyes went wide as dinner plates. Put those away right now, she urged him, her voice tinged with panic, surprise, and greed. Leon, though confused, did as he was bid, tossing the seeds back into their pouch and tightening the drawstring. He then stole another glance at everyone else and was relieved to see them all still absorbed in the rest of the horde to have paid the 2 of them much mind. When his attention returned to Helen, he found his retainer staring at him with the biggest smile on her face that he'd ever seen. Maybe we keep these under wraps for the moment, she suggested, but if we have to choose anything to take from here, make sure we walk away with these seeds. She punctuated her evaluation with a wink, and Leon smirked and nodded in understanding. I'll trust your judgment on that, he said, putting the pouch back into the box and closing it as best as he could now that it was broken. It seemed that some of his cut of the horde had already been chosen, and he couldn't wait to find out just what use these seeds could possibly have. Chapter 706. Hesperidic apples. When the horde was finally all accounted for, there wasn't that much to divide amongst their 3 parties. Since most of the goods were marked with some kind of sigil or other identifying emblem, those were off limits. There was always the possibility that these weren't stolen goods, of course, but they were still going to be returned, anyway, for that possibility was small. However, even then, there were still more than enough items around for everyone to take at least one item. Cassandra took quite a few pieces of jewelry, as did Penelope, but Leon restrained himself quite a bit more, taking only the box with the seeds and letting the rest of his retinue take anything else that might have been set aside for him. And so, most of his retinue walked out of the cave with new pieces of jewelry. Gaius, Alcander, and Marcus all took rings, while Anshu, Helen, and Anna took necklaces. Alex got a new pair of bracelets, and Talal took a silver scepter. Elise took perhaps the most out of all of Leon's group, claiming an emerald necklace, a new pair of earrings, and 2 gold rings. Maya and Valeria both refused to take anything at all. It was a little disappointing, but the shiny pieces were hardly the real treasures to be had during the hunt. Leon's group alone had a dozen wyvern kills to their name, and that represented a ton of wealth on their own, let alone the eggs or the 2 wyvernlings. If any of them wanted anything golden after the hunt was over, they'd be able to easily buy it with the spoils of the hunt. Leon found himself contemplating all of this from the cliff's edge overlooking the gorge. The black wyvern was dead, but that didn't mean the hunt as a whole was finished. There were still several weeks remaining where thousands of wyverns would be swarming over the scorched fields, hunting down just about everything that moved to feed their hatching young, and the hunters would have to work hard to ensure that enough of the wyvern population was culled that they didn't wander too far afield and threaten the Pegasi states. Leon's party, for their part, wasn't just going to wait around, not when they still had a wager to win. They were in the lead thanks to their trip into the Ares, but that could still change if they rested too long on their laurels. So, by the afternoon after the slaying of the black wyvern, they joined Leon at the edge of the cliff, their flight gear on, ready to fly back out into the scorched fields to rejoin the hunt. Before they could leave, though, Leon noticed Cassandra and her entourage walking by on their way to the Imperial Ark, and the princess couldn't resist calling out a parting challenge to Leon. It's been fun, Leon Rame. Enjoy this taste of victory, and let it provide you solace when you hand that enchanted stone over to me." Leon didn't verbally respond, choosing instead to just smirk back at the princess, who didn't seem at all fazed by his response. "Let's go," he quietly said to his people, and almost as one. They rose into the air and flew away from the gorge. That night, only several dozen miles away from the gorge, but further east and back in the scorched fields proper, Leon met with Helen and Elise in his portable villa's dining room. The retinue had brought down another wyvern, but it had only been a fifth-tier beast, one small enough that Leon didn't even bother doing anything himself, instead choosing to let the weaker members of his retinue deal with it. The box in front of him was far more exciting, in his mind. He trusted Helen when she told him that he had to take it over anything else, and while he didn't question her expertise, he was still eager for an explanation. So, he opened the broken box and retrieved the seeds from the pouch they were in. Elise gasped when Leon laid the 3 small golden seeds on the table, her emerald eyes going wide in surprise, then narrowing from a gleeful smile. "These were rotting away in a wyvern's lair," she whispered in disbelief. "What a waste," Helen responded, smiling at Leon's fire-haired wife. "Thankfully, we should be able to put them to much better use. Now, what are they?" Leon asked, feeling more than a little left out. "Hesperidic apples," Helen answered. "Or seeds for the trees that grow into trees that produce Hesperidic apples." Leon gave her a blank look. "They're valuable, I presume. And not just in the monetary sense. Hesperidic apples are incredibly valuable," Elise stated in a hushed whisper. "If eaten freshly picked, a Hesperidic apple will help a mage form their magic body." As Elise trailed off and Leon's eyes grew wide in shock and understanding, Helen picked up the explanation. "That's only if eaten as apples. I've heard that the juice of Hesperidic apples can be used in various potions to help a mage ascend no matter what tier they are. The juice can be brewed into a potion that will help a mortal's body adapt to magic, or help a mage learn to use elemental magic power safely. It can be brewed into a potion that will give a mage visions that supposedly help them figure themselves out and build their mind palace, while helping even stronger mages grow their soul realms. These apples sound downright miraculous," Leon observed, doubt creeping into his tone now that he'd had a couple of seconds to process the explanation. "They do," Helen conceded. "However, the power they have in helping a mage to form their magic body is real. These apples are mostly grown far in the east, in Baloran and the Menominee Valley, and even then, yields for good apples are typically low. Given the power of their fruits, they tend to be targeted by vermin and scavengers, and even under ideal conditions, they can be incredibly difficult to grow." Helen and Elise shared a look, both of their expressions falling now that they were thinking about this problem. "All right," Leon said. "I'll believe you when you say the magic body thing is real. What about these other uses? I can't believe that a fruit like this would exist and not be everywhere, given just how useful it seems to be." Helen nodded. "Granted, most of what I've heard is hearsay. These apples are incredibly carefully controlled. Supposedly, even Heaven's Eye has trouble getting small amounts, let alone larger amounts. And these small amounts are always reserved for imperial interests," Elise added. Leon hummed in thought. "I'd imagine, then, that these seeds would have had to be smuggled out of Baloran or the Menominee Valley." "Most certainly," Elise said. "It would have been incredibly risky, and prone to failure. A Hesperidic apple seed can survive for a very long time outside of its natural environment, but getting one to grow into a tree outside of its natural environment is almost impossible. Not many people bother trying, given the potential risks. Smuggling these seeds is one of those laws that are usually punished with torture and execution." "Harsh," Leon whispered. "But understandable," Helen added, and Leon shrugged in begrudging agreement. "Then," Leon continued, "we come to the most important question. Can we get these to grow? And I mean that as in, is it possible for us to grow them back home? Or is the Ilian Empire not close enough to these apples' home environment for that? And more than that, is it illegal for us to do this? Will this get us into any trouble? Probably best not to advertise our possession of these things," Elise said, her eyes narrowing again, a sign that Leon recognized as her turning the problem over in her mind. And a moment later, she smiled, a solution already in mind. "We'll need to buy new property. You'll need to secure it, husband, not a problem." Leon was more than confident in his abilities to secure any location from scrutiny and intrusion, so long as he had the time and materials. Elise continued, "We'll surround the place with other apple trees as cover and have these grown in the center of the grove. We can claim various experiments are being conducted if questioned, which will hardly be a lie, and that's the reason for the security. Helen nodded again. I'll get a list of equipment we'll need for that to be believable. Leon blinked, doubt entering his mind again. Just claim that we're using an apple orchard for testing. Testing of what? Leave the explanations to me, Helen replied with a confident smirk. I can come up with something. Maybe that I'm trying to replicate Hesperidic apples or something, keep it fairly close to the truth. This isn't illegal, so we don't need to have ironclad cover. This is just something to ensure we're not being overly scrutinized, right? She cast a questioning look to Elise, who nodded. We don't want to tempt people to try and test our security, so we should probably come up with a different lie. Still, we're going to need some fairly robust hiring standards for grove tenders, and ensuring that these seeds will actually grow is going to be a task unto itself, Elise continued muttering, and Helen occasionally pitched in with her own insight, but Leon zoned out for a little while, trusting that if they said that growing these trees and cultivating these powerful apples was possible, then it was. He could already imagine what he could do if such powerful fruit trees were in his possession. He just had one question left. How long until we can start producing fruit? Elise looked up at him, her train of thought momentarily disrupted, before a light frown spread across her face. It'll take years. Helen got more specific. An apple tree will start producing within 3 or 4 years. Given the magical requirements for these things, I think a more conservative estimate of 7 or 8 years would be better. With a grin of anticipation, Leon said, a relatively long time. Let's not waste any once we get home. Elise leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. It's going to be hard waiting that long. Let's not do anything that'll raise suspicions, then, Leon replied, wrapping an arm around his wife. Make sure we keep all of these apples for ourselves. I think we're going to need them, especially since we're going to have a wyvern coming to us in a year or so, and I'm sure her appetites are going to be quite massive. Elise smiled at him again, and after a few more minutes of discussion with Helen, Leon pulled the seeds back into his soul realm where they'd be safe and out of sight. He was excited to get this apple grove built, but for now, they still had a hunt to finish. Leon wished he could say that the rest of the wyvern hunt was as eventful as the hunt for the black wyvern and his harem, but it wasn't. 3 weeks passed, and his retinue bagged another many more wyverns, none of them stronger than the 6th tier. The population of hunting wyverns had thinned out well enough that simply finding the beast started to take days by the end. About a month after the hunt began, the time came when a wyvern hadn't been seen, let alone reported killed, in more than 3 days, so the hunt was called off and the hunters summoned back to Virias or one of the other small, temporary hub cities. Naturally, Leon and his people made their way back to Virias and set up camp in their assigned lot. Penelope arrived less than an hour later, riding in on her floating chariot pulled by Saturnian horses, flanked by her retainers. Leon noted that her retinue numbered 3 less than it had when the hunt began. He also noted that when Penelope met his gaze, he didn't notice any scorn or derision, a stark contrast to what he'd come to expect over the past 10 years. They didn't exchange any words, and simply set about setting their own camps back up. A couple hours after Penelope's arrival, Leon noticed Cassandra's ark return to her palace tree, and not long after, one of Cassandra's hangers-on showed up to invite Leon and Penelope to another banquet. Leon braced himself for that particular meeting. It was where they were all going to formally report their kills and other accomplishments during the hunt, and when the winners would be announced. He thought about the red-eyed princess and wondered just how she might take a loss. He hadn't heard any updates from her side since their parting following the fight with the black wyvern, so he didn't know how many more wyverns she'd killed in these past few weeks. Given the arc she had, he supposed she probably scored at least double his kill count, but even then, with the eggs and wyvernlings, he calculated that he was still in the lead. The reminder of those wyvernlings had him glancing at them in his courtyard. They'd been left behind with some Heaven's Eye beastmasters while the hunt continued, but now that it was over, Anna had taken over her 2 new charges, and was currently preoccupied with feeding them a small pile of raw red meat and crushed bone. The pale white wyvernlings, having grown to the size of small ponies already, ate with ferocity, and if they hadn't been in the grassy courtyard, Leon might have been annoyed at the mess they were making. As it was, he could endure it well enough knowing that these wyverns were going to add their strength to his retinue someday, though that might be a long ways off. Wyverns would be old enough to hunt on their own within a few months, but old enough to fight at the levels that Leon would need would be years in the future. Leon put those thoughts out of his mind for the moment and refocused on Cassandra's banquet. The eggs and the heads his retinue had captured had been accounted for by Heaven's Eye before dealing with Black and his harem, and though there had been no agreed-upon third party to mediate the wager, Heaven's Eye would back up their scores, so there wouldn't be any shenanigans on anyone's part. As evening rolled around, Leon, Elise, and Talal set out for the palace tree, leaving everyone else behind at this point. Leon didn't particularly feel like bringing an entourage with him, and he wanted his retainers to get some rest following weeks of constant movement during the hunt. His small party was shown through Cassandra's palace tree and to the familiar chamber at the top formed by branches in the thick, roof-like canopy, where Cassandra and the highest-ranking members of the Sacred Golden Empire's hunting delegation awaited them in the stone courtyard. Cassandra herself wasn't sitting in her simple stone throne, glowering imperiously at all who entered her court, but instead was mingling with the several dozen people present. Leon noted that unlike nearly every other time he'd seen her, she wasn't wearing her armor. Instead, she was clad in simple greens and golds, with her new cloth of gold cloak over her shoulders and a delicate diamond tiara perfectly placed in her purple hair. As was the case last time, Penelope had beaten them here, though this time she wasn't standing at Cassandra's side, silently gloating over her position. Instead, she was chatting quite pleasantly with a number of high-ranking officials from both the Sacred Golden Empire and Heaven's Eye. When Leon, Elise, and Talal were announced, most people gave them a few moments of their attention before turning back to their own conversations. Cassandra, however, excused herself from her conversation and made her way over to greet them personally. "Lady Elise," the princess said, lightly embracing Elise, then turning her eyes toward Leon. "Leon Rame." Her second greeting came with much less familiarity, though no less warmth. She seemed genuinely happy to see the two of them. Talal, meanwhile, was given a cursory nod, then summarily ignored to his quiet displeasure. Leon was sure. "I'm glad the two of you have finally arrived," the princess continued. "No one else accompanying you. My retainers were tired, and I didn't have the heart to drag them out, even for this," Leon replied. "That's a shame," the princess said. "I'm sure we could all do with blowing off some steam." She gave Leon a strange look, her ruby eyes almost looking like they were seeing more than what was just on the surface. It wasn't the first time she'd looked at him like this, and Leon wasn't quite sure what it meant. "That depends on how one blows off steam," Elise replied, her hands moving to take Leon's arm rather possessively. "There are some fun ways to go about it, but many others can be destructive." One of Cassandra's eyebrows rose, and a thin smirk spread across her face. "Can it really be called blowing off steam, if everything's intact afterward? I find that strenuous activity is the best way to relax." Elise's grip tightened, and her gaze shifted to Leon. He didn't have to look at his wife to know that her emerald eyes were filled with lustful heat, and he immediately began making plans to leave this place as soon as humanly possible. He and his wife had had plenty of alone time over the past few weeks, but that didn't stop him from wanting to immediately drag her back to their portable villa and into their bedroom. Elise replied to the princess, "I think we can agree on that point." "Lovely," Cassandra said. "Now, how about we stop wasting time?" She paused to stare at them for a moment, and Leon felt a momentary spike of panic rush through him as the possible implications of what she was saying ran through his mind. He wasn't looking for another romantic partner. Elise's insistence on him building a harem be damned. Fortunately, Cassandra didn't leave things there. "And tally up our scores. I'm very interested to see who won our wager." Leon breathed a quick sigh of relief, did his best to force his aroused libido to return from whence it came, and nodded. "Let's do that," he said. Chapter 707. An end to the hunt. It was about all Leon could possibly do to stop from grinning like an idiot as Cassandra handed him the mask that she'd wagered. The thing was supposed to help its wearer concentrate on their tasks, and he was looking forward to testing it out, but the main reason for his attitude was the simple fact that he and his retinue had won the wager. Both Penelope and Cassandra had killed more wyverns than he and his people did. In Cassandra's case, she'd hunted almost 100 in total, but the eggs and wyvernlings that Leon's group had managed to seize had carried the day. "Well done, Leon Rame," Cassandra said with graciousness as Leon took the mask. It might have just been his imagination, but Leon thought he heard quite a bit of disappointment, anger, and competitiveness in her voice, and the way her ruby eyes were locked upon him made him think that she was going to remember this for a long time. "Your Highness did admirably well, too," Leon modestly replied, pulling the mask into his soul realm without examination. "There'd be time enough for that later, but examining it here and now would have just been insulting to the princess's honor, and he didn't want to gloat, despite his pride in his victory. My efforts aside, Cassandra said, your win is well deserved. Infiltrating the Ares themselves and stealing the young of these monsters is a feat worth remembering. The princess's eyes narrowed and she leaned in a little bit to whisper, you'd best hold on to that mask, Leon Rame, I'll be looking for a chance to win it back in the future. Without waiting for a reply, the princess turned around and walked away. From right next to Leon, Elise whispered into his ear, I think she likes you. I think she certainly feels something, Leon said back as he watched the beautiful princess walk away, his eyes riveted to her. They'd had their disagreements during the hunt, but he had to admit that, for his part, he liked the princess quite a bit, and he hoped that they'd get an opportunity to test their skills against each other again. At the very least, he knew that he and his retinue were going to be heading into the sacred Golden Empire in the near future, and he couldn't help but hope that they might run into Cassandra again during that time, though he knew that, being a princess, this was hardly likely. She probably had better things to do than make friends with him. Almost as if she had a psychic understanding of Leon's distraction, Elise gently squeezed his arm just enough to bring his attention back to his surroundings, and with a quick step and soft pulling of his arm, she turned Leon enough to face Penelope as the other hand of the director participating in this hunt approached. Congratulations, Leon, Penelope said, nodding to the group of Heaven's Eye bureaucrats who'd effectively verified his win. They were standing next to a small mountain of wyvern heads, sans bodies, that Cassandra had dramatically revealed not 5 minutes ago, quietly talking amongst themselves as they prepared to process the princess's kills for her. Congratulations to you, Leon good-naturedly replied. Penelope had considerably less frost and vitriol in her tone, and Leon felt like they'd achieved at least some kind of camaraderie following their slaying of the black wyvern, but there was still some awkwardness between them, with him not quite knowing how to act around her and her seemingly feeling the same. I didn't win, Penelope replied. Congratulations don't come often to those in last place. Our wager notwithstanding, slaying more than 70 wyverns will always be something worth congratulating. If you say so. Penelope glanced back at the small crowd attending the banquet, many of whom were staring at them, some whispering amongst themselves. With an almost theatrical flourish, Penelope conjured the bright heart of promise from her soul realm, the huge diamond set in the gold frame, the stone brightly glittering with entirely mundane light. You've earned this. Leon smiled and took the diamond, barely resisting the urge to inspect the thing right then and there for the same reasons he didn't with Cassandra's mask. Penelope then asked him, would you mind coming with me for a moment? Lady Elise, you're more than welcome to come, too. We'd be delighted, Elise replied without giving Leon a chance to refuse. Not that Leon thought that he would have, he could detect no ill intent in Penelope's request. Without much further ado, Penelope led them out of the courtyard, down a stone path, and out into the grounds of the palace tree's upper chamber. The chamber within the tree's branches was enormous, with the stone courtyard only taking up a small fraction of available space. It was like an entire park had been built up there, and Penelope took them a fair ways away from the court, though not so far that they were out of sight. You seem to know your way around here, Leon observed in an attempt to make some conversation. Are you friends with the princess? You could say we have a pretty good relationship, Penelope replied, but I wouldn't call us friends. We've known each other for about 7 years, now, ever since her 20th birthday celebration, and I've been her primary contact with Heaven's Eye for her entire adult life. Our relationship is friendly, but professional in nature. Elise added, for us in Heaven's Eye, becoming friends with political figures is a tough thing to do. Aren't you friends with Princess Christina? Leon pointed out, I am, which shows that I know what I'm talking about. Leon shrugged and half grinned, half grimaced. Elise continued, you know that it's extremely important to Heaven's Eye to be neutral in political dealings, but you've hardly had to experience it that much firsthand, given your lack of interest in making friends. If you interacted with politicians more often, you'd probably be getting this principle drilled into your skull on much more regular basis. Indeed you would, Penelope agreed with the exasperated tone of one who had much personal experience with something aggravating. The director's daughter came to a stop at a small flower garden along the path, which featured several intricately decorated wooden benches. None of them took a seat, but it seemed like as good a place to have a private chat as any. Penelope took a deep breath, then turned to face Leon head-on. I need to thank you, Leon Rame. When you arrived to reinforce me during my fight with that black wyvern, my injuries were more severe than I was letting on. No need for thanks, Leon said with a modest wave. That black wyvern was dangerous, but I think you could have gotten away if your life was truly in danger. You still saved me a great deal of pain, and who knows what might have happened had you not arrived. Besides, my retinue wasn't faring too well against those other wyverns, and even if I could have gotten away, they couldn't have. My gratitude is owed, and I intend to pay that debt. There's no debt at all, Leon said again as discomfort started to settle in his stomach. As far as he was concerned, she was making a bigger deal out of this than was necessary, and he just wanted them to move on. I only wish I could have aided your people more, before casualties were inflicted. Penelope frowned in grief for the briefest of moments, then, with a sigh, schooled her countenance. Your generosity only makes this worse. Leon awkwardly shrugged. I'm not one for formalities. With a quick interjection, Elise said, maybe you should be a little more formal right now, husband. Leon smiled at her, but took her light rebuke to heart. Turning back to Penelope, he said, your gratitude is well received, though I think myself unworthy of it. It's not just for the healing and the reinforcements, Penelope continued. You also supported me when I recommended we fall back when fighting the black wyvern. For that, I'm grateful as well. Leon fought the urge to wave away her gratitude again, replying, it was the best thing to do at the time. No point in continuing the fight if we were taking a beating, especially since we weren't operating on a time limit. Still, all of this has caused me to think over the past few weeks. My thoughts have distracted me to the point where my retainers have noticed and grown worried. What sort of thoughts are you having? Elise asked, that would distract you from wyverns. Penelope took a long moment to respond, appearing to struggle with admitting what was on her mind. As the silence between them grew awkward, Penelope quickly responded, most wyverns are fairly weak, they don't provide much in the way of moment-to-moment occupation. Leon nodded in agreement, but he didn't interrupt her, and she slipped into silence for another long moment. Finally, she took a deep breath and looked Leon in the eye. I was wrong about you. I thought you were just riding in on Lady Emila's coattails, that you were going to be insufferably arrogant because of your power and age, that you weren't going to submit yourself to any authority and be a thorn in my father's side. You've proven yourself to be none of those things, so far. Leon stared at Penelope in abject surprise, his stoic mask slipping off completely. For a moment, he thought this was some kind of trick, perhaps a bait and switch just meant to insult him. But the switch never came, and when she paused to think over her words, he realized that he'd have to take her at face value. Your words, he said, are greatly appreciated. I'm sure there are quite a few people who might dispute them, considering me quite insufferable, but I'm happy beyond measure that you seem to be moving out of that group. I am, Penelope replied, a shallow smile spreading across her face. In hindsight, I should have moved out of that group sooner, but I kept provoking you, and using your response to justify staying in that group. I was too proud to admit that my initial judgment may have been incorrect. There's always time for me to change, if that would make you feel better, Leon said with a self-deprecating smile. Just say the word and I'll be the barbarian you thought me to be, give you some vindication. Elise, with a playful smile of her own, sharply pinched his arm. Leon quickly glanced at her and winked, only to see her winking back, and sticking her tongue out at him, to boot. Penelope chuckled and said, no, that won't be necessary. After a moment of silence where none of them seemed to know what to say or how to end their conversation, Leon set aside his more joking demeanor. He had something weighing on his mind and this was probably the best time he could ever pick for giving voice to those thoughts. Penelope, he said with great seriousness, I think I also need to apologize to you. What for? Penelope responded, her tone curious and apprehensive. That black wyvern probably wouldn't have attacked you if I hadn't provoked it. It's not like that monster was well known, he probably would have sat this hunt out given how those other wyverns were bringing him food. If I hadn't led my people out to those areas, then all of that might not have happened, maybe, Penelope whispered, but it was Elise who spoke more in his defense. That might not have been the case, the fire-haired woman said, pausing until Leon turned to look her in the eye. That hoard of his was very large, wasn't it? Where did he get all of that treasure? Stealing it, most likely. Probably robbing trade ships passing along the southern coast or caravans moving through the Chiron steppes. Either way, it seems clear to me that that wyvern was a raider and had likely killed before. Maybe he wouldn't have gone after anyone specifically, but killing him has still made this region much safer. That doesn't change the fact that my orders led directly to the Black Wyvern's retaliation, and that left dozens of hunters dead. Leon broke eye contact with Elise to give Penelope a genuinely apologetic look. You were injured and you lost retainers because of that, and it was my fault. Penelope sighed and shook her head. Don't take responsibility for the choices of a beast, Leon. If we were to follow that logic, then we wouldn't have had our bed, and I'm sure you wouldn't have gone into those areas if I hadn't provoked you. That wyvern wouldn't have done anything if he lived further away and didn't see you, or if he didn't care about what you were doing, or an endless host of other reasons. Ultimately, the responsibility for what happened is on the Black Wyvern, not on you. Leon grimaced, but he was grateful for her words, anyway. You're too kind. Penelope sighed again and fell into a faraway look, her eyes seeming to stare at something far in the distance. No, I'm not, she whispered. Before Leon or Elise could ask what she is talking about, she focused back on Leon and said, as a courtesy, Leon, I'll let you in on a little secret. I don't know why, but you're a person of interest to a lot of people. Leon stared at her, both confused and alarmed. Alarmed because he knew why a lot of people might want to consider him a person of interest, and confused for who she was talking about and what reasons they may have chosen. Could you be more specific? Again, Penelope paused for a moment, clearly thinking over her words. It appeared to be quite the struggle to say, though, leading Leon to think that she was not supposed to be saying these things. When she did find her voice again, it came tinged with bitterness and a hint of resentment. My father doesn't tell me much. Or anything, really. He keeps all of his cards close to his chest, and only shows one or two at a time to those who he feels needs to know. That includes me. No one knows what he knows or what his plans are. All I, or anyone, can do, is guess at what his motives are. But a few things can be pieced together, on occasion. Leon nodded along, while Elise asked, he sent you to watch Leon, didn't he? Penelope nodded. 10 years ago, she explained. Part of my job was to watch all of you, but he specifically called you out. You were to be put under covert observation at least until he could meet with you. Leon frowned as Penelope stared at him, a curious look in her eyes. Any idea why? He felt like he already knew, but he wanted confirmation, anyway. No, Penelope replied, and as far as Leon could tell, she was being sincere. But I know other things. A sharp uptick in internal investigations following your recruitment, accusations of imperial espionage in Oculera, research into blood magic, and the transfer of funds and personnel for a private project. Penelope trailed off, and Leon did his best to absorb what she'd said. How does all of this relate to me? I'm unsure. Though your name keeps cropping up whenever I try and get an idea of what's going on, Penelope replied. And all of this shady business started around the time of your recruitment. Maybe I'm being paranoid and making connections that don't exist, but it certainly feels like your arrival has disturbed quite a few anthills down here. And I don't know why. Penelope regarded Leon with a searching look, as if she hoped his secrets might be revealed if she simply observed him long enough. But he remained tight-lipped. He was concerned about all of this. It definitely sounded like he was under some kind of imperial surveillance, but that was hardly surprising given that Anastasios had all but outright stated that he knew who Leon was. However, he didn't want to offer too much to Penelope, either not so much because he was trying to keep his identity a secret, as that wasn't really true, but because he just didn't want to involve her too much in his affairs. What was more, he didn't really trust her, even after her apology. Do you know which of the empires are supposedly active in Oculera? Leon asked. All of them, Penelope replied, and Leon felt his heart skip a beat. Really? Leon whispered distractedly. If he had to guess, it seemed that all 4 of the empires knew about him. Of course, they may simply be targeting Heaven's Eye for more practical economic reasons, and it was just a coincidence all of this started as soon as he showed up, but he doubted that. He was the last descendant of their ancient enemy. Keeping an eye on him was something that he expected. He just didn't realize that all of the empires would be involved. He glanced back at Cassandra's court and wondered how many of them might know who he was. Cassandra, maybe, she has been staring at me since we met, and this would handily explain why. But she didn't really feel like she knew who I am. Wouldn't she realize that I was the smith who forged sunlight if her empire was keeping an eye on me? Leon scrunched his face up in thought, but Penelope soon interrupted him before he could get too far. I don't know what's going on, she said. However, I'm going to be keeping my eyes open. If you want my advice, Leon, you stay on your toes. There are a lot of eyes that are, if not looking directly at you, then at least are trained in your general direction. So it would be best to act with discretion. Leon nodded appreciatively. Thanks for the heads up. It's the least I can do, Penelope replied. Now, how about we all get out of this place, yeah? Enough of the heavy talk and the banquets and all that. Yeah, Leon absent-mindedly replied. I suppose it's best we leave early, Elise said with some reluctance. You've given us a lot to think about, Lady Penelope. We're grateful. The two shared a few more parting words, and then all three of them returned to the courtyard, picked up their other followers, and then begged their leave of the princess. It was still quite early, but fortunately, Heaven's Eye policy demanded they not stay too long. But Leon wasn't too happy, his mind turning what Penelope had revealed to him again and again in his mind. Not even the overcast sky, the smell of imminent rain, or the rumble of distant thunder was able to raise his mood. All he wanted to do now was to collect whatever materials had already been processed and accounted for by Heaven's Eye and get home as quickly as he could. Chapter 708. Lord and subject. By the time Leon, Elise, and Talal returned to Leon's portable villa, it had begun to rain. In some ways, it caused the already depressed mood to worsen, and the short journey was made in silence. But Leon relished the smell of rain on the wind, the sound of drops hitting the grass, the howl of wind through the distant branches of the huge local trees, and most of all, the flash and boom of distant lightning and thunder. Each rumble of thunder vibrated in his chest like a war drum, every flicker of lightning filling him with power and clearing his mind of distraction. And every drop of rain that hit their carriage soothed his mind, acting almost as a counter to the storm's thunderous demand that he rise and unthinkingly smite his enemies. But he wasn't sure if he had any enemies to smite, and even if he did, he didn't know where they might be. He remained calm, reveling in the storm for the short trip back to the villa, and when they arrived, he walked out into the courtyard and let the rain soak him, bringing power with every drop. The empires know who I am, he thought to himself. He wasn't surprised. What surprised him was that in 10 years, no one had overtly acted upon that information, aside from Anastasios, offer to recruit him into the Ilian Empire. It seems that the director knows, too. Should I confront him about it? Should I pretend that nothing's changed? Has anything changed? He stood in the courtyard, letting the storm wash over him, immersing himself in a quiet meditative state as he processed this new information. He didn't need that long, and after about 10 minutes, he walked back inside. With barely more than a thought, he was dry, his water magic pulling all the excess moisture off his body and out of his clothes, and his fire magic heating himself back up. When he walked into his family's section of the villa, he found that Elise had already called Maya and Valeria together, and it seemed from their concerned expressions that Elise had informed them of what Penelope had revealed. "Husband," Elise said, her face breaking out into a wide smile as Leon entered the room. The smile was reflected in both Valeria and Maya, and Leon quickly returned it. "Have a good think out there?" Valeria asked. "Good enough," Leon replied. "I think my soul realm's healed. I should be able to start growing it again." "That's fantastic news," Elise replied, sounding a little unsure despite herself and her smile slipping a little. "You're astoundingly convincing," Leon quipped as he collapsed onto the same lounge she was resting on and pulling her over to him. "It is great," she replied, her smile returning in full force as she practically draped herself over him. "I just think we have other things to talk about right now." "Do we?" Leon asked, glancing at his lovers. Valeria was nodding emphatically, and Maya looked fairly concerned, and Leon thought that he was the only one among them who wasn't that worried. "You have to admit," Valeria said, "that this information is concerning." "I was shocked, I'll admit that much," Leon replied. "However, 10 years have passed since our arrival in Imperial territory. And in that time, nothing's happened. Besides, I was never exactly trying to hide my identity. I wasn't advertising it, but as I said way back in Ancon, I'm not going back to being Leon Ursus. I'm Leon Rame, and I'm going to own that." "I'd never ask you to deny who you are," Valeria replied. "However, aren't you even a little bit concerned that the empires have apparently had you under surveillance? That the director seems to know who you are? That he seems to be working on a personal project that not even his daughter knows about? Something involving blood magic." A frown began spreading across Leon's face. "That is concerning," he conceded. "However, I think it was inevitable that the empires figure out who I am. It's actually kind of relieving, I guess, knowing that I don't have to pretend to be something that I'm not. I always figured that someone would act against us, and this arrangement with Heaven's Eye was always temporary, so again, I have to wonder just how much has changed. But the blood magic, Maya repeated, wouldn't that mean the director is moving against us? Not necessarily, Leon replied. I'm not going to sit here and defend the guy, but we don't know what Penelope was talking about. We don't know what the director is planning. We don't even know if Penelope was telling the truth or not. Her apology aside, she hasn't exactly been friendly to us, or at least, to me, since our arrival. I think it's equally likely that Penelope is trying to drive a wedge between us and the director as it is that she was being completely honest. Regardless, Elise interjected, I think we should have some kind of plan if hostile moves are made against us, right? Leon hummed in agreement, despite his personal feelings. Better to have contingencies than not, he supposed. Where could we go to get away from the empires, though? Valeria wondered aloud. If push came to shove, I don't think there's really anywhere we could go or anything we could do to escape them. We can think about it, Leon replied. It's hardly a pressing issue, is it? I suppose until then, always have enough stuff in your soul realms that if we had to get out quickly, we don't have to waste time packing essentials. Already done, Valeria replied with a shrug, surprising Leon not at all. Same here, Maya replied, though Leon was even less worried about her than he was about Valeria. She'd lived for almost 200 years alone on an island in the middle of an underground lake. She wasn't one that needed many luxuries. Elise, however, was the one he knew he would worry about the most if they ever had to run, and when he glanced at her, he found her frowning quite deeply. I can do that, she said hesitantly. Leon squeezed her against him and, with a loving smile and a confident tone, said, it won't come to that. And if it does, we'll deal with it. I hope you're right, Elise replied with uncertainty. Leon just held her tighter, hoping he could physically express his confidence better than voice it. No matter what would come, they would face it head on, and he knew they'd emerge stronger for it. Leon, Penelope, and their retinues returned to Oculara the next day, only staying in Virias just long enough for Heaven's Eye to return their processed wyvern materials. Leon, for the most part, simply sold most of the materials for silver, and after becoming richer by several 100 million silvers, he immediately spent much of that on bonuses for his retinue, much to their surprise and excitement. He knew that a little generosity could become a lot of loyalty down the road, and he didn't want to lose his people if higher-paying offers came along or if they became disgruntled for any reason. They deserved much of that money after hunting many of those wyverns, anyway. Once all of that was taken care of, the flight back home was fairly quick and easy. With the losses sustained, Penelope's retainers were a little more restrained in their behavior heading back than they were coming out, and Penelope herself was nothing if not unfailingly polite to Leon the entire flight back. It made for a nice contrast, Leon had to admit. As soon as they touched back down at Oculara's Archyards, Leon dismissed his retinue, letting everyone return home without bothering to head back to his villa, along with a couple days off. Once those days were over, though, they had to start their preparations for heading out to the Sacred Golden Empire and the Thunderbird clan lab out there. With that done, Leon and his family made their way to the Hexagon, with Valeria, Maya, Elise, and Anzu waiting for him in the building's atrium while he made his report to the director. He reached the director's office several minutes after Penelope did, who was already waiting to give her own report to her father. She gave Leon a polite nod upon his arrival, which he returned, and a couple minutes later, they were both shown into the director's office. The director was, as always, sitting behind his massive desk, his entire body obscured both by shadow and by the harsh light shining in from the windows behind him. However, Leon saw his shadowed face warp slightly in a way that made him look like he was smiling. "Ah, there you two are," he said with fondness. "I've been waiting for you. I've heard good things about the hunt down in the scorched fields. Have my people lied to me?" "They haven't," Penelope replied. "We brought down more than 100 wyverns between us, and defeated a powerful one with magic equivalent to an 8th-tier mage. Additionally," Leon added, "not a single wyvern made it east of Virias." "Welcome news," the director drawled. "Especially so given the lack of resources available this time, what with the absence of most of the imperial delegations." "Just more wyverns for us," Leon said with a smile. "So it would seem. Well done, both of you. I expected nothing less than a spectacular performance, and you've both more than exceeded my expectations. I've arranged for generous bonuses for each of you." "Thank you, father," Penelope responded formally. "It's nothing, my dear, nothing at all. Now, If you could leave me with Leon for a moment, I'd appreciate it. Please, wait outside. Penelope cocked her head in confusion, gave Leon an almost fearful look, and then started backing away toward the door without another word. Leon watched her go with just as much confusion as she seemed to be feeling, and his heart rate began to accelerate in anxiety, though he had to admit that this was a convenient time for him, too. After Penelope's revelation that interrupting Leon's thoughts, the director stated without a trace of inquisitiveness in his tone, "My daughter revealed to you that I had her keep an eye on you after you arrived in the Ilian Empire." One of Leon's eyebrows rose. He hadn't thought that the director knew about that, let alone that he would bring it up on his own. Though Leon had to admit that this made it easier, he was going to start this conversation anyway, even if the director didn't. "Did she tell you that?" Leon asked. "She didn't have to. I know everything that happens within Heaven's Eye." "Do you really? I find it hard to believe that you're aware of absolutely everything that happens within such a large organization." "I'm aware of everything that I need to be aware of, and I need to be aware of this." Leon lightly frowned. "And why's that?" The director leaned forward in his chair, resting his elbows on his desk and folding his hands in front of his shadowed face. "Because you're important, Leon. Or at least, your blood is." "How important?" Leon asked as he leaned on his back leg and crossed his arms in front of his chest, amused and deeply nervous about this turn of events in equal measure. He kept his attention on the director, but he was already considering how long he'd need to don his armor, retreat to the door, and smash it open if he had to. The director sighed, then tapped his desk with a finger. In a moment, the windows behind him grew more opaque and the room was plunged into near darkness. Only a moment later, lights activated, though from where, Leon couldn't tell, the room simply became brighter, revealing the director without his usual veil of shadow. He looked about the same as Leon remembered, with his short gray hair, gracefully aged features, and burning yellow eyes, so like Leon's own. "Let's not play games, Leon," the director said with some exasperation. "You are of Thunderbird blood. That much we both know." Leon smiled, though the expression didn't quite reach his eyes. "Zaffin," he whispered into his soul realm. "Human," came the response. "Are you more of a mind to fight today?" Zaffin's response took a moment, during which Leon felt the demon's attention concentrate on him and his surroundings. "If need be," he replied. His confidence thus boosted with the support of his demonic partner, Leon steadied himself. "How many others know?" Leon wondered aloud. "Consider that everyone knows, and you won't be disappointed." "About what I expected," Leon replied. "Lord Protector Anastasios all but admitted he knew who I was, and I had my suspicions about Princess Cassandra." Leon paused a moment and glared at the director. "You, however, I'm a little more surprised by. You've known all these 10 years. I've known longer than that. Then why haven't you acted upon that knowledge? Is my clan not an enemy of all in Imperial lands? 80,000 years ago, they were. But that was then, this is now. Much has changed in that time. With time, the stresses of Imperial unification, the settling of the status quo, and the pressures of other enemies, the hateful passions that once burned for your clan have long since cooled. These days, the emperors and their guardians are more concerned with each other than they are with one young man from the north. They're more concerned with what your blood might do for them, with what legacies it might unlock that yet lie in their lands. Legacies, old pieces of your clan that haven't yet succumbed to the ravages of time. Weapons, arcs, more." Leon's smile, frozen for the past few exchanges, grew slightly as the director's eyes narrowed, then widened as he gave his short definition of legacies. "Which of these legacies do you hope to unlock with my blood?" The director leaned back in his chair, studying Leon for a long moment. "Nothing that would cost me your cooperation," he said. "I would never throw away the relationship we've built just for a few lances or other such petty things." "And what relationship have we built?" "That of lord and subject. I'm not your lord, Leon. Our contract is proof enough of that. No matter what, you can leave any time you wish. So if I walk out of that door and never return, that would be your prerogative. I would not pursue you." Leon softly chuckled. "How long were you going to keep pretending that you didn't know about me? Was that task you gave me to find the Tau Pearl just an excuse? The challenge was legitimate. I'd never send you off on a meaningless task. Some of the tasks you've sent me on this past decade might be proof to the contrary. What has meaning to you and what has meaning to me don't have to line up. Know that I've never once wasted your talents. Know, too, that I've never once schemed against you, or to rob you of your blood or power. All I've ever wanted was to build a working relationship between the two of us. To get to know you and understand your character. By this point, nearly all of Leon's anxiety had been replaced with a mix of anxiety and smoldering anger. The director continued to sit behind his desk, looking more smug than anything, as if he were reveling in this, rubbing Leon's nose in the fact that he'd known this information for longer than Leon ever realized. And he wasn't giving him the answers he was asking for. Then I'll ask again, and I hope you'll actually furnish me with an answer. Why? The director paused again, staring at Leon, but his gaze softened after a moment. I hope that in the past 10 years, you might have built up some kind of trust with me, Leon. Some trust, Leon admitted. Not enough to let this go, though. Leon slowly shook his head. That's a shame. I'm not ready to reveal what I'm working on. But you're working on something. Something involving blood magic, something involving a great deal of resources that not even your daughter can trace. Something of that nature. Nothing that would place you in any danger. Nothing that would take anything from you without your consent, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. Leon glared at the director, not sensing even a shred of killing intent from him. He couldn't pick up on any dishonesty, either, but he didn't for a moment think that that meant the director was being completely honest. At the very least, the only thing he could say with certainty was the director wasn't currently overtly hostile. Trust is a fragile thing, Leon said. At least, it is for me. It's not given lightly, and it's quickly lost. I have to say, any trust I had for you built up over these past 10 years has been shattered. I understand completely, the director replied, appearing not at all fazed, though at least his smile had vanished. I'm going to need to reevaluate our relationship. Evaluate what it is that I want from you. What it is you can do for me. I'll be leaving the Ilian Empire soon for personal reasons. When I return, I hope you can find it in you to be a little more open and forthcoming, assuming you still want a relationship with me. You're asking for trust without giving any of your own. The director asked teasingly. I'm not leaving completely, Leon growled. I'll be returning. I'm not quitting. That's quite a bit of trust I'm showing in you, I think. The director's smile returned, though a little more subdued than before. I'm looking forward to your return. As am I. With that, Leon turned around and left the director's office, not bothering to wait for a dismissal. He'd not learned much during the exchange, but what he had learned now had him relieved, nervous, and seething, the dominant among those changing with every heartbeat. But, at the very least, he had a theory for what project the director was working on. The Thunderbird clan arsenal and its archyards that was supposed to be here in Oculara that he'd never been able to find, he was starting to suspect that maybe, they were in the director's control. Chapter 709. Attempted return to routine. When Leon left the director's office, he spared only one quick polite nod of his head to Penelope before leaving. He met his family back in the atrium, and with them, departed for home. He didn't speak much, and he figured his mood must have been obvious, for none of his lovers spoke too much, either. Once they reached home, however, Elise took only one quick moment to order their estate employees to ready a report for her and then dragged Leon into one of their small, private sitting rooms, joined only by Valeria and Maya. The room was opulently comfortable, but was fairly dimly lit, and copious amounts of magic flowed through its walls, powering robust privacy wards to ensure that whatever was done or discussed within this room didn't leave it. Normally, this room was reserved for fun, but everyone knew that fun wasn't what brought them here this time. Husband, Elise sternly said, sit with me. She sat down in a two-seater sofa, Maya and Valeria sitting across from her. Leon, still feeling both worked up and incredibly distracted after his frustrating talk with the director, stared at his wife for a long moment before joining her on the sofa. If he had his way, he would have gone directly to his workshop and buried himself in work, or tried to, at least as he mulled over how to handle this new situation, but he supposed that this was a better use of his time. As soon as he sat down, Elise leaned into him, and with one hand on his cheek, brought his face down for a quick kiss. That one intimate moment shook through Leon's fugue like a lightning bolt through the thickest of clouds, and Leon could feel himself relaxing, with all the certainty he'd had back in Viria's returning. With a deep sigh as he pulled back from Elise, he said, nothing's really changed, I suppose. Just had the director confirm what we already knew. He quickly brought his ladies up to speed with everything that he and the director had discussed, including his suspicion that the man controlled the old Thunderbird clan archyards, or at least that the archyards were under his protection. Could he have some other uses for your blood? Valeria wondered, remaining calm and rational in the face of this news. That's always possible, Leon conceded. He did say that there are many legacies of my old clan left behind on this plane that my blood could be useful in unlocking. Legacies I didn't realize before. Leon momentarily cast his gaze down into his soul realm and at Nestor's ruby. He blamed the dead man for much, but he couldn't blame him for this revelation. It wasn't necessarily Nestor's fault directly that most of the points on his map had been plundered already. Leon had just assumed that that meant all of the legacies had already been claimed or put to use and weren't just sitting around in some imperial warehouse just waiting for him or his blood. It seems that the empires might have a much more practical reason to strike at us or me, at least than originally thought. To strike at you is to strike at us all, Maya boldly declared out loud, her voice ringing like the clearest of bells. A smile broke out across Leon's face at hearing her voice, too rare a pleasure for his liking. Indeed, Valeria agreed, and while Elise didn't verbalize her agreement, she made it known anyway when she took Leon's hand and gave it a supportive squeeze. So, Maya said, what should we do now? Leon sighed again. Right now, nothing, I suppose, or just return to normalcy. Take some time to think. I'm not sure remaining with Heaven's Eye when the director's so clearly planning something is the best thing for us, but, as Leon trailed off, Elise finished his thought. But without Heaven's Eye, then we're left vulnerable to the empires. Leon gravely nodded. That could very well be why the director was as forthcoming as he was today, and why he wasn't more forthcoming despite clearly being able to be. He's certain that we don't have many choices in the matter, and is confident that no matter what he does, we'll stay with him. And the worst thing is that I can't immediately say he's wrong. We enjoy much freedom with Heaven's Eye, and too many benefits to count, most notably, a certain degree of protection and independence from imperial matters. Could we maintain this level of independence without the director's support? Valeria, frowning, asked, is there no way we could exploit this for more benefits? Her icy blue eyes flitted around the room for a moment as she lost herself in thought, before darting right back to Leon. You mean, Leon said, offering to work with the director on whatever his project is in exchange for these benefits, or more. Valeria nodded. Leon considered it, but Elise needed less time. That would only work if we had more concrete information. We only suspect that the director has the Archyards. We don't know what he has, and what benefits we might be able to reap from it. I say that nothing should be done until we get more information and some strong assurances from the director himself, or we gain strength enough to force the issue. I can agree with that, Leon said, and he saw Maya and Valeria agreeing, too. For now, then, he continued, how about we get some rest? I think at least a month back home would be good for us, and then we can start thinking about heading north. We can think about this during that time, but right now, I think I'm leaning towards working with the director, not under him on whatever he's working on. Besides, we still have a few friends in high places, so I think we're safe from any threats within Heaven's Eye, at least for a little while. That sounds good to me, Valeria replied. Same here, Elise said. Maya nodded her agreement. Fantastic, Leon said. He leaned back in the sofa and closed his eyes for a moment, feeling some relief at both coming to a provisional conclusion and kicking the can down the road a bit, while also feeling mentally tired after the flight and everything else. However, as his mind drifted, he was immediately pulled back to the present when he felt Elise's hands slip under his shirt and start rubbing his abs. When he sat up and glanced at his wife, he found her smiling lasciviously at him, heat and desire in her emerald eyes. As soon as his eyes met hers, Elise took a hold of his shirt and started pulling it up and over his head. "And, I think that's my cue to go," Valeria said. Elise paused a moment as Leon finished freeing himself of his shirt. "You don't have to, you know," she said, looking at her friend with much the same heat as when she'd looked at Leon. Valeria just smiled and waved as she continued for the door, while Maya was already pulling all of her clothes back into her soul realm as she joined Leon and Elise. "You don't have to stay, Val," Leon growled, causing her to pause as she reached for the doorknob, "but I'll be looking for you when we're done. I won't consider this day over until I've kissed every inch of your body." She turned back just as Elise started working on Leon's pants and Maya started pressing her lips against Leon's built chest. Immediately, her cheeks flushed pink, and only grew even redder when she looked up and met his gaze, his eyes narrow from a mischievous smirk. Valeria just smiled back, then winked invitingly before leaving Leon, Elise, and Maya alone to satisfy each other. Leon sighed in contentment as he finally returned to his workshop. He and his family had spent plenty of time relaxing with each other over the past couple of days, but even that much time was a little too much for Leon to take off. So, he'd meandered down to his workshop, his mind already buzzing between so many different topics he wasn't sure what to do first. He needed a new lightning lance, that much he knew. The first had, eventually, functioned well, even causing the black wyvern some pain. Now, Leon had just had to refine the design and build a new one. More importantly, Leon had channeled his black fire again, and while he wasn't quite sure if what he could feel was accurate, he thought he was beginning to sense the fetters placed upon him by the great black dragon, not to mention he had the advice of the Thunderbird to ponder. If he could finally get more of an idea of what his aloof ancestor had done to him and how he was inadvertently holding himself back, then he would have taken the most important steps to freeing his suppressed power. But he didn't know how long that might take, and in the meantime, he had in his soul realm a mountain of wyvern hide, scales, and bones and even a fire core from a 6th-tier red wyvern even after selling most of his materials to Heaven's Eye. The blood, mana, organs, eyes, and all the rest of the bits of wyvern corpses he'd taken that had some alchemical uses he'd already left in Helen's workshop, but the material that could possibly be used for forging he kept. He had a couple of problems that all of this material would help solve. Firstly, he needed to equip his retinue with better gear since most of them weren't equipped with armor that was worthy of them as his retainers. Their weapons were a little more in line with what he thought appropriate given that he'd enchanted nearly all of them himself, but the armor was still a problem. Secondly, he was a little concerned that he hadn't shown Sid the proper courtesies for teaching him so much about the art of smithing, and it was an easy thing for him to carve his hoard up a bit, reserving a fair amount of material as a gift for Sid. Should help smooth over my request for further instruction, Leon thought to himself as he did so. Finally, he had the golden apple seeds he'd taken from the wyvern horde, though fortunately, this wasn't a problem that he needed to do much about. Elise and several of her assistants were out with Anzu and Helen surveying some new plots land that would, hopefully, become their orchard. Once appropriate land was found and purchased, Leon and Valeria would take the lead in designing security wards to ensure that no one screwed with their precious golden apples. These weren't Leon's only problems, but they were the ones on his mind right now. He still needed to make more detailed plans for the visiting the Thunderbird lab in the Sacred Golden Empire, but that, in his opinion, was a problem for future Leon to deal with. Right now was the time for him to indulge in his own personal growth. To that end, Leon retrieved his labor golems and had them set about returning his workshop to its usual state. The last time he'd been in here had been during the forging of his armor, and the process had demanded that he make room and move quite a few things around to protect his tools and instruments from being damaged by the cataclysmic heat that he'd needed. He'd managed to finish his armor in time to join the wyvern hunt, but he'd done so by a matter of hours, so his workshop was still a bit of a mess. Fortunately, all he had to do was give instruction to the labor golems, and they began moving everything back into place while he laid down in his chaise lounge and closed his eyes. His consciousness was cast down into his soul realm, where he opened the eyes of his magic body as it sat upon his throne in his mind palace. Leon sighed again as he stood up and stretched. He hadn't had much instruction either in magic or in enchantment during the hunt, so he was brimming with excitement to be back. Unfortunately, the one he most wanted to see, the Thunderbird, was not currently present, so instead, he made a beeline for Nestor. "Hey there, dead man," Leon quipped as he strode up to Nestor's table. "What's wrong?" Nestor immediately replied, his tone alarmed and even a little bit concerned. "Nothing. Why, you sound happy. You never sound happy when you talk to me. Sounds like something that would prompt a little introspection on your part, don't you think? Then again, I'd be willing to bet that few people ever sound happy when they're talking to you, so why should I be any different?" Nestor went quiet for a moment, and Leon smiled, thinking that maybe he'd struck a nerve. Generally speaking, he didn't enjoy verbal sparring, but when he managed to get a few jabs in on his distant clansmen, especially since his memories of his brief possession were seared into his mind, he couldn't help but feel a little elated. "What do you want?" Nestor demanded, not acknowledging Leon's insult. "Arcs," Leon said. "I want arcs. Teach me to build them." "Arcs? You can barely forge decent armor and you're asking me for some of the most complicated miracles of magical engineering that exist in the universe. As if arcs are things that I can just teach you to build. Can't you?" Leon asked, his smile widening into one of challenge. "You constantly boast about being one of the most knowledgeable enchanters who's ever existed, so if anyone can teach me, surely you can. I see you trying to flatter me, Nestor replied accusingly. If you wanted to butter me up, maybe you shouldn't have thrown me to the floor as soon as you walked over here. Maybe you shouldn't have been such an arrogant tool when we first met, Leon countered. Arcs. What do I need? Give me a timetable. Nestor deeply sighed, his ruby momentarily dimming as if the dead man were losing energy just from seriously contemplating Leon's demand. An arc is not something that is just made, Nestor carefully explained. They are, and I don't use this term lightly, miraculous. They require extremely specific materials, not the least of which is an incredible amount of titanstone. If you wanted an arc worth riding, one that can traverse even through the void, then you'd also need several tons of luminite. If you wanted this hypothetical arc to have weapons that can do more than singe a few eyebrows, then you'd need mountains of orichalcum. And good luck finding any of these materials in a place like this. Adding on to that, no one person can just assemble an arc, they need extremely specialized tools and knowledge to build, and likely the assistance of a strong and highly advanced supply chain. The relevant knowledge would take decades to teach, even if I could do it alone. Your tools aren't even close to being big or advanced enough. And good luck finding skilled enough labor to construct the thing. Building even just a sub-void arc, for you right now, is a fantasy. What if we had access to an arcyard? Leon asked. Some of the states here have arcyards, I'd have to see what they have, but even then, I'm an enchanter, not an arcsmith. The empires must have some arcsmiths, maybe I could get some of them on board. Leon wondered aloud, if you do that, you'd best be comfortable with some of your secrets getting out. You can't just give these sorts of things to people you don't know and expect them not to continue using this advanced knowledge. I'm well aware of that, dead man. But it's something to consider for the future. How about this? You start shoring up my enchanting foundations for building arcs and leave the manufacturing to me to figure out. At the very least, there's still the titanstone refinery that you pointed out in the south, right? Yes, Nestor confirmed. However, our clan never built luminite or orichalcum refineries on this plane. And we only built a titanstone refinery because we found titanstone on this plane and quite a bit of it, too. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Leon whispered, though he trailed off a bit when he noticed storm clouds in the distance. Recognizing what that meant, he simply turned away from Nestor and walked over to the perch he'd built for his favored ancestor. All right, the dead man bemoaned, just walk away. Goodbye, isn't for you, I suppose. From not far away, Zaffin shouted, goodbyes are reserved for those that don't eat shit. What a wonderful mastery of words you have, demon. Nestor shouted back, but Leon had already tuned out their bickering. The Thunderbird flew in, her avian form almost glowing with power. She didn't land on her perch, but instead landed in front of Leon, shifting into her human form at the last second. When she touched down, she wore a huge smile on her face. Did you have fun killing those lizards? She asked Leon, speaking to him in a motherly tone. I did, Leon replied, returning her smile. It was most illuminating. Over the next few minutes, Leon, correctly assuming that she hadn't been paying too much attention, regaled the Thunderbird with tales of his and his retinue's victories in the scorched fields, her smile growing wider with every tale. Her expression turned more contemplative and a little intrigued when he mentioned the golden apple seeds that he'd looted from the Black Wyvern's lair. Those seeds, the Thunderbird whispered, you're taking care of them. Leon nodded. My wife and contracted alchemist are seeing to them right now. Good, the Thunderbird replied, saying no more about them, though she continued to stare off at nothing in the distance for a few more seconds, a muted look of glee on her face. They'll serve you well, help you grow faster than you would normally. I'm surprised you're so interested in them, Leon replied. I would have thought something like this would have been fairly small compared to what you would concern yourself with. Don't underestimate these apples, Leon, the Thunderbird cautioned. They're quite powerful, and they'll even aid you past apotheosis. Having access to your own supply is something I would have advised once you reached the 10th tier, but now that you've gotten them yourself, it's nothing I have to worry about, I suppose. But no matter where you go, be sure to bring those apples and their seeds with you. They're a good resource to have even in the Nexus. Our honored ancestor is correct. Nestor shouted from where he languished on his table. They won't inspire such jealousy that others would go to war for them, but they're still quite valuable. Then, thank you, Leon said, nodding to the Thunderbird. I'll be sure to follow your advice. The Thunderbird nodded imperiously, and Leon then moved on to what he really wanted to talk about. Ancestor, he said, his tone turning graver and more serious. I'd like to talk about my draconic blood. Would that be too much of a problem? For you or me? You've hardly held back in that regard before, the Thunderbird replied as she cocked an eyebrow in surprise. Why ask now? Just wondering, Leon replied. I feel like that power is almost within reach, and I just want to know what I should expect. Will the great black dragon be enraged? Will he try to screw with me again once I unlock his power? Surely he will, the Thunderbird said. But though you've inherited it from him, the power is yours. The blood is yours. As much as he may deny it, those are the facts. He can't take your own blood away from you. Leon smiled. Good. I'd like to say that I welcome his attempt, but in truth, I don't. I'd rather he just write me off and never bothered me again. The Thunderbird turned her gaze out to the mists of chaos, in the D. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.